Chapter 1. The Nine-Tailed Crystal. Lord Sasuke. In the shadows of the forest, Haruno Sakura anxiously whispered the name of the dark-haired youth. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes bore the remnants of swelling, akin to bubbles in the dark of night, the corners tinged with an ominous crimson, marked by an unknown curse. His eyes were half open, his weary visage devoid of vitality, as if he were engulfed in profound exhaustion. Alas, Kankuro sighed softly. In such a state, he is utterly incapable of offering assistance. It would be wiser for him to remain in the shelter and recuperate, to prevent any unforeseen incidents that might further burden us all. Though Kankuro's words were devoid of malice, their bluntness bordered on the coarse, reminiscent of Inuzuka Kiba's forthrightness. Now, they were all part of the same team, and Sakura's initial fear of the Sand siblings had long since diminished. Upon hearing Kankuro's remarks, Sakura cast him an indignant glare. Lord Sasuke, Sakura stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Sasuke's familial circumstances were exceedingly complex. Anyone suddenly confronted with such disorienting revelations would inevitably find themselves in turmoil. Yet, for Sakura, whose background was unremarkable, grasping the depths of Sasuke and Naruto's feelings was an insurmountable challenge. Kankuro, sensing that his words might have struck a nerve, hastily gestured to change the subject. "Never mind, take care of him. I shall seek out some provisions." He inwardly sighed, reflecting on how these two were truly of no assistance. Sakura felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet she understood the uniqueness of Sasuke's current plight. After a moment's contemplation, she chose not to deter Kankuro. "I apologize, then it is troublesome for you. It is no trouble at all. Your companion, that golden-haired lad, has been quite a help to my brother," he remarked. "Brother? Ah, I speak of Gaara. That fellow has never truly regarded us as his real siblings. It was only after discovering the truth that this foolish younger brother quietly took my hand and apologized in hushed tones." For the first time, he referred to Kankuro as brother and Temari as sister. Though it was but a fleeting moment, he soon reverted to his previous habits, addressing Temari and Kankuro by their names once more. After Kankuro departed, Sakura guided Sasuke toward a sparser part of the woods. With her discerning nature, she realized that the surrounding thicket was overly dense. The dark and damp environment would only exacerbate the sense of oppression within. If only they could emerge from this place and find a spot where the azure sky was visible, perhaps her spirits would lift. That moment, Sakura found herself yearning for Naruto's presence. Despite his propensity to utter outrageous statements, sometimes even inciting her irritation, having him beside her in such moments brought her unparalleled comfort. Only Naruto could coax a semblance of his usual demeanor from Sasuke, chastising him for lagging behind. Their playful banter and bickering were enough to momentarily cast aside their troubles. During the mission assigned to Class 7, Sakura had already discerned that Sasuke bore an excessive weight alone, carrying burdens that made him appear unlike his peers, such as herself and Naruto. She fervently hoped that Kankuro would swiftly procure sufficient sustenance and return to join Naruto. "Someone's coming." Sakura Haruno detected the presence of members from another team ahead. Although they were no longer adversaries, her instinct as a ninja compelled her to remain vigilant. Sasuke, still lost in thought, passively followed Sakura into a thicket. Two grass ninjas, several meters away, remained oblivious to their presence. This is utterly dreadful. This time, the opponents in the Chunin selection exam are all freaks. How can we possibly emerge victorious? Did you not watch the footage? That guy named Gaara is destined to become the Kazekage. He will lead the entire ninja alliance. With such an entity participating, how could the Chunin slots possibly fall to us? Alas, but if we return empty-handed, the village, why not shift the blame onto him? We could claim that while trying to seize another team's scroll, he failed to protect our own. That way, even if we fail, the blame won't rest on us, right? Though, it is disheartening. It appears to be the only viable option at present. One of the grass ninjas, attempting to mask his nefarious thoughts, raised his voice. "It is indeed a regrettable situation. After all, that guy is of little use, and this Chunin selection exam is filled with monsters. Did you not see? A member of the Uchiha clan is participating, the brother of that shrank rogue ninja who annihilated his entire clan. Who knows, he might be as much of a demon as his brother." Sakura's heart raced as she glanced at Sasuke. As expected, the indifference and despondency that had previously marked his face were now replaced with a pallor and an expression fierce as that of a vengeful spirit. As Sasuke, Sakura anxiously whispered his name, attempting to grasp his sleeve to dissuade him, but her trembling hand failed to make contact. "Sakura, stay here." With that, Sasuke leaped out of the thicket in an instant. "Sasuke!" The two grass ninjas gasped in shock. Why you are Uchiha Sasuke? Upon witnessing Sasuke's sudden appearance, the grass ninjas were paralyzed with fear. However, after a brief moment of terror, they opted for flight rather than confrontation. They had heard the harrowing tales of the Shrank rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi and had seen the masked man who instigated the fourth great ninja war. They understood that this man hailed from the Uchiha clan as well. When two warriors of Uchiha blood crossed paths, they recognized that in this enigmatic and fantastical world, combat was not an inevitability, and that fleeing was the more prudent choice. However, attempting to flee are we. Sasuke's eyes glimmered with the chilling light of the Sharingan, and the mysterious runes branded upon his neck seemed to blaze with the fierce fires of hell. The runes were a temporary seal imposed by the second-generation Flame Sage, insufficient to restrain his full power. The rune on Sasuke's neck turned crimson as he stifled a grunt of pain and hastened after the two Grass Spirit Clan ninjas. Sasuke-sama. Sakura leaped from the depths of the forest like a sprite, closely trailing behind him. The Grass Spirit Clan ninjas were overcome with terror. Is he insane? Indeed, he is a demon. Flee, seek her protection. Yes, as long as she is present, no matter how grave the injuries, we can recover. Even against that Uchiha powerhouse, we stand a chance. At that moment, Kagaya remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. This girl, with minimal combat prowess, was still hidden within the hollow of an ancient oak tree, clutching the earth's secret scroll tightly, yearning for her comrades to return with sustenance. Hey! Kagaya heard the familiar call. Her companions had returned. She quickly emerged from the tree hollow, observing the frantic expressions of her two comrades, her heart tightening. What's wrong? Is there something I can assist with? Before she could finish her sentence, Sasuke had silently positioned himself behind the two Grass Spirit Clan ninjas, a cold, mocking smile gracing his lips. What's this? Are you not going to run? Coughing. I have been bedridden with a severe cold for several days, but the knowledge that readers enjoy my work has compelled me to persevere and update. This morning's experience has deeply affected me, and my editor is greatly concerned. I'm grateful for your unwavering support. The Grass Spirit Clan ninja shouted, "Aw, Uchiha." This scene only intensified the flames of fury within Sasuke. The Uchiha clan once symbolized glory, yet in a single night, the world's perception of them was shattered. His brother bore the weight of all suffering for the sake of peace among the ninja villages and the world, yet those wretches dared to label him a butcher, a demon. They regarded him as if he were a specter. Sasuke coldly regarded the three Grass Spirit Clan ninjas before him. It appears you have a companion yet. If it were me, I would never have chosen to flee here. Since you incessantly proclaim that my brother and I are demonic fiends, then failing to slay you would be a disgrace to such an epithet. Implied was that he had deliberately come here to create more opportunities for slaughter. Sasuke-sama, Sakura screamed in desperation, hoping to awaken the Uchiha Sasuke, who despite his seemingly indifferent exterior, possessed a passionate and kind heart. A wave of agony surged through Sasuke's throat, the curse mark inflicting chaos upon his mind. I could see that moment. Orochimaru's eerie voice echoed in his ear. Kill. Eliminate them, Sasuke-sama. Faced with this turmoil, a Grass Spirit Clan ninja found himself with no escape in a moment of desperation. He seized Kagaya's arm and bit down fiercely. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed as to why he would bite his own comrade. After the first bite, the other companion treated Kagaya as though she were a shared vessel, dragging her over and biting down just as savagely. The red-haired girl emitted a faint, muffled whimper. As if she had grown accustomed to such encounters, it was only after being cast aside that she clutched the spot where she had been bitten and began to sob softly. Sakura was taken aback, exclaiming, "Can it be that one would bite their own comrade?" Sasuke, closely observing the unfolding situation, urged Sakura, "Take a look at the current state of those two Grass Ninja." Prompted by Sasuke's words, Sakura quickly noticed that after biting the red-haired girl, the two Grass Ninja, who had been panting from the chase, instantly regained their peak condition. Sakura gasped in astonishment. Is this a form of ninjutsu? I have never heard of such a technique. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, his gaze once again fixating on the red-haired girl. Karen let out a terrified scream, her past experiences having instilled a deep wariness towards humans, particularly those with such peculiar abilities. Confronted by the advancing gazes of Sakura and Sasuke, she instinctively recoiled. Sakura, acting on impulse, inquired, "Are you truly one of them?" The treatment the red-haired girl had received, along with her submissive and fearful demeanor, starkly contrasted with the relationship she shared with Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Sasuke too sensed this disparity, stating, "Hey, young lady, I ask you, are you their comrade? Ah, Karen hesitantly replied before falling silent. Did she truly belong to them? Did they genuinely consider her a companion? Aye. She looked at Sasuke in trepidation, unsure of how to respond. Sasuke appeared somewhat impatient, yet he seemed to regard her as a reluctant ally. Very well then, let us first deal with these two Grasnin. Don't get too cocky. In a distant fantastical realm, two junior warriors from the grass country's Kusagakure, wielding their enchanted blades and phantom shurikens, recklessly and fervently launched an assault against Sasuke. Flame secret technique. Blazing giant sphere. As soon as the words left their lips, the two warriors from Kusagakure exhibited extraordinary vulnerability and lacked tactical acumen they did not even comprehend the concept of. A feint, blindly hurling half of their phantom shurikens at Sasuke. Consequently, they were all obliterated by a single blazing giant sphere he unleashed, narrowly avoiding being scorched by the oncoming inferno. Witnessing this scene, Sakura could not help but shake her head in silence. Such feeble prowess was indeed worrisome. Sasuke let out a cold, derisive laugh, preparing to demonstrate the innovative technique he had learned and adapted from Rock Lee, known as the Lion's Roar. Suddenly, a riddle echoed, a voice that had struck fear into the hearts of all the newcomers participating in the intermediate mage selection trial during the preliminary test. Riddle. After the destruction of a land of whirlpools and the ruins of the Whirlpool Valley, a girl displaced to the land of grass and Kusagakure. What is her family name? Reward 1. One-time use of the sacrifice contract forbidden technique. Ghost sealing technique. Method of use. Perform the hand seals in order. Snake, boar, goat, rabbit, dog, rat, rooster, horse. Snake, then join both hands together and shout forbidden. Technique. Ghost sealing technique to cast it. Reward 2. In response to the village affiliation of the respondent, 10 to see sorcerers were randomly selected, from which the respondent could freely choose one to resurrect. The ghost sealing technique? What manner of magic is this, with its singular usage limitation? Is there truly a form of sorcery that requires a life as a sacrificial offering? This riddle is as shocking as the questions posed during the initial selection trial. The Land of Vortex. This name is unfamiliar to them, let alone the village known as the Vortex Hidden Valley. To the astonishment of Uchiha Sasuke, the last survivor of his clan, he realized that there exist other nations and villages in the world that have met a similar fate of annihilation. The obliteration of a village must involve numerous intricate factors. Thus, the key likely lies in the subsequent hints. That girl, lost in the land of grass, in the village of Grass Hidden. Sasuke, with an impassive expression, gazed at the warriors of Grass Hidden before him. It was evident that this question favored them. However, the two warriors from Grass Hidden were equally perplexed. What was this land of Vortex? What was the Vortex Hidden Valley? Although Grass Hidden had previously accepted some sorcerers from outside villages due to village policy, including a certain red-haired woman, who among them could accurately identify those from the Vortex Hidden Valley, currently trapped in this enigmatic realm of questioning were 5 individuals. 2 warriors from Grass Hidden, Ino, Uchiha Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. Having endured the prior terrifying questioning, they understood that speaking recklessly in this domain could be construed as answering questions. While correct answers would surely bring joy, not everyone possessed the good fortune of Naruto Uzumaki, who could stumble through nonsense and still succeed. Time trickled away, still representing a severe test of their mental fortitude. Within this sphere of terrifying questioning, they remained vigilant, straining their minds to avoid inadvertently speaking, guarding against enemy ambushes, and remaining wary of the insidious fatal rules lurking in the shadows. Kankuro discovered provisions and followed the obvious markings left by Sakura, only to sense something was amiss and promptly returned to inform Gaara and Naruto, as well as 2 others who were hastening toward Konoha. Itachi, silent and contemplative, felt an unsettling anxiety swell within him. Though Uzumaki Mido could not hear Itachi's words, her adeptness at sensing chakra fluctuations allowed her to grasp his inner urgency. Let us hasten directly to training ground 44. In Konoha, avoiding the main entrance, I can activate the chakra barriers along the way. Itachi replied, quack, quack. Thank you for your reminder, Lady Mido. Chapter 2. So this is what it is. In a distant fantastical realm, a land marked by ancient magical remnants is known as Eldrelia. The interlaced and overlapping bite marks narrate tales of mystery and cruelty, unveiling the suffering endured by the grass ninja girl, Ino. No one knows why the creatures of this land would target her. Perhaps it is a peculiar sorcerous ritual of the land of grass. Sasuke. Witnessing this scene, Uchiha Sasuke felt an intricate understanding within him come together like magical runes. The question arises, after the destruction of the village of the Abyss in the land of whirlpools, from whence did the orphan, Karen, who found herself in the land of grass and the forest of the mist, derived her surname. During his time at the Ninja Academy, he had gleaned some information regarding the Forest of the Mist. It is a small national territory nestled between the Flame Empire's Fireleaf Village, the Stone Kingdoms of Wagakure, the Waterfall Countries Takigakure, and the Rain Countries. Omega a pivotal juncture during the Third Great Ninja War. The Forest of the Mist played a crucial role. Perhaps due to the inadequacy of the small nation's power, the Land of Grass welcomed a considerable influx of foreign immigrants. However, the more clandestine tales remained unchronicled in textbooks. Considering the treatment Karen endured, it is almost certain that she is one of those outsiders. This realization filled Sasuke with dread and ignited a flicker of anger within him. Although the reasons for her arrival in the Land of Grass remain unknown, her unique medical ninjutsu surpasses that of ordinary medical ninjas to some extent. If this is a family secret technique, its exposure to the ninja world would undoubtedly attract countless covetous gazes and lurking intentions. It is imperative to understand that any clan endowed with such extraordinary bloodline limits should be meticulously safeguarded by the village, unless there exists but one possibility. Much like Sasuke himself, her family too has faced a catastrophic fate. With this thought in mind, Sasuke swiftly hurled a shuriken with astonishing speed. The shuriken grazed the arm of the grass ninja that had grasped Kin's hair, embedding itself deeply into the trunk behind, causing blood to spurt forth. The grass ninja gritted his teeth, clutching his bleeding arm as he turned to look back, only to see the shuriken lodged firmly within the resilient tree. A testament to the strength of its thrower, Sasuke, unable to articulate his resolve, expressed it solely through action. He activated his Sharingan and surged forward with remarkable velocity. Lion's Roar Continuous Blast. He silently recited the name of his newly acquired technique in his mind. With a powerful push from his feet and one hand on the ground, he swiftly elevated his knee to deliver a spinning kick, striking the grass ninja squarely on the chin. The impact was tremendous, propelling the grass ninja several meters into the air. Sasuke, agile as ever, leapt into the air and in the blink of an eye found himself behind the inverted grass ninja, twisting his wrist to deliver another spinning kick. Utilizing the momentum from his leap, he instantly ascended above the grass ninja, replacing his kicking leg with his left forearm to strike directly at the ninja's chest. The grass ninja coughed up a mouthful of blood, racked with pain. Sasuke silently intoned the final strike. The concluding spinning kick, as fierce as a whip, forcefully crashed into the grass ninja's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. The grass ninja spat blood once more and succumbed to unconsciousness. This entire sequence unfolded within a mere 2 seconds, leaving Kin, who had just been bullied, in a state of shock, kneeling in place, gazing at Sasuke in bewilderment. Just as Kin was about to speak, Sasuke abruptly covered her mouth with his hand, signaling her with his gaze. "Fool, do you not yet perceive the danger?" Kin immediately nodded in understanding, her face filled with terror, falling silent as Sasuke finally released his grip. Simultaneously, Sakura rushed over, applying mysterious herbal remedies from the hidden leaf village to Kin's fresh wounds. Never having experienced such care, Kin's eyes widened, resembling a bewildered puppet, allowing Sakura to tend to her. By the time she regained her composure, tears were streaming down her face. Witnessing this scene, both Sasuke and Sakura felt a pang of sympathy for the grass ninja girl. They speculated that Kin, much like themselves, hailed from a family endowed with extraordinary abilities, yet had tragically ended up in the grass mist forest. Though the grass ninja had superficially accepted her, the treatment she received was akin to that of a beast. At that moment, a distant, urgent call rang out. Sasuke, Naruto, Gaara, and Iruka arrived. Sakura, Sasuke. Naruto shouted loudly at the edge of the domain barrier, his anxiety palpable. At this moment, he was entirely unlike his usual foolish self. Naruto, Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura turned their gaze towards him. I will rescue you. Just wait and see. Naruto relentlessly struck against the invisible barrier, his fist pounding with vigor. Thud, thud, thud. The barrier rippled like the surface of a tranquil lake, yet it resolutely contained Naruto's formidable strength. Let me give it a try, Gaara declared, extending his arms with palms facing upward, as the lid of his gourd gradually lifted, unleashing a torrent of sand. Simultaneously, a fine layer of sand began to rise from the ground, silently transforming the earth into soft granules. As these grains converged with the sand from the gourd, a surging momentum began to form. This revelation was inspired by Gaara's vision of a fierce battle with his father, the fourth Kazekage. It resembled a fortress of quicksand and a tempest of desert sands, crashing violently against the mystical barrier. This force, akin to Naruto's iron fists, stirred massive ripples upon impact. When Sasuke and Sakura witnessed their comrades striving valiantly to rescue them, a profound sense of comfort filled their hearts. Despite the seemingly impenetrable nature of the barrier, which offered no discernible means of breach, the unwavering determination of their friends to liberate them stirred an exhilarating hope. Sasuke called out, "Naruto." Sakura added, "Even Gaara is here," along with Iruka-sensei. Observing this scene, the sorceress Kurui gazed at the encircling leaf and sand ninjas, all united in their quest to save Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura. So this is what it means to have companions? She pondered. To which village do my mother and I belong? Lost in reflection, she recalled the days spent in the embrace of the grass village, realizing that she and her mother had never truly felt a sense of belonging. Nor had they lived like those who were part of a village and their comrades. Outside the barrier, the grains of sand continued their assault for several minutes, however. Aside from the initial ripples, the shield showed no significant changes. Gaara once more endeavored to consolidate the sand into a pointed form, enhancing its hardness as he launched a fierce attack against the barrier in a drill-like manner. Yet, after several more minutes, the intangible shield remained utterly unmoved. This was futile. Naruto anxiously continued to wave his fists. Iruka Umino, their former mentor from the Ninja Academy, endeavored to calm himself. Sasuke, Sakura, please remain silent. If you understand, nod. Both Sasuke and Sakura nodded in acknowledgement. Iruka inquired, "What predicament are we currently facing? Is there a way to convey this to the teacher?" Sakura cast a glance at Sasuke, signaling her understanding to Iruka, before dashing toward the nearest edge of the protective barrier. She found a branch on the ground and meticulously inscribed, "Issue. After the destruction of the hidden whirlpool village, we have wandered to the land of grass." Just as Sakura was halfway through her writing, Naruto suddenly shouted, "Sakura, be careful. Naruto's sister has made her entrance." And the story unfolds between two orphans finding solace and perhaps redemption in each other's company. Suddenly, another ninja from the village of the plains appears. Just as Sakura Haruno turns her back to him, all attention is drawn to the words on the ground, and this grass ninja unexpectedly launches a shuriken. Oh no! The protective shield covers a vast area, and at this moment, Sasuke is too far away. Even if he were to hurl a shuriken or kunai immediately, it would likely be too late to intercept the kunai shot by the grass ninja. With Naruto's loud warning, Sakura instinctively dodges to the side. The kunai grazes her calf, striking the protective shield before falling to the ground. Sakura feels a sharp pain and instinctively presses her hand against her leg, just above the ankle. Iruka immediately realizes that Sakura has been nicked by the kunai. "Stay silent, Sakura," Iruka cautions her. She nods, but as she moves her hand away and sees dark, purplish blood seeping from her fingertips, she feels a wave of dizziness. It turns out that the kunai is poisoned. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy had covered basic knowledge of toxins, and students were required to carry a certain number of antidotes. As an exemplary student, Sakura quickly opens her ninja tool pouch, retrieves 2 antidote pills, swallows one, and grinds the other to apply onto her wound. However, upon contact with the wound, the antidote does not alleviate the poison. Instead, it intensifies. Iruka is astonished. The antidote is ineffective. In this crisis, the most knowledgeable about toxins is undoubtedly Kankuro from the Sand Village. He closely observes the changes in Sakura's leg wound and the accompanying symptoms of spasms and cold sweat. This is a poison derived from a plant unique to the land of grass. On the surface, its toxicity does not appear severe, bearing little difference from common poisons. Yet if one attempts to neutralize it with conventional antidotes, Naruto, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "What will happen next?" Kakashi replied with a grave expression, "The toxicity will at least double." Filled with rage, Sasuke swiftly charged at the grass ninja, breaking his arm before anyone could react. "Ah, my arm!" The grass ninja screamed in agony. In an instant, a mist of blood enveloped the scene, splattering flesh and blood all over Sasuke, staining his face and hair. At that moment, Sasuke was covered in blood, with dark, peculiar markings appearing on the left side of his body and face. Even the temporary seal imposed by the second Hokage seemed to waver against the curse mark left by Orochimaru. The curse mark had been violently torn apart. Witnessing this, Karen curled up in fear, tightly embracing herself. Her terror did not stem from the imminent threat of death, but rather from the swirling chakra within Uchiha Sasuke. It was a chilling, dark, terrifying, and corrosive force. In the distant land of Aziria, no one had ever encountered such an extraordinary surge of magical energy. Akin to being ensnared in a mire of despair, rendering one powerless to escape its illusion. Naruto, Sakura, and their companions were utterly shocked by Sasuke's peculiar condition. Sasuke. Naruto exerted all his strength to strike the mysterious barrier that surrounded them, while Sakura appeared exceedingly frail, and Sasuke's demeanor was bewildering. Within the barrier, Sasuke's expression was dark. An unusual power coursing through him. Realizing the perilous situation Sasuke was in, Naruto furiously unleashed punch after punch, exclaiming, "Damn it, Sasuke, hold on." Boom, boom, just wait. Thunderous rumbles echoed. Sasuke, Sakura, you must endure. At that moment, an elderly voice quietly emerged. Oh ho, it seems my power shall be summoned once more. Perhaps this is for the best. The seals of the four guardians are growing ever more fragile. Come forth, humans yearning for greater strength. I implore you to beseech me for power. Naruto, Uzumaki. Standing behind Naruto, Iruka, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro sensed the strange transformation occurring within him. A faint crimson glow replaced the previously blue chakra enveloping him. Naruto. Iruka and Gaara wore expressions of deep concern. Hey, no way. Temari and Kankuro, having witnessed Gaara's uncontrollable state, now feared that Naruto might follow suit. However, the one who understood Naruto's condition best at that moment was undoubtedly Cheyenne, who possessed a unique sensitivity to magical powers. Evil curse marks crawled over Sasuke's body, his aura growing darker and more furious. That power seemed to be a molten mass of boundless hatred, poised to erupt and consume everything it loathed. Why such fury? Cheyenne could sense that Naruto, outside the barrier, was wielding a lethal magic, akin to drinking poison. While drawing power, he was also inflicting harm upon himself. Gazing at the pink-haired girl who had previously tended to his wounds, Cheyenne felt a pang of envy and sorrow. The bond of mutual rescue and concern shared among the three was a testament to their camaraderie. Yet, as an outsider, she felt destined to remain devoid of such connections. She should have long accepted that she and her mother belonged to no village. With no antidote in sight, Sakura's breathing became increasingly labored. While Sasuke struggled against the power within him, Naruto harnessed the strength of the Nine Tails, his eyes transforming into fierce crimson beastly orbs. As Gaara manipulated sand to assist in attacking the barrier, others were unable to offer effective aid, and the situation grew precarious. At that moment, two mysterious figures suddenly appeared on the scene. Unknown being 1, Gaga. Sasuke. Unknown being 2, the power of the Nine Tails. Who is that red-haired woman? Unknown being 3, Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura. Unknown being 4, why is the Nine Tails power being invoked again? Unknown being 5, what has caused this transformation? Kakashi-sensei. Second Hokage. Third Hokage. Indeed, it is true. Upon receiving the news, Iruka promptly commissioned a familiar Chunin to convey this matter to the Hokage. Coincidentally, Kakashi, plagued by uncertainties in his mind, sought counsel from the second Hokage regarding the possibility of acquiring certain privileges and intelligence, just as the message reached him. The last time Naruto unleashed the Nine Tails chakra, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal on both Naruto and Sasuke. Consequently, he led Kakashi and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to instantaneously arrive at the scene using the Flying Thunder God technique. The arrival of these three formidable figures allowed Naruto to regain a significant portion of his composure, as his mind was no longer consumed by anger and anxiety. The crimson beastly gaze gradually faded, reverting to its usual azure hue, and Naruto exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, Grandpa Hokage, second Hokage-sama." However, both Kakashi and Hiruzen remained silent in response. Tobirama Senju sighed with a wry smile. Why have I become the one with the least seniority? Yet, these concerns were trivial. With a furrowed brow, Naruto urgently declared that Sasuke and Sakura were trapped inside. Second Hokage-sama, could you not employ that instantaneous method to enter and swiftly rescue Sasuke and Sakura? Tobirama shook his head, stating that he had already attempted this method when he, Uchiha Shursui, and Hiruzen were ensnared within the domain barrier previously. Naruto was in a state of desperation, exclaiming, "What should we do? This is utterly maddening." Sakura's health could not be postponed any longer, and Sasuke's demeanor was even more perplexing. At that moment, a figure and a crow suddenly emerged from the forest. The black crow swooped down, flapping its wings as it circled above the barrier of the domain. Following closely was a red-haired woman, leaving Senju Tobirama and Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless with astonishment. Chapter 3. The Secret Garb of the Tailed Beasts in the Distant Realm of the Illusory Spirit Land, the Water Element Guardian. The face of Shinji Tobarama was etched with shock and awe. The exalted Flame Lord, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, was equally taken aback by the presence of the Water Element Guardian. As the direct disciples of the first and second Hokage, this woman represented both their mentor and a maternal figure to the students of the village hidden in the leaves. They could hardly fathom that this esteemed individual could be reborn, returning to her youthful visage much like their teacher, Tobarama. Oh, Tobarama. It appears you too have returned to the realm of the living. The Water Element Guardian, Mito, turned her gaze towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, adding, and our little monkey. It seems time has not been kind. Indeed, Water Element Guardian. The third Hokage replied with a reverent bow. Mito gently shook her head, momentarily setting aside these matters. She approached Naruto, who stood amid the crowd, delicately stroking his resplendent golden hair. My child, I am deeply sorry for the pain you have endured. May I lift your shirt for a moment? Naruto tilted his head in confusion, gazing at the sudden gentleness of this unfamiliar stranger. Casting a pleading glance towards the third Hokage. Acknowledging his unspoken request, the third Hokage nodded in assent. Very well. Naruto lifted his vibrant orange warrior cloak, revealing his bare abdomen. Is this acceptable, madam? Mito smiled faintly at Naruto, but her expression quickly darkened as she commanded, seal. With her words, Naruto emitted a muffled groan and collapsed into her embrace. Witnessing this scene, Gaara of the Sand, bewildered, immediately assumed a combat stance. However, Kakashi intervened just in time. Having already deduced the identity of the red-haired woman, she was the legendary Mito Uzumaki, miraculously returned. Rest now, Ninetales. Kakashi heard a voice within him roar, you shall see. One day I will, ZZZ. Mito-sama, my other two students are also in critical condition. Kakashi urgently reminded her. After all, in the eyes of all, sealing techniques and barrier techniques were undoubtedly Mito's areas of expertise. If she intervened, she should be able to find a way to dispel this mysterious barrier. Having entrusted the unconscious Naruto to the approaching Irika Umino, Mito placed her hand against the exterior wall of the peculiar barrier. There was no trace of chakra present, nor did it belong to any known sealing formation. After a moment, Mito regretfully shook her head. Observing this, Kakashi lowered his head in despair. Yet, high above, Uchiha Itachi understood that if a solution could not be found within 24 hours, the impending choices would bring forth great peril. At this moment, the girl with cherry blossom-colored hair within the barrier appeared to be nearing her limit. Moreover, the curse seal on Sasuke's face, this was indeed a curse mark. It must have been that treacherous traitor Orochimaru, who had betrayed Konoha and once served as Kuchinawa in the Akatsuki. Itachi's anger reignited, and he silently vowed to make Orochimaru pay dearly for his transgressions. Mito cast her gaze upon the injured, poisoned girl with cherry blossom-colored hair, naturally not overlooking the girl sharing her same hair color. Despite her tall yet frail frame, evoking a sense of pity, the girl was covered in bite marks. As a princess of the Uzumaki clan, Mito comprehended the implications of this suffering. How much torment had she endured, and how many humiliations had she faced? Noticing the forehead protector of the village hidden in the grass upon the girl's brow, Mito's fury surged as her chakra coalesced around her, manifesting as a tangible force. Her vibrant red hair, akin to a cascading blood-red waterfall, unfurled in furious turbulence, fueled by her formidable energy. Although not as powerful as her elder brother, the sage Hashirama, Mito's chakra was nonetheless formidable and awe-inspiring. The sight before Kakashi, Irika, the Sand Ninja, and those who had previously encountered the second and third Hokage was nothing short of breathtaking. Subsequently, both the second and third Hokage, guided by Mito's gaze, turned their attention to the grass ninja girl ensnared within the sealing barrier, fully aware of the underlying reasons. At that moment, the grass ninja girl named found herself irresistibly drawn to Mito, unable to divert her gaze from the striking red-haired woman. Despite the overwhelming chakra emanating from Mito, tinged with fury, she felt an echo of warmth long forgotten. It was a sensation she hadn't experienced in ages, evoking memories of her mother, who she silently called out for in her heart. The recollection of her mother's passing brought a lump to his throat. Child, could you come over and help us with this matter? Mito inquired gently, her tone reminiscent of how she spoke to Naruto, despite the anger swelling within her. The girl with the cherry blossom-colored hair is in urgent need. We must find the answer swiftly. Nodded in agreement and slowly approached Mito. Lingpa, trembling, managed to rise, her steps faltering as she made her way toward the mysterious rune inscribed by Sakura. Following the recent peculiar events, Sasuke became more vigilant. resisting the encroaching force of the sealing power on his consciousness while drawing a magical dagger, ready to retaliate at the slightest sign of abnormality. Lingpa's gaze sharpened as she focused on the swirling water mirror beyond the barrier, the chakra radiating warmth akin to maternal love, vast and encompassing. Gifted with an innate ability to sense chakra, she could perceive the flow of magical energy around her, understanding the urgency with which the onlookers wished to assist the pink-haired girl. This stirred within her a mix of envy and jealousy. Just as she was about to approach the ruins, Lingpa suddenly turned, heading towards Sakura. Sasuke and the others gasped in surprise. Clang! Sasuke's magical dagger struck the ground just before Lingpa's feet. Startled, she flinched. Still imbued with a hint of naivety and a learned submission from the pressures of the grass ninja, she had not anticipated that Sasuke, who had just rescued her, would suddenly attack. Hastily, she gestured, unable to voice her intentions, relying on her expressive body language to convey her thoughts. Realizing her innocence when she revealed a slender arm marked with bite marks, Sasuke understood his misunderstanding. After a moment of silence, he nodded in acknowledgement, allowing Lingpa to tentatively approach Sakura. At that moment, Sakura appeared rather weak, seated on the grass and gasping for breath, her calf wound bleeding profusely. Lingpa extended her arm, presenting a less marked area to Sakura's lips. Sakura comprehended her intent, yet the teachings of Konoha made it difficult for her to accept such a means. Mistaking Lingpa for someone who despises dirt, she lifted her garments, revealing areas on her skin marked with faint bite marks. This action evoked waves of sorrow in Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and the onlookers, Uzumaki Mizuki, Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hizashi, Hitaki Kakashi, and Irika, as well as the Sand siblings and Uchiha Itachi, who circled above. Particularly affected was Uzumaki Mizuki, the resilient princess of the whirlpool, whose lips quivered slightly. Ultimately, Sakura chose to grasp Lingpa's arm, gently biting down. A surge of chakra flowed through her lips into Lingpa, swiftly replenishing her vitality and strength depleted by toxins, inducing an indescribable sensation, despite Sakura's utmost gentleness. The lingering bite marks caused the red-haired girl considerable pain, and her closed eyes, enduring the agony, filled Sakura with a profound sense of guilt. Once her strength was renewed, it was Sakura who approached to complete the remaining inscription. Riddle. After the fall of the hidden whirlpool village in the land of whirlpools, what is the surname of the orphan girl who wandered to the hidden grass village? Upon Sakura's completion of the question, a subtle silence enveloped the area, as the second Hokage and the third Hokage displayed expressions of contemplation, while the esteemed red-haired woman wore a calm yet melancholic demeanor. Among those present, only Kakashi understood the significance of the land of whirlpools, as his mother was a descendant of that very lineage. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Even within the confines of Konoha, Lingpa felt like an outsider among the grass village ninjas, striving to diminish her presence as she furtively observed the red-haired woman, whose chakra aura and visage bore a striking resemblance to her own mother. However, Mizuki clearly had no intention of letting Lingpa slip away. She beckoned, "Come here, child." Lingpa lifted her gaze, glancing around to confirm that Mizuki was indeed calling her forward. Both Sakura and Sasuke were taken aback, puzzled by the identity of this woman, so revered even by the second and third Hokages, and uncertain why she would summon a ninja from the hidden grass village after reading the question. Sasuke scrutinized the riddle once more, contemplating, could this female ninja be one of the lost descendants of the hidden whirlpool village? Witnessing Lingpa's timid demeanor, Mizuki felt an even deeper pang of compassion and crouched to inquire, "May I know your name?" Lingpa pondered for a moment, picked up a dry twig, and inscribed her name. "Lingpa, what a lovely name. Who bestowed it upon you?" "My mother." "Is your mother still in the hidden grass village?" If the answer was affirmative, Mizuki would immediately arrange for her return to Konoha. "She has passed away." A solemn silence fell over all present, expressing their condolences. Mizuki sighed inwardly before asking her, "Do you know what your surname is?" This question left Lingpu momentarily speechless. Her name was Lingpu, yet it seemed her mother had never mentioned her surname. In the distant, enigmatic continent, within the swirling waters of the misty forest, upon witnessing the perplexity on Xianglin's face, it became evident that she had yet to unravel the mystery of her lineage. "So, you are also unaware of your ancestral origins, am I correct, Xianglin?" Shuehu smiled faintly. And before Xianglin could respond, she continued, "Are you able to sense my spiritual energy, that pulsating force that emanates from our shared bloodline?" Xianglin was rendered speechless. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, standing frozen in place, her gaze fixed intently on the strikingly beautiful woman beyond the transparent barrier, with her flowing crimson hair. "Mother, Xianglin's lips moved silently, her astonishment evident, yet it did not constitute a response. Ah, you are willing to call me mother. I have no objections. Shuehu replied with a hint of embarrassment, though I fear my granddaughter is already old enough to be your grandmother. At that moment, in a peculiar arena far from this place, the formidable progenitor, Tsunade, suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine. Who is speaking of me? Has some faction learned of my presence and come to collect debts? Meanwhile, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, who had just been referred to as little brother by some naive individual, stood in silence. Sakura, Sasuke, Irika, and others were equally astonished. This strikingly beautiful woman appeared so youthful. How could she possibly be older than the third Hokage? However, even more astonishing was the fact that there stood a man, the second Hokage, referred to as little brother by Naruto. Xianglin gazed at the figure of Princess Shu beyond the barrier, convinced she was not being mocked. Yet subsequently, all those unaware of the identity of the red-haired beauty received a shocking revelation. Could you kindly respond to my question? Thus concluding this session of inquiry, Princess Shuehu, with a charming smile, continued amidst the collective astonishment regarding my homeland, the land of the whirlpools. In the hidden village of Uzumaki, our clan's bloodline abilities and unique jutsu hold many secrets yet to be unveiled, all of which I shall impart to you in due time. Oh, speaking of my clan's elite abilities, they can even harness and seal-tailed beasts. With a playful shift in tone, Shuehu added, thus, Xianglin, you need no longer fear being bullied. The crowd refocused on the term you, pondering who else, apart from Xianglin, might be encompassed within that designation. They were equally astounded by the thought of the ninja clan capable of sealing-tailed beasts, wondering just how powerful they must be to provoke such calamity. In truth, it was precisely due to the Uzumaki clan's formidable sealing techniques and other extraordinary abilities that other clans lived in trepidation. Ultimately, a coalition of multiple nations and clans united to wage war against the land of the whirlpools. After the fall of the land of whirlpools, some survivors from the hidden village of Whirlpool adopted new names and dispersed across the world. Among them was Karen's mother. If your mother has not revealed your surname, let me enlighten you, Karen Uzumaki. At this moment, all present, including Sakura and Sasuke, felt an inexplicable tension. Mito spoke slowly. Your name is Karen, full name Uzumaki Karen. Sakura and Sasuke were momentarily taken aback. The only member of the Uzumaki clan they were familiar with was the orphan from Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, their teammate from Team 7. In Chapter 81, Karen first learned of her surname. She widened her eyes, gazing at the beautiful woman before her, who shared the same hair color. My name is Uzumaki Karen? She echoed. Mito nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is the surname of the hidden village of Whirlpool in the land of whirlpools. She gestured towards Kakashi, who wore the red whirlpool emblem on the back of his jonin vest, which represented their clan. Kakashi understood Mito's hint and turned so that Karen and the others could see the red whirlpool symbol. Sakura, Sasuke, and Gaara were all taken aback. The Uzumaki clan. They instinctively glanced at the golden-haired boy who was unconscious and being carried by Irika. Could this woman be? Sasuke speculated. Perhaps she is the Kushina mentioned in his mother's memories? Thus, a beautiful misunderstanding began to unfold. At that moment, a mechanical voice broke the silence. Answer correct. Karen, who had previously harbored some doubts, was now fully convinced. She truly was a member of the Uzumaki clan, named Uzumaki Karen, a descendant of the hidden village of Whirlpool. Congratulations, you have earned the reward. One use of the sealing technique, corpse ghost sealing. To Karen's astonishment, a string of white beads appeared before her eyes, swiftly entering her forehead and vanishing as if they had never existed. Mito, who understood the power of the corpse ghost sealing technique, was equally astonished. Someone had found a way to transform the sealing technique into a consumable, just as everyone believed the first reward had been fully granted. The mechanical voice resonated again. Due to a correct single response, Reward 1 has been upgraded to Reward 1 encrypted version. You have received Reward 1 encrypted version. Chapter 4. Void Spiral Sphere, a forbidden technique for sealing release. Ghost Spirit Departure. Activation available for one-time use only. The white bead that had previously infiltrated the center of Xianglin's brow now reemerges from within her forehead. It transforms into a mysterious ghostly visage, reminiscent of a fierce deity, before once again retreating deep into her brow. Accompanying this occurrence is a series of thunderous booms, echoing like the awakening of an ancient force hidden beneath the earth. Even the Leaf Village ninjas, who had witnessed much, could not conceal their astonishment. Senju Tobarama spoke, though the forms may resemble one another. This is not the forbidden technique I developed, Edo Tensei, rather. It should be compared to the formidable technique Six Paths, Rebirth, wielded by Uchiha Obito during the Fourth Great Ninja War to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Bound by the constraints of the dimensional barrier, 10 wooden coffins sequentially creaked open. Emerging from within were 10 red-haired ninjas, spanning all ages, yet united by their crimson locks. This sight prompted confusion among Naruto's familiar companions. If Naruto truly belonged to the Uzumaki clan, why was his hair distinctly golden? Was it possible that Naruto was merely bestowed with the Uzumaki surname, lacking the clan's true bloodline? Moreover, among these 10 coffins, none bore the countenance familiar to Xianglin. After all, regarding the Uzumaki clan, all she knew was her mother alone. Unfortunately, her mother was not among them. Xianglin turned her gaze toward Uzumaki Mido, inquiring with a hint of regional accent as to which deceased individual should be awakened. Mido relinquished the decision to Xianglin, allowing her to discern for herself. Yet, Xianglin found herself unable to decide, hindered by the lingering toxins within Sakura, preventing her from dedicating more time to the choice. May I select her? Xianglin pointed to a young red-haired woman. Confirming the resurrection of Fusang, emerald green chakra enveloped the decaying wooden coffin, a vibrant force urging the deathly wood to rejuvenate. As branches began to sprout anew, the woman within the coffin slowly opened her eyes, but upon seeing the Leaf Village ninjas, she was struck with terror. Collapsing back within the coffin, ninjas of the Leaf. At that moment, the boundaries of the dimensional barrier had been breached. And Kankuro hurried to assist Haruno Sakura in concocting an antidote, while the others gathered around the Uzumaki woman. Uzumaki Mido reassured her, "You seem frightened of the ninjas of the Leaf. Fear not, for like you, I am also of the Uzumaki clan." Hearing words from her kin, the woman felt a measure of relief. Biting her lip, the woman named Fusang asked, "Will you spare me?" She vividly recalled perishing alongside her husband in their home in the Land of Rain, uncertain if their child had escaped the massacre wrought by the ninjas of the Leaf. "We harbor no intent to harm," Uzumaki Mido explained. "In fact, it is that child who has awakened you from your eternal slumber through a secret technique." She pointed to the side at the crow, taking her hand and drawing her closer. "Am I correct?" The crow nodded, gazing at the red-haired figure before her, which inevitably reminded her of her mother. Fusang looked at the girl, who was slightly older than her son. Her slender and shy demeanor evoked memories of her lost child. She turned to Uzumaki Watergate and inquired, "Where are we?" The absence of the incessant rain indicated that she was no longer in her familiar Land of Rain. "This is the hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire," Uzumaki Watergate replied. "Here lies a training ground, if you don't mind. We could find a place to discuss matters in detail. The sky is about to darken." Irika turned to the second and third Hokage for guidance, saying, "Hokage-sama, Naruto's Chunin exam has yet to conclude. May I escort them back to the central tower first?" The second Hokage nodded, saying, "Let us go together." He pointed at Uchiha Sasuke and addressed Uzumaki Watergate. "That Uchiha lad bears the curse mark left by Orochimaru, which I had temporarily sealed before. But it seems to be loosening again. Now would be the time to reinforce it." As he spoke, a raven silently descended beside Uzumaki Watergate. The second Hokage cast a dubious glance at the raven. Itachi responded in the form of the raven, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. As everyone made their way back to the central tower, Naruto gradually regained consciousness. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, they had not yet dined, and the food available was insufficient for everyone. Kakashi and the others remarked, "We have provisions on hand, so the food shortage does not affect us." However, he casually glanced at the raven beside Watergate, asking, "What does a raven eat? Provisions or insects?" Itachi, just as Naruto, freshly awake, felt his stomach growl, he exclaimed, "Wow, I really want to eat ramen. By the way," he suddenly dashed in front of Senju Tobarama, saying, "Second Hokage-sama, that instant teleportation technique of yours. The Flying Thunder God." Senju Tobarama could no longer restrain himself and completed Naruto's sentence with, "The Flying Thunder God technique. Yes, that is the one. Can you help us get some ramen? You could use that technique to return in an instant, right?" "Naruto, you big fool." Irika pressed down on Naruto's head, vowing an apology to the second Hokage. In a distant and fantastical realm, Naruto defiantly countered, "It was the second Hokage who once told me that I owed him a favor. I have always held that in my heart." A magical seal appeared on Senju Tobarama's forehead, resembling interwoven black threads. "So you are referring to that debt of gratitude. Do you wish for me to repay it with a plate of mysterious illusion ramen?" Naruto pondered for a moment, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. "If it's not just one dish, having a few more wouldn't be a problem." You innocent youth. The second Hokage sighed deeply. I have long since prepared a way to repay your kindness. Naruto's gaze reflected confusion. Senju Tobirama paused, gazing intently at the vortex Naruto before him, and continued. Throughout my lengthy existence, I have forged many forbidden jutsus, including the renowned space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique. The legendary fourth Hokage achieved remarkable feats during the Global War, utilizing an even more refined version of the Flying Thunder God. After this lengthy exposition, Tobirama turned his attention to Naruto, awaiting his reaction. You intend to teach me the Flying Thunder God technique? Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. The shock was palpable. Let us not debate Naruto's ability to master the Flying Thunder God. It is imperative that he learns it, for he is deserving of the finest resources. Really? Naruto leapt up in an instant, brimming with excitement. His joy stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, he had witnessed the speed of the Flying Thunder God firsthand. If he could master this technique, how could he possibly fail to defeat that nefarious Sasuke? Secondly, during his time at the Ninja Academy, nothing made Naruto more envious than his classmates learning advanced techniques and skills from their families before they were taught at school. While he had nothing. How wonderful! I am eager to begin my training. Naruto could hardly contain his enthusiasm for the journey ahead. Observing Naruto's exuberance, Uzumaki Kushina felt a swirl of emotions within her. She admired this child, who was as endearing as herself, radiating a vibrant energy reminiscent of warm sunlight. Suddenly, Kushina was taken aback, as she sensed a chakra fluctuation within this child that bore a resemblance to that of the first Hokage. It was a refreshing aura, akin to sunlight filtering through a forest, with a gentle breeze blowing through. Noticing that the woman with striking red hair had been watching him intently, Naruto squinted and inquired, "Who is that?" "This beautiful red-haired lady." He also took note of the atypical red-haired kunoichi beside her, as well as a little girl from the land of grass, whose hair was equally lovely. The ninjas who were aware of Kushina's true identity sighed inwardly, having long abandoned the hope that Naruto would address her appropriately by rank. Although Sasuke and Sakura did not display overt reactions, both had perked up their ears, having long been curious about the woman who commanded such respect from both the second and third Hokages. Prior to this, they only knew her name, and that she hailed from the land of whirlpools, a ninja. Yet they felt that this alone did not suffice to warrant such deference from the two Hokages. Moreover, it seemed even Kakashi-sensei was aware of her true identity. The third Hokage let out a gentle sigh and began to introduce Naruto, saying, "Naruto, you should hold this remarkable individual in high regard. She is the princess of the land of whirlpools, a member of the Uzumaki clan, and the esteemed companion of the first Hokage, Lady Uzumaki Mido." Sakura, taken aback, exclaimed, "The wife of the first Hokage." Meanwhile, Sasuke widened his eyes in astonishment. So Uzumaki was indeed the surname of the first Hokage's wife. Naruto was taken aback. "Grandfather Hokage, what did you say?" It appeared he had heard that this woman bore the surname Uzumaki. "I am an Uzumaki, your kin, little Naruto," she said, gently ruffling his hair with a hearty smile. "Moreover, the two beside me are also of the Uzumaki clan." Naruto's eyes sparkled with a celestial glow, scarcely able to fathom such a multitude of surprises on this day. Yet, she was undeniably a grass ninja. He pointed towards Karui, bewildered. "And why do you all have red hair? I look nothing like you." Despite his elation, Naruto resolved to clarify this matter to avoid a fleeting joy. Kakashi interjected, "Well, Naruto, there is no doubt you belong to the Uzumaki clan. As for the color of your hair and eyes, it may be that you inherited traits from your father." Kakashi wore a smile, yet within him lay a torment, reluctant to reveal the truth to Naruto and Sasuke. In reality, Naruto was but a step away from resurrecting his father. However, for Sasuke's sake, he had forfeited this opportunity, even with the slightest chance. Kakashi was unwilling to let this matter become a wound that could never heal between the two children. It was reminiscent of his past with Obito, where he had squandered many precious moments. Naruto paused momentarily, deliberately curling his lips in disdain as he recalled Sasuke's earlier remark about his solitary upbringing. I have no idea whom I take after. In any case, I have always been a solitary figure." Noticing that Naruto was still seething from their previous exchange, Sasuke contemplated. Perhaps it would be wise to seek an opportune moment to engage that underachiever in conversation? Naruto's gaze was intently fixed on Kagaya. Kagaya recognized that this boy was named Uzumaki Naruto, but it was only now that she realized he was also a member of her clan. Immersed in the quest for a sense of belonging among her kin, Kagaya hurriedly greeted Naruto. "Hello, I am Kagaya, Uzumaki Kagaya." Naruto's heart swelled with joy, akin to a surging tide. In the verdant village of Konohagakure, he had never encountered anyone with the surname Uzumaki. Suddenly, a detail caught his attention. Grass shinobi. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto exclaimed with exaggerated panic. Could it be that I am actually a ninja from the land of grass? His companions around him fell silent, internally shaking their heads, exasperated by Naruto's lack of intellect. Yet, if there were any rewards for wisdom that could elevate his sagacity, they would certainly bestow them upon him. Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair and replied gravely, Fool, you are undoubtedly a member of Konohagakure. This is beyond question, and I can assure you of that. After all, I was responsible for ensuring the safety of your mother, Kushina, during her pregnancy. Hey, Naruto turned to Kagaya with a playful remark. Your hair color is truly beautiful. If I had red hair too, I would surely be even cooler than I am now. Kagaya gazed at the boy before her, his smile radiant like an innocent fox, and found him somewhat endearing. Though his frame was more slender than hers, he possessed a reservoir of chakra, akin to sunlight filtering through the forest after rain, fresh and invigorating. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a refreshing and revitalizing essence. In truth, Kagaya was unaware that as she received Naruto's compliment about her red hair, she instinctively began to caress the ends of her hair, a gesture that inadvertently drew Naruto's attention to the multitude of bite marks adorning her arm. Hey, he exclaimed, horrified. Seizing her wrist, what happened? Irika quickly intervened, saying, Naruto, let her go. Naruto observed the fear etched upon Xianglin's face. After expressing his apologies, he continued to inquire, what accounts for the multitude of scars? If we share the same surname, Uzumaki, why are you a ninja of the land of grass while I am a ninja of Konohagakure? At that moment, Fusang appeared somewhat at a loss. She yearned to return to the land of rain to search for her son, yet she found herself in the territory of the fire country, Konohagakure, the very stronghold of those who had slain her and her husband. Thus, she hesitated to speak, striving to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Uzumaki Mito, too, was engulfed in curiosity. The girl before her evoked memories of Kushina, yet stirred her compassion even more deeply. Could you share with us what you and your mother experienced in the land of grass? Of course, if you wish to keep it private, we shall respect your choice. Xianglin opened her mouth, poised to respond, when suddenly, a metallic voice reverberated ominously in their ears, a harbinger from the puppeteer behind the scenes. Everyone was taken aback, sensing an absence of human presence and chakra fluctuations from the source of the voice, realizing that this entity had been among them all along. That thing might be omnipresent. Analyzed Senju Tobarama. Its omnipresence is not merely confined to the spatial dimension, but likely encompasses the temporal dimension as well. Otherwise, one cannot explain its ability to grasp images of the past and future. A flicker of fear darted through Xianglin's eyes. She wished to keep her experiences concealed. While she had no objections to sharing details with Mito if she sought to know, she dreaded the thought of her secret becoming known to the entirety of Konoha and the other villages participating in the Shichinin exams, as had occurred previously. Such exposure would subject her to a fate far more harrowing than that endured by her mother. Due to his childhood experiences, Naruto deeply understands the fears harbored within the heart of the crimson-haired girl. He immediately rises and shouts, Hey, what is that thing? We never consented to you revealing all of this to the entire village of Konoha and beyond. You mustn't act recklessly, you impertinent being. Please reconfirm the playback range. Playback what? Naruto is utterly perplexed. Senju Tobarama interjects. Let it be displayed solely to us few. Is that feasible? Understood. Subsequently, within an isolated room of the central tower at Training Ground 44 in Konoha, a projection screen, towering at a height of one person and spanning the width of two, materializes. No. The projection commences from a dilapidated thatched house in the land of grass. A little girl is seen arguing tearfully with her gravely ill mother. It is not that the girl is immature, rather, she is overly mature for her age. Comprehending her mother's ailment and realizing that she should not undertake any more missions. Hurry up, don't waste time. A grass village ninja coldly urges from the doorway. The mother can only gently caress her daughter's cheek, explaining that she must utilize her special abilities to aid the ninjas of the land of grass, thus securing her right to remain in the village, and therefore cannot refuse these missions. She also reassures her daughter that she will return soon. Watching the figure of the woman departing in the projection, Naruto cannot help but feel a pang in his heart, exclaiming, will she truly come back? At least in his memories, his mother never returned to that dark room, and he never had anyone he could call mom step inside. Beside him, Karen silently bows her head. Chapter 5. The Great Jade Spiral Technique. In a distant realm of fantasy, the silver crescent moon hangs high in the sky, and a little girl curls up in her embrace, having waited an entire day for her mother's return. Yet the mother, forcibly taken by a mysterious grass-style sorcerer, has yet to arrive. Similarly, the fate of the little girl undergoes a transformation. The girl trembles as she asks, "Where is this place?" "This is the Spirit Healing Tower," the grass sorcerer replies solemnly. "Due to an onslaught by dark forces, my village now lies in ruins, with wounded scattered everywhere. Your mother alone cannot possibly heal all the afflicted." Soon after, the girl encounters her mother once more in a room known as the Chamber of the Departed. It is then that Karen realizes, hidden beneath her mother's careful concealment, her body is riddled with bizarre bite marks, leaving her in utter despair, retching uncontrollably. What is happening? Witnessing such a horrific scene, Naruto is overcome with rage, his eyes glistening with horror for the suffering endured by the victims. Why are Karen and her mother so battered and bruised? Gaara, much like Naruto, felt an intense fury coursing through him like shifting sands, while the surrounding granules flowed quietly, ever ready to respond to their master's call, and burst through the door, eager to shred the grass mage, currently under the watch of lesser sorcerers, into oblivion. Sasuke and Sakura were well aware of the situation. They had witnessed firsthand the cruel treatment inflicted upon the crimson-haired girl by the two grass mages. In a moment of selflessness, even Hanabi had allowed herself to be wounded in her attempt to save Sakura. Observing Sasuke and Sakura turn away, their faces reflecting an unwillingness to elaborate, Naruto felt increasingly perplexed, letting out a muffled grunt as he sat down, resolutely continuing to watch the remarkable footage that captured every detail. In a secluded corner of the hidden grass village, a severely injured warrior lay in the infirmary, where the medical sorcerers coldly issued life and death commands. "Come here for chakra transfer." "That one is useless. Don't waste time." Quickly next. Such callous disregard for the lives of comrades, weighing existence against value, was suffocating. For the ninjas hailing from the Hidden Leaf Village, their beliefs and training categorically forbade such actions. The imagery continued to unfold, as the injured warriors desperately bit into Hanabi's flesh, drawing upon her unique chakra energy to hasten their healing. At this moment, Naruto witnessed the remarkable abilities possessed by this young girl of his clan. However, it was precisely this power that had brought calamity upon both Kaguya and her mother. A seed of vengeance quietly took root in Naruto's heart. Kaguya's mother had met her demise because of this very force. So, what had caused the death of Uzumaki, Naruto's mother? In that fleeting moment, only three individuals noticed the fading brilliance in Naruto's azure eyes: Iruka, Sasuke, and Gaara. Rarely did Naruto choose to conceal his confusion, momentarily setting aside his usual candor and forthrightness. As the imagery unfolded, Naruto grew increasingly reticent, no longer as boisterous as he had once been. In Sakura Haruno's eyes, the scenes depicting the wartime missions in the Land of Grass were exceedingly brutal. Wounded soldiers writhed in agony, awaiting rescue. Kakashi admonished her, stating that this was the stark reality faced by ninjas of Nin rank and above during times of war. He then reassured Sakura, saying that fortunately, the frequency of wartime missions in the Land of Fire had diminished significantly in recent years, making it quite difficult for them as genin to encounter such circumstances. In the subsequent imagery, Kaguya appeared as a walking wellspring of life, transported by the grass elemental sorcerers to various battlefields. In critical moments, they grasped Kaguya's garments to navigate through perilous crises, delivering her to the heart of the battlefield. There, the elite ninjas of the Land of Grass lay scattered, on the brink of death, their bodies riddled with various hidden weapons. Some had already succumbed, lying motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. "Hurry," urged the grass sorcerers. Countless mouths descended upon Kaguya once more, siphoning her chakra. Upon her return, her body bore the marks of countless bites, indelibly etched as a testament to the suffering she had endured. Gazing at the scars on Kaguya's skin, Sakura realized that her experiences were far more arduous than she had previously imagined. Those seemingly healed bite marks perhaps merely represented the accumulation of anguish over the past year or even months. How could this be? Sakura could not suppress her indignation and shock. How could it be like this? Such is the nature of reality. Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, Iruka, and Kakashi turned in astonishment, unprepared for the words of anger yet calm that emerged from Naruto's lips. Kaguya sensed a transformation within Naruto's chakra, reminiscent of a shadowy forest under the moonlight, emanating an air of unfathomable chill. Naruto was consumed by rage due to the experiences of Ino, his anger reaching a boiling point. In the next Chunin selection exam, I shall arrange for you to participate, declared the indifferent grass mage from the village of Grass. In this enigmatic and fantastical realm, Ino found herself unable to fathom the true intentions of her counterpart. The essence of this trial in a foreign world lay in evaluating the strength of novice warriors from various villages, thereby assessing the overall prowess of the ninja villages. This was one of the core objectives of the intermediate trials. A grass ninja from the fields of grass elucidated. You may regard this as a fierce competition for strength, resources, and village honor. Your mission is to heal the wounds of your two comrades. The projection of the grass ninja cast a scornful glance. Our village has sheltered and nurtured you and your mother, a foreigner, especially after her demise, when the village took on the responsibility of raising you. If you understand gratitude, you ought to demonstrate exceptional performance in this trial, you outsider. At this moment, the projection of Ino appeared even more diminutive and helpless. Simultaneously, Naruto, seated on the floor, suddenly sprang to his feet, kicking over a nearby pot of magical flowers. Where are those grass ninjas? I shall teach them a lesson until they come to their senses. Having collaborated on lower-tier adventure tasks for over half a year, the other two members of Team 7 and their superior Kakashi had never witnessed Naruto in such a furious state. His voice dropped significantly, tinged with a hoarseness that evoked a strange familiarity. Sasuke felt as if he had heard it somewhere before. If he could recall, Sasuke would discover that Naruto's voice bore a striking resemblance to that of a mysterious figure he had encountered previously, whose image had remained unseen. You, who have not become the great sage of flames, have no right to belittle the great sage of flames, let alone disparage my father, who has achieved that status. You scoundrel. The similarity in voices was uncanny. Ino, who had been silent with her head bowed, was startled by this sudden outburst of anger, as it seemed to be the first time someone had exhibited such intense emotion on her behalf. This feeling brought her immense joy, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Perhaps this was the essence of camaraderie and familial bonds? Earlier, when the pink-haired girl had been injured, Sasuke had also displayed similar rage. Ino pondered if she had been accepted by Naruto as a companion. Surely, that must be the case. It was only when Naruto gazed directly at her, affirming her unspoken thoughts, that Ino realized she had inadvertently voiced her innermost feelings. Ino, tightly grasped the protective headscarf in my hands, but I am a grass ninja from the fields of grass. What does that have to do with whether you are a grass ninja? Naruto retorted. Ino, somewhat perplexed, mused to herself, for surely there were differences among the villages. Naruto once again roared. I mean, what does it matter whether you are a grass ninja or not? They do not regard you as a comrade at all. His fury intensified with each word. People like them are not true companions. If they are only after your unique abilities, I will drive them all away. That's settled. After his outburst, Naruto crossed his arms defiantly over his chest and knelt on one knee in a show of determination. Kushina secretly admired him, thinking, what an outstanding son. Sasuke and Gaara concurred. Indeed, it is you, Naruto. Sakura and Iruka praised. Well said, Naruto. The first and second Hokage nodded slightly in agreement. Since the Warring States period, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan had maintained a distant familial bond. However, the Uzumaki clan, residing in the land of whirlpools and enjoying a noble status, did not join Konoha but instead established the hidden village of Whirlpool within their homeland. Tobirama Senju explained, nevertheless, Konoha has always kept its doors open to every Uzumaki ninja. Young lady, do you understand my meaning? Camp was somewhat perplexed, her large red eyes fixated on the silver-haired elder, wanting to shake her head but hesitating. The third Hokage lit his pipe with a smile, saying, what the second Hokage means is that your journey with your mother to the grasslands was undoubtedly out of necessity. Now that you are aware of your heritage as a member of the Uzumaki clan, you may return to Konoha at any time. As their conversation progressed, an image played showing Camp participating in the trials, specifically the moment during the second trial when Sasuke rescued her. However, the image did not display the segment with the choices, and Sakura was not by Sasuke's side during the rescue, nor were the two grass ninjas present. Tobirama interpreted. This appears to be a vision that has not manifested in our world. In other words, it is an event from a parallel universe. In the image from the parallel world, Sasuke executed the lion's barrage, but this time he was not fending off a grass ninja, but rather a ferocious brown bear. Fuming, Naruto complained, ugh, why are you blushing at that jerk, Sasuke? Camp? They all do this. Humph. Are you jealous? Pathetic. What are you saying? Remembering their earlier argument, Naruto turned away, deciding to ignore Sasuke. Sasuke felt dissatisfied but did not know how to respond, remaining silent. In the imagery from the parallel world, Camp, having been rescued by Sasuke, returned alone to the hidden village of Grass. Due to her failure to complete the task successfully, she was sent to the northern fortress on the front lines. Recently, the Kagaya clan had invaded that area, and these bloodthirsty marauders were no easy opponents. Upon arriving at the northern fortress and facing a room full of wounded soldiers awaiting treatment, panic surged within Camp. A medical ninja asked, "With you here? They will recover quickly, right?" Camp replied, Naruto, is this truly a push towards the abyss of death for her? These wretched beasts. In the image, Xianglin appears somewhat hesitant, while the medical sorcerer sighs, reproaching this outsider for her lack of trustworthiness. In that peculiar world captured in the vision, despite the Grass Spirit clan's relentless cruelty and extreme exploitation, it remains Xianglin's sole sanctuary. Her vulnerability is tightly grasped by the Grass Spirit clan, for she has been deemed worthless. When someone regarded as valuable loses that worth, the village no longer embraces her. Thus, who in this world could possibly accept her? To protect this last remaining refuge, Xianglin strides into the room filled with the injured and the ill, her gaze hollow as she endures the relentless bites siphoning her magic. The medical sorcerer behind her promptly alters his tune, extolling, "What a remarkable spirit of sacrifice. You all, go fetch more wounded." The image gradually fades into darkness, and the silently departing figure of the girl seems to foreshadow the fate she is destined to bear for a long time. A somber atmosphere envelopes the scene. After witnessing this vision, no one is untouched by the heavy oppression hanging in the air. Is this the fate of the Vortex clan? I need to breathe in the fresh air. Naruto rose quietly, without engaging in conversation with anyone, and departed from the room, making his way outside the central tower. At that moment, the silvery moonlight illuminated the forest of this training ground. In truth, Naruto had always been acutely sensitive regarding his parents. Prior to watching the footage, he had inquired why he did not possess beautiful red hair like Sakura. Kakashi-sensei had replied that perhaps he inherited traits from his father. Why not from his mother? Both Kakashi-sensei and the third Hokage were well aware of his parentage. Why were they unwilling to divulge this information? Was it possible that his mother met a similarly tragic fate as Sakura's? Inside the room, Sasuke, Sakura, and Irika could not help but worry for Naruto's well-being. Sasuke contemplated searching for him, yet Irika suggested it might be best to allow Naruto some time alone to regain his composure. Uzumaki Mido also expressed her agreement. Understanding Sakura's experiences while feeling perplexed by Fuss's attitude towards the Leaf Village ninjas, she inquired, "Might you share your story with me?" Faced with the circle of Leaf ninjas surrounding her, Fuss cautiously retorted, "Will you truly not harm me or my child?" Child. A flicker of sorrow crossed Fuss's eyes as she lamented, "I do not know if he is still alive." Why would she harbor such fear of the Leaf ninjas? After a moment of silence, Fuss sensed the nearby ninja's chakra was calm and harmless, devoid of malice. And so she began to recount, "My husband and I both perished at the hands of Leaf ninjas." Although the revelation stunned everyone momentarily, the gathering consisted of seasoned ninjas, accustomed to the harsh realities of the world, and were uncertain if Fuss held any other special identity, hence they refrained from making hasty judgments. Fuss revealed, "Our family was once comprised of ordinary citizens living in the Land of Rain." Chapter 6, Wind Demon Shuriken in the Enigmatic World of Ninjas, Naruto. The guardian beast of Konoha was stirred by a single phrase that evoked an indescribable pain within him. As ninjas of the Leaf Village, Sakura and Sasuke had not endured the ravages of war and continued to hold deep trust in their homeland. They found it hard to believe that the ninjas of Konoha would attack the non-enemy Morikawa clan. Sakura exclaimed in disbelief, "How could this be?" The ninja oath explicitly states that ninjas must not harm innocent civilians. Morikawa replied with a tone of deep resentment, "Perhaps it refers to the civilians of Konoha?" Sakura was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly turning her head away alongside Sasuke. Kakashi looked upon his students and gravely recounted the harrowing days of war. During those tumultuous times, each day we faced the loss of comrades and the ever-looming specter of our own sacrifices. A fleeting hesitation could lead to the death of a crucial ally. Yet it could also result in the inadvertent slaying of innocent lives, such as the brutal nature of war. Sakura and Sasuke fell into a profound silence after their conversation. At that moment, a black-feathered crow perched in the shadows of the room gazed at its long-lost brother, feeling a sense of pride as it observed his gradual growth. Kakashi turned to Morikawa and remarked, "If we were to encounter children, I believe the ninjas of Konoha would recognize their mistakes." Yet, before Kakashi could finish his sentence, An extraordinary scene unfolded unexpectedly before everyone's eyes. What was happening? Why had the forbidden inquiry not been triggered, leading to the emergence of such imagery? Had we inadvertently transgressed certain laws? Perhaps it was merely intended for our viewing pleasure? The revelations depicted in the imagery corroborated Morikawa's claims. Her husband and she had indeed initially fallen victim to the hands of Konoha ninjas. Various ninja villages began to murmur, once again. It is the doing of the Hidden Leaf Village. It appeared that the deceased were clad in the attire of the citizens of the Land of Rain. Could the killing of civilians by ninjas be considered a case of mistaken identity? Within the headquarters of the Konoha ninjas, the third Hokage stared intently at the scene displayed on the screen, while Irika beside him sensed his unease. Lord Third, what troubles you? The Hokage replied. If memory serves me right, the report mentioned that they died within a civilian dwelling in the Land of Rain. They are no longer among the living. But what of Morikawa's son? Is he still alive? In the projection, two Konoha ninjas discovered a red-haired boy hiding nearby, the child rendered speechless with fear. Curled up and trembling, one of the Konoha ninjas knelt before the corpse of Fusang, overwhelmed with regret. How could this happen? They were not ninjas at all. Another participating ninja, equally filled with terror, inquired, what should we do now? Why has this transpired? His voice was laden with remorse and guilt. We confused them with the enemy. How despicable. The curled-up red-haired boy witnessed the horrific scene unfold before his eyes, his entire body shaking violently. When he caught sight of the Konoha ninjas turning towards him, the emblematic leaf pattern was indelibly etched into his heart. It was the same leaf design displayed on the Konoha forehead protector. Outside, torrential rain poured down near the Hidden Rain Village, and a flash of lightning rent the night sky, rendering the evening even more eerie and terrifying. One Konoha ninja turned to Morikawa's son and bowed deeply in apology. I am truly sorry, child. Nevertheless, he understood that no amount of apology could rectify this harsh reality. In that moment, a sense of helplessness engulfed him. The joy of having gone days without food vanished instantly, as if the rain of the Land of Rain had seeped into his veins, chilling him to the core. Within the Konoha ninja headquarters, outrage erupted. How could such a thing occur? This is outrageous. If it were not for the war, do not make excuses. A mistake is a mistake. In other ninja villages, people engaged in fervent discussions. During the tumultuous era of the Five Great Nations conflict, the Land of Rain became a battlefield, and it is no wonder that the common folk harbor a deep-seated resentment towards ninjas. Yet, how innocent those civilians are. Are the deaths of ninjas to be taken for granted simply because the commoners are blameless? This statement pierced the hearts of many like a sharp arrow. Who wishes to perish? Who does not have family, friends, or loved ones? Cursed be this war. But who ignited the fuse of this conflict? Within the secret base of Akatsuki, Conan gazed anxiously at the young man, Nagato, whose gaunt figure belied his youth. Nagato remained silent, fixated on the screen displaying his parents lying in a pool of blood. They were his dearest kin. In that enigmatic realm, how could a child possibly find solace in the hollow apology devoid of any magical power? Can an apology resurrect his parents? Can it mend the deep scars of the Land of Rain? He gasped for breath, the profound anguish within him erupting like a demon unleashed. His tender chest could no longer bear such fury. After several violent heartbeats, this unending wrath finally surged forth like a raging inferno. The boy concealed himself behind his thick, magical bangs, and at that moment, his extraordinary eyes and the formidable power they contained were liberated. The conclusion of the imagery echoed its beginning, still filled with the ceaseless sorrow of the Land of Rain. In various magical villages, those eyes, were they not the same as those of the orange-haired man who appeared during the assault on Konohagakure? So he had come to exact revenge on the Leaf Village? Was it the power of those eyes that annihilated the entire hidden village of Konohagakure in an instant? Truly shocking. The Rinnegan. Ancient texts have chronicled it as the eye of the legendary sage of six paths. Such a powerful ocular technique emerging in the eyes of a red-haired child is astonishing. The Intelligence Department must investigate this matter. At this moment, the wizards of the Intelligence Department, after working tirelessly, reported to the leaders of their respective villages. The Intelligence Department has confirmed that the orange-haired man who attacked Konohagakure in the previous imagery is the leader of a secret organization known as the Knight's Messenger from the Land of Rain. They openly recruit S-rank rogue wizards from various villages and undertake missions in the dark market, traversing multiple nations. The village leaders scoffed. Konohagakure has indeed encountered a formidable foe, yet, regardless, a war that turns the world into a battlefield is ultimately undesirable. We have already arranged matters within our village. We shall depart immediately for the council of the 5 great magic lords. Yes, in the concealed village of Green Leaf, within training ground number 44 at the central tower. There lay the very eyes that wrought destruction upon the Leaf Village. Uchiha Sasuke, a member of the Eye Technique clan, exclaimed in astonishment. Itachi, the crow, to be frank. He too was taken aback. Could it be that Pain's eyes do not belong to him? The forehead protectors worn by Pain and Konan reveal their origins as rogue ninjas from the Land of Rain. This boy of the Uzumaki lineage was also born in the Land of Rain. What secrets does Pain harbor? Senju Tobarama, it has never been heard that anyone from the Uzumaki clan could awaken the Rinnegan. What exactly did that Madara do? Furthermore, the voice of the man in the previous footage, who bore a resemblance to me, is not of the Uzumaki clan. And the Rinnegan is not a power that ordinary individuals can possess. So, what truly transpired? How did this boy of the Uzumaki clan come to be the leader of the Knights Envoy, the Land of Rain? It seems a visit there is indeed necessary. However, the first task at hand is to turn to Fusang and inquire, are you aware that your son possesses such eyes? Fusang, I am aware, which is why I have always allowed him to grow his bangs. But do you know when he was implanted with the Rinnegan? Fusang implanted. The others present were equally stunned by Senju Tobarama's inquiry. Lord Second Hokage, do you mean? Uzumaki Mido scoffed. Our Uzumaki clan has never had any tales of awakening the Rinnegan, have we, Tobarama? Senju Tobarama nodded. The Rinnegan is a form of ocular technique of the Sage of Six Paths. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Uchiha Sasuke, and inadvertently glancing at the crow beside him. The Rinnegan is, in fact, an evolution of the Sharingan that occurs under specific conditions, surpassing both the Meijiki Sharingan and the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Sasuke, Itachi, the others present, recalling the previous footage, the masked man possessed the Sharingan. And Danzo also wielded the Sharingan. Now, it appears that the ostensible leader of the Knights Envoy also evolved through the Sharingan. Second Hokage. Sasuke fervently questioned, what do you truly know about the conditions for awakening the Rinnegan? Kakashi, he too sensed that the second Hokage seemed to conceal many unresolved mysteries. When selecting the resurrected, the photographs of the first and second Hokage bore golden edges. Why then does this one possess a far rarer red hue? More importantly, behind Rin's photograph, who is that silver-haired, pale-skinned man with a scar upon his face? With his arms crossed, Senju Tobarama silently sighed within his heart. He found himself at a loss as to how to broach the subject before Mito, Madara had bitten off a piece of his elder brother's flesh, subsequently manifesting a face identical to that of his brother upon his chest. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Setting aside this matter for the moment, the second Hokage forcibly shifted the topic. Prior to awakening the Rinnegan, the Sharingan undergoes a phase known as the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. The revelation of the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan left Sasuke utterly astonished. The shocks he had endured in recent days far exceeded any he had previously encountered. Itachi felt once more that ominous premonition. In a distant fantastical realm, Senju Tobarama, the second Flame Sage, began to speak slowly. In essence, as one of the heirs to the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths, the Uchiha clan has inherited the Rinnegan, often referred to as the Sage's Eye. The notion of being a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths was indeed a staggering revelation. Uchiha Obito waited quietly in the void, anticipating the unveiling of more secrets. It was widely believed that the Senju clan represented the power of love, yet in truth, the love of the Uchiha clan ran deeper and more fervent. Tobarama continued, the greater the love, the more intense the hatred becomes after loss. It is this intertwining force of love and hatred that births and propels the awakening and evolution of the Rinnegan. When a member of the Uchiha clan experiences the loss of a cherished love or descends into profound despair and suffering, a rare form of soul chakra is generated deep within their brain. This soul chakra connects the neural pathways of the brain to those of the eyes, thereby triggering the evolution of the Rinnegan. However, Sasuke could not restrain his curiosity. However, Tobarama paused briefly before revealing the findings of his research. As previously stated, this soul chakra exerts a powerful stimulus on the brain and visual nerves of the Uchiha clan. The impact on vision is particularly significant, especially after awakening the Rinnegan at the Meijiki level or higher, which imposes a tremendous burden on both the user's body and eyes. Tobarama cast a glance at the crow-shaped Itachi beside him, disclosing the truth to Sasuke. Your brother, Uchiha Itachi, if he were to continually utilize the Meijiki Sharingan, it is needless to say that his vision has likely deteriorated to a state akin to that of an unawakened eye, and his physical health is probably declining as well. A profound pain surged within Sasuke, nearly compelling him to force his eyes open to the Rinnegan. Then why did my brother want me to hate him? What is his true intention? All of this is to protect the heart of our homeland, the forest of hearts. Even at the cost of employing such measures against me, his own younger brother. Itachi fell silent for a moment, silently apologizing. Sasuke, I am sorry, please forgive me. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. Tobirama interjected. I believe his aim was to enable you to attain the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Sasuke was left speechless. What? In a fit of anger, Sasuke demanded an explanation. Clarify this. Itachi. What does it mean for me to obtain the eternal Meijiki Sharingan? In the context of the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, Senju Tobirama could not help but recall his arch-nemesis. The second leader of the Uchiha clan, Izuna Uchiha. It was previously mentioned that the prolonged use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan inflicts tremendous damage upon the optic nerves. Even someone as formidable as Madara Uchiha experienced a gradual decline in vision during his protracted battles with his brother. Sasuke, in a state of anxious urgency, pressed for further information. What happened next? His younger brother, Izuna Uchiha, had bestowed his ocular powers upon Madara. Sasuke refrained from inquiring about the changes that would befall Madara upon receiving another's ocular abilities. Rather, his concern lay with the repercussions facing the one who sacrificed their powers. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, gravely remarked, he has already perished. In the ancient era of warfare, the Senju and Uchiha were bitter foes. Both Madara's brother and my own sibling fell victim to one another's hands. He continued, at that time, I severely injured Izuna Uchiha in battle. Yet he seized the opportunity to request that his ocular powers be granted to Madara. Following Izuna's demise, Madara was engulfed in profound sorrow over the loss of his last remaining kin. Coupled with the long-term use of the kaleidoscope Sharingan and other factors, his disposition became increasingly paranoid and foolish, rendering him easily deceived by others, despite having been misled by Madara during their youth. The second Hokage believed that had Madara restrained his extreme desires and ceased his relentless pursuit of surpassing his brother and gaining the approval of both his sibling and the masses, he might have evaded the trap set by Kagaya's Black Zetsu, which sought to manipulate humanity through grand illusions in the name of achieving so-called true peace. Upon hearing of Izuna's passing, Sasuke was struck with profound shock. Dead? Since uncovering the truth through ancient imagery and realizing he had been deceived under the guise of protection while learning of Itachi's plight, Sasuke found it impossible to forgive Itachi or the Uchiha clan, nor the village of Konohagakure. However, he had never anticipated Itachi's death. With clenched fists, Sasuke felt a fury more intense than any he had ever encountered. His anger was not directed at others, but rather at Itachi Uchiha. Why, he wondered. Did Itachi always attempt to orchestrate everything so meticulously? With a resounding thud, Sasuke slammed his fist against the stone wall beside him, his body trembling. Yet he was at a loss for how to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. In that moment, concealed in the form of a crow, Itachi reflected, I do not believe that Izuna Uchiha's choice was the correct one. Tobirama lamented, in truth, he was merely deceived. Sasuke gazed at him in confusion. What? Itachi responded, in the Kamui dimension, Obito? He continued, regarding your Uchiha clan's blind faith in that ancestral tablet, from whence did it originate? The second Hokage sighed, pondering, Izuna, Madara. Your brother, and that foolish boy used by Madara in the Eye of the Moon plan, did none of them ever contemplate this? The ancient Uchiha tablet, having endured the ravages of a millennium, may well have been altered long ago. Chapter 7. Petals of Stars in a Distant, Fantastical Realm. Sasuke, oblivious to the ancient Uchiha legends, found himself perplexed by the scornful gaze of the second Hokage, the Flame King. Among those who had once glimpsed the secrets of the Uchiha's enigmatic stone tablet, Itachi and Obito, who had delved into the abyss of Madara's memories, were profoundly shaken by the implications of this revelation. As Itachi hesitated to use his dreaming eye to delve deeper into this matter, the water element princess, Mito, who was aware of his true identity, interjected, The night is deep. Let me first assist you in sealing this cursed mark. Oh, Tobirama. Have any other departed souls been summoned back besides us? Tobirama replied, Yes, there is Itachi's mother, Mikoto Uchiha, as well as my twin brother, Izuna, and Senju Izuna. As for Shursui, I shall keep his fate confidential for now, to disclose to the water element princess at an appropriate time. Izuna. The name astonished everyone present. He was a valiant Senju warrior who perished on the battlefield during the Warring States period. I have heard Nin mention him. He is an everlasting sorrow in the hearts of you brothers. A trace of melancholy crossed Mito's face. Had Hashirama still been alive, he would undoubtedly have wept tears of joy. To his brother, Tobirama responded with a smile. Indeed, he would embrace Izuna tightly and weep. Upon learning of Makoto's resurrection, Itachi's form stiffened, his thoughts momentarily halted. He gazed at the unresponsive Sasuke, who was evidently already aware of this development. At that moment, Itachi was eager to depart, yearning to reunite with his mother, whom he had not seen since the destruction of their clan. However, before he could take flight, a terrifying trial from his past was activated at this critical juncture. It was a precious record of Itachi's childhood. In the footage, a child of 4 or 5 bore a gaze filled with sorrow beyond his years and a profound understanding of the indifference of the world, as he questioned the meaning of life. Subsequently, he received an answer from the serpent sorcerer. Life, by its nature, possesses no inherent meaning. During the Third Great Ninja War, Uchiha Fugaku had taken his 4-year-old son, Itachi, to the battlefield. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, and the earth bore deep scars. In the midst of blood and fire, that tender child grasped a deeper significance of existence. All life must come to an end. There exists a struggle between lives. The atmosphere grew tense, as ninjas engaged in life and death battles amidst the chaos, while the pre-ninja students in the academy exerted every effort in their studies. Was their endeavor merely aimed at surviving the battles of the future? Was this the fate of life itself, or merely the destiny of ninjas? The arrival of his younger brother stirred a blend of excitement and joy within Itachi, who cautiously cradled the newly born Sasuke as if the infant in his arms were his salvation. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke felt a tumult of emotions, turning his head away to evade the poignant imagery before him. Life emerges anew. As the boy matured, he discovered bonds of camaraderie during team missions. Yet this connection mysteriously dissipated one fateful day. In a vivid recollection, Itachi's memory surged forth, revealing a masked figure, slightly taller than the youth, who ruthlessly extinguished the lives of all Itachi's companions. In the midst of this heart-wrenching agony, Itachi awakened his Sharingan, silently weeping in his garden, finding solace in the warm embrace of his brother. In that moment, he grasped once more the profound essence of existence. The loss of life indeed inflicts unbearable pain. Yet this anguish is not borne by oneself, but rather, it is left to the loved ones who remain behind. As he caressed his brother's cheek, bitter tears streamed from Itachi's eyes. Sasuke, will you someday possess eyes like these? After enduring such torment, the oppressive ambience of the imagery weighed heavily upon even Tobirama Senju, who had traversed battlefields since childhood. The power of the Sharingan, steeped in the heartfelt lineage of the Uchiha clan, embodies their yearning for strength to protect all they hold dear. However, it is only through loss that a greater power can be ignited. This paradox ultimately ensnared the Uchiha clan in a tumultuous spiral of strength and madness. During their youth, Shisui and Itachi, while training in the wilderness, rescued a member of the Umbu from the dark organization known as the Akatsuki. At that moment, they vowed, I, Uchiha Itachi, shall never betray Uchiha Shisui, and will fight alongside you until the ends of the earth. To which Shisui responded, I, Uchiha Shisui, shall never betray Uchiha Itachi, and will stand by your side until the end of time. Itachi, blushing with a cherubic face, was carried on Shisui's back. During their youth, Shisui reassured Itachi, regardless of how others perceive you, I shall always regard you as my younger brother. However, under the machinations of fate and Danzo's schemes, Uchiha Shisui was compelled to extract his own eyes, entrusting them to Itachi. In his final moments, he bequeathed his mission and the power of the Sharingan to him. Now, the only one I can trust with this task is you, my dear friend. Itachi, please protect this village and the honor of the Uchiha clan at all costs. Do not stop me, Itachi. If we are true friends, you must understand my choice. Shisui. In his anguish, Itachi fully awakened to the powers of the Manjiki Sharingan. Yet everything he once sought to safeguard seemed to drift further from his grasp. As Sasuke revisits the memories of the past, he remains unable to suppress the anguish within his heart. In a distant, fantastical realm, a brave warrior named Naruto quietly pushes open a mysterious door under the watchful gaze of the gods, stepping into a conference room aglow with magical brilliance. Starry petals, lunar emblems, and hearts of transmission are all prepared, awaiting your esteemed attention. Kronos inquires, what say you? Will you accept this task? If you personally eliminate the Dark Knight clan of the Uchiha, I shall at least permit your brother to survive. A wave of astonishment and confusion washes over Itachi. Dare you threaten my brother's life? In that interplay of light and shadow, Itachi Uchiha, clad in the garb of the Night Guardians, emanates an aura of profound, night-like magical energy, fueled by the peril facing his younger sibling. In this world woven from magic and ninjutsu, Konoha symbolizes his unwavering loyalty, while Sasuke embodies the very essence of his humanity. Yet, in such a realm. Loyalty and humanity often stand at odds. Then tell me, what choice will you make? Kronos presses. Itachi, captured in the image, remains silent. The scene shifts, revealing him seeking aid from a mysterious figure. Is this not the very one who had slain Itachi's comrades, forcing him to awaken the Rinnegan, the man with the orange tiger-striped mask? His tall figure seems to belong to one who has just entered adulthood, his age comparable to that of Kakashi back then. Kakashi stands in silence, his heart racing. What thoughts occupy his mind? Visions of a Uchiha who bears a striking resemblance to his dear friend Obito flash before him. Then, utilizing the mysterious power of his right eye, the masked man instantaneously traverses space, appearing before the Uchiha Guard headquarters in Konoha, shrouded beneath a crimson moon. His gait appears ordinary, yet it possesses an ethereal quality, akin to a specter descended from another realm, and in the blink of an eye, he has gently pushed open the doors of the Guard headquarters. On this night of the full moon, the sky bleeds a hue reminiscent of spilled blood, and an eerie atmosphere pervades the air. Who are you? A cacophony of gasps and cries erupts as a gruesome massacre unfolds before the eyes of the new generation of ninjas, leaving them speechless. Hashirama Senju is incensed, that scoundrel Kronos, to use Sasuke as leverage against Itachi Uchiha. This is akin to threatening Uchiha Madara to coerce Uchiha Azuna. Meanwhile, Sasuke clutches his mouth, gasping for breath. Naruto Uzumaki swiftly approaches, employing healing magic to restore balance to the tumultuous flow of energy within him. Itachi entrusts the masked man with the task of annihilating the Uchiha clan within the Konoha Guard, while he himself accepts the mission bestowed by Kronos, embarking on a rampage against his own kin. As he gazed at the unfolding imagery, Sasuke found himself utterly helpless. Despite the efforts of the swirling waters to soothe his tumultuous chakra with palm techniques, the cold sweat continued to trickle down his brow, leaving him unable to calm his troubled mind. At that moment, Naruto extended his robust hand, blocking Sasuke's line of sight, suggesting, if you do not wish to see, then do not. Sasuke, never one to yield, particularly not in front of Naruto, felt his anger ignite further by this act of consolation. He forcefully broke free from Naruto's grasp, shouting, "Get out of my way, you failure." Naruto, perturbed by Sasuke's words, had no desire to engage in a verbal sparring match and instead focused intently on the imagery before them. In the scene depicting the Uchiha clan's living quarters, Uchiha Fugaku stood there, evidently having awaited Itachi for some time. Sasuke gasped, "Father, that pair of eyes." It was no wonder that Sasuke was so taken aback. Until this moment, no one had known that Uchiha Fugaku possessed the dazzling Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku confronted Itachi, questioning, "Itachi, what lies behind this massacre? You have shown me the future of our clan, yet you present a starkly different conclusion for yourself." His voice, laden with reproach and suspicion, could not conceal the sorrow and disappointment of a father. Witnessing the scenes of the past, Itachi was engulfed in torment. "Father." The Uchiha Itachi in the imagery replied, "Indeed, that is the future I foresaw for the village and our clan." "Is that so?" Uchiha Fugaku said little more, simply closing his Sharingan, his face etched with expressions of despair and resignation. "Is it for Sasuke?" echoed Fugaku's inner monologue amidst the imagery. With a soft thud, the figure that appeared was but a shadow clone created by Uchiha Fugaku. "Me," exclaimed Sasuke. "Does he know everything?" Itachi reflected on those past events 7 years later, a deep sense of regret swelling within him. He had attempted to communicate with many, yet he had never truly trusted his own father. In order to ease his parents' concerns, he always presented a clever, obedient, and non-troublesome Fade before Uchiha Fugaku, wishing to cause them no distress. However, believing that his father only perceived his superficial guise, Itachi, upon re-examining this imagery, came to realize that his father, the leader of the Uchiha clan, understood him far more deeply than he had ever imagined. At this moment, the crow remained oblivious to the shift, but in the distance, the true Uchiha Itachi felt a crimson tear escape the corner of his eye. Yet, in that era, Uchiha Itachi thought, "My father, without a doubt, stands before me as the most formidable obstacle." On that fateful night, shrouded in the dim moonlight of the massacre, Itachi pondered, "This is a duel between two sorcerers possessing the power of the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. I must tread with utmost caution." Yet, everything did not unfold as he had anticipated. At the edge of the enchanted forest, the Uchiha estate is illuminated by the faint glow of an amber-hued magical lamp, symbolizing the readiness of his parents to confront their fate as they await the return of their son. "There are no ambushes here. You may approach directly." The voice of his father emanates a rare softness amidst its calmness, a tone that feels remarkably alien to Itachi. Perhaps it is only at this moment that Uchiha Itachi comprehends that his father relinquished not only the oppressive weight of his parental authority but also the profound sense of responsibility and pressure that accompanies the role of the Uchiha clan leader. The melancholic melody begins to play, stirring an uncontrollable wave of emotion within. Father, mother. The image of Itachi, suffused with sorrow and disbelief, comes into view. His parents, seated in the emptiness of a traditional Japanese magical abode, kneel with their backs turned to him, quietly prepared to embrace eternal rest. I do not wish to confront my own flesh and blood in battle, Uchiha Fugaka states in a steady voice. It appears you have chosen their side. Faced with the already manifest harsh reality, Sasuke, who watches this footage, remains unaware of what sorrow truly means. His eyes, as dark as the abyss, betray no emotional turbulence. The tears have long since dried, leaving him in a state of blank contemplation as he gazes at the screen. The villagers of Konoha, alongside ninjas and civilians from other villages, witness this scene unfold. The sensitive young women are rendered speechless, their sobs cascading like waves. The ninjas, in turn, murmur soft sighs, striving to suppress the deep-seated grief within. There is no greater pain in the world than this. Yet, what can they say now? It turns out that the once notorious S-rank renegade ninja slaughtered his own clan, and even ended the lives of his parents, solely to save them. In matters of right and wrong, who can delineate the truth now? In the past, they condemned Uchiha Itachi for the massacre of his clan, claiming he weakened Konoha's strength. Now, who shall they blame? Is it their own exclusion of the Uchiha clan, or the chaos wrought by the Nine Tails? Or perhaps, if Uchiha Madara had not unleashed the Nine Tails upon Konoha, would this tragedy have been averted? Just as the incessant feuds among ninja villages are intertwined with fate and consequence, generations collide in a perpetual cycle. At that moment, someone recalls a profound question posed by Itachi during their childhood. What is the essence of life? Life is about nurturing. Life ultimately fades. Life is filled with struggle. In the footage, a hand clutching an ancient magical blade trembles uncontrollably. Father, mother, we understand. Itachi, his mother, Uchiha Makoto, replies, her words imbued with understanding and compassion. You have always been such a kind child. This must be deeply painful for you as well. Mother. Itachi's voice is choked with an endless sorrow. Uchiha Fugaka suddenly spoke with a grave demeanor. Itachi, I implore you to grant me one request. He concealed the sorrow within his heart behind a mask of indifference. In that moment, he was finally able to set aside the burdens of clan leadership and, as mere father, beseeched, I entrust you with the matter of Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened abruptly, yet the depths of his inky pupils remained unfocused. Chapter 8. 10 Fists soared in a distant realm of magic. A boy named Sasuke roared in fury, his voice reverberating across the enigmatic continent of Teleria. Can mere words of apology suffice? Why must even the innocent Uchiha clansmen, those defenseless civilians, suffer the fate of slaughter? How can a simple I am sorry erase the anguish buried deep within my brother's soul? To protect this village, can a mere apology so easily strip away hundreds of vibrant lives from our clan? Itachi, the silent dark elf, responded only with his profound gaze. Kakashi, the mentor of Team 7, attempted to halt Sasuke's outpouring, yet he understood that such an effort would be futile. In this world brimming with magic and wonder, they were shadows, guardians, yet they could not bear the weight of a child's fierce inquiries. In contrast to the time during the Fourth Magic War when Sasuke lost his brother and resorted to the forbidden technique of necromancy to summon them back, seeking the meaning of home and family, the present circumstances had not yet reached an irretrievable point. The souls awakened by the queries of fear reignited the flames of hope within their hearts. Perhaps this time, they could truly witness the realization of the dream pursued by Sasuke and his brother Itachi. Peace, though not eternal, was intoxicating enough. As the scene shifted, a figure clad in Akatsuki attire, Uchiha Itachi, sat upon a cold stone chair, facing a young man strikingly similar to himself. Sakura immediately recognized Sasuke in the image before her, although slightly older. He bore a resemblance to the Sasuke from the time of the brutal magic war alongside the Wind Shadow Gaara. Upon their first encounter, the two brothers engaged in a breathtaking, illusionary duel. They fought fiercely within the realm of Jinjutsu, their bodies unmoving while their spirits intertwined to an extreme degree. Sasuke gazed at the scene before him in agony, questioning, why? Why must the bond between my brother and me conclude in such a manner? Kakashi observed the illusionary confrontation and deduced that Sasuke had yet to awaken the legendary Manjiki Sharingan. Had these events not transpired, perhaps you both would have indeed reached this juncture, he remarked. Sasuke remained silent, and Itachi inwardly acknowledged this truth. After the genjutsu, the brothers commenced a contest of physical prowess. Itachi wielded ordinary flying needles, while Sasuke brandished a simple yet sharp kunai. What follows is an ever-changing display of shuriken techniques, including shadow clone shurikens and wind-style shurikens concealed within sealing scrolls, even featuring intricate mechanisms hidden within the wind shuriken itself. It is akin to a complex dance of shuriken light and shadow, with countless shurikens raining down like a torrential storm, yet the two brothers deftly deflect each one. Sakura exclaimed, "Incredible! Sasuke-kun's prowess must have reached the level of a high-ranking sorcerer." Indeed, the physical combat showcased in the imagery left Sakura, a mere junior sorcerer, utterly astonished. While even the high-ranking sorcerer Kakashi was taken aback by Sasuke's remarkable growth, only Naruto remained composed, sitting with his arms crossed, seemingly grappling with feelings of both anger and unease, thus refraining from joining Sakura's admiration. Simultaneously, Sasuke and Itachi unleashed Fire Release, Great Fireball technique. Their speed in forming seals was astonishing. Subsequently, the battle between the brothers escalated into a magical confrontation. Mere swiftness in forming seals was insufficient. Their mastery over flames had transcended that of high-ranking sorcerers. Following an evenly matched clash of fire techniques, a peculiar curse mark manifested on Sasuke, altering both his hair and skin color, while a pair of grotesque, claw-like wings sprouted from his back. Itachi was not to be outdone, activating his Manjiki Sharingan ability, Amaterasu. In an instant, the inky flames devoured Sasuke's fire technique, forcing him to retreat hastily, yet he could not entirely evade the consuming black flames of Amaterasu, which relentlessly scorched the demonic hand on his back until it was reduced to ashes. Sasuke gritted his teeth against the pain and severed the demonic hand with his blade. Nevertheless, the black flames continued to burn fiercely even after turning the entire hand to ash. Sakura anxiously clutched her clothing at her chest, calling out, "Sasuke-kun." Kakashi pointed out, "That is the power of the Manjiki Sharingan, an unquenchable flame." Senju Tobirama nodded in agreement. Indeed. His thoughts drifted back to the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, where Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto had executed a breathtaking combination technique, merging wind and fire elements. A formidable move dubbed Scorch Release, Light Wheel Gale Black Arrow Zero by the fourth Hokage. The essence of that inky flame was derived from his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Remembering that his elder brother had previously remarked on the resemblance between Uchiha Sasuke and Izuna, he mused that, in fact, Sasuke bore a closer likeness to Uchiha Madara. Truly, it was Itachi, his brother, who bore a striking similarity to Izuna, whether in appearance, hairstyle, or their shared conviction that self-sacrifice was the noblest choice. Their ideologies were remarkably aligned. This notion he found utterly unpalatable. In the distant and fantastical realm of Ashura, when the subject of the dual eyes of Madara arises, his vision deteriorates progressively due to the insidious encroachment of mysterious ocular powers. Even when confronted with his younger brother, merely a few dozen steps away, he can only faintly discern the hazy outline of his figure. Madara has endeavored countless arcane techniques to restore his eyesight. In the imagery, Itachi solemnly recounts the struggle. However, his obsession with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan drives him to commit a startling act, extending his hand towards his brother's eyes. The image of Sasuke, aghast, incredulously echoes Itachi's words. What does this mean, to reach for his brother's eyes? At the tender age of 12, Sasuke clutches one of his own eyes, rationality urging him to resist further deception by his brother. Yet, the narrative unfolds under the illusion cast by Itachi, revealing Madara uttering pleas for forgiveness, only to then plunge his hand into his brother's eye socket, extracting Sasuke's eye to transplant it into his own, thereby gaining the unprecedented ocular technique of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Konoha's Senju Tobirama, upon uncovering this shocking truth, is left speechless. Madara has indeed seized Izuna's eyes? This is utterly unbelievable. A mysterious figure flits before him, resembling a being of both man and demon, stealthily peering from the wall. Observing the brutal confrontation between the brothers, Itachi, transformed into a crow, senses the unfolding reality. It is truly so. Tobirama exclaims, "Zetsu." Meanwhile, Uchiha Bido, ensnared within the realm of Kimui, is struck with a profound shock. The existence of Zetsu is indeed confirmed, with the arrival of a substantial reward. Today's updates, 2 Curse Seals 1, are officially unlocked, and readers are cordially invited to subscribe and lend their support. In the imagery, Sasuke once more harnesses the cursed power bestowed upon him by Orochimaru, striving to break free from Itachi's Tsukuyomi ensnaring his other eye. His eyes remain unscathed. All of this is merely a trap set by an illusion. In truth, Itachi's eyes seem to harbor some aberration. Uzumaki Mito furrows her brow, understanding, from that moment. This child has undergone a profound transformation. Suddenly, without warning, Itachi collapses, blood spilling from his lips. In the shadows of the Konoha Ninja Academy, Shursui holds his breath. Witnessing this scene, pain tearing at his chest like a razor, he comprehends that the one he regards as a confidant, akin to a brother, is on the brink of life and death. Unaware of the dire situation, Sasuke's vengeful fervor burns fiercely within him. His sole intention is to vanquish Itachi and avenge his family. Itachi, his breath faltering, declares, "This is my last strength." Kirin, as thunder rumbles. Dark clouds gather in the sky, and torrential rain descends upon the earth. Hundreds of birds converge upon the young Sasuke's left hand. As the power of lightning dances in tandem with the heavenly thunder, like a primordial beast tamed by Sasuke, the thunder roars in his grasp. Let us vanish alongside the thunder. Uchiha Itachi, the cries of countless birds, the rumble of thunder, and the roars of ancient colossal beasts engulf the figure of the man cloaked in a robe of red clouds and black fabric. Sasuke let out a heart-wrenching scream. No. Yet, as the crimson skeleton gradually coalesced beside Itachi, he solemnly declared, "If that is the case, then allow me to demonstrate my final power." It was Susanoo. The Susanoo of Uchiha Shursui shone a vibrant green, whereas that of Uchiha Itachi astonishingly manifested in red. Wait, look. The skeleton is beginning to grow muscle and skin. It was truly unbelievable. Unlike anything witnessed before, at this moment, the onlookers were finally witnessing Itachi's Susanoo fully unleashed. It appeared as a resurrected ancient giant. First constructed of bones, then adorned with muscles, ultimately enveloped in skin, donning ancient armor, wielding a shield and a colossal sword. This overwhelming might left the youthful Sasuke astounded, causing him to retreat step by step. At that very moment, he heard a voice. "Let me lend you my power." From the curse mark, the eight-headed serpent emerged. Itachi smirked, silently acknowledging, "At last, you have arrived, Orochimaru." Ten-fist sword. The vortex water gate intoned, sealing sword. Indeed, for beings possessing immortality, the most effective means of counteraction lies in sealing techniques. This is also the reason the Vortex clan instills such dread, as they wield the terrifying power of sealing techniques capable of obliterating the immortal and even ninjutsu. The orange-red giant swung its colossal sword, instantly severing the heads of the multi-headed serpent that lunged toward it, a display of might and a stunning spectacle that left all in awe. Having successfully sealed Orochimaru within the ten-fist sword, Itachi found himself utterly depleted, while Sasuke had lost all hope of overcoming his brother. Both were battered and bruised. Sasuke leaned against the wall, struggling to remain upright, his legs trembling with fear. Mikoto cried out in despair, "Sasuke." Itachi's voice was filled with sorrow and helplessness. In a distant realm of fantasy, Uchiha Itachi extended his gloved fingers, unsteadily approaching his younger brother Sasuke, a gesture that sent waves of tension through all present, their hearts pounding like drums. Was the legendary figure truly about to seize his brother's precious ocular power? Demon, could this all be real? I cannot believe that my understanding of you has been so profoundly mistaken. Whether in tranquil villages or towering ninja cities, countless voices echoed similar gasps of disbelief. They had witnessed Itachi and Shursui, two young men, endure endless suffering and humiliation for the sake of maintaining world peace, striving to avert a catastrophic war. Yet now, they could not fathom that this youthful ninja would turn against his own brother to seize that mysterious power. Stop, Itachi. That is your own brother. Itachi, you must understand. Sasuke is your only family in this world. Even the fourth Raikage of the Cloud Village, upon witnessing this spectacle, could not help but glare at the image with deep unease as an elder brother. He firmly believed that there must be a profound secret behind Uchiha Itachi from Konoha, one that transcended merely seeking to obtain Sasuke's eyes. Indeed, this was his instinct. As the perspective abruptly shifted to Itachi's view, the scene before him became indistinct. The visage of Sasuke, mere inches away, was rendered hazy. "Sasuke, you have grown." At that moment, the audience seemed to sense Itachi's inner monologue. "Sasuke, I am sorry. This is the last thing I can do for you. The burden of such painful memories imposed upon you weighs heavily on my heart. If only I had trusted you and our father more back then, instead of bearing everything alone, how different things might have been." With your and father's strength, we surely could have found another way. At this juncture, Itachi stood but a step away from Sasuke, mistaking his brother's intention as an attempt to extract his eyes. Sasuke found himself rendered speechless in fear. Finally, I can see your face clearly, Sasuke. If this frightens you, it is my fault. Just then, the scene transitioned back to the future Sasuke's perspective, revealing a frail, bloody Itachi with a finger mere centimeters from his eye. With a sharp sound, that finger, which should have plucked Sasuke's eye, gently touched his forehead instead. The crowd was left in bewilderment, yet only the true Sasuke understood the significance of this gesture. Itachi unveiled the gentle smile that Sasuke had not seen in nearly a decade, and softly spoke, "I'm sorry, Sasuke. Forgive me, this is my final act." After uttering these words, Itachi's body tilted slightly, as if to fulfill his last wish of seeing his brother's face one final time. The once notorious S-rank rogue ninja of Konoha collapsed at Sasuke's feet. Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Hey, Sasuke. His eyes transformed, evolving. In the midst of the astonishment that enveloped the crowd, Sasuke felt Itachi's pain and simultaneously grasped the intricate history between the Uchiha clan and the Hidden Leaf Village. The surge of dark chakra within him ignited his unique ocular technique. The double Tomo crimson pupil gradually split into 3 resplendent rings, were Sasuke's physical condition to permit. Or if he possessed the cells of the first Hokage Hashirama within him, he might have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, as Madara once did. The darkness within Sasuke compelled him to relinquish control over the cursed seal left by Orochimaru. The inky markings began to spread from the taiko-shaped patterns on his shoulder, rapidly engulfing much of his body. Sasuke-kun. Sakura gazed at him with concern. Uncharacteristically, Naruto calmly inquired, "Sasuke, may I ask why you do not wear the Leaf Village headband?" It was only then that both Sakura and Sasuke realized that the image of Uchiha Sasuke did not bear the leaf headband, and his attire was not that of the standard leaf uniform. Sakura attempted to defend Sasuke, suggesting, perhaps it's hanging on his coat? You see, every time Sasuke-kun transforms, his hair grows longer, making it easy for the headband to fall off. Kakashi remained silent. Naruto's meticulousness in posing such a critical question took him by surprise. Meanwhile, Sasuke's fury intensified, fueled by the enmity between Itachi and the Leaf Village, as well as the grievances involving the second and third Hokage, compounded by his deep resentment towards Shimura Danzo. Chapter 9. With the assistance of Master Zong in the distant land of Area, the young adventurer Narwolf faced Uchiha Yuen. Scoffing derisively and responding bluntly to his inquiry, who can predict the whims of fate? Perhaps it is akin to the fate of Yoyin-senpai Itachi. You brat, Narwolf. Seeing Narwolf poised to attack Yuen, their mentor, the silver-eyed demon hunter Kakashi swiftly intervened, urging him to calm down, and you too, Yuen. Yuen cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, coldly retorting, Kakashi-sensei, do you still wish to impose the traditions of the Area Forest Village upon me? The ancient flame elder remained mute, and the once-shadowed warrior Itachi also kept his silence. Suddenly, the first Dark King, Senju shattered the silence, declaring, Hey, young one of the Uchiha clan, I must remind you that your mother and brother have not truly perished. Are you threatening me? First Dark King, Sasuke exclaimed. You, boy, should know your limits, Narwolf shouted fiercely. However, this time, even Kakashi, adept at the art of teleportation, could not prevent Narwolf from landing a solid punch on Yoyen's cheek. Know your limits, you fool who only complains about fate. Kakashi, upon hearing Narwolf's furious and profound words, was reminded of a fragmented memory that had lost its imagery. What right do you have to belittle the Dark King? Especially when you have yet to ascend to the throne of the Dark King yourself, let alone disparage your father who has become the Dark King. You scoundrel. Indeed. This is what the future Narwolf will say. This indicated that one day, Narwolf would uncover the true identity of his father. Maintaining a sense of respect and anticipation towards both the Dark King and his mentor Minato, Kakashi gazed in astonishment at his student, realizing that Narwolf was undoubtedly no ordinary individual, despite having been swayed by that fragmented memory, which had caused him to waver regarding the Area Forest Village. Narwolf, the child with every reason to despise Area and the Dark King, remained steadfast in his principles, a truly commendable trait. Uchiha Yuen was oblivious to the secrets surrounding Minglang's origins. At that moment, an overwhelming fury consumed him. What are you saying? Are you looking for a fight? You worthless fool. I shall teach you a lesson and demonstrate the prowess of anti-Mei-Chin. Just as tensions between the two escalated, a sudden flash heralded the arrival of the first Dark King, Senju Tobarama, who appeared with the swiftness of lightning between the two youths. Allow the words to be spoken. You impetuous Uchiha brat, he admonished, seizing their fists. I remind you to not forget that, due to the existence of the mysterious inquiry, your mother has been resurrected. While you and your brother have yet to reach that juncture, everything remains salvageable, rather than languishing in despair and rage over events that have yet to transpire. It would be wiser to seek an outcome distinct from those visions. Yuen was momentarily stunned. A different outcome? Tobarama continued to entice them. The power behind those visions is unfathomable and may reveal further truths. Meanwhile, the scattered mysterious inquiries have the potential to continually awaken the deceased, thereby allowing many historical regrets to be rectified. So, Uchiha Yuen, what will your choice be? Will you, as depicted in the visions, become a traitor intent on destroying the village of Area? Or will you choose to remain here, continuing as a guardian of Area, revitalizing your clan, and preventing your brother from succumbing to a tragic fate? Yuen was left in shock. Sasuke, you fool, Minglang exclaimed. If you truly betray the village, what will become of Aunt Taimei-chin? Had I known you were such a coward, it would have been better to. Minglang swiftly halted his words, acutely aware of which phrases could inflict the deepest wounds. Even in moments of fury, he refrained from uttering the line that would have been better left unspoken, that it would have been preferable to prevent her resurrection altogether. I am sorry, Minglang murmured, turning away and refraining from glancing back at Yuyan. Yuyan, for his part, understood the sentiments that Minglang wished to convey. Yet he too chose to remain silent at that critical juncture. However, in the past few days, burdened by a turbulent spirit, Yuan had repeatedly unleashed his ire upon his comrades and closest friend. Minglang Yuyan's curse mark upon his neck appeared to be gradually fading. At that moment, Mizuhito interjected. It seems the imagery has not concluded. It has merely transitioned into a temporary blackout phase. Her gaze fixated on the curse mark on Yuyan's forehead. This mark bears a resemblance to the unseal upon my brow, yet it fundamentally differs. The unseal serves as a repository for the vast chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan, typically sealed away, only to be unleashed in its entirety when required. Conversely, the curse mark upon your neck, although it may grant you formidable power in the short term, is an alien force that is excessively potent. Much like the activation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, it will gradually erode your character, leading to increasing paranoia and arrogance, blinding you to the goodwill of those around you, ultimately culminating in a fate akin to that of Madara. As he recollected the earlier scene, a voice echoed from the location of the curse mark on Yuyan's neck, followed by the emergence of a colossal white snake, Orochimaru. The prophetic crow of the Uchiha clan had already begun to calculate when it might extract the curse mark from Yuyan and seal it with the Tensigen. In a distant, fantastical realm, Kakashi, an esteemed scholar of sealing arts, addressed the illustrious Uzumaki Mizuhito. Lord Mizuhito, when it comes to the enigmatic art of sealing, none surpass the legendary Uzumaki clan. I have only had the privilege of learning a fragment of sealing techniques from an exceedingly esteemed individual. His gaze briefly flicked past the youthful figure of Naruto before he continued. I lack complete certainty regarding the removal of the curse mark from Uchiha Sasuke. Therefore, I humbly implore you to wield your power to bestow a seal upon my disciple. Sasuke. Uzumaki Mizuhito offered a gentle smile, akin to a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. I indeed hold such intent. While the forthcoming divine imagery has yet to manifest, I have a crucial matter to discuss privately with Tobarama. Upon my return, I shall promptly initiate the sealing ceremony for Sasuke. Kakashi deeply bowed, his tone respectful. In that case, I rely entirely upon your assistance, my lord. Senju Tobarama remained silent for a moment, a dark rune sliding down his forehead as he wearily patted Mizuhito's shoulder, employing the flying thunder god technique to transport them both to a desolate and seldom trodden location. Tobarama gazed at the young Senju Tobarama before him and softly inquired, "What hardships have you encountered in your past?" The resurrected Edo Tensei Tobarama responded, "Mizuhito, is it beyond words?" Konoha Senju Tobarama responded, "It is not that I cannot speak of it. Rather, the circumstances are truly beyond comprehension. In brief, prior to my recent reanimation through Edo Tensei, I had already endured a similar fate during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Are we discussing events of the future that have already transpired? Indeed, at that time, my elder brother, myself, and Saratobi, the fourth Hokage, were summoned by Orochimaru through the technique of Edo Tensei. At that juncture, that Uchiha youth had already turned rogue, and his brother Itachi, as previously depicted, met a tragic end at his hands. As for Uchiha Madara, with my brother's visage emblazoned upon his chest. He still exuded an audacious arrogance, which is truly infuriating. Were it not for the battlefield, one might be inclined to find amusement in such a foolish display. Vortex Mito interjected softly, the situation is likely not as Sasuke perceives it. Itachi's condition had long since deteriorated, based on the time indicated in the footage. He should have been utterly spent 2 years hence. Yet, Sasuke would not entertain such thoughts. He would assign blame to hatred, whether towards Konoha or other grievances. It is indeed a convoluted history. Mito gazed intently at Tobirama, inquiring, then, why does Naruto possess the chakra of Hashirama within him? At the mention of this, Tobirama felt a twinge of embarrassment. Should he divulge to Mito the truth that both Naruto and his brother are reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths chakra? In fact, in a sense, his brother could be considered the younger sibling of Uchiha Madara. Such an assertion would diminish the stature of Uchiha Izuna, which is rather vexing. Observing Tobirama's sour expression, Mito recognized that while he harbored some minor frustrations, it was not of great consequence, and thus refrained from probing further. Very well. Let us return, she concluded. I shall first seal Sasuke's cursed mark. Mito added, by the way, that Crow was actually manipulated by Itachi through Genjutsu to monitor Sasuke. Before their departure, Itachi had already flown afar to ascertain news of their mother, Mikoto's, resurrection. Senju Tobirama once more employed the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Mito back to the central tower. The playback of the footage progressed at an unusually slow pace, since it had yet to commence. Mito began the sealing ritual on Sasuke. At that moment, Naruto felt the warmth of familial affection envelop him, dispelling the earlier concerns like mist in the morning sun. After Mito and Sasuke departed, Naruto turned to converse with his companions, Karui and F. Hey, do you think I might be younger than you? Vortex Naruto inquired. His azure eyes a striking contrast to the characteristic red hair and eyes of the Uzumaki clan. His gaze caused Karui to blush slightly. However, despite having been bullied by the grass ninja, her inherent resilience, a trait of the Uzumaki lineage, shone through. I believe I might actually be older than you, considering I am taller. Naruto secretly compared his height with those around him and discovered that he was not only shorter than that scoundrel Sasuke, but even a tad shorter than Sakura and Ino. A wave of despondency washed over him. Kakashi cast a glance at the downcast Naruto and, with a hint of playful sarcasm, remarked, well, perhaps if you didn't indulge in ramen so often and incorporated some vegetables into your diet, it might help. Observing Naruto's dejected posture as he hugged his knees, Ino couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Are you really 12 years old? Naruto, increasingly despondent, lowered his head in silence. At that moment, the recently returned Tobirama Senju inadvertently caught a glimpse of his elder brother's youthful visage. Sensing that she may have misspoken, Karen hurriedly added, when is your birthday? October 10th, he replied. That day marked the onset of the Nine Tails incident, and as such, his birthday had never been a cause for celebration, for it was the day when the village's hero, the fourth Hokage, and numerous villagers made the ultimate sacrifice. Karen continued. I was born on June 20th, making me your senior. Naruto's already gloomy figure seemed to darken further, witnessing someone succumb to despair akin to his brother. Tobirama felt a surge of anger within. Do not succumb to despondency. Mito smiled, narrowing her eyes, reflecting, this child truly resembles Hashirama from years past. Sakura, Kakashi, Irika, and others stood in stunned silence. Hashirama-sama? Naruto is being likened to the first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi by Mito-sama. But why is he in despair? Tobirama furrowed his brow. The sealing ritual concerning Sasuke will require some time. Let us return now while you all continue with the Chunin exams. Wait. Naruto grasped his arm, urgently exclaiming, what about the favor you owe me? As the brother of the second Hokage, you cannot renege on your promise. I am eagerly anticipating it. At that moment, curiosity and concern for Naruto's growth enveloped him, while Sasuke's fate awaited Mito to unveil the secrets of the curse mark. In the ancient, fantastical land of Aristoria, Tobirama grasped Naruto's arm and, after sensing his magical essence, firmly declared, before mastering the spatial teleportation technique swift wind transmission, you must first gain control over the flow of your magical energy. He turned his gaze towards Naruto's mentor. The Silver Tempest, Kakashi, how much time will this child need to scale the magical stone monument, Hokage Rock? How adept is he in water magic? Particularly in learning the technique waves without trace? Kakashi fell momentarily speechless. Is he of wind elemental affinity? What wind techniques has he mastered? For instance, his signature skill Gale Shuiken certainly shows promise, Yet it is prudent to exercise caution in its use until he has learned the mystic sage arts, lest he harm his magical source. Tobirama continued his analysis, discerning that Naruto harbored two distinct forms of magical energy if he could not precisely regulate them. He might only harness a mere 10th or even a 20th of one source's power. Observing Kakashi's slightly awkward expression, Tobirama, as the headmaster of the second Hokage Academy, could not help but furrow his brow. As his mentor, are you not aware of these fundamental matters? Have you devoted all your efforts to instructing that Uchiha child instead? In the recesses of his mind, Tobi reminisced about the events of the Fourth Great Ninja War, a time when Kakashi undoubtedly served as the guiding mentor, leading Uchiha Sasuke into the profound realm of lightning techniques. Ah, no, it was not that Kakashi felt particularly awkward, rendered speechless in the moment. Naruto wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend why his teacher Kakashi had attracted the ire of the second Hokage. Excuse me, esteemed second Hokage, please refrain from criticizing Kakashi-sensei in such a manner. Although he often studies the intimate paradise techniques in our presence, tends to slack off during missions, merely directing us while arriving late each day, he is truly a wonderful teacher. Naruto unabashedly voiced his support for Kakashi. Kakashi gazed at Naruto with a sense of helplessness, pondering internally, is this truly my cherished disciple? Sakura silently concurred with Naruto's sentiments. The third Hokage fell into contemplation. Where had the Kakashi, who once shone in the Umbu, gone? Iruka looked at Naruto, rendered speechless. The second Hokage, upon hearing Naruto's words, were a complex expression. Did you, in your farewell, express respect for Kakashi and the third Hokage to your innocent father? It seems those words were nothing but hypocrisy. Uchiha Obito scoffed. As expected, worthless Kakashi, you phony. Senju Tobirama sighed deeply and solemnly addressed Naruto. You must diligently reinforce these foundational courses. When the time is ripe, I shall personally impart to you the mysterious space-time ninjutsu, hurricane transmission. Whether you can master it depends entirely on your own understanding and effort. It is settled. Esteemed second Hokage. Indeed. Tobirama suddenly recalled a scene from the Fourth Great Ninja War, where Naruto, in a moment of reminiscence, stirred the fighting spirit of the allied forces. With a teacher by his side, regrettably, that teacher had since passed away. Hey, old monkey, did you once have a disciple named Jiraiya? This question from Tobirama astonished everyone. Indeed. But that fellow has not returned for a long time in search of the so-called child of prophecy. The mention of this evoked deep emotions. Senju Tobirama gazed intently at Naruto Uzumaki, the recognized child of prophecy by the nine-tailed beasts in the Sage of Six Paths, who was right before him. In truth, whether Naruto truly was the child of prophecy remained unknown to Jiraiya at present. However, in a distant village, he was aware that the Akatsuki's objective was indeed the nine-tailed beasts. Therefore, just a few days prior, Jiraiya had embarked on his journey back to Konoha, filled with anticipation for the future. The inheritor of the Nine Tails power, Naruto Uzumaki. That was the most precious gift left to him by his disciple, his son. Chapter 10. Orochimaru. Sasuke stared in shock, his eyes wide. They actually used wizards as experimental subjects? Indeed, only wizards are suitable as experimental subjects. For mere mortals cannot withstand the extraordinary power contained within such cursed seals. Even for wizards, without unique bloodline traits and robust mental resilience, they too cannot escape the fate of being eroded by this power. In Sasuke's mind, an unsettling image surfaced. He transformed into a horrifying form that resembled neither human nor specter. Lady Mizukage responded, stating, transforming into such a state is, in fact, a testament to the success of the experiment. I estimate that 99% of the subjects succumb to the power of the curse before ever evolving into that form. Thus, it was only natural that his brother Itachi would have exerted every ounce of his strength to expel Orochimaru from his curse and seal him within the sword of the 10 gods. Concerning this fate, Sasuke swore he must alter Itachi's destiny. Could you elaborate on the mysteries of this curse? He inquired. Lady Mizukage smiled serenely, pondering to herself, this lad, in seeking assistance, has displayed a commendable sense of decorum. Despite his control over chakra and his somewhat awkward demeanor, he bears a striking resemblance to the former Uchiha Madara. She suddenly felt that perhaps it was that very image that could guide these children away from such a dismal fate. Indeed, it was a form of salvation. Should Sasuke lose his brother, it was almost certain that he would become the second Uchiha Madara, bereft of his sibling. To discuss this curse, we ought to first mention the sage art embodiment of the first Hokage, Hashirama. Hashirama, the first fire shadow. Indeed, the sage art embodiment is not merely a form of sorcery. but an exceedingly arduous practice that signifies a perilous state of unification between the practitioner and nature, challenging the boundaries of humanity. Conveying this to the current Uchiha clan, whose reputation has likely deteriorated beyond expectation, the individuals surrounding him still regard him with ordinary eyes. Kakashi implored the wife of the first Hokage to personally intervene and seal the curse afflicting him. She readily agreed, yet at this moment, Sasuke remained oblivious to the underlying reasons. Lady Mizukichi replied, "What is wrong with this? Whether it be you, your brother, or the entire Uchiha clan. You all belong to the sorcerers of the forest city, Konoha. Is there any fault in doing this to enhance Konoha's combat capabilities?" Sasuke averted his gaze not long ago. He had boasted of betraying Konoha just as Itachi had. Vortex Mizukichi perceived his thoughts but chose not to expose them. Continuing instead, "You appear outwardly composed and mature. Yet your chakra affinity is a blend of fire and lightning." At this stage, Sasuke had yet to delve into the arcane arts related to chakra affinity changes, leaving him momentarily perplexed. "You seem calm, while that child Naruto always presents himself in a carefree manner," Lady Mizukichi continued. "Yet, at crucial moments, he often remains the composed one, while you are more susceptible to the whims of your emotions." Her voice carried a hint of amusement. But Sasuke felt a surge of indignation. How could he be inferior to that underachiever? What is Naruto's chakra affinity? He wondered. He could not help but voice his thoughts. "The wind, that child's chakra affinity is wind," Sasuke murmured. "Wind just so happens to counter lightning. In the future, I shall master lightning release. That technique known as Kirin must have reached or even surpassed the level of advanced ninjutsu. Should I truly become a traitor, then I would find myself in opposition to Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi. Is this how you perceive it?" Madame Mizukichi evidently disagreed with this notion. Although their interaction had been limited, from her chakra perception, she felt certain that Naruto would never entertain such thoughts. If it were that child, he would be more inclined to say, "It is precisely because of the wind that it can better aid the fire to burn." At this juncture, Madame Mizukichi decided to leave the topic for Sasuke to ponder on his own, returning to the subject of sage transformations and seals. As I mentioned earlier, through the practice of sage arts, one can merge oneself with the forces of nature. In other words, Hashirama, after undergoing sage transformation, would be capable of harnessing natural energy. However, mastering natural energy is exceedingly difficult. Should the delicate balance between one's chakra and natural energy falter, one would suffer the backlash of nature's power. What does it mean to suffer such backlash? In mild cases, one's temperament may undergo drastic changes, and one's appearance may gradually deviate from human characteristics. Madame Mizukichi paused briefly, then continued. In severe instances, one could instantaneously become part of nature itself, transforming into stone or other substances. And what connection does sage art have with seals? That individual known as Orochimaru forcefully infused a special sage technique into his body to enhance the combat prowess of the recipient. Moreover, after modification, this seal not only controls the recipient, but also harbors a fragment of Orochimaru's essence. Sasuke recalled the images of grotesque tumors sprouting from his own body, ultimately transforming into a phosphorescent serpent imbued with Orochimaru's consciousness, leaving him feeling nauseated. Madame Mizukichi elucidated. Through this method, Orochimaru can achieve limitless rebirth within the seal, thereby acquiring a semblance of immortality. Immortality! The barely 13-year-old Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. Does such a deathless enemy truly exist within the ninja world? In this enigmatic and fantastical realm, when this matter was broached, a faint sorrow flickered in Mito's eyes, yet she did not conceal the truth. No, even with eternal life. In this world brimming with magic and ninjutsu, there are still means to subdue the Shasamortis clan. That is the forbidden sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. The forbidden sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Sasuke gasped in disbelief. Indeed, the gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan can bind and purify chakra. However, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan surpass them, capable of imprisoning the souls of any living being. Once the soul perishes, what value is there in an immortal shell? With a gentle sigh, Uzumaki Mito reflected on the formidable power that had invoked fear among the other clans, ultimately culminating in a dark slaughter that engulfed the entire ninja world. The Uzumaki clan, along with their village of Uzushiogakure in the land of whirlpools, had been utterly annihilated. Such a brutal reality. Did the combined forces of the major ninja clans lead to the extinction of the Uzumaki lineage? Mito nodded in affirmation. Placing her hand upon the enigmatic sigil on Sasuke's shoulder, ready to perform the sealing technique. Had it not been for the resurrection, Naruto and Karen would likely be the last remaining children of the Uzumaki clan. Adding Nagato, the son of the sun, into the mix, if he still existed, would leave only 3 survivors of the Uzumaki clan. So, Naruto is akin to me? As she recalled Kushina's child. A trace of melancholy graced Mito's smile. Yet, there lies a distinction, Sasuke-kun. At the very least, you have savored the essence of parental love. In contrast, Naruto must rely solely on his imagination to pursue that feeling. Perhaps you believe he has lived in solitude since childhood, unable to grasp your suffering. But I wish to convey that those who have never lost love are also incapable of truly understanding his sorrow. The anguish of these 2 experiences cannot be compared. Sasuke, prepare yourself, Mito cautioned, infusing her magical energy along with the unique sealing technique into the sigil on Sasuke's shoulder. In an instant, Sasuke felt as though he had plunged into an illusion, transported to a bizarre realm. This space lacked sky and earth. Beneath his feet, a soft sensation akin to treading upon a ground made of viscera enveloped him. Before his eyes lay a grotesque expanse of purple, decaying flesh, a truly repugnant place. Turning around, he found Mito standing behind him. Mito-sama. Sasuke gasped, bewildered. Where is this place? Mito replied, this is the realm connected to the sigil within your body. A domain of Orochimaru. A strange voice echoed, I never anticipated your revival, princess of the Uzumaki clan. Sasuke immediately tensed. That voice is. Reveal yourself, Orochimaru. Mito called out protectively, shielding Sasuke. No matter what you are researching or what power you seek, you have strayed from your original path, and it is time to cease. An eerie laughter reverberated through the air. The mound of decaying flesh before Sasuke and Mito began to rise, forming a humanoid silhouette. It has been a long time, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru remarked with a cold sneer, fixating on Mito. This is the first time I've seen you in such a youthful form, Mito-sama. He continued with malicious intent. The last time we met, you were a frail old woman. How does it feel to be reborn in your prime? The whirlpool of Watergate remained unfazed, retorting with a mocking tone. On the contrary, Orochimaru, you were far more endearing at Sasuke's age than you are now. Ha ha ha, people inevitably change, don't they? As for appearances, I can don a new guise at any moment. As Orochimaru's words echoed, putrid tumors began to emerge around the whirlpool of Watergate and Uchiha Sasuke. The faces that had once been devoured by Orochimaru materialized before their eyes. Truly nauseating. Sasuke frowned in distaste. Humph. There is no need for you to feel disgusted by them, Sasuke-kun, Orochimaru ominously stated, for soon enough, you too shall become one of them. The whirlpool of Watergate replied resolutely, what do you think we came here for, Orochimaru? It seems that Lord Watergate truly intends to thwart my plans. Orochimaru turned towards Sasuke. Do you not desire power? Whether it be the strength of Shasamortis Uchiha Itachi, the power to annihilate Konoha, or the ability to protect your mother and safeguard the Nine Tails, I, Orochimaru, can bestow all of this upon you. Sasuke remained silent for a moment. Come now, Sasuke-kun. Do you not yearn for power? The whirlpool of Watergate interjected. Orochimaru, you were once a taciturn child. How have you become so arrogant? Your research has led you to betray the path of a ninja, and you ought to reflect upon that. Just as the whirlpool of Watergate was about to seal Orochimaru, he was halted by Sasuke. Orochimaru, is this grotesque form truly your real self? Sasuke scoffed. Are you attempting to provoke me? Sasuke-kun, this is merely a small sacrifice made in pursuit of power. Were you not once willing to go to any lengths for strength? You are correct. That was in the past, Sasuke replied solemnly. Do you no longer crave power? Have you abandoned your quest to avenge the Valdonian family against Edmund and restore your lineage? Or do you have enough confidence to believe you can protect Princess Shirira and the heir of Heracles, Misha, on your own? Upon touching a sensitive subject, Sasuke revealed the 3-tomo Rinnegan he had just acquired. You truly underestimate Edmund's strength, Lord Sasuke, the wizard Orochimaru countered. Moreover, you have also underestimated the leader of the Night Alliance, Pelin, or perhaps it would be more accurate to refer to him as Tobaya. Tobaya. Watergate and Sasuke exclaimed in unison. Indeed, he is the masked man who assisted your brother Edmund in annihilating the Valdonian family. I too did not foresee that he was the true mastermind hidden behind the Night Alliance. What a profoundly enigmatic figure he is. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Though I do not know how he coerced my brother, one day, I shall take his life with my own hands. The wizard Orochimaru snorted coldly. Do you truly think you can accomplish that with the power you currently possess? It is crucial to understand that the individual in question is beyond the reach of even my existence. Only through the fusion of your Rinnegan secret techniques with my power do we stand a chance of overcoming him. Lord Sasuke, accept my strength. Sasuke fell into a contemplative silence, acutely aware of his limited abilities. If even his mentor, Kakashi, could not triumph, how could he challenge the being known as Tobirama? Uzumaki Mito gently placed a hand on his shoulder, asking, "Do you recall what I once said?" Naruto once remarked, "It is the wind that allows the flame to blaze fiercely. You truly are more sluggish than I had anticipated. What I mean is, if you genuinely possess the resolve, how could Naruto, Shiraya, Kakashi, and the rest of the villagers of Konohagakure allow you to face this battle alone? You must occasionally place your trust in your companions. They are genuinely concerned for your well-being." Reflecting upon the members of Team 7, a glimmer of light dispelled the shadows in Sasuke's heart. Only the wind can aid the fire in burning brightly. This indeed sounded like something Naruto would say. The great serpent sorcerer was nearly led astray by you. Sasuke declared with unwavering conviction, "I shall never become a selfish individual like Edmund. Nor will I emulate him by inflicting harm upon those around me. I will never tread the path he has laid out for me." Just as the words left his lips, Sasuke formed a series of seals, preparing to unleash the vast flame sphere technique. However, a force surged forth, swifter than Sasuke himself. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of several golden streaks of light, swiftly darting past him and heading straight for the great serpent sorcerer. Boom, 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 boom. By the time Sasuke regained his composure, he beheld a dozen shimmering chakra chains, glowing with a golden radiance, firmly anchoring the great serpent sorcerer to the ground. Each chain was as thick as a waist, with sharp, heavy tips resembling colossal shurikens. These chains erupted from Uzumaki Mito's back, continuously extending, stretching over 20 meters without sign of cessation. The great serpent sorcerer writhed in futility. "It is useless. This is my domain. Even if you possess sealing techniques, they cannot affect me." Do you truly believe that the secret skills of the Uzumaki clan are limited to this? This is a sealing technique capable of imprisoning even the Nine Tails, the leader of the 9 elemental beasts, within its confines. Do not underestimate the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, great serpent sorcerer. Sasuke was astounded. He witnessed the golden chains piercing the ground beneath the sorcerer, only to see one of them suddenly emerge from the mass, weaving back and forth like a nimble embroidery needle, ultimately intertwining with the other golden chains. Vajra binding, sealing. Uzumaki Mito formed a set of opposing seals, crying out in fury. In an instant, those needle-like golden chains tightened, as if responding to her command. How could this be? The great serpent sorcerer emitted a piercing cry. Is there truly a sealing technique that can simultaneously bind both me and my domain? Indeed. You have severely underestimated the power of the Uzumaki clan. The Vortex clan, capable of instilling fear among all ninja clans and provoking a united front against them, cannot be regarded as mere commoners. Prior to bringing Sasuke back to the outside world, Mito addressed the Orochimaru, saying, "Reflect upon your transgressions here, Orochimaru." Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves still ensconced within a secluded chamber of the central tower. Sasuke inquired, "Has Orochimaru been completely sealed?" "Not entirely. I can still sense that he has cast the same cursed mark upon several individuals. When he prepares to devour them for rebirth, he will resurrect once more." Indeed. A troublesome and loathsome figure. Reflecting on the distant past, Mito recalled when Sarutobi brought 3 young apprentices to her for appraisal. She could not help but lament that the once obedient and taciturn handsome youth had now evolved into this. Mito shook her head, for she was unaware of Orochimaru's subsequent experiences and deemed it inappropriate to speculate. The sealing is complete. Let us rest well. We shall depart from this place the day after tomorrow. Chapter 11. The Withered Toadskin Wallet in the Far-Off Fantastical Realm of Etheria. Thank you, Lady Mito. Sasuke bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude earnestly. He gazed at the original location of the mark on his wrist, observing that the enigmatic contract mark remained unchanged, encircled by layers of arcane magical runes, akin to a robust magical chain securing it tightly. Sasuke could no longer perceive the once symbiotic contract power. Lady Mito. Regarding the seal on Naruto, Mito replied solemnly, while reinforcing the seal on Naruto. I discovered that the individual who initially cast the 8 trigram seal seemed to have employed a peculiar magical method. The intention behind it eludes my comprehension. So I merely enhanced it slightly based on its original foundation, which differs from your situation. Sasuke's anxiety surged. A peculiar magical method. At this point, they were nearly certain that the entity sealed within Naruto was none other than the Nine-Tails fox that had wrought havoc upon Konoha 12 years prior. The only person capable of confining this beast within Naruto was none other than the illustrious leader of the Hidden Leaf Village, the fourth Hokage, known as Dissadai. Through a series of recent intelligence reports, Sasuke began to uncover the shadowy underbelly of the ninja world, even developing discontent towards the higher echelons of Konoha. He could not help but contemplate a web of intricate conspiracies. As a shadow, one must bear the heavy burden of safeguarding the dark realities of the ninja world, to the extent that the fourth Kazekage would resort to ruthlessly striking down his own wife and child. Thus, what choices would the fourth Hokage make in the face of the solitary Naruto? With this thought, Sasuke could no longer hold reverence for the young Hokage, celebrated as a hero whose likeness was immortalized in stone. Enough, do not dwell further on this. Mito gently patted Sasuke's shoulder before intending to return to the grand residence of the Senju clan from days gone by. However, before he could do so, he must first pay a visit to the three descendants of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto Uzumaki, Karen Uzumaki, and Fuso Uzumaki. At that moment, these three were gathered together. Naruto, upon discovering that he had relatives, was filled with immense excitement, casting aside all previous worries. The joy of reconnecting with Karen and Fuso was indescribable, a long-lost thrill that enveloped him. Karen shared a similar sentiment, even beginning to see Naruto as a younger brother, eagerly wishing to leave a favorable impression in order to integrate into this newfound home that offered her a sense of belonging. As for Fuso, being a mother whose son Nagato's fate remained uncertain, she naturally poured her maternal love onto the young relatives before her, which led these two children, who had either lost their mothers at an early age or had never known them, to behave exceptionally docile and obedient. However, that was far from the truth. How could Naruto Uzumaki ever be obedient? Hey, Karen, you can call me sister too. No, Aunt Mikoto has already said that Sasuke is my brother, and that's more than enough for me. Naruto frowned, exclaiming, I don't want another sister. But you are indeed younger than me, and you're half a head shorter. Don't mention height. I will grow taller. One day, I will surpass everyone, especially that annoying Sasuke. As he spoke, Naruto squeezed closer to Karen, inquiring, Karen, what is that beautiful mask of yours actually for? Karen recalled the reward she received for answering questions correctly, and the enigmatic mask suddenly materialized from her forehead, transforming into a tangible object that fell to the ground. Naruto donned the mask, affixing it to his face, and sang in a ludicrous tone, deliberately amusing both Karui and FK. With nearly a decade of experience in mischief, the Whirlpool Ninja possessed a keen sense for humor. Before long, he succeeded in eliciting laughter from the two sisters, allowing them a brief respite from their worries and anxieties. In the spacious, empty room of the central tower, their joyous laughter filled the air, and the bonds of familial affection transformed the once desolate space into a haven of warmth and comfort. Naruto, you truly are an endearing child, FK remarked with a smile. Yes, yes, Karui nodded vigorously, for it had been an eternity since she had felt such unadulterated joy. Naruto, feeling a touch of shyness, scratched his golden hair and exclaimed, All right. Allow me, the esteemed Naruto Uzumaki, to demonstrate an extraordinarily remarkable ninjutsu. Fusan and Karen were filled with anticipation. An extraordinarily remarkable ninjutsu. Humph. Naruto, with a hint of playful arrogance, smiled and interlocked his thumbs, placing his left thumb atop, forming a symbol of beginnings, the seal. This is the unparalleled jutsu, or Zero Ken Zero Jutsu, conceived by none other than me, the illustrious Uzumaki Naruto. Even the revered third Hokage would find himself effortlessly vanquished by it. Boom. As a cloud of smoke billowed, Naruto vanished, replaced by a stunning beauty adorned with a Hanya mask and fiery golden twin tails. Her poise, her movements, accompanied by a captivating left not only men but women alike utterly speechless. Fusang, how astonishing is the vastness of the world beyond the land of rain. K-Rin, it feels as though a gateway to an entirely new realm has been flung open. The enchanting lady chuckled to herself, reveling in her triumph. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In a distant fantastical realm, a beautiful woman named Umaki Narinda elegantly aligned her slender index and middle fingers, crossing her hands to form a mysterious sigil. This ritual represents the final step of the second-generation Flame Sage's secret technique of multiple illusionary clones. She focused her energy, striving to gather her magical essence. Henramuto Jutsu. With a fervent incantation, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the vicinity. However, as the smoke dissipated, the enchanting lady found her enhanced technique unfulfilled. Instead, the room was engulfed in darkness, as if devoured by the abyss. The temperature plummeted, and a chilling wind swept through the enclosed, windowless chamber. Eerie whispers, chilling in their strangeness, echoed in her ears, emanating from a source beyond human comprehension. The anticipated illusionary clone technique failed to manifest. Rather, Narinda felt an icy chill creeping down her spine, as if an unseen presence was stealthily approaching. Something unknown lurked behind her. Noticing the pallor on Aunt Fusong and Kei Rin's faces, Narinda realized that a terrifying force was likely concealed behind her. Oh no, could it be a ghost? Narinda's voice, sweet and delicate, belied her true identity with a distinct quirk. Kei Rin, trembling, pointed toward Narinda's back, stammering, Narinda, you, there's something behind you. Again, that sinister, chilling laughter echoed in her ears. I am not afraid of any ghost or spirit, Narinda declared, attempting to maintain her composure. Please, don't come any closer. Just as she was engulfed in fear, a familiar voice, resonant with a metallic timbre, suddenly proclaimed, no sacrifice needed. Seal-breaking technique, soul binding, complete. One-time magical item. The Death God mask has been confirmed for retrieval. The mask of the Bodhisattva, worn upon the head of Naruto, vanished without a trace. Unlike the conventional magical artifact known as sealing technique, undead confinement. The method to sealing technique, undead confinement, entails donning the Bodhisattva mask and concentrating one's magical energy in a single breath. The golden-haired beauty with twin ponytails, who had inadvertently revealed her true form as Uzumaki Naruto, also known as Uzumaki Naruko, finally summoned the courage to open her eyes and glance behind her. The moment she did, terror nearly seized her soul. Before her stood a towering figure, a white reaper, looming at a height of 4 or 5 men. The grim specter, draped in a shroud of white, bore a skin tinged with a ghastly hue, its face a horrifying visage adorned with menacing fangs, all while clutching a sharp sword from the underworld. What struck Naruto with the deepest fear was the reaper's translucent form and the flickering ghostly flames that danced around it. Having harbored an acute fear of phantoms and monsters since childhood, he yearned to vanish from this world at once. Yet, the reaper showed no mercy. Its gnarled claws, seemingly untrimmed, gripped the hilt of the underworld sword, while a long, inhuman purple tongue lasciviously caressed the blade. "Ah, please don't eat me. I'm not tasty," Naruto screamed in desperation. To his astonishment, the reaper unexpectedly plunged the sword into its own abdomen. Rinda widened her eyes in astonishment. What? The grim reaper's abdomen was slashed open, revealing a vast gash, yet inside was a pitch-black void, devoid of any visible organs. Naruto swallowed hard. At that moment, a ball of ghostly fire emerged from the crack and floated down beside her. Ah, help. The Oiroku no Jutsu is one of Naruto's transformations, while Hanramu no Jutsu represents a multitude of Naruto's. Minato Namikaze never imagined he would escape from the grasp of death itself. In his memories, the image of that fateful night, with its full moon, still lingers, the ominous threat of the masked man and the pale, frail face of Kushina. Naruto's piercing cries echoed, mingling with the villagers' screams and the furious roars of the Ninetales. In a moment of desperation, the Ninetales was sealed within the body of a newborn, who was still cradled in swaddling clothes. Both he and Kushina were orphans, who had forged a blissful family and welcomed the arrival of their child. Kushina once expressed, "The mere thought of our family living happily together in the future fills me with joy beyond compare." Minato Namikaze shared this profound sentiment. Despite the tumultuous fate of ninjas, they were often accompanied by countless regrets. Yet, if Kushina and Naruto could stand by his side, even in the face of life and death, he would fear nothing. For he was Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, the great sage of flames. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream jolted Minato back to reality. As he focused his gaze, the fourth Hokage was nearly paralyzed with terror. In a mysterious and vast fantastical realm, a beautiful female demon with golden hair possessed an enchanting allure that inspired awe in all who beheld her. However, this was not the cause of his overwhelming dread. What truly rendered the Hokage nearly faint was the astonishing resemblance this woman bore to his deceased wife, Kushina. Clutching his racing heart with one hand and shielding his astonished eyes with the other, Minato stammered, "Miss, may I inquire if you could?" Deep within, a torrent of exclamations surged. "Kushina, this is not my fault. I was unaware. Having just escaped the abyss of the underworld, I encounter a woman who so closely resembles my beloved wife, crying out for help. As a married man and a father, I sincerely wish this had never occurred. Should my wife discover this, what fate awaits me? Punishment? Sealing? Or perhaps a more formidable curse? Am I to be forbidden from returning home?" Will I even be denied food? Would Lord Jiraiya accept a brother as fallen as I? Is there still a place within the Hokage Tower for a temporary respite? In an instant, renowned for his refined teleportation technique Spiral Flash Super Rotation Dance, and having endured countless battles, the hero of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, contemplated dozens of potential scenarios. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki maintained a peculiar posture of his self-created ninjutsu, as the surrounding Shinigami and ghostly flames caused him to collapse in fear, crying out for help. He vaguely perceived a wisp of ghostly fire emerge from the Shinigami's belly, only to vanish without a trace. As the Shinigami gradually dissipated, calm returned. As if the previous eerie scene and the terrifying Shinigami and ghostly flames were mere illusions. What on earth was happening? Naruto trembled, murmuring to himself in solitude. At that moment, sensing the activation signal of the Vortex secret technique, Netherworld sealing technique, the Netherworld emissary serving the Vortex clan was summoned forth. Vortex Mito swiftly traversed space and appeared outside the dwelling, executing a fierce family leg technique to break open the portal. Naruto, Shikurin, Fusang. However, while Fusang and Shikurin were present, Naruto was conspicuously absent. Where could he be? Could this girl have employed a transformation technique? Startled, the long-silent Minato Namikaze suddenly realized that he had overlooked the fact that she had indeed utilized a transformation technique, mistaking her resemblance to Kushina. With a soft thud, Naruto dispelled the transformation technique, reverting to his golden-haired, spirited youth. Naruto, Mito exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the grinning Naruto who was scratching his head. How did you become a girl? Haha, I wanted to showcase my newly created powerful ninjutsu to Shikurin and Aunt Fusang. Naruto began, but suddenly paused, his movements coming to a halt. Where's the mask? He frantically searched, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find Shikurin's mask. It had been right on his head moments ago. How could it have vanished? Panic spread across Naruto's face. That was Shikurin's belonging, which he had merely borrowed for fun. This was the first time someone had lent him something enjoyable, and now he had lost it, leaving him feeling incredibly embarrassed and helpless. Shikurin calmly interjected, "Well, I think it must have been consumed during your use of the ninjutsu just now." Naruto's complexion was pale, and despair glimmered in his eyes. I previously received a reward, which I had intended to give to Sasuke or Kakashi-sensei, but now that I have lost your item, may I offer that as compensation? As he spoke, Naruto deeply bowed in apology to Cheyenne, fearing that he had angered her. In truth, Cheyenne was unaware of the purpose of that object, having lost it. It was gone, and she was far more concerned about the Reaper and the ghostly flames she had just witnessed and where they had vanished to. Naruto, is there any part of your body that feels unwell? Huh? The ghostly flames. Did you not see the flames emerge from the Reaper's abdomen, drawing near to you? Why have they disappeared? Have they attached themselves to you? Upon hearing those words, Naruto's complexion instantly turned ashen and in a state of panic. He repeatedly inquired of Aunt Fusang whether there were any unusual changes occurring within him. As Uzumaki Mito listened to their ongoing debate, she began to grasp the essence of the situation. The masks you mentioned were tools employed to undertake the previous challenge. Have they already been utilized? Naruto was filled with regret. How could I have known? I merely donned it upon my head to showcase a powerful ninjutsu of my own invention, one that could even surpass the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kushina Uzumaki mused within. The description on the mask stated that no sacrifice was necessary. Even if the evil spirits sealed within the underworld were released, it would pose no significant threat, for the Uzumaki clan had long since vanished, and the bodies of those sinners had decayed into nothingness with the passage of time. With nothing else to occupy her, Kushina allowed Naruto to steer the conversation off course. Is that ninjutsu of your own creation? Can it truly surpass that mischievous little monkey? She couldn't help but feel intrigued by Naruto, for the descendants of the Uzumaki clan were indeed gifted. Regarding this young boy, Kushina felt a mixture of pride and affection. At merely 12 years of age, he had already developed his own ninjutsu and even triumphed over Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage. She yearned to witness Naruto's ninjutsu, particularly that one move. Chapter 12. The unsolved secret of magical ramen in a distant fantastical realm known as the Land of Whirlpools. The protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, revived with vigor, boldly declared, "Oh Isis, that was merely a warm-up. Now I shall showcase the true, unparalleled secret technique of the Uzumaki. Ragnarok Castella Jutsu." Kushina echoed, "Indeed. A technique as powerful as Ragnarok Castella Jutsu." In an instant, a peculiar wave of energy filled the air, and before Kushina could comprehend the situation, The entire dwelling was occupied by countless phantasms of Naruto, each taking on various forms. Ah, the esteemed Fire Flame Governor, Lord Uzumaki Waimei, the sole Fire Flame Governor. The fourth Hokage, Wave Gale Ghost, Minato, was utterly astonished. Ragnarok Castella Jutsu represented a singular phantasm of Naruto, while Hanramuno Jutsu signified a multitude of Naruto's illusions. Thud. Kushina delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's head, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing, you foolish boy?" Bang, bang, bang. The phantasms of Naruto transformed into swirling white mist, vanishing in an instant. Only one Naruto remained, standing before Kushina, who, upon the dissipating smoke, was seen crumpled on the ground, clutching her head. "Ah, it hurts." Kushina looked at her own fist in confusion. "Oh dear, did I strike too hard? I couldn't control my strength." Sigh. Even the Hokage and Irika-sensei would have been caught in my ninjutsu. Coughing, she added. "This technique has a fatal weakness. It is utterly ineffective against women." As Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground, rubbing his aching forehead, he pondered to himself. "It seems my ninjutsu has considerable room for improvement. I must develop a more formidable secret technique, one so ultimate that even women cannot escape its grasp. The supreme version of Hanramuno Jutsu." The young father, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, awakened from his reverie, his aura reminiscent of a blooming dark lily. "I truly misjudged you, Lord Third. I never anticipated that you and Master Jiraiya belonged to the same ilk. Indeed, Lady Kushina is the mother of the children." No wonder she insisted on distancing herself from Master Jiraiya. Her foresight was truly remarkable. Gazing at the slender boy before him, whose face bore a striking resemblance to Kushina's childhood visage, Minato was filled with emotion. "Aside from this face, which closely resembles that of your mother, Naruto, I must apologize to you." Before he could finish his thought, his hand passed through Naruto's head, causing him to retract it in alarm, staring at his semi-transparent palm. His fingers trembled as he murmured, "I am sorry, Naruto. I have let you endure so many years of suffering alone. I truly regret making you the vessel of the village's strength. So many apologies." As the hero of the Hidden Leaf Village, Minato felt profound guilt for failing to protect his wife and child. However, all of this remained a mystery to Naruto Uzumaki. Upon seeing the arrival of Kushina's mother, Naruto realized that Sasuke must have completed the sealing mission. He anxiously inquired about his companion's condition. "What about Sasuke? How is he?" Before Kushina could respond, a voice from outside interrupted. "Shut up, useless Naruto. What are you saying?" It turned out that Sasuke was nearby as well. Furious, Naruto waved his fist and shouted, "Just wait. Once I master the technique of time-space traversal, I will make you concede." The boy with black hair responded with a smirk laced with amusement. "With your current abilities? Perhaps in your next life." Naruto, in a fit of frustration, bit down on the hem of his clothing, while Mito, Fuss, and K-Rin were thoroughly amused by their banter. Standing behind Naruto, Namikaze Minato observed his son and his friends frolicking with a warm smile. Suddenly, a brand new riddle intruded upon this intimate space, accompanied by a metallic voice. "Riddle." Minato immediately tensed up. "Riddle. After being resurrected by Kabuto Yakushi through the impure world reincarnation, what was the most precious thing that Uchiha Itachi entrusted to Naruto Uzumaki?" As Naruto was about to speak, he was swiftly silenced by Sasuke's hand covering his mouth. They had now entered the perilous realm of dangerous questions. A single misstep in their responses could result in the loss of life or, more grievously, threaten the very existence of the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet, how could Kabuto, that underperforming genin who had repeatedly failed the Chunin exams, wield control over the formidable Itachi Uchiha? The disturbances within the room had drawn the attention of numerous elite ninjas from the Leaf Village. What opportunities or sacrifices would await the village as a result? Surrounded by several elite ninjas, Kabuto could not help but sigh, astonished that the mastermind behind this quiz knew so many hidden truths, including the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei to summon Itachi Uchiha. In a distant world of fantasies, the double agent Kabuto swiftly unraveled a series of critical revelations within the web of light and shadow. 1. As the ancient visions foretold, Itachi fell at the hands of his brother, Sasuke Uchiha. 2. The boy named Naruto Uzumaki would grow into an immeasurable force, to the extent that Itachi entrusted him with his most cherished relics. 3. Rumors suggested that Naruto had mastered the forbidden techniques developed by the enigmatic Orochimaru or the second Hokage. 4. The most pivotal fact was that, due to the existence of this imagery, Kabuto's standing within Orochimaru's trust was precariously threatened. In light of this, Kabuto raised his hands, realizing that being bound by the powers of the wooden shrine was, ironically, the safer option. Meanwhile, the news reached the ears of Tobarama Senju, who immediately activated his teleportation technique, arriving at the location of Makoto Uchiha. Upon appearing in the central tower, two black-feathered ravens perched upon his shoulders. When Naruto beheld the elder brother of the second Hokage once more, despite his words being sealed, he undoubtedly yearned to inquire whether the man had relinquished the Hokage position to instead tend to ravens. At that moment, those trapped within this mysterious barrier of life and death questions included Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Karen Uzumaki, Mito Uzumaki, and FK Uzumaki. For members of the Uzumaki clan and a descendant of the Uchiha family, remnants of what was once the most formidable clan in the ninja world, were nearly all present. Even Tobarama Senju felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Fortunately, if the questions pertained to Itachi Uchiha, he could respond personally. At this juncture, the question and answer game unveiled a new round of rules and transitioned into the reward distribution phase, accompanied by an eerie metallic voice. The first reward was announced, one unconditional use of Edo Tensei. Amidst the crowd, a peculiar shuriken emerges, adorned with a mysterious talisman that hangs behind it. The technique of unlimited and pure resurrection can be executed without the need for sacrificial offerings or target biological cells. One merely needs to inscribe the name and exact date of birth of the summoned individual upon the talisman. Important considerations. 1. This is exclusively for the deceased. 2. The state of impurity lasts for 3 days, after which the departed will automatically return to the Pure Land. Reward: 10 ramen rolls from Yao. Naruto was no stranger to this reward, as he frequently consumed a batch of them. Just as everyone anticipated the opportunity to resurrect a ninja, that voice fell silent. Is it over? Questioned the ninja outside the barrier, perplexed. It seems that indeed it is finished. Senju Tobarama sighed in resignation. Let it be this way. After all, this is merely a straightforward question. The other ninjas, unlike the second Hokage, lacked an understanding of the Uchiha clan, their faces adorned with a myriad of question marks. The second Hokage had grown too weary to comment. In truth, the moment he heard the question, he recognized the answer to be glaringly obvious. Although he had brought Uchiha Itachi for safety, the question of what mattered most to a Uchiha with a brother was clear. Besides that insufferable brat within the barrier, was there any other choice? Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke cast a glance at the second Hokage outside the barrier, confused as to why he suddenly called his name. Do as I say, he instructed. Sasuke hesitated for a moment before ultimately nodding in agreement. Speak your name. As soon as the second Hokage's words fell, the initial reaction from the crowd was one of bewilderment. Once they comprehended the situation, they stifled their laughter. Their gazes converging upon the Uchiha orphan within the barrier, expressions remarkably intricate. Naruto, with his mouth covered, nodded vigorously, eager to join in. At that moment, Uchiha Sasuke's expression was similarly multifaceted. If he could escape, he would have truly wanted to challenge the second Hokage at that instant. Under Naruto's persistent gaze, Uchiha Sasuke finally let out a reluctant hum and struggled to articulate his name. You Uchiha Sasuke. Whether it was his unwillingness to acknowledge how significant he was in his brother's eyes or his reluctance to admit that his brother had entrusted him to that fool, Uchiha Sasuke's response came out rather awkwardly. Correct answer. After receiving 2 rewards, Sasuke unhesitatingly tossed the ramen roll to Naruto. However, he had not anticipated that even after bribing that fool, the guy would still ensnare him in a trap. Naruto, with a sly grin, exclaimed loudly, Hey. Let us unveil the reason why Sasuke's brother chose me as Sasuke's guardian. It must be because I, Uzumaki Naruto, am both formidable and trustworthy, right? Sasuke roared in response. Hey, you useless fool. In this wondrous realm, the companions surrounding Uchiha Sasuke displayed subtle expressions, as if pondering, despite the considerable debts owed to the Uchiha clan. How could one easily relinquish the opportunity to unveil crucial information about the future? This understanding incensed Sasuke to the point where he nearly lashed out at them in fury. The fourth Hokage, possessing boundless power, gazed at Naruto and Sasuke before him, alongside the long-departed second Hokage, his heart brimming with confusion. Recently returned from the realm of the dead, he discovered his son possessed an uncanny zeal for the unknown. Still reeling from the shock, he found himself ensnared by an unknown enemy, compelled to partake in a life and death question and answer game, where a wrong answer meant certain demise, leaving him utterly horrified, his golden locks standing on end. Subsequently, he encountered the long-fallen second Hokage and learned that among the 3 red-haired women present, one was none other than the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito. At that moment, everyone, with expressions of anticipation, began to witness the enigmatic imagery. within the vision. Uchiha Itachi appeared in the form of Edo Tensei, carrying a young man with an injured leg upon his shoulder. This youth, though not particularly old, possessed a mane of silvery hair, his frame gaunt and skeletal as if merely wrapped in skin. Wait, that person, the Rinnegan. The onlookers focused intently, and indeed, it was the Rinnegan belonging to that orange-haired man previously seen during the destruction of Konoha. Nagato, despite his pallid hair and emaciated form resembling that of a withered corpse. Tsunade instantly recognized him as her son, Nagato. Naruto exclaimed, "What? Why is Sasuke's brother with Aunt Fusang's son? How many people possess the Rinnegan?" Sasuke felt a surge of anxiety, despite his fervent declarations to reject Itachi's predetermined path and rise through his own strength. He realized he lacked a swift means to attain power. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato's chakra sensing abilities were indeed remarkable. Itachi inquired, "Who is it?" A nostalgic smile graced Nagato's face as he replied, "It's been so long. I never expected to encounter him again." Suddenly, two figures appeared on the screen, moving with astonishing speed until they stood before Uchiha Itachi and Nagato. One was a robust man with dark skin, sporting comical sunglasses and wielding the legendary sword, Samahada, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The other was strikingly unique, surrounded by a radiant golden-orange chakra, as if enveloped in a formidable chakra shield. Kumogakure, Land of Lightning. Ah, isn't that Lord Killer Bee? Indeed, it is him. But who is the young man beside him? He looks quite youthful, yet radiates such brilliance. Fool. Look at his forehead protector. He is clearly a leaf ninja. A leaf ninja? How could he possibly be alongside Lord Killer Bee? Moreover, I have never heard of such a figure from the leaf. Quickly, report this to Lord Raikage. They are en route to the 5 great ninja villages for a conference. Konohagakure, Land of Fire. At this moment, Sakura Haruno and other newly minted genin gathered before the image. Hinata exclaimed in astonishment, "Naruto-kun?" Naruto turned around and asked, "Huh? What is the matter, Hinata?" Gaara remained silent, his indifferent gaze fixed on Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke's expression also appeared unusual, as if a hint of disbelief flickered in his eyes while he observed Naruto. As a member of Team Kurenai, Kiba exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, Hinata, are you implying that the dazzling figure is that brat Naruto?" Shino added, "That seems to be the implication, though the reasons." Before Shino could finish his sentence, Kiba and the others erupted in a chorus of astonished exclamations. Only the second Hokage, who had witnessed Naruto's complete mastery over the Nine-Tails chakra, remained unfazed. The figure of pain in the recording greeted the person across from him with a relaxed tone. "It seems a considerable amount of time has passed. However, for me, since I have already perished, encountering you feels as if it were merely yesterday, Naruto." Huh? Is it really Naruto? The participants of the Chunin exams within the central tower cast curious glances, contrasting the radiant figure in the recording with the Naruto Uzumaki before them. Aside from the symbol of the leaf village on his forehead protector, it was indeed challenging to draw any connection between the two. After witnessing the earlier footage of the Ninja Alliance's commander, Gaara, vowing to protect his friends at all costs, the other ninja villages expressed a profound interest in this leaf ninja. However, upon viewing the new segment of footage, they were taken aback to see the boy who had once saved Gaara's life transformed into someone utterly unrecognizable. Naruto exclaimed, "To think that my future self actually knows Aunt Fusang's son. It seems our relationship is quite good." Fusang gently nodded. From the moment Nagato revealed his demise, her heart had already drifted far away. Nagato remarked, "Naruto, you have changed so much. Were it not for my ability to sense chakra, I might not have recognized you." At the mention of this, the image of Naruto seemed to recall a moment both joyous and filled with pride. He declared, "Is this what you mean? This is the chakra form that manifested after I fully mastered the Nine-Tails chakra." In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 13. The Soul Beast Festival in the Enigmatic Realm of the Nine-Tailed Fox. 9. Nine-Tails Form. The fourth Hokage, the fiery Heir Minato Namikaze. Guest. This is a bond forged from bloodline and destiny. Minato gazed at the youthful Naruto in the spirit realm, his voice trembling. "Naruto, you have truly achieved this." Even though he had meticulously arranged everything before his passing. Witnessing his son grow into a true man and genuinely harness the power of the Nine-Tails brought tears to Minato's eyes. Before him stood a mere 12-year-old child. How he longed to ruffle his hair, yet as an intangible spirit, he could not touch reality. What a shame, esteemed fourth Hokage, Nine-Tails. His astonishment momentarily made him forget his own condition. It was only when the other party spoke that he realized the other half of the Nine-Tails. which had been sealed within the belly of death, had returned to the world alongside him. Do not worry, old man. I have formed a symbiotic relationship with you now. Accompanied by a sardonic chuckle, the Ninetales proclaimed, Did you not expect this? You now exist in such a form that you cannot even touch your son's head. Indeed. Minato found no words of rebuttal to this. The Ninetales observed through Minato's consciousness. I have never seen such power. Even the sage of six paths would struggle to achieve it. Yet your son commands half of my strength, just as you wished. Indeed. Naruto, the voice of the fourth Hokage, brimmed with pride, his gaze fixated on the small figure before him. Barely standing at 1.5 meters tall, I believe he will undoubtedly succeed. In the image, the reincarnated Nagato noted a dramatic transformation in Naruto's demeanor, radiating confidence. Itachi Uchiha praised Naruto for his astonishing growth within a short span. That's my junior, Nagato reflected, deeply gratified by Naruto's progress. Such a transformation was indeed inevitable. Nagato, Jiraiya-sensei. Konan looked at Nagato with concern. Nagato, why did you leave like that? In the footage, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee articulates in a peculiar rhythm that, without his assistance, Naruto might have remained perpetually mired in despondency. How absurd. The Naruto depicted in the image resolutely gestures toward Killer Bee, defiantly protesting. In the land of lightning, within the village of Kumogakure, the townsfolk whisper, Hey, that kid from Konoha not only shares a close bond with the Kazekage, a fellow Jinchuriki, but has also forged a profound friendship with our esteemed Killer Bee. A friendship between Jinchuriki, crossing the boundaries of ninja villages? It is simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, in the land of wind, the villagers of Sunagakure express their astonishment. That boy has not only influenced Lord Gaara, but could he also have rescued the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki of Kumogakure? If so, Konoha's strength will only continue to grow. Yet, from the footage, it appears more as if the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki has saved the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Ultimately, it is best to await the attendance of that esteemed figure at the Five Kage Summit before drawing any conclusions. Upon receiving this news, the villages of Kirigakure and Iwagakure swiftly mobilize. Quick! Capture this footage and send it to Lady Tsunade or Lord Inoki at once. In the central tower of training ground number 44 in Konoha, the ninjas engage in hushed conversations. That guy not only has a good rapport with the Sand Ninja Gaara, but has also become quite familiar with the people from Kumogakure. The crucial question is, can he truly wield the power of the Ninetales? Let us hope he does not repeat the mistakes of 12 years ago. Enough. Cease your chatter. The fourth Hokage is here. At this proclamation, the crowd promptly falls silent. Unbeknownst to these Konoha ninjas, the revered fourth Hokage stands silently behind them, quietly observing their faces. Even more astonishing to them is the realization that the fourth Hokage, whom they idolize, is none other than the biological father of the very Ninetales they speak of. Yet, in this moment, Minato Namikaze is engulfed in sorrow and powerless. For he exists merely as an ethereal spirit. As a father, he cannot defend his son nor even offer a comforting touch to his head. In the footage, the reincarnated Nagato poses a question to Naruto. Have you conquered the hatred and darkness within your heart? Sasuke and Gaara exchange glances of bewilderment. Darkness? Does Naruto even possess such a thing? At least in their eyes, Naruto has always exemplified optimism, radiance, and positivity, often serving as a contrasting mirror to their own struggles, even at times when they found themselves ensnared in the depths of despair. The mere sight of Naruto's radiant smile would instinctively compel them to look away, lest it pierce their eyes. Beyond the imagery, the 12-year-old Naruto remained silent, quietly gazing at the vision before him, offering no explicit acknowledgement of the darkness that lay dormant within. In a distant, fantastical realm known as the Land of Spiritual Veins, the image of the swirling Naruto displayed a manifestation of spiritual energy, the Naruto light mode, shimmering with unwavering determination and delight. With your presence, my senior brother, and your willingness to share those painful experiences alongside the guidance of my peculiar spirit beast companion, Master Killer Bee, amidst the enchanting illusory waterfall, I find joy. His smile was radiant, a tempest of excitement roiling within, and then there were my parents. Their support was equally vital. It is through everyone's assistance that I have reached this point, dispelling the shadows within and mastering this formidable Naruto light mode. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the gathering. Initially expecting a significant revelation regarding Sasuke, yet unexpectedly unveiling Naruto's extraordinary journey, all eyes were once again drawn to the boy of the Uzumaki lineage. Even Naruto himself was taken aback by the words spoken by his future self in the vision. He tugged at Sasuke's sleeve, awkwardly smiling as he inquired, Sasuke, Did you catch what my future self just said? It seems my ears might be playing tricks on me, as I heard something rather peculiar. Sasuke, as ever, dubbed him a little fool, yet this time, his tone bore a noticeable softness, devoid of the usual sarcasm. Unaware of this shift, Naruto found himself further perplexed by the enigma left by his future self. At that moment, standing behind Naruto was none other than his biological father, the fourth Hokage and master of spiritual veins, Minato Namikaze. Minato understood that, in his final moments, he had invoked the forbidden yin-yang sealing technique to bind his own spiritual energy and that of his wife, Kushina, within Naruto. At some point in the future, Naruto would attempt to unravel the seal of the Nine Tails, and it was then that Minato would intervene to prevent it. He knew that the pressures and trials Naruto would endure during that time could be grasped without the need for excessive imagination. You heard correctly, little fool. Although Sasuke's words still contained that endearing nickname unique to Naruto, the tone had shifted. Naruto was utterly perplexed by the mysteries left behind by his future self, particularly regarding the image of his parents and the reason for their absence during his childhood. The fact that they only revealed themselves after he had grown into adulthood filled him with both anger and confusion. This was simply too much to bear. Naruto lowered his head, attempting to shield his eyes with his hand. However, he had forgotten that he no longer wore his goggles. In moments like these, he would instinctively make this gesture, perhaps because this childhood habit had long been etched into his heart. In the imagery, for figures were engaged in conversation, when suddenly, Uchiha Itachi and Nagato's expressions shifted dramatically. Immediately, Itachi unleashed a colossal fire technique, Great Fireball technique, aimed directly at Naruto. What was happening? Hadn't they been conversing amicably just moments ago? How could things have escalated so abruptly? No, that was the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, developed by the second Hokage. They were being manipulated. Sasuke. Just as Sasuke was about to chase after the puppet master, Kabuto, he was promptly halted by Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke, where are you going? To find Kabuto. He has already been controlled, and moreover, events yet to unfold require you to remain calm. Sasuke clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Blocking the Great Fireball was the massive blade, Samahata, carried by the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee. Upon seeing the blade, Itachi remarked solemnly, "Is that Samahata?" This implies that Kisame is all ready. Kisame, observing from a distance, chuckled softly. Humph, so Itachi cares for his comrades after all. Death held little significance for him. After all, he hailed from the blood-soaked village of the Hidden Mist. The battle depicted in the imagery was exceptionally chaotic yet amusing. Both sides were unleashing their full power. Yet due to their unrestrained speech, they continued to communicate amidst the fray, even reminding Naruto and Killer Bee to be cautious of their forthcoming techniques and inherent weaknesses. This scene appeared rather joyous. Indeed, their prowess was undeniable. Who, exactly, was that individual with the Rinnegan? It remains unclear. Let us observe for now. Uchiha Itachi lightly punched Naruto, while simultaneously expressing concern for his younger brother. How is Sasuke faring? Sasuke remained silent. Brother. Itachi responded, "It is indeed me." Naruto skillfully evaded the onslaught and spoke. In vengeance for the death of my most esteemed brother, he immersed himself in the underworld alliance. The villagers of Konoha, witnessing Sasuke's formidable power, were left in stunned silence. Just as they had managed to quell the tense atmosphere for a few days, they were met with the emergence of such a harbinger of death. Could there not be a moment of tranquility? Upon learning of this, the resurrected Itachi Uchiha from the underworld was taken aback. Why does Sasuke not return to the village? As an S-rank rogue ninja, he should be returning to Konoha. In a mysterious, fantastical realm, the young man named Sasuke cursed vehemently at his brother, whom he deemed a fool. Brother, that imbecile. How could he possibly return? Meanwhile, some sorcerers observing from the shadows began to grow wary of Uchiha Sasuke. Melania remarked, "That masked man has found Sasuke and revealed your secrets. He now harbors a deep hatred for the forest city of Konoha and has resolved to destroy it, avenging Konoha." Seven seated. Damn that band, fellow. Band. The name of the masked man? Upon hearing this name, the senior elders from various villages were astounded. Ban. Could it possibly refer to Uchiha Ban? Impossible. The first Magic King had already perished. How could that individual still be alive? Elder, may I inquire as to who this Ban is? It is said that this Uchiha Ban possesses combat prowess comparable to that of the first Magic King, Senju Hashirama. And some even revere him as the Azura of the magical battlefield. Uchiha Obito lurked within the enigmatic dimensional illusion, observing the circumstances in Konoha. Pondering to himself, that Brat 7 is merely that, oblivious to my true identity until his last breath. However, it matters not. As long as the Moon I plan is executed successfully, all the departed will be resurrected and dwell in happiness. Melania questioned, is what Ban stated true? The Uchiha clan intends to instigate a revolutionary rebellion. 7 interrupted her. Enough, Melania. The nearby Mandora nodded in understanding. Having grasped the underlying secrets, it turned out that there were deeper truths at play. Within the spectral paper tree hollow in the dark, Conan remarked, indeed, Ban has concealed many truths. He undoubtedly knows of Itachi's role as a secret police officer of Konoha. Mandora remained silent. Melania continued, Itachi, you bore the stigma of a traitor and sacrificed yourself to protect the village and Sasuke. I believe Sasuke can comprehend your anguish. Yet he has not adhered to your wishes for peace. Instead, he seeks to annihilate Konoha. He will use war as a tribute, mourning the loss of his beloved brother who perished due to the village's torment. Itachi, the Raven, pondered, is my decision, meticulously orchestrating Sasuke's fate, truly erroneous? Watching the scene unfold, Sasuke's eyes sparkled with emotion. Despite merely observing the images, his disillusionment with Konoha and the entire magical realm was palpable. Thus, the act of betraying and destroying the village appeared to him, at that time, as an entirely justifiable option. The image of Itachi, after listening to Melania's words, fell into a contemplative silence. He was deeply concerned about the reputation of the Uchiha clan, which was the final wish bestowed upon him by his dear friend Shursui. Apart from you, are there others aware of this matter? Shursui, voice of the soul, apologies, Itachi. Melania replied, only I, along with Mentor Kakashi and Captain Yamato, are privy to this knowledge. Subsequently, the imagery revealed a dual memory of Melania. Snowflakes danced in the air as Melania, clad in scant attire, stood amidst the snow. She shut her eyes tightly, and in her mind's eye, the scene of Sasuke seeking vengeance against Itachi unfolded. The image then shifted to the masked man. Subdued by the wood element magic and Kakashi's thunderous strike, Uchiha Itachi, whose way of life was one of self-sacrifice, choosing to bear the name of a traitor in death, for the sake of the village and, more poignantly, for his brother. The masked man continued, Sasuke has lost everything, the glory of the Uchiha clan, his family, his brother, and his homeland, leaving only hatred for Konoha, much like myself. All of this is for the peace of Konoha and the entire magical realm. He inquired, in such circumstances, would you blame Sasuke? Would you blame Itachi? The image returned to Melania standing in the snow, her breath now coming in rapid gasps. Before anyone could comprehend her distress, the scene transitioned to another memory. Shortly after, the village of Konoha was ravaged by an orange-haired Akatsuki member possessing the Rinnegan. 2 dark-skinned ninjas from a foreign village appeared on the scene. From the land of lightning, Hidden Cloud Village. Hey, Karui, Omoi. Could you two possibly be the future versions of yourselves? How did you end up in Konoha? Immediately, the image showed Karui lunging at Melania, delivering a fierce punch. Surprisingly, Melania did not retaliate. Instead, she calmly said to Karui, go ahead and hit me until your energy is spent. Following this, Karui rained down blows upon Melania. While Omoi stood by, witnessing the ordeal, a ninja from the Hidden Cloud voiced his concern. Hey, isn't this a bit dangerous? After all, we are still within Konoha's territory. Indeed. Omoi, overwhelmed with anxiety, exclaimed, If the leader of the 5 great ninja villages were to learn that an entire ninja coalition army was dispatched to assault our Hidden Cloud village, we would be eternally damned. The other ninjas responded with calmness. You're overthinking it. Karui corrected. There are members from our Hidden Cloud village within the coalition, fool. Omoi's fears resurfaced. But you can't strike so harshly. What if you were to kill Konoha's guardian beast? The other ninjas chimed in. You truly are a simpleton. However, it soon became evident through the footage why Karui had come to Konoha and why Melania could endure Karui's assaults. Sasuke exclaimed, that worthless fool. Chapter 14. Chronicles of the Beast Gathering in the distant realm of illusion. The Desert Prince Gaara, known as the Sand of the Land, wore an expression of cold indifference, remaining silent and clearly dissatisfied with the unfolding events. How could he possibly forgive him? In the images, Karui, with furious fists raised, launched a fierce attack on the legendary hero of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, having personally brought an end to our mentor Killer Bee's life. Outside the images, Karui murmured to herself, is it true that the one named Sasuke has slain Master Killer Bee? Unbelievable. Yet, just moments ago, was not Master still fighting side by side with Naruto against those malevolent forces of Edo Tensei? Perhaps Master was fortunate enough to have evaded that catastrophic strike? Do you recall the scene in the Ninja Alliance footage where Master struggled amidst the engulfing black flames? The fourth Reikage was filled with indignation, his heart longing to obliterate the enigmatic organization known as Akatsuki. It was revealed that the one who unleashed that dark flame upon Master was none other than Uchiha Sasuke from Konoha. It is no wonder that Karui and Omoi chose to rush to Konoha. This matter transcended mere conflict between two ninja villages, intertwining the deep-seated political entanglements between the land of fire and the land of lightning. In the footage, Naruto had endured countless blows, his face swollen and bruised. Unbeknownst to all, before the image, a figure, a father, had quietly turned away, unable to bear witness to such a tragic scene. What a stubborn yet naive child. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, lamented softly, his words laden with poignant sorrow. Naruto took a deep breath and resolutely stated, "I comprehend the animosity that resides within your hearts, and I can empathize with your desire for vengeance. However, should you truly intend to target Sasuke, neither I nor my comrades can remain passive observers." He continued, "If this continues, the hatred will only intensify, will it not?" Meanwhile, Sasuke, silently observing this scene, fell into contemplation. The former underachiever steadfastly clung to his beliefs, unwilling to forsake Sasuke. It was known that Naruto had resurrected the mother of Itachi Uchiha, deepening Itachi's gratitude towards him. According to your reasoning, where should we unleash this hatred? Are you prepared to bear the consequences of our actions? Omoi could no longer tolerate such rhetoric, challenging Naruto. He countered, "Hand over the information regarding Sasuke. The fifth Hokage has inexplicably fallen into a coma, and Shimura Danzo, the acting Hokage, has sanctioned this plan. Furthermore, Sasuke Uchiha has long since abandoned Konoha and has become a rogue ninja. The fifth Hokage? Does this imply that the third Hokage has long since departed from his position?" Simultaneously, the state of unconsciousness raises questions about the future upheavals. Sasuke clenched his fists, furiously questioning, "Shimura Danzo, I will not permit that cunning and treacherous individual to escape his just punishment." At this moment, a powerful hand rested on Sasuke's shoulder. "I say, you need not face everything alone." Naruto's words momentarily plunged Sasuke into a daze, stirring subtle emotional ripples within his heart. However, Naruto soon extended his thumb, teasingly remarking, "Once in a while, it wouldn't hurt for you to say, 'Please, Lord Naruto, lend me a hand,' in a tone that was both cheeky and infuriating." This irreverent demeanor made Uchiha Sasuke yearn to thrust him against the wall. In that fleeting vision, a woman with red hair and dark skin relentlessly struck Naruto, provoking memories within him. He remembered her vividly. Compared to Karui's relentless blows, Omoi's words struck a deeper chord with Naruto, awakening the profound sorrow left by their master's passing, a sorrow he felt powerless to alleviate. The pain was searing, so intense that it rendered his favorite ramen unpalatable, leaving him reluctant to return home, preferring instead to weep silently in the solitude of the night. Those familiar with Naruto could discern the unmistakable sorrow reflected in the eyes of the 16-year-old boy within the vision. Currently, I have yet to discover a solution. In the vision, Naruto averted his gaze. Before this, you can unleash that hatred upon me. Minato could not help but exclaim, "Naruto." Karui's fist grew increasingly formidable. In another parallel world, Sasuke, perhaps unaware, was participating in the trials of the various realms, yet Naruto's actions infuriated him to the point of gritting his teeth. "Have you lost your mind?" He seized Naruto by the collar, lifting him slightly. "In such moments, you should hide like a true laggard and not meddle in my affairs. How could I stand by idly?" Naruto firmly grasped Sasuke's arm, straining to break free, determination flashing in his eyes. "Because we are comrades, you fool. Sakura, I, Kakashi-sensei, and everyone in Konoha would never agree to such a thing." In the vision, a resounding crash echoed as Karui's fury peaked. With one punch, she sent Naruto flying 2 meters, crashing to the ground. Ugh! Seizing the opportunity while Naruto had yet to rise, Karui stormed toward him, launching a flurry of punches and kicks like a tempest. Minato reached out toward the vision, exclaiming, "Naruto, this is merely an image." The fourth Hokage clenched his fists, now possessing fragments of information. Therefore, would the events depicted in the vision become the inevitable trials of destiny that Naruto must face? The imagery gradually faded, signaling a transition to a new scene. In this new tableau, Naruto and Kakashi donned cloaks emblematic of their Konoha identities, sprinting through the snow-laden terrain of the Land of Iron. In a distant otherworld, the moment froze at the instant Naruto was severely wounded by a magical beast in the misty forest, half of his cheek still wrapped in healing runes. Wait, In the projector, Naruto stood resolutely before the fourth Raikage and his entourage. I wish for the boy's swollen cheeks to have healed, yet his gaze brimmed with sincerity. I implore you to retract the death sentence imposed upon Sasuke Uchiha. As the distinguished leader among the generations of Raikage, Minato Namikaze slightly pursed his lips. As the current leader of Konohagakure, how could he not comprehend the gravity of his son's words, which were potent enough to evoke the wrath of the Raikage? If Sasuke had indeed slain the formidable duo, A and B, the Raikage would have every reason to pursue him relentlessly. How could a mere outsider's plea suffice to annul such an edict? Indeed, before the fourth Raikage could utter a word, his guards vehemently countered, their voices rising in condemnation of Sasuke Uchiha's alleged crimes. Yet amidst this uproar, Naruto performed an astonishing act that left all witnesses, whether present or observing through the screen, thoroughly astounded. I recognize that this request is excessive, yet I am left with no alternative. The boy in the footage cried out, and without hesitation, he knelt upon the frost-laden earth. Sasuke is my friend. I cannot stand idly by and watch my friend perish. Nor can I allow Sasuke's situation to ignite the flames of war between Konoha and Kumogakure. At merely 16 years of age, Naruto Uzumaki had grasped the intricate relationship between hatred and consequence. However, his earnestness did not elicit understanding. Instead, he was met with scorn, both within the footage and beyond. The fourth Raikage disregarded this naive young ninja from Konoha, resolutely striding past the kneeling Naruto in the snow. Subsequently, the Raikage guards showed no sympathy for the young ninja who had humiliated himself in a plea for his old friend. Meanwhile, in the world beyond the screen, people from various villages expressed their outrage, vociferously cursing at the image, truly ignorant of the power of hatred. You little brat. Indeed. Who do you think you are? It seems the lesson from Kumogakure last time was far too lenient. Humph. Are all ninjas from Konoha this naive? Simultaneously, Sasuke Uchiha could no longer endure the pressure of the gazes surrounding him and questioned Kakashi beside him. Sensei Kakashi, are we to simply watch that fool act recklessly? Kakashi replied helplessly, what can I do? This is not something I can intervene in at the moment. Furthermore, Sasuke, could you not show me a modicum of respect and address me as Sensei Kakashi? Is that so difficult? Yet, the scene before them was a reality that could not be altered at present. The most urgent task now was to circumvent the tragedy of fate that loomed ahead. At this moment, Sasuke realized that he had allowed the content of the footage to skew his emotions, rendering him overly agitated. In the silence that had lingered for so long, the figure of Shinji Tobirama seemed to re-emerge in Naruto's presence, evoking the image of his elder brother, a man of unwavering dedication, idealism, and profound respect. Revered as the deity of the shinobi world, Shinji Hashirama, the first Hokage of Konohagakure. The scene shifted back to its inception, where Naruto, clad in a thin training outfit, stood amidst the pristine white snow, his breathing distinctly irregular. Minato Namikaze exclaimed, "Control your breathing, Naruto." Sasuke, Sakura, and Gaara called out in unison, "Naruto." Shikamaru and Ino chimed in, "Fool, Naruto." Hinata anxiously shouted, "Naruto-kun." Yet, the Naruto in the present wore an expression of helplessness, saying, "Hey, I'm right here. You all are too engrossed in your roles." However, none responded to his reality. All were intently focused on the projection. Naruto sighed inwardly, feeling a profound sense of annoyance. In the image, he pressed his hands against his chest. His face contorted with pain and helplessness, before suddenly collapsing into the snow before him, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air, grasping his clothing tightly. The sound of his labored breathing was particularly jarring. Even those devoid of medical ninjutsu knowledge could discern the grave issues afflicting his respiratory system. Karen was filled with anxiety. What on earth has happened? If I were there, perhaps I could assist Naruto in his treatment. Recently reunited with her clan, she could not bear the thought of Naruto disappearing inexplicably in the future. She wondered if her unique abilities might be of any assistance. In that moment, a desire to learn advanced medical ninjutsu quietly blossomed within her heart. In the projection, Kakashi and the other two approached with palpable tension. "Calm down, Naruto," urged the Jonin named Yamato. "It's hyperventilation. Try to slow your breathing and don't think about anything else." However, the Naruto in the image could no longer hear their voices. His eyelids grew heavy as he sank into a dark abyss. This is a tale of loyalty and blood ties, a journey of mutual salvation among warriors from another realm. The Nine-Tails Fox scoffed, "Humph. You, who cannot even manipulate elements. When did you learn to control your breath?" Uchiha Sasuke seized Naruto by the collar, shaking him vigorously. "Once you're done, you will immediately accompany me to the Valley of Godly Healing." Naruto exclaimed, "Ah, Please don't. I have never set foot in that mysterious realm, he proudly declared, as if reciting an ancient incantation. I, Uzumaki Naruto, no matter the severity of my injuries, need only to slumber for a night, and upon awakening, I shall be restored to my former self. Did you not witness this during the battle at the Naruto Wind Bridge? The Shadow Minter Kakashi remarked. It is always wise to exercise caution. A thorough examination is never amiss. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, concurred. Indeed, Kakashi, an enigmatic Yanbiyu warrior, emerging silently from the shadows, observed, Naruto, your labored breathing stems from anxiety. As long as you maintain a tranquil mind and refrain from succumbing to sorrowful memories, there is typically no cause for alarm. Naruto exclaimed, Ah, you are the esteemed Captain Yamato. Kakashi teased, Tens, your disguise is full of flaws. I apologize, senior. I will take my leave immediately. The Umbu warrior known as Tens said before vanishing into thin air. The second Hokage observed this scene, shaking his head with a sigh, pondering. In just a few short years, how has Konoha nurtured such an abundance of innocent souls? Behold, the image of me has returned to an era of valor alongside heroes. Silly Naruto, that is not how one describes bravery. The scene shifted to Naruto Uzumaki and Saratobi Kinomaru, who were confronting the resurrected Uchiha Itachi and Pain, two formidable adversaries. Universal pull. With Pain's command, Naruto was pulled toward him as if a colossal magnet had seized him. Immediately, Pain summoned a massive boulder, attempting to crush Naruto beneath it. In a moment of desperation, a surge of potent chakra erupted within Naruto, coalescing into an enormous orange arm that forcefully pushed the boulder aside. It turns out chakra can be wielded in such a manner. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. A student from the Ninja Academy could not help but inquire, Teacher, when will I be able to cultivate to such a level? His instructor replied with a hint of sorrow, Well, I fear that height may be unattainable in this lifetime, or even the next. Not only did Naruto outside the screen display shock, admiration, and envy, but his companion, Uchiha Itachi, also praised Naruto's remarkable feat. Indeed, compared to my fierce battle with Pain, I have grown significantly stronger. Pain remarked that Naruto Uzumaki has truly triumphed over Pain. Conan, noticing this, anxiously turned to Pain. Pain, do not worry. Let us continue watching, Pain responded. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had remained silent, suddenly addressed Naruto. Naruto, I leave Sasuke in your care. Sasuke gasped in astonishment. The unexpected charge left Naruto, who was watching the scene unfold, bewildered. Unsure why Sasuke's elder brother had entrusted him with the responsibility of looking after Sasuke. However, upon reflection, compared to Aunt Makoto's wish for him to become Sasuke's brother, Itachi clearly understood him far better. Naruto responded decisively, I have always intended to do this from the very beginning. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke's face flushed with embarrassment as he furiously interrogated Naruto. Are you serious? Later, whether it be the shadow clone technique, shuriken jutsu, taijutsu, or jinjutsu, choose anyone to challenge me. If you emerge victorious, I shall concede defeat. Nearby, Itachi, observing the scene, fell silent, realizing that after acquiring a younger brother, he had indeed become somewhat blind. Meanwhile, Makoto Uchiha, watching this unfold, clenched her fists against her lips, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile, remarking, entrusting him to little Naruto was truly a wise decision. Thank you, Lady Kushina. Itachi affirmed, handing Sasuke over to you is undoubtedly the correct choice. Sasuke gritted his teeth, exclaiming, that guy Itachi. Naruto began to boast about his prowess, prompting a resigned sigh from Itachi, who was left with no choice but to acquiesce. While Shisui silently smiled in approval of Naruto's confidence, the battle depicted in the imagery reached a fever pitch, with Naruto confronting formidable foes comprised of the reanimated Nagato and Captain Itachi. On the battlefield, Nagato unleashed his summoning technique, calling forth two colossal beasts, their heights dwarfing Naruto by several times. These twin creatures loomed like small mountains, their overwhelming presence instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld them. Naruto exclaimed, Kakashi-sensei, what is this extraordinary thing? It's simply marvelous. Kakashi replied, well, in truth, this is merely a common summoning technique, conjuring an extraordinary colossal beast. It is akin to the circumstances under which my ninja dog companion, Pakin, summons his kind. He gently stroked Naruto's golden hair, adding, you have already witnessed Pakin and his comrade's summoning techniques during your confrontation with Zabuza. In Naruto's mind, he envisioned the colossal figure of the great sage. With this image, it seemed less implausible. Hey, Naruto, the the spirit of Minato Namikaze, his father, managed to force a smile, though he had only been a father for a fleeting day. In this moment, he effortlessly conveyed boundless paternal love and affection through his call to Naruto. Hee, kid, do you wish to learn the summoning technique? A familiar voice echoed from outside the door. Chapter 15. Arcane Barbecue in a distant fantastical realm. A boy named Naruto Uzumaki quickly glanced towards the entrance, exclaiming in shock. Teacher mentor, the great sage Jiraiya. Unfortunately, the formidable great sage Jiraiya was presently unable to sense Naruto's existence. Otherwise, this legendary Sannin would have been overjoyed and immediately whisked him away to a mysterious tavern for revelry. Who are you? Naruto inquired, puzzled, as he gazed at the stranger at the door. The figure wore a forehead protector inscribed with the character for oil, a wicked smile plastered across his face, and his wild, lion-like white hair cascaded over his shoulders. Clad in ninja attire, he donned an unusual coat and, rather than conventional ninja boots, he sported a pair of elevated wooden clogs. Jiraiya, the great sage. Naruto tilted his head, confusion etched across his features as he retorted, who is this Jiraiya? Humph. Kid, you don't know me, one of the legendary Sannin, the sage of Mount Myaboku Jiraiya? The enigmatic man replied, his eyes widening in disbelief. Naruto stared blankly at the unexpectedly appearing peculiar old man, exclaiming loudly, I've never heard of you. Don't disturb me while I watch this mysterious image. Wait, what's that thing in the future me's hand? Could it be a new magical ninjutsu? As he pushed the unfamiliar white-haired man aside, he tightly grasped the image before him, anxiously calling out to Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, look. What I have in my hand resembles your frantic shuriken. He then turned, beaming with pride, to flaunt it to Sakura Haruno, saying, Sakura, take a look. My magical ninjutsu is way cooler than that idiot Sasuke's wind shuriken. In the image, Naruto leapt into the air, wielding a colossal shuriken that was no ordinary tool of a ninja. It resembled a powerful magical ninjutsu, emitting a deafening hum. Jiraiya's eyes widened in astonishment, that is, wind magic, spiraling shuriken. This wind-style magical ninjutsu, larger than the frantic shuriken, was currently being unleashed by Naruto, pressing down upon a summoning beast resembling a small mountain, a three-headed dog. What initially appeared to be an unassuming shuriken transformed into an enormous wind domain. Undoubtedly a formidable magical force that firmly pinned the opponent to the ground. Yet, this was not the end. The pale blue wind-style magical ninjutsu lived up to its name of spiraling shuriken. The multiple wind pressures contained within spun at high velocity, inflicting devastating secondary damage upon the enemy while continuing to deliver lethal strikes to the summoning beast. At this moment, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, was filled with excitement. Moreover, it was not merely 2 attacks. As the creator, Minato understood the intricacies of the Rasengan's technique, and he immediately recognized that after the second attack, the summoning beast was enduring an even more severe and fatal assault. Jiraiya gasped, it's needles. What? From Jiraiya-sama? A puzzled ninja inquired, perplexed by the nature of such a powerful ninjutsu that could be executed without hand seals, yet wielded such astonishing power. These are needles formed from wind chakra. Jiraiya observed intently, analyzing the state of the summoning beast in the image. This ninjutsu converts wind chakra into needles as fine as a hair. Hinata, Hyuga, and Niji, Hyuga simultaneously activated their Byakugan. Hinata exclaimed, incredible, Naruto-kun. Niji, however, reflected deeply. Each needle of wind chakra is thinner than a human's meridian, making it hard to fathom the immense quantity of chakra needles contained within this technique. He continued, compared to the previous 2 attacks, the third strike is the true lethal trump card. Each wind chakra needle remains within the opponent, severing their chakra pathways and muscle movements one by one. The crowd gasped in awe. This ninjutsu was truly overwhelming. Who could have created such a terrifying technique? It must be at least an S rank, right? The fourth Hokage. The initial ninjutsu known as the Rasengan, developed by the fourth Hokage, has been elevated to an S rank through the wind nature transformation, and Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction, realizing that it must have been accomplished by Naruto Uzumaki. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama, alongside Jiraiya, responded to this revelation, and the 2 exchanged glances. Who is this young man with white hair? He seems strikingly familiar. Call me Lord Second Hokage. A thunderous roar accompanied by the chakra pressure of the second Hokage startled Jiraiya momentarily. It took him a moment of contemplation to realize that this youthful companion bore a remarkable resemblance to the second Hokage depicted on the Hokage monument. The onlookers were rendered speechless. The rookie ninjas of Konohagakure were particularly astonished. Is that Naruto? The resemblance is uncanny. Could he be a descendant? Yet, the age seemed misaligned. Clearly, Senju Tobarama, having endured the Fourth Great Ninja War, held a unique leniency towards Naruto, while he felt no need to extend the same courtesy to Jiraiya, who was evidently older. However, you rascal, I cannot believe you are already at this age yet still referred to as a kid. Jiraiya was left utterly bewildered. Wait a moment. What is going on here? Naruto's exclamation drew everyone's attention as he pointed towards the image on the screen, incredulously asking, why did such a gigantic octopus suddenly emerge behind that uncle named B? The crowd shifted their focus from the second Hokage and Jiraiya to the captivating image. Within the fantastical realm portrayed, a fierce battle unfolded between Killer Bee and the reanimated Akatsuki member, Itachi Uchiha. Itachi coldly warned, do not gaze into my eyes, lest you be ensnared in an endless illusion. He unleashed a colossal fireball, followed by a tempestuous blaze akin to the Phoenix Fire technique. Behind Killer Bee, a massive tentacle resembling an octopus extended, exhibiting a lifelike agility as it ensnared Killer Bee's sword and countered Itachi at an unusual angle. Yet, the situation escalated. As Killer Bee fell victim to the genjutsu, a colossal dark shadow suddenly loomed behind him. The sheer size of this shadow surpassed even the two colossal creatures previously summoned. When the shadow revealed its true form, the audience gasped in astonishment to discover it was a gigantic octopus creature with the head of a bull. The late Fourth Raikage had once battled this entity alongside his disciple Killer Bee, and he solemnly remarked, you still wield the power of the tailed beast with such finesse. Former rivals now become mentors guiding Naruto in mastering the tailed beast's power. Namake's Minato reflected with deep emotion, grateful that he and the A brothers had never harbored animosity towards one another. Sakura's eyes widened as she exclaimed, Naruto, that is clearly not a cuttlefish. Naruto tilted his head in contemplation and replied, is that truly the case? Without hesitation, Choji asserted, it is undoubtedly an octopus. Its tender flesh is exquisite, making it perfectly suited for crafting chilled sashimi, which becomes even more delectable when paired with sauce. Witnessing this exchange, the second Hokage felt a deep sense of shame. Marveling at the wondrous power of genetics, despite the passage of several generations, his student Akimichi Choza seemed to come alive in that very moment. Nevertheless, some essential teachings must not be overlooked. In truth, that is neither an octopus nor a cuttlefish. Like Killer Bee and Gaara, you are both hosts of the Eight Tails. Known as Gyuki, Gaara and Naruto exclaimed in unison. What? Naruto's fingers grazed his abdomen, precisely where the fourth Hokage had sealed the Nine Tails. So this is it. I would learn from him how to wield the power of the Nine Tails in the future. The Nine Tails, contained within the confines of Naruto's body, flickered its crimson eyes. Contemplating. Knowing the true name of the Eight Tails, this second Hokage is indeed remarkable. In truth, Senju Tobarama, a veteran of the Great War, was not only well acquainted with the genuine name of the Eight Tails, Jiwai Ki, but at the sacred moment when the Sage of Six Paths designated Naruto as the Jinchuriki. He recited the names of all the tailed beasts one by one. In the imagery, the Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, and the Eight Tails, sealed within him, were conspiring together on how to defeat the reanimated Uchiha Itachi. Some might ponder, the bond between this Jinchuriki and his tailed beast appears rather extraordinary. Communicating through rap with the tailed beast, what a unique relationship it is. Many years have passed. Perhaps the tailed beasts have grown accustomed to this manner of interaction. Naruto, with a look of astonishment, inquired, Gaara, do you not sense that Uncle Killer Bee and his Eight Tails possess a rather unique bond? It feels akin to that of very close friends, with an intimacy that is palpable. Indeed, the two youths, who had endured a lifetime of suffering due to their tailed beasts, were witnessing, for the first time, such a harmonious relationship between a Jinchuriki and their beast, and their hearts brimmed with envy. This camaraderie, marked by shared living, playful banter, and unwavering support in critical moments, left them in awe. Naruto pondered, is this not akin to the bond he shares with Sasuke? The Nine Tails, residing within Naruto, sensed his thoughts and, with dissatisfaction, sharpened its claws against the confines of the forbidden technique's cage. To desire friendship with a tailed beast? Truly a Navi little fellow. How could the animosity that the tailed beast harbor against humanity be so easily dispelled? The Eight Tails, that traitor, I, the Elder, shall never reconcile with humans. Nor will I ever assist them. Mark my words. The fourth Hokage, Naruto. The observers in the Hidden Leaf Village remained oblivious to the fury of the Nine Tails, unaware that the fourth Hokage was stealthily present among them. In the image, Itachi Uchiha abruptly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, targeting none other than Naruto. Sasuke shouted in exasperation, You fool, Naruto. How could you be so easily deceived? Do you not understand the danger of gazing into an Uchiha's eyes? How was I to know your brother would suddenly use his Manjiki Sharingan against me? He just said he would entrust you to my care, retorted Naruto. You were such a hindrance. After this, be prepared to face the consequences. Just wait, Naruto Uzumaki will make you weep for mercy. Do not be so arrogant, defeated Naruto. What nonsense are you spouting, Sasuke? Tobirama Senju sighed in resignation. You both behave like students who have yet to graduate from the ninja academy. As he contemplated the blood coursing through these two brothers, a lineage intertwined with that of Madara Uchiha and his elder brother Hashirama Senju, he could only shake his head in sorrow, unwilling to dwell further on the matter. In the vision, Naruto was retching repeatedly, his pain nearly causing tears to spill from his eyes. Naruto, with a look of perplexity, inquired of Sasuke, does your brother's Manjiki Sharingan possess such capabilities? How would I know? Itachi, the Black Crow, responded. Unable to contain his amusement, he let out a chuckle. Witnessing this scene, the fourth Hokage could only smile awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. A chilling sight unfolded as a shadow of a crow, possessing half a soul, struggled forth from Naruto's mouth, evoking a sense of dread. It was almost unimaginable that Naruto's body could harbor such a colossal and enigmatic creature. When the crow's crimson, kaleidoscopic eyes manifested through the scene, its extraordinary power became unmistakably evident. Naruto turned his head, gazing intently at the two crows perched upon the shoulder of the second Hokage. His azure eyes narrowed slightly. These crows appeared to deliberately avoid each other's gaze, as if the entire situation bore no relevance to them. However, those who had witnessed the mesmerizing kaleidoscope of the Sharingan could not help but notice that one of the crows possessed an eye that unmistakably belonged to Shursui. Naruto, astonished, questioned, why in the future must I utter such shadows of crows? The image of Naruto echoed this very inquiry. Subsequently, he reminisced about the days when Uchiha Itachi was still alive, recalling their encounter. At that time, clad in the Akatsuki robe adorned with a dark base and crimson cloud patterns, Uchiha Itachi interrogated Naruto. Why do you persist in pursuing that traitorous brother? Without hesitation, Naruto resolutely replied, in comparison to you, I regard him as my true brother. Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. He gazed at Naruto, shocked to discover that the other harbored such sentiments, brotherly affection. Naruto's face was etched with lines of concern as he glared at Sasuke, as if the latter's slightest dissent would provoke a violent outburst. The future Naruto had likewise endured countless agonizing decisions, all made in devotion to Sasuke and the Uchiha clan. Sasuke smirked mockingly. The Uchiha have never harbored those who hinder progress. Kakashi Hitaki, with an impassive countenance, felt a flicker of shadow cross his heart. Hidden in the depths of the abyss, Obito Uchiha mused. Though he felt slighted, he had become an entity known to none. Who, pray tell, is the hindrance, Sasuke? Besides yourself, who else could it possibly be? Came the flippant and provocative retort. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, smiled inwardly, thinking, it appears Naruto, much like Kushina, struggles with matters of academia. Beside them, Karen adjusted her glasses and solemnly declared to Sasuke, Naruto is of the Uzumaki clan, no matter how close you two may be. He shall never become a member of the Uchiha. Naruto raised his fist, exclaiming, indeed, indeed. In the imagery, he regarded Sasuke as a brother and, upon encountering Itachi Uchiha, launched an immediate attack, oblivious to the faint smile of relief that graced Itachi's face upon hearing his words. As an S-rank rogue ninja, Itachi possessed the means to counter Naruto's current strength. He activated the Tsukuyomi, ensnaring Naruto within his illusory realm. In that world of intertwining black and crimson, Itachi's figure shifted unpredictably, leaving Naruto unable to pinpoint a target for effective strikes. Even when he occasionally landed a hit, Itachi would transform into a flock of crows, regrouping elsewhere. Clearly, Itachi harbored no intention to harm Naruto, but rather, as he had previously stated, I merely wish to speak with you. Assuming the guise of a crow's shadow, Itachi had already anticipated what his future self desired to confirm with Naruto. The imagery depicted Itachi posing a question to Naruto Uzumaki. When you attempt to bring Sasuke back to Konoha, you will undoubtedly face numerous challenges. What are your plans regarding this? Outside the imagery, Naruto quickly covered his mouth with his hand, feeling a surge of embarrassment as Sakura, Sasuke, and others cast him puzzled glances. He awkwardly explained, my apologies, have I been subjected to too many terrifying questions lately? Hence, I feel inexplicably anxious when others ask me questions. Tobirama Senju remarked, indeed, there has been an abundance of such inquiries recently. And this is merely occurring within the Hidden Leaf Village. What other villages are experiencing remains unknown. Perhaps they simply have yet to discover a means for the whole world to receive imagery information, much like the silent, unnoticed resurrection of Tobarama and Shursui. The imagery of Naruto Uzumaki resolutely declared to Itachi, no matter the means employed, I will certainly bring Sasuke back. Itachi appeared to possess everything under control, including the possibility of employing force. It would be best if Sasuke were willing to return to Konoha, but what if he is not? Itachi continued. You claim to be Sasuke's brother. If Sasuke desires to destroy Konoha, what would you do? At 12 years old, Naruto had yet to endure many tribulations. Yet through the continuous observation of an alternate timelines unfolding, he had experienced significant philosophical growth. However, confronted with such a probing question of the heart, he found himself in deep contemplation, unable to arrive at an answer even as the imagery continued to unfold. At that moment, standing beside Naruto, Sasuke Uchiha felt a profound sense of fear towards his elder brother. This feeling stemmed from his perception of himself as a marionette. Each step he took intricately orchestrated by Itachi's careful design. Chapter 16. Chronicles of the Magical Barbecue in a Distant Fantastical Realm. Whether as a valiant guardian slaying S-rank evildoers or as one who, upon uncovering the truth, sought to overturn the very essence of the elven forest, everything lay intricately within Itachi Uchiha's profound machinations. His brother was indeed a formidable presence. Although he professed to protect the elven forest and his younger brother, the underlying motives remained shrouded in mystery. In truth, it was in pursuit of his so-called eternal peace that he was willing to forsake all emotions, utilizing his dear brother to the utmost extent. At this moment, Sasuke, having gleaned an overwhelming amount of mysterious images, gained profound insight into the secrets of the shinobi world, causing his thoughts to ascend to a higher realm. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness toward Itachi. His elder brother was indeed a figure both terrifying and pitiable. In the imagery, the golden-haired youth Naruto countered Itachi's assertions, unaware of the future that lay ahead. Blindly trusting his brother and firmly believing that Uchiha Sasuke would never choose to annihilate the elf forest, Itachi remarked that Sasuke's heart was pure and unblemished, akin to uncut white jade, easily swayed by various hues. The gazes of the onlookers, laden with subtle mockery, were directed towards Uchiha Sasuke, as if to say outright, Sasuke. Naruto, covering his ears, leaned closer to Sasuke and whispered, Does Itachi think you are simple-minded and easily deceived? The raven beside Itachi flapped its wings in response, cawing caw. That is not the case. I do not think so, Naruto-kun, do not speak recklessly. The raven, in a rather human-like manner, buried its head beneath its wings, evidently struggling to suppress laughter. No, to be precise, it was desperately restraining its mirth, its large form quivering. And even the second-generation king of the forest found himself tempted to toss the mischievous raven to the ground, unable to contain the mounting irritation within him. Sasuke finally erupted amidst the unspoken gazes of his peers. You worthless brat. His leg struck Naruto's backside forcefully, sending him soaring in a parabolic arc. The fourth king of the forest attempted to intervene, pleading, Young Master Sasuke, please show mercy towards my son. Yet, his subsequent words were drowned out by strained laughter. Sakura's heart brimmed with joy, though she feigned seriousness. Indeed, young Master Sasuke is academically outstanding. He is a genius. How could he possibly be so easily fooled? Ino interjected. If you hadn't posed it as a question, your credibility might have been higher. Shikamaru sighed. What a hassle. Jiraiya, stroking his chin, jested. I have heard that Uchiha Itachi is hailed as a genius, perhaps comparable to my two rare disciples. As soon as he spoke, his gaze turned icy as he looked towards Nagato. What on earth has transpired since my departure? These lively youngsters. The voice of Senju Tobarama was filled with mirth. He and his brother had always dreamed of allowing the children of the elf forest, and indeed many others, to be free from the ravages of war at such a tender age. All right, little ones, continue watching the imagery. While you were making noise, Itachi had quietly stuffed a raven into Naruto's mouth. What? In the imagery, Naruto's recollections had ended, leaving only the sight of a raven's tail protruding from his mouth. Naruto's heart churned with a tumultuous sense of revulsion. What is this ocular power? Blood trickled from Itachi's eye corner. Koto Tsukumi. What? The image revealed that Itachi bequeathed the legendary Mangeki Sharingan's Koto Tsukumi, possessed by Uchiha Shursui, to Naruto. Sasuke clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. The other ninjas were at a loss for words regarding this scene. From the perspective of the entire ninja world, Uchiha Itachi possessed a broader vision and a more profound strategic mind than even a shadow-level ninja. Yet, from Sasuke's standpoint, He found it challenging to articulate his thoughts about his elder brother. The previous image demonstrated that Uchiha Shirsue's ocular power, Kodo Amatsukami, was regarded as the most formidable genjutsu, capable of manipulating another's will invisibly, leading to a permanent and complete shift in thought. Undoubtedly, at the boundary of this enigmatic continent, Itachi entrusted his unique ocular technique to Naruto and placed Sasuke's fate in his hands. Should Sasuke ever entertain the notion of destroying the forest village of Konohagakure, Naruto would wield this power to guide Sasuke's thoughts, steering him back to the embrace of Konoha. In the vision, Itachi successfully broke free from the constraints of the Edo Tensei caster. In truth, during their last encounter in life, Itachi had quietly implanted Uchiha Shirsue's unique ocular power within Naruto, which would activate autonomously upon meeting specific conditions. Itachi spoke solemnly. This is an illusion that operates under the singular condition of protecting the forest village of Konoha. The ninjas of Konoha and the residents of the village were all astonished. Itachi made such meticulous arrangements at the moment of his demise. Naruto wore a look of utter bewilderment. What on earth does this mean? He inquired. The image of Itachi explained, Naruto, I bestow upon you the ocular power of Uchiha Shirsue. This power will resonate with the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Once someone who possesses the eternal Meijiki Sharingan comes into contact with you, they will be influenced by this ocular ability. Itachi paused momentarily before continuing. Those affected by this power will adhere to the condition I have predetermined, to protect the forest village of Konoha, henceforth guiding their actions in that direction. Uchiha Obito could not help but exclaim that Itachi has orchestrated such an arrangement. Fortunately, he foresaw all of this before Sasuke acquired the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Otherwise, had he first encountered Naruto to extract the Nine Tails power, the one to bear the brunt of the most formidable genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, would have been himself. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki remained oblivious to the deeper significance of it all. What does this have to do with Itachi freeing himself from Kabuto's control? He pondered. Sasuke scoffed, fool. Brother also possesses the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Kabuto attempted to manipulate him through the reanimation jutsu, but was thwarted by Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami, transforming into the will to protect the forest village of Konoha. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto arrived at a startling conclusion. So, what Itachi urged me to consume was not a crow, but rather the eyes of Uchiha Shirsue. How utterly revolting. Itachi, who had just returned the eyes to Shirsue, found himself at a loss for words. Uchiha Shirsue, in possession of 5 ocular orbs of Kodo Amatsukami, remained equally silent. The image of Uchiha Itachi continued to address Naruto. In pursuit of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, Sasuke will inevitably seek to transplant my eyes. Since you claim to be Sasuke's brother, it will ultimately be you who can prevent him from doing so, Naruto. Itachi, I am grateful for your trust. Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination as he finally unraveled the complete truth from Itachi, realizing that although the masked man of Akatsuki unveiled certain facts, he overlooked Itachi's own aspirations. Itachi, you have already sacrificed enough for the village. I shall take on the responsibility from here. Naruto vowed solemnly. The image of Itachi smiled, filled with emotion. My brother is indeed fortunate to have a friend like you. Meanwhile, Itachi and Kakashi, watching the scene unfold, bowed their heads in silence, acutely aware of the pain of being entrusted and left behind, while Naruto willingly embraced this heavy burden. As Itachi remarked in the vision, Sasuke is truly blessed to have such a brother. Despite past grievances and moments of anger towards Konoha that led Sasuke to lash out at Naruto, he had long since acknowledged Naruto as his brother. Yet, due to his stubborn nature, even in acceptance, he would still resist. Taunting, brother simply had no one else to rely on, so he turned to you, a mere 2 months younger than me, this useless one, transforming into a crow. Itachi silently chuckled to himself. If this continues, Sasuke will end up friendless. My apologies, Naruto, you must bear with this a little longer. Sakura felt a surge of jealousy. How infuriating. The first to gain Sasuke's recognition is that guy, Naruto. Naruto's spirit was ignited by Sasuke's words. Humph, just you wait. Little Sasuke, after watching the footage, I will certainly earn your respect. I doubt it, you fool, Sasuke retorted. At that moment, the 4th Hokage could only smile awkwardly. Shikamaru, who had been drowsy, lazily interjected, Hey, look, the footage has suddenly stopped. Everyone turned to see that the image seemed frozen as if a pause button had been pressed, capturing the moment between Naruto and Itachi in silence. Naruto was in a state of utter anxiety. Hey, what is going on? I still wish to witness the scenes of my future valorous battles. More importantly, Can you divulge additional information about my parents? How can you only speak halfway and leave it at that? A question arose after the passing of Itachi Uchiha, a ninja from Konoha. He was resurrected through the technique of Edo Tensei. What were Itachi's last words to his brother Sasuke Uchiha before their parting? What is this? Yet another new question has emerged. The entire assembly was rendered speechless, tense and vigilant, not daring to utter a sound. Kushina Uzumaki and the crow-shaped Itachi were both bewildered. Had not Itachi already answered this question? Why was it resurfacing in Konoha? In the long silent realm of mystery, a metallic voice reverberated, causing the walls to shimmer with an enchanting radiance, revealing 3 rows of ancient runes. Option 1. Seek forgiveness. Sasuke, this is my final choice. Option 2. Even if you do not forgive, my love remains eternal. Option 3. Sasuke, please take on the mission of safeguarding the peace of the illusory continent. The scene before them was perplexing, resembling a riddle challenge in the form of multiple choices. Just as all the warriors clad in magical armor stood alert with bated breath, Jiraiya, the traveler from another realm, broke the silence. Can anyone tell me what all of this signifies? All eyes filled with trepidation turned toward Jiraiya, yet he responded nonchalantly. Your grave expressions are rather unsettling. A moment later, Jiraiya stood there unscathed. The young ninja from the land of fire, Naruto, pointed at him. Why is this remarkable uncle still standing here unscathed? Hey, fool. Even the usually composed Sasuke Uchiha was taken aback, this time forgetting to cover Naruto's mouth. However, strangely, none of them suffered any harm. Even the sage, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, found himself utterly perplexed. At that moment, Kushina Uzumaki glanced at the spirit crow perched on her shoulder and slowly remarked, perhaps this question has already been answered by someone else. As soon as the words left her lips, the second option on the wall began to glow. It is all right if you do not forgive me. I will always love you. The answer was correct. At this moment, Sasuke was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, torn between mourning for his elder brother Itachi's fate and worrying for himself. Just then, an image materialized, amidst torrential rain. Sasuke Uchiha raced through the depths of a magical forest. Ahead, Itachi, who had just returned from the afterlife, brushed past him, faced once more with his deceased brother. Sasuke's shock was palpable. After a brief moment of astonishment, he immediately turned to give chase. Itachi, stop. However, Itachi merely cast a fleeting glance at his younger brother before refocusing on the journey ahead. Did you not hear me when I said to stop? In the image, Sasuke suddenly erupted with fury, a deep purple aura surging around him, coalescing into a colossal hand resembling the skeletal remains of a giant, reaching towards the reanimated Itachi. Witnessing this scene, all the lower ninjas of Konoha were left utterly astonished. Even the typically composed Shikamaru could not help but exclaim, hey. How old was Sasuke at that time? At most, he was only 17, right? Naruto widened his eyes, murmuring to himself, that is Sasuke. It is the Sasuke of the future. In the vision, Uchiha Sasuke revealed the formidable power of Susanoo for the first time. As the colossal skeletal hand pointed menacingly at the reanimated Uchiha Itachi. Witnessing Sasuke unleash Susanoo for the first time left Naruto and the other Konoha shinobi profoundly astonished. The crow representing Shursui couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, Itachi, Sasuke has inherited your immense strength. The power of Susanoo is truly awe-inspiring. The crow, embodying Itachi, responded, indeed. Sasuke has put forth tremendous effort. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, furrowed his brow and said, could you two possibly refrain from perching on my shoulders? My apologies. Forgive us, esteemed second Hokage. Subsequently, a crow alighted on each of Naruto and Sasuke's shoulders. The expressions on their faces were filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Sasuke was enveloped in the exhilaration of wielding a power as formidable as his brother's, a strength sufficient to protect what he cherished, ensuring that Itachi would no longer bear the burdens of solitude. However, the next scene struck like a resounding slap. The power of Susanoo coalesced around Itachi. As the crimson skeletal hand ruthlessly deflected Sasuke's own, surrounding shinobi villages murmured, I wonder, do the brothers of Konoha quarrel with such valor? Ask me. I am not from Konoha. Within the Hidden Leaf village, Sasuke lamented, as expected of my brother. He always leaves me alone. The crow on his shoulder attempted to rouse him with its wings, but Sasuke, lost in the memories of the vision, remained oblivious. Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru cast sharp gazes at Sasuke, a flicker of inexplicable pity rising within their hearts. In the imagery, Itachi had no time to reminisce with Sasuke. He needed to swiftly locate Kabuto and put an end to the large-scale impure world reincarnation technique. Each minute of delay meant more innocent shinobi would perish, leading to a cascade of deeper sorrow and regret. Witnessing the 12-year-old Sasuke gazing at his younger self chasing after his brother stirred a flicker of compassion within him. Though they shared the same name, Uchiha Sasuke, the figure in the image, despite being a few years older, lacked the knowledge that he possessed now. The turmoil and anxiety deep within him were likely magnitudes more intense than they had been just days prior. Chapter 17, The Mysterious Red Bean Soup in a Distant, fantastical realm. Within the depths of the enigmatic forest on the continent of Remlia, Sasuke furiously confided in Itachi, revealing that he had uncovered all the secrets. He harbored boundless hatred for Elven Village, concealed within the forest, vowing to exact revenge and utterly annihilate the hidden settlement. At this moment, Itachi understood that communication with his younger brother had become exceedingly arduous. Sasuke resembled a blank, uncolored magical scroll, easily manipulated by external forces. Unable to clearly discern his true desires, Sasuke, Itachi continued, undeterred by their swift pace. I remember saying during our confrontation that each of us struggles within the cocoon of our beliefs. The stronger the conviction, the harder it is to perceive reality. What you see, I see is indeed real. Sasuke abruptly interrupted Itachi, unleashing a piercing roar, because I am using the eyes you bestowed upon me. The Sharingan, their companions, watching in astonishment, gasped. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. Sasuke-kun actually transplanted his brother's eyes? Sasuke covered his right eye, yet the brilliance emanating from his left eye and fingers revealed the power of the three-tomo Sharingan. Naruto, with his unique emotional perception, profoundly felt the immense pain Sasuke endured, even though it all unfolded merely as a phantom of the past. Not only Sasuke, but Naruto also sensed a tragic sorrow echoing from the sharp cry of the 17-year-old Sasuke. Itachi, the brother Sasuke revered above all, had spun a grand deception to safeguard Elven Village and the peace of the entire continent. That Sasuke bore the weight of a heavy fate in solitude. Why? Why am I the only one who survives? Sasuke pressed on, questioning Itachi with the most piercing inquiry in his heart. Why did you not end it all for me as well? Uchiha Itachi, in the imagery, a masked, enigmatic figure responded to Sasuke in a seductive tone. If you seek the reason, it is simply that he could not bring himself to take your life. That is the answer. The man who slaughtered the entire clan spared you, for you are his most cherished brother. All the viewers gasped in astonishment. That masked man is actually Sasuke, in anguish, questioned. Why has this happened? Why am I left all alone? Itachi's response took Sasuke by surprise. Because I require a member of the Uchiha clan to judge me, burdened with the sin of his clan's annihilation. He believed that only death could atone for his transgressions. Yet, I exploited you, leading you down a path of darkness and degradation, and used the shadows within your heart to judge myself. Itachi's voice was laden with sorrow. I had hoped to pave a path for you that was devoid of misdirection, straight and radiant, but I never anticipated that it would instead lead you away from the village, drifting further apart. The Sasuke, watching this, clenched his fists tightly, his heart heavy with unspoken bitterness as he listened to his brother's words. Itachi reminisced about his encounter with Naruto. In my final moments, I endeavored to employ the power of Shinra Tensei to once again guide your fate. Yet, however, Itachi wore a faint smile, one that encompassed the joy of encountering a pure-hearted youth like Naruto amidst the harshness of the ninja world. He conveyed to Sasuke, what guides your journey forward are not merely signposts. The Sasuke within the imagery was bewildered, failing to grasp the meaning behind Itachi's words. Conversely, the Sasuke watching understood the crucial guidance his brother had left for him. Humph. Do not become too complacent, you worthless fool. What is the matter? Are you feeling defiant? Little Sasuke, Iruka and Kakashi each grabbed one of them, preventing a quarrel from erupting. Naruto, please refrain from provoking Sasuke any further. Sasuke, can't you quietly watch this vital information with Naruto? Humph, humph. They both huffed simultaneously, turning away from one another, unwilling to engage. Following the narrative in the imagery, the next pivotal moment involved Itachi attempting to dispel the massive summoning of the dead. At that moment, Naruto suddenly spoke, Sasuke's brother. While contemplating the future of Sasuke and the entire continent, reminds me of Gaara's father. Therefore, should I have the chance to meet that Itachi, I will surely deliver a powerful punch, just as I would to Gaara's father. The crow perched on Sasuke's shoulder appeared somewhat melancholic, while the crow resting on Naruto's shoulder pecked at him, as if to remind him to focus on the unfolding imagery and refrain from irrelevant chatter. In the scene, A hooded man exuding an ominous aura akin to Orochimaru was playing chess alone in a dim cave. A low voice resonated. Have we arrived so swiftly? Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke exclaimed in surprise. Orochimaru? No, you're Kabuto. The onlookers in the village of Konoha were taken aback. Kabuto? That was the very senior they had just met during the first match of the Chunin exams a few days prior? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Are you joking? That senior Kabuto is indeed a ninja from our Konoha. In a mysterious realm known as the Phantom Forest, a sorcerer, well-versed in Kabuto's whereabouts, gently brushed away the fine dust from the peculiar crystal glasses perched on his nose, questioning, have you, like that Uchiha, forsaken our village of the trees as well? Naruto, with a face full of displeasure, glared at the individual adorned with crystal glasses. Although he had yet to reach the level of challenging high-ranking ninjas or sorcerers, he nevertheless summoned his original technique without hesitation, Zero Irikon no Jutsu. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, a melodious sound echoed. As the smoke cleared, a magnificent fairy with flowing golden locks appeared before the bespectacled figure, her overwhelming presence nearly causing him to faint from shock. Ha ha ha, fool. Naruto laughed heartily, mocking the crystalline-eyed figure that dared to slander Sasuke. Ebisu, realizing he had lost all dignity before his esteemed ancestor, abandoned any delusions of instructing Naruto or critiquing the Uchiha, letting out a cold huff before vanishing from sight. Witnessing the original jutsu unleashed by Naruto left the leader of the second Hokage's Phantom Village utterly astounded. It was not merely the similarity of his reaction to that of the third Hokage or the otherworldly traveler Jiraiya that struck him, but rather the sheer fact that, as a meticulous and self-reflective leader, he had never anticipated that a mere boy could conjure such an extraordinary technique at the tender age of just 12. What transformations had the education of the Phantom Village undergone during the years of his absence? Meanwhile, Ebisu remained unscathed. Yet another individual found himself drenched in blood, none other than Jiraiya, the direct disciple of the third Hokage and mentor of the fourth Hokage, renowned as one of the legendary Sannin. Oh my, young man, your talent is astounding, Jiraiya exclaimed, swiftly producing a magical tissue from his sleeve to staunch the flow of blood from his nose, giving Naruto an enthusiastic thumbs up. What an exceptional jutsu. The second Hokage's expression darkened. He decisively retreated a few steps from this unruly disciple. Orochimaru was already a considerable headache, and the addition of another such reckless individual was simply unbearable. What had become of the Monkey King? Was his third disciple on the verge of ascension to divinity? Amid this suffocating scene, an invisible guardian went unnoticed, for it was the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who stood protectively between his son and his teacher. Jiraiya-sensei, please. No more. If Kushina were to learn of this, the consequences would be dire. Yet, no matter how he struggled to intervene, those around him remained oblivious to his presence. Sensing the acknowledgement of his abilities from the lecherous elder, Naruto realized that this man's attitude towards him was starkly different from that of the others in Konoha. Although it was somewhat difficult to articulate, he nonetheless explained, slightly awkward and bashful, avoiding eye contact as he spoke. This is a jutsu I created myself. Besides the Zero Irikon no Jutsu, there is also an advanced version. Eh? An advanced version? Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Show me. I can offer some guidance. Jiraiya-sensei. Even the usually affable Minato could not contain his concern at this moment. Naruto is still just a child. Yash. Haramino, foolish Naruto. Foolish Naruto. As these two exclamations rang out, Naruto was simultaneously struck from both sides. To his left stood his teammate, Sakura Haruno, and to his right, the bloodied instructor, Arika Yumino. Naruto clutched his head, crying out in pain. Equally afflicted and rendered speechless was Jiraiya. Uzumaki Mido, with a smile, brandished her fist and inquired, Little Jiraiya, what do you wish my Uzumaki descendants to do? Confronted with an assault of power on par with Tsunade's, Jiraiya could only lie trembling on the ground, utterly powerless to respond. Meanwhile, the completely overlooked fourth Hokage crouched on the ground, murmuring in self-reproach, I am sorry, Kushina. I am no longer the good father Naruto deserves. Naruto's foolish antics alleviated the tense atmosphere, causing the slight negative emotions that Sasuke had painstakingly gathered to dissipate in an instant. He cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, curled his lip, and muttered softly, foolish straggler. The second Hokage shook his head in exasperation, exclaiming, Can't you all be a bit more composed? The changes in this era are astonishing. Where is the essence of a ninja? The second Hokage's remarks redirected everyone's attention back to the unfolding imagery within the scene. Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha had commenced their confrontation with Orochimaru. "Sasuke, do you remember our childhood hunts?" Itachi prompted. "Utilize that technique." Under Itachi's guidance, the brothers showcased their unique hunting style to the entire ninja world. In their youth, Sasuke wielded a nimble bow, while Itachi employed kunai imbued with spells. Despite the passage of years, marked by countless grievances and farewells, the tacit understanding between the brothers remained unaltered. Today, they mirrored their past, only this time. The bow had transformed into the manipulation of fiery weapons, and the spell-laden kunai had morphed into the protective artifact, the Yata mirror. "Is this a jest? You were telling us this is hunting." The audience of the ninja world lamented. "Which household employs Susanu's power for hunting? Can we not afford some dignity to ordinary weapons?" The might of Susanoo is being utilized to create arrows and kunai. The Uchiha brothers truly know how to play. Accompanying the synchronized imagery were fragments of the brothers' memories, a stark contrast that left the entire ninja world in awe. Once, young Sasuke could hardly strike a giant boar. Yet now he could accurately hit the serpent's vital point with flaming arrows. In a distant fantastical realm, Itachi Uchiha transformed into a soul through the reanimation jutsu. Effortlessly pierced the blades aimed at him with his unique immortal body and the mysterious jinjutsu of his Sharingan. Seizing the opportunity to sever the wicked dragon's horn controlled by Orochimaru, Sasuke's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter astonishment. The black crow beside Naruto emitted a similarly astonished cry. The second Hokage, a lingering spirit, cautioned, "Young ones, you must grasp that the Edo Tensei is a forbidden jutsu. Only by resealing it can its actions be entirely halted. These reanimated bodies are, after all, the deceased brought back to life, capable of healing from injuries with astonishing speed." He continued that Orochimaru, having attained the sage body, will not be easily manipulated. "Your brother Itachi has undoubtedly devised an intricate strategy in the shadows." The battle of Uchiha Itachi, to them, was akin to mere novices like Naruto and Sasuke glimpsing just the tip of the iceberg. Yet, for a legendary hero of the shadow caliber such as Senju Tobirama, Itachi's true awe-inspiring attributes lay in his cold rationality and meticulously crafted strategic maneuvers. His actions were devoid of superfluity. Every seemingly redundant movement concealed precise foresight for an offensive plan 10, 50, or even 100 steps ahead. However, the second Hokage possessed limited insight into Orochimaru. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, this man had suddenly appeared, using bizarre techniques to resurrect Uchiha Sasuke, who had been slain by Madara. Allegedly, it was to repay a debt of gratitude to Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru had once recounted his tragic tale of becoming an orphan amidst the ravages of war, only to be adopted by the ninjas of Konoha and trained as an elite spy. He had infiltrated various villages, at times masquerading as a Konoha ninja, at others as an Iwagakure shinobi, or even disguising himself as a member of Kirigakure. I played countless hypocritical roles, deceiving others with myriad lies. Over time, I even forgot where my true self resided. Now, I can scarcely recall who I truly am, he lamented. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent. Orochimaru continued. Believing himself akin to Itachi, both having lost their identities, transformed into spies bearing multiple facades, abandoned by their villages, left with nothing but shame and slander. He excelled in manipulating hearts through words, a master in psychological deception. Yet, Uchiha Itachi steadfastly adhered to his principles. Regardless of the darkness and turmoil within Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, remain a part of Konoha. His voice was as serene as ever, devoid of emotional fluctuation. However, from the preserved recordings, it was evident how arduous his journey had been. How is it possible that he still considers himself Konoha's Uchiha Itachi? Someone mused. Indeed, he is a formidable character, another concurred. Has he transcended the traditional notions of village and clan? Pondered Inoki, the Tsuchikage. After contemplation, he remarked, that Danzo fellow inadvertently removed a rival of his era for us. What do you mean by that? Someone inquired. Inoki elaborated, had it not been for the darkness within the ninja village, Uchiha Itachi might one day have risen to the position of Hokage, even though he possesses both intellect and strength. The Uchiha Itachi captured in the imagery has long since departed, and the man who remains may never return to the past. The one who annihilated his clan and personally ended the lives of his parents, how could he possibly ascend to the position of Hokage? Even if he were to occupy that esteemed seat, who could genuinely place their trust in him? The burden of public opinion alone would be sufficient to drive him to the brink, not to mention the deep-seated guilt that resides within him. It seems that the individual named D, who spoke of self-forgetting, embodies a similar existence to Itachi in some respects. He has completed task after task under a false identity, evading the sins of his past. The realization dawned upon Huangtu. Thus, once the mission concludes, he would no longer permit himself to exist in this world. Therefore, I assert that Danzo inadvertently resolved the formidable threat of that era for us. But Tsuchikage sighed, lamenting the situation for Konoha. Although this news was hardly favorable for them, the Tsuchikage nodded in agreement, deciding to wait until they reached Konoha to convene the 5 Kage summit before making further decisions. The one possessed of the sage body, Orochimaru's D, had consumed the powers of Orochimaru and the 4 sound shinobi he had nurtured. Neither physical prowess, ninjutsu, nor genjutsu would significantly affect him. Sasuke turned to Itachi, anxiously inquiring, "What shall we do now? How should we confront him?" Itachi replied, "He has yet to witness the true strength of the Uchiha clan. We possess a form of ocular jutsu that can be executed without direct eye contact, and even D in his current state cannot evade its influence." Upon hearing this, the ninja world fell into stunned silence. Just how many forms of so-called true power do you possess? Everyone exchanged wry smiles, pondering whether they were simply inadequate or if the Uchiha were indeed too formidable. How utterly disheartening. Within the Zhongyang Tower, the onlookers gazed at the image of Uchiha Sasuke, and contrasting him with the young Uchiha member before them, they felt it rather unjust to label them as geniuses. Chapter 18. The fourth bowl of soul red bean soup. In a distant, fantastical realm, a young man named Sasuke found himself amidst a mysterious dialogue. "Are you referring to the secret technique of Izanagi?" A glimmer of insight sparkled within his profound gaze. "You actually know of Izanagi?" The other party responded in astonishment. Sasuke calmly replied, "In my confrontations against the dark forces led by Danzo, he has employed this secret technique against me on numerous occasions." "How fortunate you are to have escaped from the brink of death so many times," the other party remarked in awe. Silence enveloped the surroundings as the crowd absorbed this revelation. Danzo, though not a member of the Uchiha clan, possessed the unique ocular prowess of the Uchiha's genjutsu. This secret was unveiled long ago in the recordings left behind after Shirsue's fall. Do you remember? Shirsue once utilized his body flicker technique to cast a supreme illusion upon Danzo. A wanderer from a distant land pondered, how could the renowned illusionist, Shunshin Shimizu, have his illusions unraveled in an instant? Indeed, after the illusions were dispelled, Danzo's right eye lost its luster, evidently succumbing to blindness. I recall Danzo once uttering, "Use your eyes to replace this discarded magic eye of mine." This raises the question, what extraordinary illusion is Izanagi? A gasp arose from the crowd. Shouldn't we reflect more deeply on Uchiha Sasuke's assertion? "He has used that technique on me numerous times?" Another informed individual interjected. "Precisely. Each invocation of Izanagi depletes the power of a magic eye. So how many magic eyes does Danzo possess?" The wanderer's intrigue sparked a more profound discussion. As the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama clearly held his own perspectives on the matter. He gently patted Sasuke, who bore the weight of the magic eyes, and solemnly declared, "This time, I shall handle Danzo. I will find a way to address the issues concerning the Uchiha clan. However, he has already passed away. What can be done now?" A voice of skepticism arose. "Remember my existence, and recall your mother, as well as my brother," Senju Tobirama replied gravely. "As long as the laws of the world permit, nothing is impossible." When the fourth great ninja war erupted, Sasuke's eyes ignited with profound hatred and disdain at the mere mention of Danzo's name. At that moment, he remained unaware that beyond the reanimation jutsu, there existed a far more terrifying secret technique, outer path, samsara rebirth. Just as his brother had said, every technique has its flaws, and as long as one discovers the method, all challenges can be surmounted. In subsequent visual documentation, Uchiha Itachi meticulously elucidated the intricacies of Izanagi's application to Sasuke. Sasuke was profoundly shaken by the revelation of such a powerful ocular technique capable of altering outcomes. He marveled in astonishment. Naruto gazed at Sasuke, resolutely responding, though undeniably formidable, "I shall never concede defeat." At that moment, the entire shinobi world buzzed with discussions regarding this astonishing event. Why had the Uchiha clan, such a powerful lineage, faced annihilation? Let us not forget that the masked man was also a member of the Uchiha. How could it be that the very ones who betrayed the Uchiha were their own kin? Sasuke scrutinized the imagery before him and solemnly remarked, "Izanagi seems to hold little efficacy against the current Orochimaru. His regenerative abilities are exceedingly potent." Itachi further elucidated, "What I intend to employ is not Izanagi. but rather a distinct ocular technique devised by the Uchiha specifically to counter Izanami. Izanami. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How many more secrets does the Uchiha clan harbor that remain shrouded in mystery? It is said that the Uchiha are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Does such a being truly exist? Faced with the revelation of this power, Sasuke found himself rendered speechless. Izanami? What could it possibly be? Itachi clarified. If Izanagi is a genjutsu that can alter fate, then Izanami is a genjutsu that determines fate. Upon hearing this, Sasuke echoed his brother's words from the imagery, a genjutsu that determines fate. The Sasuke watching the scene resonated with the Sasuke depicted within it. Determined fate, Izanami? Niji Hyuga, a youth long ensnared by destiny, clenched his fists and exclaimed, a genjutsu that determines fate. The Uchiha clan possesses such power. In the subsequent footage, Sasuke witnessed his brother Itachi repeatedly subjected to lethal blows from Orochimaru, yet even death could not thwart the power of Edo Tensei, allowing Itachi to resurrect time and again. Orochimaru arrogantly proclaimed himself the one closest to the Sage of Six Paths, asserting that the Uchiha clan was nothing but insignificant in comparison. Enraged by Orochimaru's words, Sasuke seethed. The Uchiha would always represent the pinnacle of honor in his heart, and none could tarnish that. Amidst the myriad praises of Edo Tensei as a bug within the shinobi world, the second Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who had witnessed the Sage of Six Paths and the existence of Madara, scoffed at it. The technique of yin-yang release, which creates all things from nothingness, was far beyond the reach of one like Orochimaru, who relied on devouring the powers of his comrades to enhance his ninjutsu. The second Hokage snorted. That fellow named Orochimaru possesses a woefully shallow understanding of the Uchiha clan. Just then, Uchiha Itachi, who had long occupied a passive role, finally spoke up. In my heart, I harbor both opposition and understanding towards you, for we were once both entwined as multiple spies, navigating the crevices of this deceptive world. Sasuke remained silent, his heart swirling with intricate emotions. In the distant, fantastical realm of Azeroth, it is often said that only souls who have tasted death can truly scrutinize their own essence. Itachi gazed deeply into the starlit abyss of his brother's eyes and began to speak. In my past, I lost sight of my true self amidst confusion, but now, I have finally come to recognize Uchiha Obito, that specter shackled by the eternal night. Upon hearing this, a gasp of astonishment escaped from Obito's lips. Itachi continued, the genuine quest for self is not reliant on an ever-changing identity to seek perfection, nor is it about bearing the weight of world-altering burdens alone. Rather, it is essential to delineate the boundaries of one's capabilities, to know what one can achieve and what remains beyond reach. Never forget your comrades. Remember the strength they have bestowed upon you. Within the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Obito's gaze inevitably fell upon the silver-haired ninja who had donned the same mask since childhood. The memory of Rin, gradually cooling in his arms, her gentle smile etched in his mind, tightened his heart. Clenching his hand, adorned with magical gloves, he pondered, what harm would there be in destroying this world? In the dreamlike realm of infinite Tsukuyomi, there resided Rin, as well as his beloved Kushina, his mentor Minato, and the clumsy yet resilient Kakashi. The Uchiha clan could also find solace within the village of Konoha. In that fleeting moment, a vision flashed through Obito's mind. Two elderly men with kind smiles, eagerly awaiting to reunite with little Obito, as if to say, I have left him an abundance of magical candies. Obito clutched the sealed wound on his heart in anguish, questioning whether his resolve was wavering. Yet, he understood that he had no path of retreat at this juncture. He bore direct responsibility for the fall of Kushina, the loss of Minato, and he had instigated the tragic demise of the Uchiha clan. He had manipulated the fourth Mizukage to enforce the brutal policies of the Mist Village through illusion, and he had incited Nagato to establish the Akatsuki, a group now relentlessly pursuing rogue ninjas and veering towards extremism. All of these deeds had irrevocably severed his path back to redemption. Within the Akatsuki, he was the enigmatic Tobi. Before Pain, Konan, and Itachi, he was Uchiha Madara. Before Zetsu, he was the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan, and in the Mist Village, he was the shadowy force that controlled the fourth Mizukage. He held countless identities, yet he lacked the most authentic one, Obito. As if answering his thoughts, he faintly heard Rin's voice echoing in the distance. However, when he eagerly turned his gaze, the Kamui space was enveloped in an eerie silence, mirroring the void within his own heart. Lin, Kakashi, please grant me a little more time. At that moment, the image of Orochimaru could not comprehend Itachi Uchiha's insights, dismissing them as mere rhetoric from a failure. It is precisely because one cannot achieve everything alone that we require companions. To truly understand who we are, we must confront and embrace our true selves. Itachi solemnly declared. It is precisely because I failed to recognize this truth that I have, like you now, resorted to a facade of lies and false identities. He continued, in the end. You and I are no different. We merely conceal our true selves behind a veil of deception. Obito clenched his teeth, interrupting him. Enough. He was aware that this fragment of memory had disturbed his emotions, yet he found himself powerless to halt its relentless playback. Hastily severing the connection between the Kamui space and the outside world, Naruto gazed at the scene before him, furrowing his brow and exclaiming, "What on earth is this? It's truly repulsive." Mito elucidated, "This is the consequence of the reckless misuse of sage techniques." Sasuke vaguely recalled her previous mention of sage arts and curses. Casting a glance at Orochimaru's image, and reflecting on the encounter with his senior, Kabuto, a few days prior, he murmured, "Indeed. This is an existence that has transcended the realm of humanity." Senju Tobarama lamented, "In the pursuit of power, once one's obsession surpasses the original intent, one will inevitably, like he and Orochimaru, lose more than they can fathom." A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead as he recalled his past yearning for power, willing to pay any price for the strength to vanquish Itachi. Observing Kabuto's uncontrollable state in the imagery, the fundamental truths became evident even to him, a mere novice warrior. Yet, Kabuto remained ensnared in his own reasoning, unable to accept or comprehend the truths unveiled to him by others. Had the imagery not previously revealed Itachi's secrets, the fate of the Uchiha clan, and the hidden truths of Konoha, and had Naruto not chosen to resurrect his mother during their initial encounter? The Uchiha Sasuke and Kabuto depicted in that vision could very well represent his own future. In the relentless pursuit of power, they obliterated their own existence, lost their sanity, and treaded further down a path of extremity. On this treacherous journey, how many have they harmed, and how much have they lost? The image of Naruto, suffering from excessive breath, flashed through his mind, and suddenly, Sasuke felt an excruciating pain surge through his left eye, radiating throughout half of his head. Naruto immediately grasped Sasuke's arm, who was covering his left eye, and anxiously inquired, "Hey, Sasuke, what's wrong?" In the distant fantastical realm of Asgard, the raven perched upon Sasuke's shoulder grew increasingly agitated, mirroring his emotional turmoil. Sakura Haruno gazed at Sasuke with concern, her voice trembling as she asked, "Lord Sasuke, do your eyes feel an unusual pain?" After a brief moment, Sasuke slowly lowered his hand that had obscured his eye. A glimmer of near terror flickered in his gaze as he fixated on Naruto Uzumaki beside him. Naruto felt a profound discomfort under Sasuke's penetrating gaze and could not help but exclaim, "Hey, what on earth is wrong with you? Speak up, Naruto." At that moment, Sasuke abruptly covered his eyes as an extraordinary vision surged into his mind. The Uchiha Sasuke, within that vision, wielded a mysterious ninjutsu known as the Thunderbird. In the scene, he thrust his entire left arm into Naruto's shoulder, piercing deep into the vicinity of his lung. The sensation was so vividly real, as if he were truly standing in a cerulean lake, tearing apart Naruto with the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird's brilliance still crackled from his left hand, radiating blinding lightning, akin to a chorus of 1,000 Thunderbirds, rendering him deaf and dizzy, only vaguely aware of Naruto's body suspended from his elevated arm. The intense heat of the Thunderbird mercilessly scorched Naruto, who was frilier than him, leaving him grievously wounded. "What is happening?" Sakura clutched Sasuke's clothing tightly, her face awash with panic as she questioned, "Lord Sasuke, what is wrong with you?" Sasuke forcefully pushed Sakura away, his gaze fixated on Naruto, his palm pressed against Naruto's chest to confirm that it remained unscathed, devoid of any charred wounds. This action left Naruto bewildered. "Sasuke, is your seal mark hurting again?" Nearby, Kushina, being taller, could glimpse the seal mark beneath Sasuke's collar, which remained intact, showing no signs of loosening. Sasuke took several deep breaths, shook his head vigorously, and feigned nonchalance, stating, "It's nothing, just like being caught in an illusion. I saw some strange things." Kakashi, as ever, donned his half-mask, the exposed eye resembling a lifeless fish, exuding a languid aura. He inquired, "Sasuke, what did you see just now?" Sasuke instinctively cast a glance at Naruto, yet he found it impossible to articulate the horrific vision to Kakashi. Though Naruto, Sakura, and Kakashi sensed Sasuke's abnormality, they did not stir much commotion, as most were engrossed in observing the unfolding imagery. In the footage, brothers Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha fought side by side, forsaking conventional taijutsu and ninjutsu, instead summoning their family's secret colossal deity, Susanoo, to engage in a fierce battle of crimson and dark violet. Sasuke shouted, "Fire release, Kagetsuchi." Itachi responded, "Tenfist sword." Meanwhile, Orochimaru continued to conjure from within himself those he had devoured, using their powers to launch an offensive against Sasuke and Itachi. Senshu Tobarama, gazing at the imagery, could not help but exclaim, "Can even the powers of the Kagaya clan be controlled? If only Orochimaru could apply his talents to a righteous cause. What a pity it would be." Jiraiya, who was equally engrossed in the imagery, found himself momentarily stunned. The youth who nearly led him to mistake him for Orochimaru. Was it truly the case that one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, had fallen so? A wave of sorrow washed over Jiraiya, as the once pure camaraderie they shared had not faded, despite the countless life and death crises they had faced together in the ninja world. If only he had exerted more effort back then. If only he had persevered until the end. Perhaps Orochimaru could have embarked on an entirely different path. In the imagery, Itachi Uchiha suddenly gestured for Sasuke to look into his eyes. "Oh, now I understand. The bond of blood between the two, though fraught with twists and turns, remained unbreakable, their mutual understanding deeply rooted." Sasuke swiftly followed suit. "Genjutsu, Rinnegan." Itachi continued, "Eternal Dreamscape." The two brothers stepped into each other's illusory realms, joining forces to sever the ties that bound them under Kabuto's control. Naruto Uzumaki, who had always yearned for familial bonds and brotherhood, was exhilarated by the scene. "This is simply magnificent. The future you and your brother are unbelievably powerful." Naruto rolled his eyes and muttered softly, "I knew you'd praise him. You ought to commend Itachi more." The raven perched on Sasuke's shoulder smirked inwardly, pondering that perhaps the wisest decision his parallel self had made was entrusting Sasuke to Naruto. Itachi then interjected, "That is sufficient. The Izanami has already begun to take effect. I will promptly employ the illusion to control him and dispel the impure world reincarnation." "Wait." A Jonin suddenly tapped his companion beside him. "Did you discern how he executed that illusion?" The Jonin pondered for a moment before honestly replying, "Well, I'm not entirely sure how it was performed. Has anyone managed to uncover how Uchiha Itachi employed that illusion in actual combat?" Chapter 19, The Red Bean Cake Before the Spirit Tablet Incomprehensible. I too find myself perplexed. At which juncture did he cast that enigmatic illusionary magic? We remain utterly oblivious. Perhaps we should inquire, what exactly was that illusion? Did you not see? That creature resembling a giant python was weeping. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi is truly extraordinary, capable of instilling fear in that being to the point of tears. The Uchiha clan's secret techniques, Izanagi and Izanami, alongside the Manjiki Sharingan and Susanoo, have unveiled a great deal of intelligence regarding Konoha. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan has been exiled. Otherwise, hey, do not bolster the enemy's morale. Despite some guilt, I must assert that for a small hidden village like ours, the presence of Danzo in Konoha is indeed advantageous. Focus. We are analyzing the war footage, just as everyone believed the outcome was settled. The battle depicted in the footage took a shocking turn. As they let their guard down around Itachi, the previously downed colossal serpentine creature, Kabuto, suddenly cleaved Itachi in two. "Sasuke, what? How could this happen?" In contrast to the astonished Sasuke, the raven beside Naruto remained remarkably composed. After all, Shursui firmly believed that Itachi would never underestimate his opponent. The ensuing battle was dominated by Kabuto. Neither the magical ninjutsu of the Uchiha brothers nor Susanoo posed any threat. Even Itachi, resurrected through impure world reincarnation, suffered repeated devastating blows. "Sasuke, brother. That damn Kabuto." Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on Sasuke's shoulder. "Sasuke, calm down. The Itachi I know would never rely solely on this strategy and would never underestimate his adversary." The crow perched upon Naruto's shoulder glanced sideways at the individual known as Kakashi Hitaki, the Leaf's technician. Kakashi continued to address Sasuke, stating, "Pay close attention to the footage. Although we cannot ascertain it yet, there is undoubtedly something amiss." Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, and the others redirected their focus back to the imagery. After a considerable amount of time, both Sasuke and Naruto remained unable to discern the peculiarities within. Sakura exclaimed, "Replay it." Naruto squinted and tilted his head slightly, asking, "Sakura, what are you saying?" "I find nothing peculiar. Rather, I believe Sasuke and his current situation are quite perilous." Sasuke's gaze also turned towards Sakura. She shook her head and replied, "Ever since that moment when Tobi wounded your brother and simultaneously broke one of his horns, no matter how Tobi assaults you and your brother, the scene of that severed horn reappears minutes later." Naruto and Sasuke, guided by Sakura's interpretation, once again reviewed the footage. Indeed, This marked the third, no, the fourth time they witnessed the scene of Kabuto's horn being severed. Despite Kabuto's claims of possessing powers closest to those of the Sage of Six Paths, the severed horn has yet to restore itself to its original state. What, then, does the Uchiha clan's Izanami truly signify? One may ponder, what is the essence of manipulating the forces of fate? Why does Kabuto incessantly relive the experience of having his horn cleaved from his forehead? Tobarama Senju scrutinized the imagery, feeling that rather than delving into the intrinsic nature of Izanami's power, he was more intrigued by why Itachi Uchiha chose to pay the price of one eye to imprison his adversary in this endless illusion. Perhaps this was the mercy that Itachi extended to Kabuto? The first major suspense has been ignited. I am the one who holds your fate. Yet the one who decides your own destiny is you, Itachi said to Kabuto, who appeared to have the upper hand. Take my words to heart, and then make your choice. Kabuto and the footage finally sensed an anomaly. Since their encounter, every word and action from Itachi Uchiha was, in fact, a process woven from illusion. He had become ensnared in the genjutsu known as Izanami, unable to extricate himself. Sasuke inquired of Mito Uzumaki. Is this technique akin to the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan, which confine a person's soul within a fixed space-time, causing even the immortal to gradually exhaust themselves within this confinement? Mito nodded in affirmation. Indeed, for those with exceptional recovery abilities, sealing techniques in genjutsu are indeed the most effective measures. The second Hokage remarked, no, Itachi's use of this ninjutsu against his foes likely serves a different purpose. The onlookers turned their gaze to the second Hokage. What other purpose could there be? However, further explanation was unnecessary, for the footage gradually unveiled the answer. Izanami was created to save those who had misused Izanagi. Itachi elucidated, Izanagi can alter fate, granting the user invincibility. Yet they gradually forget to cherish anything, becoming arrogant and frenzied. In the sealing chamber of the root organization, Danzo tightly grasped his right arm, laden with the transplanted Sharingan. What harm is there in paying a small price for power? Humph. Hesitation is a sign of weakness. In the enigmatic realm of fantasy, Itachi continued his narrative, to reverse the fates of Uchiha clansmen who have lost themselves through the use of Izanagi, and to return them to their original selves. Our clan devised a secret technique to combat Izanagi, known as Izanami. Those ensnared in this genjutsu shall seek their true selves within an eternal cycle. Sasuke countered. Is there truly no method to dispel this technique? To ceaselessly seek the true self within the realm of illusions, Itachi calmly responded, every technique possesses its flaws. The weakness of Izanami has always been concealed within the depths of illusion. Only by embracing oneself in the realm of fantasy and acknowledging the genuine goodwill of companions can Izanami unravel itself. My stipulation for Kabuto is that only when he relinquishes his disguise, embraces, and discovers his authentic self will the illusion naturally dissipate, allowing him to return to the realm of reality. The second Hokage remarked approvingly. It appears that Uchiha Itachi firmly believes that Kabuto has lost himself due to his multifaceted roles. Hence, he continually prompts Kabuto within the illusion to recognize himself and trust his companions. Sasuke muttered in dissatisfaction that Itachi, always prioritizing others at every turn. Naruto interrupted. There are many things Itachi said that I cannot comprehend, but one thing I am unequivocally certain of. That is to always trust one's comrades and never betray them. Sakura gazed at Naruto, softly calling his name. Sasuke scoffed. Humph, that's all you can grasp. What do you intend to say? But that is sufficient, Sasuke added, hastily interjecting before Naruto could erupt. Observing his past self, Sasuke now realized the profound intentions of his brother. However, the Sasuke in the vision remained bewildered, questioning why Itachi would employ Izanami for Tobi and assist such a complex individual. Itachi solemnly remarked, Sasuke, I once attempted to control you using the power of Kodo Amatsukami, implanting the suggestion of forever protecting the village of Konoha. I always regarded you as a child in need of protection, never truly trusting in your strength or choices, but rather imposing my own will upon you, hoping to pave every path for you. Sasuke lowered his head, his voice trembling with tears. You call me a foolish little brother, yet it is you who are the hopelessly foolish older brother. The blackbird perched upon his shoulder seemed to fall into silence. In the vision, during the battle they faced together as brothers, Itachi poured all his efforts into conveying his thoughts to Sasuke. Now, it was time to unravel the reanimation jutsu, allowing Itachi and those souls he controlled to return to the sacred realm. Farewells are always poignant, Itachi resolutely stated. As Uchiha Itachi, being able to once again protect the village as a ninja of Konoha is enough for me. With these words, accompanied by the mournful melody of the brothers parting, many Konoha ninjas were deeply moved. In this world woven from magic and contracts, they are tools, weapons of war. Yet this is also their honor and their way of survival. It is precisely because of the bonds that exist that they may harbor regrets. But this only affirms that they are not alone. Among the crowd, someone took the initiative, retrieving an orange manual without the leader's permission. It was a sealing book, chronicling the information of rogue ninjas from Konoha or enemies harboring resentment towards it, each page inscribed with the death decrees of those who had been slain. Hey! A Konoha ninja found the page of the S-rank rogue ninja Uchiha Itachi in the sealing book, shouted in anger, and forcefully tore out that page. Hey! You! His companion attempted to intervene. However, another ninja promptly followed suit, unhesitatingly tearing away Uchiha Itachi's death proclamation. The Uchiha clan had the most reason to resent Uchiha Itachi. Yet, it was through his protection that they were able to evade the calamity of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Thus, how can we inscribe him in the annals of traitorous ninjas? The raspy voice of this ninja resonated among the surrounding leaf ninjas. Swish, swish, swish. An increasing number of them retrieved their manuals, locating that specific page and tearing it out. The fragments danced in the wind, akin to autumn leaves drifting down. Concealed nearby, Uchiha Makoto felt tears cascading down her cheeks. No matter the time or place, a mother's love is eternal. The bond between parent and child remains unchanged. Just as Fugaku's dying words conveyed, though they tread divergent paths, Itachi will forever be the son they take pride in, that overly gentle boy. One day, he shall return. She firmly believed that their family would reunite and share a beautiful future together. Confronted with Itachi's choices, Sasuke remained unable to comprehend. He believed that Konoha was the architect of the tragic fate that befell Itachi and the entire Uchiha clan. Even if Itachi could forgive Konoha, even if he insisted on identifying himself as Uchiha Itachi of Konoha, Sasuke could never absolve the village. Itachi, rare to witness his brother's outburst, found his thoughts drifting to a conversation with Naruto Uzumaki. In the past, I wished to shoulder everything alone, and then I failed. This time, I choose to trust my comrades, Itachi declared. Sasuke, the one who can change you is no longer your brother. You must swiftly uncover your true self. On the enigmatic Aurelian continent, Sasuke stood shrouded in dim shadows. Forbidden summoning, rebirth unbound. The souls bound to the shores of reincarnation were liberated. The image of Sasuke was on the verge of experiencing a final encounter with his brother, an encounter laden with unspeakable sorrow. He bared his profound hatred for the village of the Noldor Forest. Itachi's ashen form gradually dissipated as he approached his beloved brother with resolute and solemn steps, reminiscent of his fallen state. Before I depart, I will pass my memories to you, Sasuke. All truths shall be enshrined within. In that moment, the Sasuke within the vision accepted Itachi's memories, bearing the weight of his brother's pain, sorrow, helplessness, and quest for redemption. I hold nothing back from you anymore, Sasuke exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at his brother. This time, he did not merely touch his forehead as usual. Instead, he embraced Itachi's neck tightly, their foreheads resting together, sharing each other's existence. In the past, I wished to shield you from politics and strife. Yet, reflecting on it now, had I trusted you more? Had we endeavored together to alter our parents' fate and sought to change the destiny of our Uchiha clan, everything might have been different. Even if you never forgive me, that is of no consequence. Regardless of what you become in the future or the choices you make, the Sasuke in the vision and the Sasuke in reality widened their eyes, staring at Itachi, who was gradually shattering and dissipating, listening to his final farewell. I will always love you. Sasuke let out an uncontrollable cry of sorrow. Witnessing the image of his brother disintegrating into dust, his soul ascending into the void, he felt a profound anguish that rendered him speechless. Meanwhile, outside the vision, the young Genin Sasuke was equally engulfed in torment. The Sasuke within the image endured countless tribulations, witnessing Itachi's serene smile, his gradually fading warmth, and hearing the eternal promise, I will always love you. In that moment, aside from the initial shock, he found himself at a loss for the appropriate emotions to respond to such a scene. As the vision concluded and the crowd slowly dispersed, Sakura yearned to comfort Sasuke, but ultimately relinquished the thought. Naruto, too, chose silence, firmly believing that Sasuke, who was privy to the truth, would undoubtedly be able to endure and comprehend everything. At this moment, at the central altar of the Noldor Forest village, only two crows kept Sasuke company as he awaited. The fourth fire priest, in a spectral form, lingered beside Naruto. Having witnessed this poignant imagery, he was made aware of the tragedies that unfolded after his demise. The Uchiha clan had been utterly annihilated, and his heart was heavy with regret and guilt. Had he been able to discern the enemy's treachery during his lifetime? Might he have saved his wife, spared his son from a tragic fate, or even guided the Uchiha clan to coexist peacefully with the village? As anticipated, the masked man intervened once more. The fourth fire priest tread carefully, his heart a mixture of solace and anxiety. He found comfort in the fact that this imagery had averted certain tragedies, yet he was troubled by the uncertainties that might arise in the future. The immediate concern was how to enhance Naruto and his companion's strength to confront the masked man, ensuring they would possess sufficient power to contend with him in the impending decisive battle. At this moment, one day remained until their departure from the central altar of Gnarled Forest Village, with 4 days until the 5 Great Lords Conference. Simultaneously, resonating with Naruto's contemplations at the central altar, in a dark subterranean cavern, a pitch-black aloe plant along with a group of white creatures, the Bailing, had long been ensnared in a bizarre barrier known as the Realm of Terrifying Questions. Chapter 20. The Gift of the Secret Realm in the Mysterious and Fantastical World. The shadowy will of Korezetsu, an entity almost devoid of any tangible power, managed to guide the eldest son of the great creator, sage of 6 paths, Indra, and his brother Azura towards betrayal and opposition, all under the watchful gaze of the sage. This manipulation gradually distorted the divine teachings established by the sage into a faction of secretive warriors, reshaping the order of the ninja world over a millennium. He deftly incited a generational conflict between the Uchiha clan, heirs of Indra's bloodline, and the Senju clan, descendants of Azura, even going so far as to drive the Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Senju clans toward a catastrophic abyss. This orchestration was made possible solely due to Korezetsu's extreme caution, meticulous thought, and cunning psychological manipulation. While perusing an ancient decree, he relished the fact that the mindless white creatures, the Baiing, surrounding him could not awaken without his command, thus avoiding any breach of the mysterious realm's regulations, allowing him to respond to questions with ease. The gift of the secret realm won Korezetsu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could there truly be a reward? The gift of the secret realm 1. Charm 1. Those who answer correctly will receive a 1 to their charm value, enhancing their personal charisma attributes, which can permanently alter their physical appearance to a certain extent, thus better facilitating their social endeavors. However, when he beheld the charm values displayed by himself and the surrounding white phantoms, the astonishment in his eyes deepened further. The digits beside Kagaya Black indicated charm value, -7, while the array of white phantoms registered charm value, -6. Despite his disdain for such trivial accolades, Black found himself ensnared within a peculiar boundary, a realm devoid of any perceivable chakra presence. Even his esteemed technique, the ephemeral body flicker, proved futile in this strange space. This reality, reminiscent yet imbued with an uncanny force, convinced Black that a formidable puppeteer was orchestrating events behind the scenes. As a pivotal piece in the intricate chess game governing the ninja world and the entirety of temporal history, Black now felt an unprecedented anxiety and unease. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in his determination to resurrect his mother. He focused his thoughts, pondering the next enigma. What arcane method had once rendered Kagaya momentarily stunned during her fierce confrontation with the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura? Black was acutely aware that it was during that encounter, utilizing the power of the 10 Tails and the infinite Tsukuyami, that he had sacrificed Abido in the resurrection of his mother. To reclaim her zenith, she not only needed to consume the 10 Tails, but also to reclaim the chakras scattered within the bodies of the prodigal sons, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Kagaya. The Otsutsuki Kinshiki of Ur, who later ascended to become the Sage of 6 Paths, had once bestowed his chakra upon his second son, Ashura. Amidst the tumult of their sibling rivalry, this hinted at the potential existence of the Sage of 6 Paths' vast chakra within him, indicating he was indeed the reincarnation of Ashura. Could it be that Hashirama Senju had been revived by some exalted figure employing the rebirth technique? Furthermore, did Hashirama successfully manipulate Madara Uchiha into betraying their mother in a united front against her? Black scoffed at this notion, deeming it a foolish fantasy. If there were a force potent enough to instill fear in his mother, it could only be the genjutsu of Madara Uchiha as Sharingan. Contemplating this, Black cast a glance at the white phantom beside him. The previously unresponsive figure stepped forward, responding mechanically, the genjutsu of the Sharingan. However, this answer was erroneous. With a resounding thud, the white phantom shattered into a myriad of white clay fragments, scattering upon the ground. The other white phantoms remained unaffected, maintaining their customary expressionless demeanor. Once brimming with confidence, Black now stood perplexed, filled with doubt about where his reasoning had faltered. Despite the slim odds, only Madara's Sharingan Genjutsu could have momentarily captivated his mother. Could there be any other force capable of achieving such an effect? Regaining his composure, Black began to reflect on the myriad secret techniques of the great clans within the ninja world. Time slipped away as he delved into deep contemplation. The illusions of the Inuzuka clan? Unlikely. The sage techniques of Hashirama Senju? A contender for consideration. The shadow mimicry technique? The level of secret arts displayed here is insufficient to intimidate my mother, which clearly indicates something is amiss. Perhaps it is the Sand Country's technique of quicksand? After all, that esteemed commander of the Ninja Alliance is adept at manipulating sand, making it a viable candidate. Wait, there is another significant contender. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. This must not be overlooked and should certainly be included in our list of possibilities. In a distant, fantastical realm, the traveler from another world, Jiraiya, absent-mindedly stroked his chin, his profound gaze fixated on the enigmatic Senju Tobarama. I had intended to caution you, young mage. Yet your aura bears the weight of millennia. This simply will not do. The vitality and exuberance befitting youth are paramount. Suddenly, a wave of intense astonishment surged within him, prompting Jiraiya to exclaim, "Wait a moment." He abruptly realized that the figure before him was none other than his mentor, the legendary third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To be able to address this sage so casually could only be reserved for. His gaze skimmed over the imposing statue of the fiery sage before returning to the pallid-skinned individual before him, resembling an ethereal being. You are the mentor of the fourth Hokage, as well as the future instructor of Naruto Uzumaki? Oh. Speaking of his cherished disciple, Jiraiya immediately swelled with pride. Introducing himself grandly, I am known as one of the three guardians of the secret realms, a student of the third Hokage, mentor to the fourth Hokage, and the legendary boy Naruto Uzumaki, residing in the sacred Mount Mayaboku, the white-haired sage, Master Jiraiya. Senju Tobarama fell silent for a moment. The lack of the anticipated astonishment from Jiraiya made him feel somewhat awkward. Regardless, I do not comprehend why you would disguise yourself as the second Hokage, nor the purpose behind it. However, within this magical forest village, Konoha, you would do well to. Your inherently naive disposition has its limits. The second Hokage once more questioned the educational system of Konoha. In the interest of time, he ceased further debate with Jiraiya and swiftly proceeded to the matter at hand. You have returned to Konoha in search of the fourth Hokage's descendant, Naruto Uzumaki. Have you not? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Jiraiya's once jovial demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Who exactly are you? With no other recourse, he recounted how he had been resurrected by Naruto through an ancient revival incantation. Upon learning that Naruto had the opportunity to resurrect the fourth Hokage but chose instead to revive the mother of Sasuke Uchiha, Jiraiya was left to ponder the cruel twist of fate, feeling a deep sympathy for the orphan left behind by his disciple. The second Hokage subsequently addressed Naruto's safety concerns. I have placed a teleportation magic marker on Naruto. As long as he remains within a reasonable distance from Konoha, I can swiftly reach him. After a moment of contemplation, despite originally intending to lead Naruto away from the pursuit of the malevolent organization Akatsuki, the description provided by the second Hokage suggested that the enigmatic phenomenon known as the terrifying QA could manifest unexpectedly in any corner. Given the unpredictable nature of its questions, remaining in Konoha undoubtedly offered greater security. The intelligence network in Konoha was relatively well established, increasing the likelihood of uncovering the correct answers in a short time frame. Certainly more so than if the two were to wander aimlessly and encounter a dilemma of questions and answers. Once the matter of safety was settled, Tobarama Senju shifted the discussion towards Naruto's education. As Naruto's mentor, the plan to impart magical skills could indeed proceed, which was quite agreeable to Jiraiya. He pinched his nose, reflecting on the fact that the boy was truly a prodigy in the realm of magic creation. Recalling Naruto's unique magical invention, the second Hokage could not help but shake his head with a sigh. It was imperative to teach him formal magical techniques. Moreover, his martial skills and shuriken techniques required comprehensive reinstruction, as his resistance to genjutsu was alarmingly feeble. The summoning contract arts were still beyond his grasp, and it went without saying that the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were yet to be explored. At that moment, Naruto's repertoire of skills was limited to his singular unique magic and the reconnaissance technique he had devised, shadow clone technique. Upon hearing the second Hokage's evaluation of Naruto, Jiraiya felt a wave of emotion. Unlike his other disciples, Both Minato and Nagato were inherently gifted as sorcerers. Perhaps only Naruto truly inherited his bloodline. After exchanging a few words with the second Flame Sage regarding the Akatsuki organization, the haunting images of the terrifying QA, and Naruto's situation, Jiraiya returned to the magical tower to find Naruto. Through a series of clever words and persuasion, he successfully took his disciple's orphan legacy. However, unbeknownst to him, he had not only taken Naruto, but also the spirit of the fourth Flame Sage, Minato Namikaze, who silently followed in a spectral form. Naruto leisurely trailed behind Jiraiya, his hands crossed comfortably behind his head. Even in such a relaxed pose, his father, Minato, found his child to be irresistibly adorable. Were he not in a formless, intangible state, Minato would undoubtedly seize a camera and capture countless moments of his son with the fervor and speed reminiscent of his signature technique. The spiraling flash super round dance howl, third form. Naruto inquired, "Teacher, are you truly going to teach me powerful magic? But we cannot stray too far, as I have an appointment with Irika-sensei for magical ramen tomorrow." Tsunade, feeling a tinge of displeasure at being addressed as teacher, retorted, "I have proclaimed myself as one of the legendary three great sage guardians, residing in Mount Myaboku, the white-haired sage toad, Jiraiya." With a nonchalant expression, Naruto responded, "All right then. Esteemed white-haired sage toad Jiraiya, please teach me a spell capable of swiftly defeating Sasuke and his elder brother, Sasuke-sama." "Such greed is unbecoming of a child," Jiraiya replied. "The second Hokage has explicitly instructed that I must teach you from the foundations." "What foundations?" "Just hurry up and teach me how to summon a canine magical beast as large as a mountain, and a bird of prey even larger than the tower of the great Flame Sage." "Oh, you yearn to master the soul-summoning secret technique?" Jiraiya remarked with a hint of mockery. "If you cannot even manage the most basic refinement of soul energy, how could you possibly summon a formidable beast partner with which you have forged a mystical contract? It is entirely impossible." "Humph. Of course I can refine soul energy," Naruto retorted angrily, forming intricate hand seals with his hands, channeling his soul energy to his feet, and steadily stepping onto a nearby ancient tree branch. "Now, can you finally teach me the soul-summoning secret technique?" He looked at Jiraiya challengingly. "Not yet," Jiraiya replied gravely, nodding as he pointed towards the flowing azure river beside them. "Unless you can walk upon its surface as if it were solid ground, and skillfully utilize the unique magical techniques you have created." At the mention of Naruto's original magical techniques, a subtle blush crossed Jiraiya's face. Naruto's gaze was resolute, and the surroundings lay enveloped in a chilling pallor. The lecherous elder, the fourth Kazekage, implored, "Please do not mislead my son, Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya clicked his tongue, clearly taken aback by the astuteness of the young boy, who had discerned the underlying implications of his words. In any case, one must be able to stand firm upon the surging river before speaking of aspirations. Frustrated by the unachieved goal, Jiraiya furrowed his brow and let out a discontented grunt. Naruto perceived little loss in this endeavor, regarding it as a mere opportunity for cultivation. He approached the lakeside once more, forming the seal, channeling his spiritual energy into his feet, and cautiously stepped forward. Minato Namikaze reached out a hand, attempting to intervene. "Naruto." With a resounding splash, a golden-furred fox-like demon emerged from the water's surface. His damp hair fell loosely over his shoulders, rendering Naruto particularly disheveled, while the distinctive fiery birthmark on his cheek added an air of melancholy to his countenance. His wet garments clung to his frame, revealing a physique more frail than that of his peers. Witnessing this scene, Minato felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, accompanied by a profound sense of guilt. Naruto struggled ashore, shedding his drenched garments. As he once again gathered his spiritual energy, the marks of the sealing on his abdomen caught Jiraiya's attention. In that instant, Jiraiya comprehended the profound significance behind Minato Namikaze's choice to seal the nine tails within this young boy. His disciple indeed possessed extraordinary talent, having devised such an intricate sealing technique at that time, enabling this child to gradually learn to harness the power of the nine tails. Even at the moment of Naruto's birth, amidst the chaos wrought by the nine tails, he had foreseen such a distant future. "Truly, you are worthy of admiration, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze." However, Jiraiya remained oblivious to the fact that the disciple he longed for was right beside him, wearing a face of grievance and quietly murmuring, "Sensei Jiraiya, you should have reminded Naruto to remove his outer garments before entering the water. Focus. Steadily channel your spiritual energy to the plane where it meets the surface of the water. Maintain your calmness and steady your spirit. Do you understand?" Jiraiya advised. Naruto curled his lips and replied with a casual "got it." before resuming his practice of walking on water. The stream was quite deep, with lively currents and an abundance of fish and shrimp at the bottom. Thus, even though the flow was not particularly fierce, it could certainly be described as turbulent, adding considerable difficulty to Naruto's training. At first, he would sink immediately upon jumping into the water, but gradually he managed to stay on the surface for a few seconds, only to lose his balance and fall back in again. After about half an hour of such efforts, he barely reached that level. What a slow child, Jiraiya yawned, contrasting him sharply with his brilliant disciple. Meanwhile, this prodigious disciple gazed at his golden-haired son, who repeatedly fell, got back up, and reformed his hand seals to gather chakra, embodying a stubborn determination reminiscent of his late wife, Kushina. Kushina, our Naruto is already 12 years old. Just as you said back then, he may not excel in learning, but he is an honest and resilient child. I truly wish you could see him. I imagine it would tug at your heartstrings, and you would prepare him a feast. Wouldn't he you? The fourth Hokage's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor of emotion. Hey, old man. Jiraiya, still dozing, rolled over to continue his slumber. Old man. Immersed in dreams, Jiraiya murmured, beautiful fairy lady, would you like to, Orokino Jutsu, soul summoning technique. Bang. Lord Jiraiya, it's time to wake up. Puff. Minato, the fourth Hokage, swiftly retreated several meters, employing the speed of the Flying Thunder God technique to avert an exceedingly embarrassing situation and spare himself a heavier psychological burden. There, in the place where the fourth Hokage had just stood, Naruto Uzumaki was kneeling cross-legged, attempting to rouse the sleeping Jiraiya. This method proved remarkably effective, causing Jiraiya to leap 3 feet in surprise, showering praises on Naruto's unique waking technique. Once he reverted from his transformation, Naruto displayed a look of disdain. Perverted sage. Minato chuckled. Naruto, promise your father you won't use that jutsu again. Through relentless effort and Naruto's persistent pleas, he finally accelerated his learning of the second stage of summoning techniques. Chapter 21. Salt-grilled mackerel. Upon discovering that Jiraiya was indeed the mentor of the 4 Hokage masters, Naruto successfully secured a promise from him to teach the initial form of the secret technique of wind, spiraling shuriken, also known as Rasengan, through the mysterious Hammermunijutsu. Each time Jiraiya was pushed to his limits by Naruto's training, the young boy showed not a hint of remorse. Instead, due to Jiraiya's need for recuperation, he unexpectedly received an additional reward, a bowl of red bean soup from another world, to celebrate his mastery of the peculiar art of water manipulation. In contrast to the water-walking technique, the summoning technique appeared to be far more profound and intricate. After solemnly signing a massive magical scroll, Naruto, following Jiraiya's guidance, summoned forth a multitude of peculiar tadpoles, causing the fourth Hokage, who eagerly anticipated witnessing his son's extraordinary abilities, to burst into laughter. As the days passed, with Naruto diligently training in both the water-walking technique and the summoning technique, Kagaya, trapped in a bizarre question-and-answer game, exhausted his final chance to respond. In a fit of rage, as the aloe leaves around him nearly withered away, the ominous presence controlling the terrifying questions and visions of the future declared in a uniquely metallic voice, your answer is incorrect. Your 3 attempts have been consumed. Reward 1, Beauty Enhancement 1 has been revoked. At that moment, Kagaya realized that the peculiar domain threatening him had been activated. Damn it. Kagaya's hoarse voice brimmed with curses. He paid no heed to the so-called Beauty Enhancement reward, for he knew that upon returning to his mother, her beauty would be the most exquisite in the world, an unparalleled manifestation of life's beauty that required no embellishment. Yet, he found himself utterly perplexed. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan illusions were incorrect, the sage arts answers were wrong, and even his last hope, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, had proven futile. What could it possibly be? Could there truly exist a power in this world capable of suppressing his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra? Indeed, it was so. Kagaya never anticipated that amidst his frenzied howls, the very voice he found so daunting would respond. He lowered his head, desperately suppressing the agonizing pain that threatened to tear at his lips. As long as he could communicate with the entity, he was certain he could uncover its flaws and expose them. Then they would both pledge allegiance to his mother, dedicating themselves to the grand plan of resurrecting the omnipotent deity, the originator of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. After a period of deep contemplation, Kagaya ultimately resolved to adopt a serene demeanor in his communication with the unknown presence. Who are you truly? After a brief silence, the entity offered no response, which did not surprise Kagaya. Nevertheless, this is of little consequence, he said. You need only reveal the answer to me. so I might witness the ninjutsu that could instill fear in my mother. Before he could finish, a voice suddenly echoed behind him. Kagaya? I can no longer establish contact with you. The quiet figure of White Zetsu emerged stealthily from behind Kagaya. Kagaya, you abruptly interrupted our communication. Are you engaged in some secretive endeavor? Kagaya had long grown accustomed to White Zetsu's peculiar habits and chose to disregard the inquiry. He continued to probe into the enigmatic presence behind the terrifying QA. All you need to do is reveal the answer, so that I may comprehend the specific ninjutsu capable of instilling dread in my mother. Hey, Black Zetsu has a mother too? Could it be that Black Zetsu's mother is our shared progenitor? White Zetsu exclaimed, dancing with excitement. Silence, White Zetsu, Black Zetsu replied in a low voice. Oh, come on. Black Zetsu, you are truly cunning. I too wish to meet our mother. Let us go together and see her. White Zetsu insisted, persistently clamoring to encounter their mother. While curiously pondering why they had no need for excretion and what the sensation of urgency truly felt like, understanding dawned. The correct answer, 0 Iroke, Jayaka Herman, 0 Iatsu. Black Zetsu, with a perplexed expression, exclaimed, I have never heard of such ninjutsu. In disbelief, he shouted, what kind of ninjutsu is this? As if to answer his query, a dark silhouette suddenly emerged before the colossal statue of Shinja Hashirama, meticulously cultivated by Uchiha Madara, startling him. Despite the interference from the incessant White Zetsu, the impact of the terrifying QA continued to blanket the globe as usual. In ninja villages, ordinary hamlets, noble estates, feudal domains, and even at the central tower, countless gigantic images were projected simultaneously. Naruto followed Jiraiya to a secluded training ground deep within the Forest of Death, a place adorned with flowing rivers, lush grass, and vibrant shrubs beneath a canvas of azure sky. After countless attempts to summon tadpoles, Naruto finally succeeded in conjuring an advanced version of the tadpole, one that had sprouted hind limbs. The moment the image of the central tower appeared, it stirred Jiraiya, who had appeared to be dozing, into a state of alertness. His demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he gazed at the unfolding scene. In a distant, fantastical realm, Naruto was startled by the imposing figure of the venerable sage Harsol, prompting him to cease his training and return to the central sacred tower alongside his mentor, Hyler. Unbeknownst to them, the enigmatic fourth great sage, Boruto Namikaze, trailed silently behind, a presence concealed from the eyes of the world. Upon their arrival, they found Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and a multitude of new apprentices from the Hidden Leaf Village, as well as the mysterious trio of siblings from the Sand Village, all gathered to witness a wondrous display of light and shadow. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and even the usually stoic Gaara cast strange glances at Naruto, filling him with a sense of bewilderment. What's wrong, Sakura? Naruto inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Sasuke scoffed, gesturing towards the images in the display. Idiot. Look over there. In the vision, 3 figures floated in midair, astonishingly endowed with the ability to fly. In the land of Earth, within the rock village. Could this not be the Earth Sage Inoki's secret technique of lightweight rock ninjutsu? Yet, did this not require Lord Inoki's unique bloodline limit to achieve such an effect? The ninjas of the rock village exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the sudden appearance of these 3 individuals possessing such extraordinary powers. At that moment, the third Earth Sage Inoki was en route to the Hidden Leaf Village, and, while resting briefly in a humble village, beheld this miraculous vision. Gazing at the 3 figures in the sky, he remarked gravely, what they are performing is not my lightweight rock ninjutsu. This venerable sage, who had endured 3 magical wars and traversed the magical realms for nearly a century, felt an unprecedented fear towards the young woman with flowing white hair. Even though this was merely a glimpse of a future adversary, it was enough to instill profound caution within him. In truth, it was not humanity that trembled at this vision, but rather the guardian beast residing within the Jinchuriki. The 8 Tails, Gyuki, suddenly called out to Killer Bee, his agitation catching the attention of the formidable fourth Raikage. What's wrong, B? A's robust voice resonated throughout the vicinity. The 8 Tails rumbled softly, B. I recognize that woman. She is a being that instills fear in all creatures. Sensing the tumultuous emotions of the tailed beast within him, Killer Bee replied. Little 8 says he knows who that woman is. Little 8 is afraid of her. The fourth Raikage AI and his guard were left utterly astonished. Is it true? Incredible! They could scarcely believe that even the immortal and indestructible guardian beasts, who possessed immense magical power, could experience fear. Moreover, it was a woman. Not only the 8 Tails, but other guardian beasts also directed their attention to the images perceived through the consciousness of their Jinchuriki. in the 44th training ground of Konohagakure. It was not Naruto who first sensed the anomaly, but rather the nine tails sealed within him. The crimson eyes of the fox widened in shock, devoid of its usual ferocity, replaced by disbelief. The figure enveloped in an orange-red glow, carrying the Rinnegan behind him. Could it be that visage of the Sage of Six Paths? As the Nine Tails beheld the adversary opposite this Sage of Six Paths, it was momentarily rendered speechless. After a few seconds, it managed to utter the name, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Concurrently, Naruto Uzumaki, who had just returned to the scene with Hyler, squinted, furrowing his brows as he scrutinized the distant figures. Finally, he caught a glimpse of a familiar silhouette among the trio. With a mixture of astonishment and excitement, he exclaimed, "Amazing! That's Sasuke, right? Hey, when did you learn to fly? This is so cool." Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Naruto beside him and replied with an air of resignation. "Can't you see what I'm standing on? I'm merely perched atop it." "Sasuke, referring to your future self like that is rather peculiar," Naruto remarked. Sasuke sighed and retorted dismissively. "TCH, why is your focus always so off? You should really pay attention to who is beside me." Naruto stepped forward, straining to gaze into the distance. "The figure shimmering with orange-gold light does resemble my previous self, but somehow it feels different." "I know. Look at those black spheres floating behind that person," he exclaimed, drawing the attention of others who were equally excited. Within Naruto's being, the young Nine Tails and the Nine Tails, which only he could perceive, whispered in unison, "The Taoist treasure pearl. Could it truly be the ancient sages of the Six Paths?" Behold, the image began to stir. After lying still for a considerable time, the image suddenly sprang to life, accompanied by an unfamiliar yet profoundly stirring voice echoing in the ears of the onlookers. "Hey, are you serious? Without attempting, how can one know the impossibility?" In this peculiar illusion, the two speakers captured everyone's attention. The emblem behind the first was a dazzling fan of stars, unmistakably heralding him as the enigmatic future warrior of the stars, Sasuke. The other figure, enshrouded in sacred golden light, were several profound dark stars hovering behind him, as if those celestial bodies constituted his unique artifact. "Hey, doesn't that golden figure's voice sound familiar?" Ino inquired, her face a mask of astonishment. Shikamaru, already perceptive of the situation, deliberately shifted the topic. "Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us focus on this illusion." Choji, well aware of Shikamaru's intentions, glanced at him. His eyes, narrowed by his plump cheeks, now appeared particularly astute. He understood that Shikamaru was concealing something, though uncertain of his motives, as a companion bound by life and death. Choji naturally sought to assist him. "Ino, how could you overlook the grown-up Sasuke?" This remark successfully redirected Ino's attention. "Ah, indeed, I was not mistaken. The mature Sasuke is even more captivating." Sasuke retorted, "Could you be a bit quieter? What a delusional woman." Shikamaru silently expressed gratitude for Choji's assistance while also musing, "Women are indeed troublesome." Handing a glance to the man adorned with the spiral symbol atop his head, Temari, a fellow woman, discerned what he was attempting to conceal and followed the thread of the voice mentioned by her teammate Ino. The voice of the man who claimed that without trying, one could not know the impossible indeed felt oddly familiar. Her gaze settled upon Naruto, her intuition suggesting that this youth harbored even greater secrets. At this juncture, the illusion shifted to a close-up of the two protagonists' faces. Everyone was left in awe by Sasuke Uchiha's gaze. The second fire priestess was compelled to utilize her teleportation technique, moving from the viewing area of the Forest Ninja Academy to the observation room of the central tower of trial number 44, swiftly placing a teleportation mark on Sasuke. The reason was simple. All present witnessed that the Sasuke in the image possessed a Rinnegan. Sasuke scoffed. "Humph. The future me has awakened only one Rinnegan." Meanwhile, the Nine Tails within Naruto was more shocked than anyone at Sasuke's Rinnegan. That was no ordinary Rinnegan. It was the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. The Nine Tails writhed anxiously within its sealed cage, its sharp claws scraping against the metallic walls of the iron enclosure, producing a jarring sound. How is this possible? Why does that wicked Uchiha brat possess the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Gaara furrowed his brow. Unlike the intricate sealing of the Nine Tails, Shikaku was imprisoned within Gaara's body in a rather rudimentary manner, treated merely as a vessel and a cage, lacking the protective layer of sealing that Naruto had within him. Naruto immediately turned to Gaara, inquiring, "What is it, Gaara?" Shikaku, the tailed beast, was making quite a racket. The Gaara of today no longer feared the monster within. He comprehended that his mother had always loved him and was safeguarding him. He also realized that he could forge a friendship with the Eight Tails and its host. Gaara began to understand that he should regard Shikaku as an independent entity, deserving of equal treatment. Thus, when Shikaku once again clamored in his mind, Gaara merely responded with 4 words, "Be quiet, Shikaku." Taken aback by such a reprimand, having always been treated like a child, Shikaku erupted in rage, exclaiming, "You little brat! I will kill you. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? I shall annihilate you and wipe out every human in Sunagakure." Enough of this noise. Gaara, overwhelmed by a pounding headache, could not restrain himself and questioned Shikaku. "Naruto, doesn't the creature within you disturb you?" "Disturb?" Naruto pondered for a moment. "Aside from lending me chakra, it never speaks. Were it not for the havoc he wreaked in Konoha leading to his sealing by the 4th Hokage, I might even consider him a decent fellow." The demeanor of the Ninetales shifted subtly. "Humph, that damned little brat." Upon hearing the host of the Ninetales refer to it as a good being, Shikaku could not contain its laughter within Gaara's mind, the sharp cackles becoming an unbearable nuisance to him. Naruto proposed, "It is said that the red-haired beauty with the same surname, Uzumaki, possesses formidable sealing techniques. In the future, I shall enlist her assistance to examine the seal of Shikaku. Perhaps that entity will cease to disturb you." At that moment, Gaara was astonished to discover that his mind had indeed quieted. Shikaku, resembling a docile chick, blinked quietly, striving to remain inconspicuous. As the scene shifted back to the conversation among the lower ninjas, the illusions revealed them engaged in a fierce battle. Due to the distance, the audience could merely witness the dazzling array of spells intertwining, simultaneously grasping the reason for their aerial combat. Chapter 22, Grilled Mackerel over Lava in the Distant Astral Continent. A vast magma swamp known as the Fiery Abyss became the stage for an epic confrontation. Here, a Ch-nin from the Flame Ninja village gazed in horror at the unfolding spectacle, unable to suppress his astonishment as he inquired of the nearby J-nin. "Are those 3 warriors, like us, mere flesh and blood? How could I possibly know such enigmatic matters?" The J-nin furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness and confusion. At this moment, the projected image once again froze, revealing a grand scene. As though the entire world could hear a unique metallic voice proclaim, "Question. Ravantide's ephemeral illusion technique, a group of handsome men in illusion. Question. What are the identities of the 2 warriors in the image?" Upon hearing this query, the onlookers were left speechless, instinctively questioning the significance of this inquiry. Yet, whether they were ordinary villagers, ninjas, or even the esteemed shadow-level ninjas, all seemed to be ensnared by an enigmatic force that rendered them mute, unable to utter a single sound. Regulations. 1. Each image display area allows only one opportunity to answer. 2. The answering method follows a racing format. 3. Incorrect answers incur no penalties. 4. Correct answers offer a chance for random rewards. As everyone internally marveled at this extraordinary phenomenon, what divine presence is this? A racing answer format? They could only silently endure the torment of their voicelessness when the still image once again broke the silence. Countdown. 30 seconds. The racing answer mode will commence in 30 seconds. 30, 29, 28. As the seconds ticked away, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere, captivating not only the ninjas but also the daimyos of various nations, who became engrossed in this riddle game. One daimyo, in haste, scribbled fervently on a rare magical parchment, "Quick, issue a bounty in my name." In a moment of palpable tension, the esteemed lord found himself in a predicament, as the bounty notice was yet to be disseminated within the 30 seconds. Clutching a beautifully crafted magical fan, he fidgeted anxiously, unable to command the realm to refrain from participating in the quiz, thus reserving the precious opportunity and the correct answers for himself. During this fleeting half-minute, commoners and ninjas alike fervently pondered the answers. Among them, one individual unmistakably recognized the young scion of the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Sasuke. The identity of another warrior, however, became a subject of fervent speculation. Some believed him to be Uzumaki Naruto, while others contended that his demeanor was far beyond that of a mere youth. As the crowd gathered, initially poised to witness a breathtaking illusion, the Ravantide's ephemeral illusion technique, the gaze of Korazetsu flickered with realization, compelled to accept the reality and await the impending rapid-fire questioning segment. Being one of the few in the ninja world privy to the truth, Korazetsu swiftly analyzed in his mind. Firstly, the previous question had already provided an answer. They are the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura's chakra. Moreover, based on their appearances, one warrior is a future version of Uchiha Sasuke, while the other is likely Uzumaki Naruto. What, then, are their true identities? The last heirs of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans? Or perhaps the reincarnated vessels of Indra and Ashura's chakra? No, after the previous question and answer session. It should be clear that matters are far more intricate than they seem. Could it be that they are leaf ninjas and rogue leaf ninjas? Wait, that Uchiha Sasuke possesses purple Rinnegan eyes? And behind that young man, who may be Uzumaki Naruto, lies the path of the sage's useless talisman. Thus, their identities must be the inheritors of Hagoromo Tsutsuki's power. These 30 seconds were arguably the most intense and exhilarating moments in the world, perhaps even the universe. Every viewing area, whether occupied by ninjas, commoners, nobles, or lords, was abuzz with anticipation, each prepared to offer their answers. However, the exceptionally astute second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, adeptly traversed the distant and secluded viewing area using the Flying Thunder God technique, having already discerned the correct answer during the Fourth Great Ninja War. He found no need to ponder the questions. In the dwindling 30 seconds that remained, he successfully located a small village with merely a dozen households. Tobirama mused, excellent. By answering in this location, the true identities of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto shall remain concealed, as long as I complete the question without making a request of you. No one will discover the true identities of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. In his anger, he was reluctant to broach the subject, preferring not to endure such torment alone. Regarding my elder brother Hashirama and the fool Madara, I find myself truly missing that former rival. This sentiment, I fear, only arises in moments of solitude. As time flows in its countdown, 10, 9, Naruto clenched his fox ears tightly, pondering the identities of the two figures that appeared before him, shrouded in illusion. Yet, the answer to this enigma eluded him, as inscrutable as a riddle. He turned to Sasuke, only to find him seemingly lost in another dimension. Entirely indifferent to the impending revelation, anxiety gnawed at Naruto's heart. What if he could awaken a departed soul? If Sasuke's father were to be resurrected, then Sasuke would not have to embark on that solitary path of vengeance, would he? Restlessly, Naruto shook Shikamaru's shoulder, aware that this companion possessed the keenest intellect, though he was often reluctant to reveal it. Shikamaru, the crucial moment has arrived. You cannot remain a mere observer any longer. Shikamaru, please, help me devise a plan. With a reluctant sigh, Nara Shikamaru withdrew an ancient scroll from his waist pouch and swiftly inscribed a series of mysterious runes upon its surface. After Naruto read the answer penned by Shikamaru, he was momentarily stunned, then nodded with difficulty. The countdown grew increasingly urgent. 3, 2. At that moment, the entire magical realm fell into an eerie silence, all awaiting the conclusion of the countdown, when the question of who would unveil the correct answer loomed large. Just then, Shikamaru produced a scroll from an unknown source and swiftly inscribed a line of enigmatic symbols upon it. 1. The competition for answers commenced. In an instant, the atmosphere across the ninja world erupted, each participant hastening to articulate their most plausible responses. After all, there was no penalty for an incorrect answer. Yet a correct one would yield rewards they had long coveted. Heroes and warriors alike readied themselves, particularly the lower-ranking ninjas from various villages who had come to partake in the Chunin selection exam. They had witnessed Naruto's whimsical answers unexpectedly lead him to victory, granting him 2 opportunities to summon the deceased Hokage. Despite his foolishness in relinquishing those precious chances to his comrades, they would not err in a similar fashion. As long as they could provide the correct answer, the enticing rewards would be theirs for the taking, though the time for answering appeared to be a mere 2 seconds. Each individual exerted their utmost effort to speak as swiftly as possible. During those fleeting moments, the voices of those around them became indistinct. Even their own words seemed to elude clarity. Everyone raced against time, blurting out their guesses in one breath, followed by anxious gasps, eagerly awaiting the chilling metallic sound that would reveal the correct answer. The waiting seemed to stretch into an eternity. The answering period concluded. The results were to be announced. To the astonishment of all, the images of the 3 figures initially displayed vanished, replaced by a colossal white luminous screen. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the screen, shocking the entire world. Orokjai Kaharam Yuno Yutsu, Shursui Uchiha, reverse secret barrier technique. Unexpectedly, the terrifying quiz once again revealed the answers of participants across various viewing locations to the public. The vast space that had showcased the images transformed into a flickering white luminous screen. Lines of text materialized in rapid succession from the land of lightning, Cloud Village. 2 answers from the wooden figures, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. From the land of wind, Sand Village, the answer from Shinsuke, Shadow Ninja. From the land of fire, Short Book Street, Tsunade responded, the elite among the Konoha youngsters. From the land of wind, Wind Sandtown, Chiyo answered, Ninja Alliance. From the land of earth, Earth Village. Suchikage replied, sturdy warriors. From the land of earth, Rock Village, Karatsuchi stated, the orphan of the Uchiha clan. From the land of fire, Konoha Village. Ebisu remarked, the inheritor of Uchiha bloodline and Konoha's Jinchuriki. In response to the inquiry posed by Chuji, the leader of the Water Nation's Hidden Mist Village. Tanjiro remarked, if the question pertains to the current identities of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, I believe they are still regarded as Genin of Konohagakure. Meanwhile, Aoki from the town of Ayakawa in the Water Nation added, they lurk within the strength of Konoha. Countless responses surged forth like a tidal wave, some of which elicited amused disbelief. Naruto read aloud one line. In the land of the 12 demons, Shine replied, the hero who saves the world. How absurd is that? What nonsense are these people spouting? The mention of a title like Savior made Naruto feel a bit embarrassed. Shikamaru then chose a rather peculiar response to read out loud. In the land of rain, Conan replied, the rogue ninja of Konoha. Hey, Naruto. You would actually consider betraying Konoha, would you? Though he teased him, he knew that the big fool would never do such a thing. What are you talking about? Shikamaru. Naruto shouted in indignation, I am destined to become the Hokage. How could I ever betray Konoha? At that moment, the fourth Hokage, standing behind Naruto, suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. He whispered in his heart, did you hear that, Kushina? Our son, like his father, harbors a magnificent dream. An invisible barrier separated the fourth Hokage from Naruto, while Jiraiya stood beside Naruto, immediately recognizing the familiar name. In a distant, fantastical land, the young wanderer Naruto chuckled lightly. Taunting? Lady Tsunade certainly wouldn't miss a chance at gambling. This time it's at the Shortbook Street. Huh? Perhaps we could go there to share a drink with her. Hinata nervously inquired, and Naruto-sama, what did you just say? Naruto gazed at Hinata, responding with a radiant smile. I am an apprentice from the Konoha Forest Guard. Huh? Hinata exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. It turned out that the message Shikamaru had relayed to Naruto read, the true identities of you and Sasuke. Thus, Naruto boldly declared, we are both recruits of the Konoha Forest Guard, but one day we shall become the great sages who protect our village, earning the recognition and respect of all. Upon hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but chuckle softly. Foolish guy, do you not know that there is only one sage? Yet, Naruto, with an innocent smile, carelessly replied, well, we shall see when that day comes. Perhaps we can become sages together. The innocence reflected in Naruto's words alleviated the surrounding tension. Until new characters emerged, the roots of the sacred tree responded with the words of Kagaya, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the orphans of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans. The sons of Sage of Six Paths, the descendants of Ashura and Indra's chakra, the rebels who obstructed the Moon's Eye plan, the origin of chakra, the omnipotent supreme deity. The entity utilized by my mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki, for testing her power upon her resurrection. Naruto inquired with a hint of perplexity. Who is this esteemed figure? How can one possibly convey such a wealth of information without becoming breathless? He scrutinized the text meticulously, concluding that anyone capable of delivering such an abundance of answers for the respondents to choose from must undoubtedly be extraordinary. The roots of the sacred tree of Hashirama? What manner of place is this? The name Hashirama seemed vaguely familiar. Sasuke, do you know who the Sage of Six Paths is? The information contained within this passage was so profound that many struggled to comprehend it at once. The Sage of Six Paths is referred to as Tsutsuki Kagaya, and who, pray tell, is the aforementioned Tsutsuki Kagaya? Is she truly the mother of the respondent? Could this be an attempt to suggest a blood relation to the Sage of Six Paths? Yet, such a notion appeared implausible, considering the age disparity. If this individual named Korezetsu is indeed a sibling of the Sage of Six Paths, then has he not lived for millennia? As for the assertion regarding the reincarnation of the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths' two sons, all gazes were fixed incredulously upon Naruto and Sasuke. Setting aside the existence of the Sage of Six Paths, the mere speculation that these two might be the reincarnations of his son's chakra was astonishing enough. Such a fanciful notion is rather extravagant. Could the respondent possibly be the author of that renowned fantasy novel series? Someone in the audience could not restrain their curiosity. What is the roots of the sacred tree of Hashirama? Which nation does it belong to? Korezetsu? That name is rather peculiar, isn't it? Due to the uniqueness of this location, the extraordinary respondent, and the remarkable answers. Animated discussions erupted in every corner where the projection was viewed. Among them, two figures stood out prominently. Uchiha Obito, concealed within the unique space of Kimui, was utterly astounded. He repeatedly examined the text, overwhelmed by shock. Only he understood the significance of the roots of the sacred tree. And only he and the members of Akatsuki were familiar with Kurizetsu. Consequently, he harbored unwavering belief in the revelations presented in the projection. In a tumult of thoughts, he perceived the words before him warping and distorting. Uchiha Obito was certain that during his review of Uchiha Madara's memories, he had found no references to the progenitor of chakra, the omnipotent deity, Tsutsuki Kagaya, let alone the resurrection of Tsutsuki Kagaya, which was never part of his Moon Eye plan. His ambition was to establish a peaceful utopia constructed through the Moon Eye, a world devoid of emotional barriers, war, death, or regret, where companions would never be forsaken. Yet now, he realized he might have fallen into a meticulously crafted trap, just as the second Hokage had warned. He had been deceived by Madara and that entity. Kurizetsu, Uchiha Madara. He clenched his face, adorned with a sturdy mask, with such intensity that cracks began to form upon its surface. How infuriating. Whenever he experienced unbearable heartache, closing his eyes would inevitably bring forth the haunting memory of Lin, pierced through the heart by Raikiri, alongside Kakashi's anguished figure. Subsequently, he would be engulfed by the recollections of Uchiha Obito, revealing the pervasive darkness and suffering enveloping the entire shinobi world. In this illusory realm, he could no longer discern even a glimmer of light or hope. Unable to suppress the torment within, he wept softly, as if beseeching the departed souls for guidance. Lin, Sister Kushina, Master Minato, what should I do? Much like Uchiha Obito, another figure harboring profound doubts about Kagaya and Uchiha Madara was Nagato, linked to the Outer Path's Gedo statue. Cough, 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 Nagato. Chapter 23, The Battle for the Mysterious Treasure in a Distant Fantastical Realm. Nagato gazed upon the secrets unveiled by Kagaya, a suffocating weight of pressure nearly overwhelming him. Conan. Nagato's voice resonated like an echo in a profound valley, tinged with a hint of perplexity. Yet, Conan, who had long since grasped the depth of his thoughts, could still sense his uncertainty woven within his words. Looking at the emaciated figure of Nagato, her eyes and words were filled with an inescapable concern. Nagato, what are your thoughts on Madara and the Dark Apostle Kagaya? Please, share your insights with me. Nagato earnestly implored. Conan sighed deeply. Nagato, ever since Yahiko's departure, I can no longer bear the anguish of losing you. After a prolonged silence, Nagato turned to Conan and said, I wish to send pain to the magical forest in search of the truth. A stream of enigmatic words followed. As the mist-laden bridge of the Water Mirror Kingdom responded, Brother Naruto and Brother Sasuke. Naruto pointed at the screen and exclaimed, Ah, Sakura, Sasuke, look. It's Idate. I can see him. That once considered weakling. Sasuke, brushing aside the overly excited Naruto, responded with nonchalance. Sakura Haruno reminisced about their B-rank mission that had far exceeded the C-rank classification, and a sense of nostalgia washed over her. Indeed, that bridge is now truly called Naruto Bridge. Nearby, Shikamaru Nara observed the trio with curiosity and inquired, Do you know him? Yes. Naruto, upon recognizing a familiar face, was transported back to their days in the Land of Water, where the memories were vivid and significant. Recalling Haku and Zabuza, they were the foundational stones that solidified Naruto's unwavering resolve to become a ninja. Simultaneously, although Sasuke verbally labeled Naruto as a loser, he had exerted every ounce of his strength to save him at a critical moment. That instant held profound importance for Naruto, akin to receiving the validation of his mentor Iruka. Being with Sasuke felt like discovering a brother, while the time spent with Team 7, along with Kakashi and Iruka, enveloped him in a warmth reminiscent of home. Gaara cast a sidelong glance at the exuberant Naruto and asked, Is it amusing? Absolutely. Those memories are fantastic. Naruto instinctively gave Gaara a thumbs up, showcasing his signature sunny smile. The screen continued to roll through various contestants and their responses. A participant from the Land of Fire, Kawa, remarked, What is up with those two male actors? They look so dazed. The female actor is passable, with a decent presence, but her acting is truly lacking. Clearly, this person failed to realize that what they were witnessing was a battle between ninjas rather than a performance. This left Sasuke utterly astonished, as it was the first time someone had called him dazed, igniting a sense of frustration within him. Meanwhile, Naruto, accustomed to being ridiculed in such situations, found amusement in teasing Sasuke, which almost led to his own downfall. Subsequently, the diverse array of contestants and their eclectic answers brought both laughter and bewilderment to the ninja world. There were even instances where contestants referred to each other as lovers. This incited the ire of Sasuke, Naruto, and a fervent fan club led by Sakura and Ino, comprising 57 kunoichi from Konoha, who clamored to rush to the scene and reprimand the individual. Thankfully, Kakashi intervened with a remark. While I find these answers quite absurd, since it involves the daimyo of the Land of Fire, you must exercise some tolerance. The ninjas were compelled to endure this indignity. In the death forest of the Land of Fire, Naruto answered, a lower ninja from Konoha. This response flashed quickly, prompting many ninjas to chuckle at Naruto's answer. Haven't we all seen lower ninjas? If a lower ninja possessed such strength, what need would there be for a Hokage? Haha, Naruto Uzumaki. Has he not made appearances in previous footage? Some have remarked that being merely a genin at the age of 17 is indeed disheartening. Indeed, I ascended to the rank of chunin by the tender age of 12. But wait, have you all noticed who the respondent is? It is none other than Naruto Uzumaki himself. Even if he were to claim the title of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, no one would perceive him as modest. However, to assert that he is merely a genin is tantamount to disregarding everyone else. Unbeknownst to Naruto, he inadvertently attracted a multitude of disdainful glances. In stark contrast to the responses of others, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of foolishness. How could he still be merely a genin after 3 years? Oh, Naruto lamented, burying his head in his hands. Had he known this would be the outcome, he should have answered with Hokage. Meanwhile, in a small village within the Land of Flames, inhabited only by a few elderly residents, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, widened his eyes in astonishment. As he gazed at the screen displaying a procession of new contestants and their answers, he couldn't help but sigh, rubbing his forehead. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had not anticipated that this harrowing quiz would reveal all contestants and their responses to the public. At that moment, he should have been returning to Konohagakure. Yet a tinge of hesitation crept into his heart. However, evasion would not resolve the predicament, even for one of his stature as the second Hokage. At last, as the celestial expanse unveiled the proclamation of the second Flame Emperor, Senju Tobirama declared, Uchiha Sasuke is the reincarnation of the reincarnation power of Uchiha Bido, while Uzumaki Naruto is the embodiment of the reincarnation power of Senju Hashirama. The entire realm of illusion fell into a near minute-long silence. Subsequently, someone awkwardly shattered this tranquility. Why is it that I can comprehend each of these words independently, yet when combined, I find myself utterly perplexed? Don't crowd me. I'm equally baffled. Is it not commonly said that the third pope of the eternal realm, the Sage of Earth, is already 76 or 77 years old? Indeed, it is. A conjurer gestured towards the engraved name of the second Flame Emperor, Senju Tobirama, and inquired, then what is the age of the second pope of Earth? Who was contemporaneous with the Sage of Earth? Has the exploration of illusions in Konoha transcended the boundaries of life itself? Hey. It is said that the reanimation jutsu was developed by the second Flame Emperor, Senju Tobirama, right? Speculated a ninja. Perhaps he studied this technique with the aim of achieving immortality? Indeed, it is highly plausible. Just observe those beings resurrected through the reanimation jutsu. They seem nearly indestructible. If Konoha were to resurrect all past Flame Emperors using this technique, it would merely be a trivial endeavor. What if they were to also revive all the popes from various illusionary villages and gain control over them? The terror of such a scenario is unfathomable. Goodness. Among them, ninjas who had once heard of the legends surrounding Uchiha Madara, such as the third pope, the Sage of Earth, Inoki, sprang into action. Gather all intelligence on Uchiha Sasuke. No, we must hasten to Konohagakure to partake in the summit of the 5 great nations. The fact that the second Flame Emperor still walks among us is truly astonishing. Some individuals are particularly fixated on the matter of the reincarnation of Senju Hashirama, such as the wife of the first Flame Emperor, Lady Uzumaki Mido. One wonders if members of the Uzumaki clan exhibit such a fierce demeanor when enraged, for at this moment, Mido's crimson locks danced wildly around her. Ah. It seems imperative to have a serious discussion with my dear brother Tobirama regarding this matter. Senju Tobirama shuddered, perplexed by the sudden mention of his elder brother's name. Simultaneously, for Senju Banma, who had just heard the name of his elder brother, he too was engulfed in confusion. At this juncture, Banma quietly departed from the Senju family estate, heading towards the Illusion Square in Konoha to observe the happenings. There, he beheld his brother Tobirama inexplicably appearing in another village, proclaiming that Uzumaki Naruto was the reincarnation of Hashirama's power. Reflecting on the times Naruto had stood up for him, Banma realized that he was indeed the reincarnation of his elder brother. His eyes sparkled with a myriad of lights. Additionally, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, was equally stunned, his spirit seemingly drained of color. Could it be that Naruto is the reincarnation of the great sage Hashirama? No, to be precise. He is the reincarnation of the power of reincarnation. Tobirama, do you comprehend the weight of your words? A dark aura spread from within the depths of his soul, as dense as a blooming black lily, and once again, Minato experienced the sensation of profound shock. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, the crimson-orange fox trapped within Naruto felt the same astonishment. The reincarnation of Ashura's power, Senju Hashirama, was Uzumaki Naruto. At this moment, the Nine-Tails sensed that the passing of the Sage of Six Paths and the ultimate fate of his two sons seemed to be orchestrated by unseen hands. Enormous claws shattered the confines of the cage, with the tips nearly a meter in length. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Black Zetsu. The claws etched paths in the stagnant water. Yet, these traces quickly vanished as the cage impeded him. To uncover the truth, he must either break free from the cage or erode the thoughts of the Jinchuriki. Or perhaps seek assistance. No, I shall never lower myself to plead for help from humans. Damn those wretched beings. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto remained blissfully unaware of the fury of his internal tenant, lost in confusion. What did Tobirama mean? He turned to look behind him. Huh? Wasn't he just here? The Flying Thunder God technique is indeed remarkable. Imagining himself mastering this jutsu, Naruto began to fantasize about using it in the future to rescue his hapless friends Sasuke and Sakura from dire straits, ultimately ascending to the throne of the Flame Emperor. Then, amidst Sakura's adoring gaze and Sasuke's remorseful apologies, he would become Hokage. Hey, who are you calling useless? Huh? Who are you calling useless? Just wait until I learn the Flying Thunder God technique. I will definitely defeat you, you jerk Sasuke. Sasuke found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The sight of Naruto, with his adorably bewildered expression, allowed him to momentarily set aside the burden of being the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. It was only due to Sasuke's interruption that Naruto snapped out of his daydream, realizing that everyone's gaze was fixed upon him and Sasuke. He leaned closer to Sasuke and whispered, "Hey, what is going on? Their looks are so strange." Having grown accustomed to enduring disdain and indifference, he felt bewildered by the incredulous and somewhat reverent stares directed at him now, after the collapse of their beliefs, far away on the continent of Azeroth. Sakura was enveloped in a profound silence of shock. "Hey, foolish Naruto, do you not know who Senju Hashirama is?" she exclaimed loudly. Naruto pondered, searching his memory for this enigmatic name. Shikamaru sighed wearily, realizing that Naruto probably truly did not understand. Sasuke took over the conversation, his tone cold and serious. Senju Hashirama is the elder brother of the second Hokage, and in fact, the first Hokage. Hey, Naruto suddenly cried out. "So, you mean I am the elder brother of the second Hokage's little brother?" Excitement flickered in his eyes, for among the new generation of ninjas, aside from Hinata, he was indeed the youngest, even younger than both Karen and Gaara. Standing quietly nearby, Minato, the fourth Hokage, felt a wave of suffocation wash over him upon hearing Naruto's words. His understanding of his son was profoundly reshaped, and he found himself bowing deeply in spirit to the souls of the second and first Hokage, feeling at a loss as a father on how to respond to his son's astonishing declaration. In the fiery kingdom of Florida City, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, sensed a chilling sensation that pierced to his very core, silently warning Naruto that it would be best not to return to Konohagakure at this moment. Shikamaru timely reminded everyone. "Hey, do you all remember that guy named Kurwazetsumiai?" The group exchanged puzzled glances. Shikamaru shook his head in resignation, lamenting that explaining it would indeed be overly complicated. At the side, Tamari from Sunagakure cast a glance at him and seamlessly took over the conversation, articulating clearly, the entity known as the Dark Absolute once revealed that Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are, respectively, the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, the sons of the Sage of Six Paths. She then directed her gaze towards Sasuke and Naruto, continuing, however. The second Hokage explicitly confirmed that Uchiha Sasuke is the legendary shinobi world Ashura, the reincarnation of the chakra of the first traitor from Konoha, Uchiha Madara. Whereas Naruto is the host of the chakra of the revered first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the embodiment of the ninja god. In other words, Uzumaki Naruto Senju Hashirama, the reincarnation of the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths son. Uchiha Sasuke Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths son. Setting aside Naruto for a moment, in a certain sense, you and Sasuke resemble the two legendary brothers, the ninja god and the Ashura of the shinobi world. Shikamaru found this conclusion hard to believe. After all, in mythology, they are also blood brothers. Upon uttering this statement, the audience in the central tower fell into a profound silence. For the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the most reluctant secret to be disclosed was the brotherly relationship between his elder brother and Uchiha Madara, which was now laid bare for all to see. The revelation that the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were brothers struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone in utter shock. Hidden within the dimensional rifts, Uchiha Obito felt as though he had tumbled into an unprecedented abyss of conspiracy in the memories bestowed upon him by Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama undoubtedly held an extremely significant position. They were childhood companions, sharing the same dreams. Yet Obito had never witnessed a moment in those memories where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama referred to each other as brothers. Rather, they were embroiled in deep-seated enmity due to the grievances of their respective clans. What puzzled him further was why such a secret was divulged by the second Hokage. Senju Tobirama? What role did the second Hokage play in this intricate web of conspiracy? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until finally, the mysterious projection of text gradually revealed the complete answer, unveiling true identities. Both of their identities were Shinobi of Konoha. The names of the correct responders were as follows. 2 individuals. CHJ are from the land of waters Kirigakure and Uzumaki Naruto from the land of fires Konoha. Within the forest of death. After a pause, even Shikamaru couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. No way, is this really true? Gaara, however, appeared exceptionally composed. Congratulations, Naruto. Naruto paused for a moment and replied gratefully, thank you. It's all thanks to your assistance, Shikamaru. In truth, he had never anticipated that he would answer correctly. All the credit should indeed go to Shikamaru's guidance. I truly appreciate it, Shikamaru. Naruto expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, Shikamaru mused to himself. Having originally thought that Naruto would opt for the answer of Hokage or Elite Jonin, clearly he had underestimated the forthrightness of this unexpectedly remarkable ninja, Naruto. Wait. Sasuke interjected with a question. Why isn't that Uchiha Sasuke labeled as a rogue ninja? His inquiry immediately captured everyone's attention. The image of Uchiha Sasuke did not display the Leaf Village forehead protector, and although his ninja attire bore the emblem of the Uchiha clan, it remained uncertain whether, after enduring numerous tribulations, he would still regard the Uchiha family as belonging to Konoha. Furthermore, have you noticed that Sasuke's style of clothing closely resembles that of the ninjas from the grass village who have come to Konoha for? Choji remarked while munching on potato chips. Naruto retorted, no, it is not the hidden grass village, but Orochimaru. Orochimaru. The mere mention of this name instantly evoked profound memories for Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, particularly the cursed seal on Sasuke's neck. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Kushina Uzumaki, no one could have sealed it so precisely and thoroughly. Chapter 24. The quest for the Path of the Jade. In a distant, fantastical realm known as the continent of Arena, there lies a mysterious village. The forest village of the Whispering Winds, enveloped by lush, towering trees. Shino spoke with grave seriousness. This signifies that Sasuke, hailing from another world, has forsaken the forest village of the Whispering Winds in pursuit of the power of his brother, Itachi, and has fallen under the sway of the dark sorcerer Orochimaru. Jiraiya, the sage hidden in the forest who had always stood behind Naruto, sighed deeply upon hearing them mention his former disciple, his once dear friend. If one were to inquire about his life's most profound regrets, he would lament, failing to win Tsunade's heart, being unable to prevent Orochimaru's descent into darkness, and not rescuing his pupil, Minato Namikaze's soul in time. A life laden with regrets, yet witnessing Naruto's growth seemed to alleviate some of those burdens. To abandon one's village and ally with a hostile faction, especially one led by Orochimaru, who had once betrayed the forest village, is undeniably an act of treachery, Jiraiya stated solemnly. Unsurprisingly, the young leaf ninja Ino appeared exceedingly distraught. Sakura's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Sasuke fell into deep contemplation. Naruto, unwilling to accept this, countered Jiraiya's assertion, impossible. This is merely your speculation. All the answers indicate that Sasuke remains a mere apprentice ninja of the forest village. Hold on, Naruto. I haven't finished yet. Jiraiya's words captured everyone's attention, instilling a sense of anticipation for what he would reveal next. Under ordinary circumstances, such conditions would suffice for the leader of the Senju clan, the Hokage, to declare Uchiha Sasuke a traitor. However, but what? The crowd inquired eagerly. If a trustworthy individual is willing to guarantee Uchiha Sasuke with their life, honor, and reputation, ensuring that he poses no threat to the forest village and that his actions do not bring harm to the village, then the classification of him as a traitor can be temporarily postponed. Such a provision exists? The people were astounded. This individual must possess immense status and prestige within the village. Perhaps it is Master Kakashi? Naruto thought, filled with reverence. However, Kakashi offered a wry smile. No, it is not I. Jiraiya turned to Naruto, recognizing that his ability to propose such a perspective indicated a profound understanding. Naruto, it is precisely because of you that the Hokage has yet to label Uchiha Sasuke as a traitor over these past years. Only you, who have sacrificed yourself and inherited the bloodline of the fourth Hokage, guarding the sealing power of Konoha, could achieve such a feat. Sasuke gazed intently at Naruto. Despite his stoic facade, a tempest of emotions surged within him. He was acutely aware that the one who guaranteed his life was not Kakashi, but rather the seemingly carefree golden-haired youth, Naruto Uzumaki. This understanding was equally clear to Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha, who possessed a deeper insight into the political landscape and worldly affairs. The two crows cast a grateful glance towards the lively blonde boy, Mist Village Ninja CHJR, and Konoha Ninja Naruto Uzumaki. Please accept the rewards from this mysterious draw, announced the familiar yet cold mechanical voice once more. The text on the screen gradually faded, replaced by a colossal wheel of fate. Mist Village Ninja CHJR, please make your move first. The rules are as follows. Call out stop within 30 seconds to complete your selection. If the time exceeds 30 seconds without a call to stop, it shall be deemed an automatic forfeiture of the right to claim the reward. Sakura exclaimed, this is different from last time. Ino agreed, exactly. Last time there was no time limitation, right? What nonsense are you all talking? Kakashi lazily explained. The previous scene hasn't finished playing yet. We can't be expected to wait for hours each time, can we? At that moment, the wheel of fate belonging to Mist Village Ninja CHJR began to slowly rotate. Kakashi and Sasuke Uchiha swiftly activated their Rinnegan, attempting to glimpse the rewards contained within the wheel of fate. Subsequently, Itachi and Shisui, having grasped the truth, widened their Rinnegan and observed intently. In a distant dimension, the Master Bito Uchiha quietly opened the mysterious Rinnegan concealed behind his mask. In a far-off fantastical realm, for adventurers named Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Kakashi Itachi were witnessing an astonishing scene. In this enigmatic world, a miraculous object known as the illusion crystal had sparked heated discussions among them. Hey, it seems this crystal possesses the ability to create endless shurikens, akin to the legendary illusion shuriken array. One exclaimed, are you saying that by merely carrying one illusion crystal, we can transform it into countless shurikens as needed? This would save us a tremendous amount of magical resources for producing shurikens and lighten our gear burden. Look, the contract with that crystal even includes an agreement for summoning spirit beasts. This is utterly unfair. Why was it me who uncovered this secret? At this point, over 20 seconds had elapsed, and the group pondered whether that individual from the Mist Forest would choose to forfeit the challenge when a surprising scene unfolded. The illusion crystal in the image seemed to be stirred by an unseen force, and its internal scenery suddenly froze in place. The three phantom crystals reveal an experience scroll imbued with the power of steam fury, depicting a second-generation master of water elements. Grotesquely contorted, within one of the crystals appears a photograph of a rogue ninja from the hidden Mist Village. However, it is said that he perished over a decade ago while on a mission to retrieve the former Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. The image shifts once more, and before many can discern the details, the phantom crystal vanishes, replaced by a cascade of colorful talisman papers fluttering through the air. Then, an astonishing announcement surfaces, confirming the resurrection of the rogue ninja, the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. What about Haku? What should we do? Naruto exclaims in desperation, fearing that if only Zabuza is brought back, it would be an unbearable cruelty. Quiet down, Naruto. This concerns another village, Kakashi states calmly. Regardless, Zabuza remains a traitor. Even if summoned back by the hidden mist, he would only face endless imprisonment or harsher punishment. Upon hearing the name Zabuza, Jiraiya expresses curiosity. Is he someone you know? Beside him, Minato Namikaze also displays a hint of intrigue. Kakashi takes a deep breath, continuing to gaze at the unfolding image. He notes that the rewards can be categorized into several main types: attribute enhancements, peculiar magical artifacts, technique experience vouchers, permanent mastery of secret arts, healing elixirs, contracts for summoning spirit beasts, and the resurrection of the deceased. Soon after, the image returns to the phantom crystal, and a mechanical voice announces, please, Naruto Uzumaki of the Hidden Leaf Village, select your reward. The rules are as follows. Shout stop within 30 seconds. If you fail to do so, it will be considered a forfeiture of your reward. Alright. Naruto rubs his hands together, eager to participate. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, I'm counting on you. Kakashi's gaze reflects a lethargy akin to that of a dead fish. Naruto, time is of the essence. Of these categories, attribute enhancement, peculiar magical artifacts, technique experience vouchers, permanent mastery of secret arts, healing elixirs, summoning spirit beast contracts, and resurrection of the deceased, which do you desire the most? Though the scene lacks combat, the determination etched on Naruto's face suggests he is about to step onto the battlefield of life and death. Is that even a question? Naturally, I prioritize the resurrection of the deceased. Naruto responds. After all, anyone who departs from this world leaves behind irreplaceable regrets, right? In any case, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, I'll rely on your guidance. Humph, just as I expected from you. Sasuke smirks sarcastically, yet his eyes reveal understanding. I actually considered suggesting that you contemplate enhancing your wisdom or insight. At that moment, the patterns within the phantom crystal began to whirl, and Naruto spat disdainfully, calling Sasuke a fool. The Raven-eyed emissaries, endowed with the power of the Rinnegan, focused their undivided attention on the unfolding imagery. In the initial seconds, Naruto managed to catch glimpses of various fleeting weapons and enviable secret techniques. However, as the rotation accelerated, he could only anxiously await orders from Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke. He could even distinctly hear the rapid rhythm of his own heartbeat. Those 30 seconds felt to him far more protracted than 3 minutes, or even 10. Suddenly, Sasuke shouted, Naruto. Without hesitation, Naruto shouted towards the illusion, stop. In response, a mysterious light flickered, and the illusion crystal provided the final answer, confirming the resurrection of the Nine-Tails fox, Kurama. In that instant, Naruto was left in utter shock, turning his head to gaze at Uchiha Sasuke, who had just called out his name. Sasuke, equally astonished, exclaimed, Idiot. Was I asking you to say stop? Why did you call my name? Naruto furrowed his brows in retort. On the distant arcane continent, there existed a mysterious force known as the Dream of Dawn, which harbored a forbidden choice to resurrect the Nine-Tails fox, Alpha. This revelation left Naruto, who bore witness to the event, astounded. How could this be? The tail beasts have fallen, and the Jinchuriki cannot survive? You, who perpetually linger at the bottom, are utterly foolish. Hey, who are you calling a fool? Sasuke shouted back, his anger palpable. Of course, it's you, the perennial underachiever. Do you wish to compete? Damn it, Sasuke. Absolutely, this suits me just fine. Beside them, Sakura widened her eyes in disbelief, her face a canvas of astonishment. Just a moment ago, I thought you two shared an extraordinary bond. My feelings of admiration have evaporated into thin air. Kakashi sighed, his expression stoic. Has team spirit been cast aside? Meanwhile, the two silent members of the Crow clan, Crow Feather Itachi and Crow I Sure Sway, found themselves at a loss for words. In the depths of the arcane dimension, Uchiha Obito murmured in shock, resurrecting the Nine-Tails. At that moment, the power of the Dream of Dawn unveiled a staggering truth. Naruto's lottery results revealed that he could choose to resurrect the Nine-Tails. Not only was Naruto bewildered, but the entire populace of the arcane world stood agape in astonishment. What divine intervention is this? At this moment, Kurama had transformed into a golden-furred fox filled with uncertainty. This transformation stemmed from having expended all his chakra and vitality to assist the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, in defeating the formidable Otsutsuki Kinshiki, ultimately triggering his tailed beast form before vanishing from existence. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Kurama found himself returned to the state of his initial sealing. The dark golden cage still surrounded him, and the seal left by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, remained clearly visible. Most troubling was the voice that thundered in Kurama's ears. Who are you? Come out. The powerful gust of wind blew his fox ears into a comical shape. TCH, Kurama complained, I have no idea what the current situation is. But you need to move over a bit. It's too cramped here. If it's too cramped, why don't you just get out? This wretched cage is both damp and small. Kurama extended a slender finger to scratch his ear, then hurry up and have Naruto release this seal. Humph. If it weren't for this seal, I would have dealt with this brat long ago. Kurama laughed heartily. If you think you can achieve that, you're likely to be disappointed for the rest of your life. As someone who has traversed the path of the demon, I am acutely aware of this. What did you say? In this world resembling a dim, golden-hued underground passage, frigid winds sweep across the damp walls in the ankle-deep water, creating an eerie atmosphere. At the end of the deep tunnel, a solitary voice echoes. Yet it gives the impression of two individuals embroiled in a dispute. Suddenly, the sounds of a scuffle arise, but due to the confined space, the struggle appears particularly constrained. Upon exiting the tunnel, one is greeted by an enormous golden cage door, from which a guttural roar emerges, prompting speculation about the ferocious beast imprisoned within. Bang! With a thunderous crash, a blazing orange-red fox slams into the cage door, yet the sturdy metallic structure remains unmoved. Following this, another fox, identical to the first, lunges forward. Its sharp claws aim directly at the throat of its predecessor. TSK, how easily angered I was back in the day. However, you are merely half-formed now. Unlike the acknowledged leader of the Nine Tails, the Sage of Six Paths, with the Administrator and the mightiest tailed beast combined, I am indeed the leader of the tailed beasts. Am I not? Kurama proclaimed proudly, for I am the sole complete form of the Nine Tails recognized by the Sage of Six Paths. At that moment, from the depths of the arcane realm, a metallic voice resonated, announcing the resurrection of the tailed beast, Nine Tails Alpha. The preceding scene clarified everything. Naruto Uzumaki is, after all, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails Fox. Once the Jinchuriki seals the tailed beast, they exist in a symbiotic relationship. If the tailed beast perishes, so too must the Jinchuriki, and vice versa. Yet the tailed beast is a life form composed of chakra, and even in death, it can await the reconstitution of chakra in the world to be reborn. Thus, how did Naruto manage to resurrect the Nine Tails while remaining alive? When did the Nine Tails fall? And why was there no awareness among the various factions of the ninja world? Has the intelligence agency become so negligent? Furthermore, what does Kurama's designation signify? At this moment, were anyone able to glimpse the interior of the cage sealing Kurama, they would undoubtedly be astonished. Two Nine-Tails foxes, within the vast dark golden cage. Two vividly lifelike Nine-Tails foxes are indeed imprisoned. Chapter 25. The Eye Technique. Minato, filled with concern for his son's fate, immediately inquired of the Nine-Tails sage beside him. Wise Nine-Tails, how can this situation be explained? At this juncture, the sage of the Nine Tails from the spirit realm showed no desire to argue with Minato Namikaze, responding with a grave tone. I too could not have foreseen this. At that moment, I believed the one to be resurrected would be myself. The Nine Tails sage, who should have belonged to the realm of the deceased, was supposed to be the first to awaken if true rebirth were to occur. However, as time inexorably ticks away, the scene before them reverts to the initial confrontation among the three. The Nine-Tails sage's expression grows grave as he addresses Minato Namikaze, saying, I have sensed a peculiar omen. Minato, filled with urgency, presses the sage. What sort of strange sensation is it, Sage of the Nine Tails? The sage shakes his head, replying, It is difficult to articulate. It feels as though a transformation of some kind is occurring within my other half. Minato, consumed by worry, finds himself at a loss for action. At that moment, an event unfolds within the central sanctum. A close-up of Naruto Uzumaki appears, adorned with the Leaf Village insignia upon his forehead protector, while ethereal tendrils of mysterious energy flow behind him. The markings on his cheeks resemble slender black lines, akin to divine symbols. Most astonishing of all are his eyes, which manifest in a regular star-shaped pattern of intersecting lines. Alas, what sort of ocular technique is this? A ninja exclaims in astonishment. In this world of ninjas, some have already considered the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan to be sufficiently unique. How is it possible that the descendant of the Uzumaki clan can wield ocular techniques as well? Yet, there has never been any mention of a unique ocular technique belonging to the Uzumaki clan. As the ninja world buzzes with speculation, Naruto stands before the central sanctum, eagerly engaging with Sasuke and Sakura about the capabilities of his newfound ocular technique. However, this moment of excitement is abruptly interrupted by Jiraiya, who coldly asserts, that is not an ocular technique. The power displayed by those eyes should be attributed to Sage Mode. Sasuke, having heard from Kushina Izumaki about the powers of Cursed Seals and Sage Mode, gazes at Naruto in shock. Sage Mode? The future Naruto has actually mastered the power of Sage Mode? Though Naruto remained unaware of the essence of Sage Jutsu, he surmised from the expressions of Jiraiya and Sasuke that it was an exceedingly formidable power. Jiraiya continued his analysis, stating, Naruto, your eyes appear to embody two distinct forces. The horizontal bold lines signify the current state of the Sage of Mount Myaboku, while the vertical fine lines, with their beast-like pupils, undoubtedly stem from the power of the Nine Tails. However, What perplexes everyone is how Naruto of the future will masterfully meld sage jutsu with the power of the tailed beasts, maintaining a delicate balance between the two. Sage jutsu encompasses the forces of nature, seemingly gentle yet overwhelmingly dominant. Conversely, the might of the tailed beasts is inherently fierce and unyielding. Should one fail to skillfully navigate these powers, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Faced with Jiraiya's silence, Naruto could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "What, then, is the nature of the vertical fine lines?" Jiraiya, maintaining an air of mystery, playfully replied, "Well, I'm afraid I am quite uncertain about the nature of that vertical power." In the imagery, Naruto confided in Sasuke a secret technique, revealing that he had spent significantly more time practicing this skill in private than the Rasengan, solely to alter the course of fate at a critical moment. Upon hearing this, not only Sasuke within the imagery, but also the entire world following the event was stirred by Naruto's grand declaration, igniting a profound curiosity regarding this technique. What manner of jutsu could it possibly be? People recalled Naruto's earlier execution of Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, which had already left an indelible mark on the ninja world. Now, this new technique, which was said to be incomparable even to the Rasengan, and upon which Naruto placed immense expectations to turn the tide in a crucial moment. What form could it take? At this instant, the gaze of the entire ninja world converged here, holding their breath in anticipation, fearing to miss even a fleeting moment, as the enigma of this jutsu was about to be unveiled. In the imagery, Uchiha Sasuke, though displaying a subtly complex expression, ultimately acknowledged Naruto's intent to employ this technique and suggested, "I shall prepare the secret technique of my left eye's Rinnegan. You must strive to reveal its flaw." "Let us proceed," Naruto resolutely replied. "All right." Outside the realm of images, witnessing the seamless cooperation between his classmates, Sakura couldn't help but marvel at the bond they shared, which seemed to surpass mere blood relations. It was reminiscent of the time in the Land of Waves when they rescued Kakashi-sensei from the clutches of Zabuza. Without uttering a single word, Naruto's plan was instantaneously grasped by Sasuke. Such was the case then, and it remains so today. As a woman, Sakura often felt a sense of alienation from them, yearning to grow stronger, unwilling to lag behind, and determined never to be left behind. Sharing this conviction was Karen Uzumaki, who secretly vowed to become a formidable individual like Lady Mito, devoted to safeguarding her hard-won kin and loved ones. "Look at that woman," a voice in the crowd exclaimed. In a distant, fantastical realm, an unknown individual's exclamation brought everyone's attention back to the enigmatic magical image. Previously, the formidable presence opposing Naruto and Sasuke had always lurked in the distance, either as a hazy silhouette or a profound shadow, its true visage never revealed. All that was known was that this peculiar woman was clad in pure white, her flowing hair reminiscent of cascading moonlight, and even amidst fierce combat, she maintained an unparalleled grace, akin to a mysterious princess in need of two valiant knights for protection. At this moment, the veil concealing the mysterious woman was finally lifted. In an instant, whether among the commoners, the distinguished nobility, or the lords who wielded the fate of nations, all were rendered speechless by shock. Her beauty was breathtakingly singular, and the term ordinary splendor could scarcely encapsulate even a fraction of it. Her silver hair sparkled like the stars on a winter night. Her skin was as translucent as snow, and her exquisite features could be deemed a work of divine craftsmanship, with crescent-shaped eyebrows, captivating eyes that ensnared souls, and enticing crimson lips resembling a fairy descended to the mortal realm. In a league composed of powerful sorcerers from various nations, upon witnessing this woman, everyone was astonished not only by her enchanting beauty but also by the astonishing magical power that resided within her. What had transpired? The individuals from the Hidden Leaf Village cast their gazes towards the remaining descendants of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. It turned out that the woman's eyes reflected the pure and flawless power of the Byakugan, with a red Rinnegan emblazoned upon her forehead. An extraordinary phenomenon that left all in awe. Today, one phrase echoed in the hearts of the people. Once, there was the Nine Tails. This sentence transcended time, weaving through the entire tapestry of the Naruto magical ninja legend. However, who could have imagined that Master Chimoto himself had personally brought an end to the life of the Nine Tails? Such a pivotal character's departure deserved a farewell as grand as that of the Golden Mary. Alas, Master Chimoto merely depicted the fall of the Nine Tails with two fleeting images, treating it with the same indifference he showed towards Naruto. Chapter 26. Look at that lady. Oh my. She possesses both a gaze of crystal clear insight and a depth of enchanting allure. Could it be that a clandestine research institution within the city has successfully amalgamated the unique genetic traits of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans? However, to my knowledge, there has never been a record of union between these two families. How then can we elucidate the existence of this lady? I am at a loss. On the surveillance screen, Uchiha Sasuke, wielding the special ocular power of the Rinnegan inherited from Itachi, unleashed a pitch-black, searing energy attack known as Amaterasu. Accompanied by a jarring electronic sound, the woman in white was enveloped by a circle of black flames. This terrifying fire, capable of incinerating all, blazed fiercely upon her. Yet she appeared impervious to pain, employing some mysterious force to gradually extinguish the flames. Absorbing energy. Some quickly grasped the method by which the woman in white mitigated the fire. Others, however, were more captivated by her appearance and demeanor, undeniably beautiful. Yet her expression was devoid of emotion, her gaze hollow, reminiscent of a cold femme fatale from urban legends. Indeed, her attire was entirely white, with only the distinctive Sharingan upon her forehead and her crimson lips standing out strikingly. Her silvery hair, if unfurled, could easily span half a street, evoking images of phantoms from certain films. Hold on. Enough of that, intelligence team. Quickly ascertain the technical principles behind how that female operative neutralized the Amaterasu energy attack. On the screen, as the woman absorbed the flames of Amaterasu, a figure resembling the golden-haired Naruto surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Is he flying? He is indeed moving through the air. As the host of the Nine Tails energy, he possesses such extraordinary capabilities. Hush. It appears he is preparing to unleash a technique that surpasses the wind release. Rasengan. Everyone quiet down and watch closely. Prepare yourself. On the screen, Naruto released his hand seals, the shadow clone technique. Almost immediately, a multitude of identical Naruto figures encircled the woman in white. In this modern metropolis, all eyes glued to the screen, the spectators could not help but swallow in anticipation of the mysterious technique about to be revealed. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, wore an expression of sheer excitement, intently focusing on the moment when his future son would display his formidable power. At that moment, the 10 Naruto figures dissipated into puffs of smoke. The woman opened her milky white eyes, revealing sudden, intricate patterns of her nervous system upon her visage. White pupils. The members of the Hyuga clan seemed to sense something, activating their unique Byakugan to observe the spectacle on the screen. As the smoke gradually cleared, a mesmerizing sight unfolded. A pink halo surrounded by ethereal mist and twinkling, colorful lights illuminated the surroundings, revealing dashing young men with golden, brown, red, black, and blue hair, appearing before every audience member across the globe. Each possesses their unique characteristics: the gentle type, the wise type, the sunny type, the shy type, the mature type, and the youthful type. These diverse and charming gentlemen stand on large screens around the globe, casting professional smiles towards those incredibly formidable women, as if to say, "Welcome, Mississippi." In unison, they exclaim with various vocal tones, enchanting reversal technique, reverse assault. The first to be struck were the members of the Hyuga clan, who attempted to emulate the white-clad woman's gaze from the screen. A sound akin to Hinata's soft, mosquito-like voice emerged. Her face flushed as crimson as a glass filled with red wine, toppling backward. Kiba hastily supported Hinata, exclaiming, "Hey, Hinata? Hinata." Akamaru, anxiously barking beside them, added, "Woof, woof." Shino leaned down to check on her, noting that she had fainted from shyness. As Hinata lay unconscious, a swirling pattern akin to incense spiraled in her vision, and she murmured softly, "Naruto, Naruto-kun." Naruto responded with a hint of confusion, "Huh?" Even Niji, being a boy of merely 13, cannot escape this predicament. Upon encountering such a shocking scene, it is only natural to feel somewhat overwhelmed. He turned his back to the screen, muttering about the tedium of the situation. "But could you at least revert your gaze before making any comments?" The other members of the Hyuga clan were similarly affected by the intense impact. Amidst the bustling city, tranquility belied the undercurrents of turmoil. Uzumaki Naruto clapped his hands together, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Indeed, this is the move. It appears that my future self has discovered a unique approach to dealing with modern women. Truly, I am Uzumaki Naruto, formidable indeed. Wahahaha. Meanwhile, the ever-perplexed Minato Namikaze, who had yet to recover from the screen's display, wore an expression of profound emptiness. "Naruto, who did you learn this from?" On this day, as the mayor of Konoha, Minato found himself once again troubled by his restless son, yet he could not help but feel a sense of relief that today was, at least, a day worthy of solace. The most exuberant character at this moment was undoubtedly the fully realized Nine Tails, Kurama, now infused within Naruto. Ha ha ha. Kurama's laughter reverberated through his nine tails, creating a comical scene. Truly, my host is exceptional. Another aspect of Kurama, who once shared half of Minato's yang power, scoffed coldly. Haven't you ever seen Naruto use this move against our commercial rival, the Kagaya Corporation? Kurama reminisced about the events from years past when the Kagaya Corporation was resurrected. How could I remain uninvolved? All of us tailed beasts, myself included, were absorbed by her. Upon hearing this, the young Ninetales suddenly realized, how could I have forgotten? Were you the one who sacrificed yourself back then? Reflecting on that farewell with the seventh Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, even after many years, Kurama's memories remained vivid. At that time, Naruto had grown into a successful businessman, achieving his dreams and becoming the leader of Konoha. However, at the moment of his departure, the heartfelt plea echoed, "Don't go, Kurama." In that instance, the unmistakable look of confusion and uncertainty on Naruto's face transported Kurama back to the helpless child he once was, isolated by the villagers. Deep within, Kurama found himself feeling a sense of reluctance. Why do I feel this way? Suddenly, the fully realized Kurama quieted within his seal and exclaimed loudly, "Hey, when will that Kagaya Corporation be utterly defeated? I need to prepare." However, casting a glance at the young Ninetales beside him, he coldly remarked, "What are you making a fuss about? This has nothing to do with the Kagaya Corporation anymore." Naruto and Sasuke teamed up to vanquish them and liberated all the controlled tailed beasts. The Sage of Six Paths has assigned me to continue as the power manager within Naruto. Otherwise, I would have no desire to remain in that brat's body. The young Ninetales roared in response. What? The Sage of Six Paths? What transpired subsequently? The Ninetales cast a weary glance at him and replied, "I am fatigued and wish to rest for a while. I shall recount everything upon awakening." With that, he closed his eyes, seeking solace. Much to the chagrin of young Jianghu, who felt an overwhelming urge to sink his teeth into the fox's pelt. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit underground office, Black Zetsu's face twisted in fury as he clenched his fists, gnashing his teeth in outrage. It is utterly unbelievable. Such despicable tactics. He seethed, forcing himself to regain composure. Then a sinister smile crept across his lips. How about this? I shall devise a plan to have Obito infiltrate Konoha and retrieve the Ninetales Jinchuriki. If he were to go alone, the current Naruto Uzumaki and the entire Konoha would likely be powerless to resist. He licked his lips, exclaiming, "Mother, just a little longer. Soon I shall bring you back to life." The omnipotent progenitor of the business world. However, at that moment, Black Zetsu remained oblivious to the fact that, compared to his eager plans, it was the Uchiha, stung by the truth, who was even more eager to act. Obito. Chapter 27. Do not concern yourselves in a corner of the city. The old apartment remained as it always was, blankets strewn carelessly about, creating a sense of disarray. After a pang of heartache, he pondered how Naruto had spent the last decade and more in such a manner. Returning to his empty home, there was no one to greet the familiar sound of his footsteps. His clothes, stained and worn, remained unwashed and unchanged. After facing setbacks, there was no one to lend an ear to his grievances. On his birthday, devoid of parental companionship, he could hardly indulge in any whimsy. "I am truly sorry, Naruto." A wave of guilt surged within Minato Namikaze for failing to balance his family responsibilities. As a leader in the corporate world, he bore significant burdens. Yet he had indeed neglected the affection expected of a husband and father. Witnessing his son manage the household chores, hastily wash up, and anxiously await the 3 minutes for instant noodles to cook, Minato felt a mix of emotions. After satisfying his hunger, Naruto eagerly packed his work bag, looking forward to the evening's gathering with colleagues at a restaurant. It was remarkable how that child, once on the brink of misfortune, had now matured into an adult. Minato gazed at Naruto's experiences in the city, allowing time to pass, always yearning to witness more of his life. Alone in the apartment, Naruto was preparing to head to the gym to practice new skills when suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted him. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto. Bang, bang. Shall you? Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but the hurried voice from outside the door unmistakably belonged to Xiaoyu. He swiftly opened the door and was met with the sight of Xiaoyu, breathless and on the verge of tears. A wave of concern washed over him. What has happened? Xiaoyu exclaimed. Zhang Rui has assaulted someone at the company. Almost in tears, she pleaded. Naruto. What should I do? Naruto widened his eyes in disbelief, muttering angrily under his breath. That despicable scoundrel. The very first rule in every employee handbook explicitly prohibits the use of violence against colleagues. Such a fundamental principle is etched in the mind of even a novice like him. Without hesitation, he swiftly followed Xiaoya towards Zhang Rui's location. As Naruto pursued Xiaoya, he inquired, "Xiaoya, how could this happen? How could Zhang Rui possibly target an employee of our company?" At the mention of this matter, Xiaoya's eyes brimmed with tears. It is because recent rumors suggest that the family from which Zhang Rui hails seeks to usurp control. While most believe that the Zhang family's culpability is not absolute, at least their stance and the decisions made by the company's upper management have precipitated this conflict. Yet, there remains a faction that insists this has nothing to do with Zhang Rui. Naruto lowered his gaze, acutely aware of the situation at hand. Having endured over a decade of scorn and ridicule, he was intimately familiar with the accompanying anguish and frustration. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu's voice trembled as she recounted. The chairman just mentioned in the meeting that Zhang Rui is the reborn heir of the legendary Zhang family. As she spoke, her emotion surged, unable to contain herself. Everyone says it was the eldest of the Zhang family who orchestrated the attack on the company headquarters. The words that followed remained unspoken, heavy with implication. Yet, this was precisely the sentiment Naruto understood most profoundly. He had spent a full 12 years in this city, where the fears of others shackled him like chains. Whether it was the Nine Tails incident or being labeled as the indirect cause of the company leader's demise, all blame had been unjustly thrust upon him due to the pervasive atmosphere of fear. As Naruto sprinted, he clenched his fists tightly. He could not allow Zhang Rui to endure the same feelings of dread and alienation that he had once suffered. For Zhang Rui, who had already lost his family, this torment was far too profound. Thus, Naruto resolutely vowed to prevent Zhang Rui from experiencing once more the isolation and fear he had once faced. Otherwise, Zhang Rui might ultimately betray the company, forsake their team, and abandon him, Xiaoyu, and their mentor, Manager Liu, just as the rumors suggested. Zhang Rui was, to Naruto, a brother with whom he had painstakingly forged a deep friendship. After all, this bond was akin to a familial connection he had fought so hard to reclaim. The two raced onward, arriving at the company's commercial district just minutes later. Fortunately, Zhang Rui had only engaged in a verbal altercation with the employees and had not resorted to actual violence against them. "Zhang Rui, what on earth are you doing?" Naruto dashed before Zhang Rui, expressing his discontent with the latter's impulsive actions. "What on earth is wrong with you?" "Naruto, Xiaoyu, you needn't concern yourselves." Despite having endured the tragic massacre of his family and years of solitude, Zhang Rui remained fundamentally distinct from Naruto, who had lost his loved ones at a tender age. Zhang Rui still retained a semblance of the haughty demeanor characteristic of a privileged scion. Naruto's tenacious spirit surged forth as he grasped Zhang Rui's arm, pulling him protectively behind himself. "Aunt you and uncle in the footage have already embraced you as family. How could I possibly disregard you?" Furthermore, although Naruto had previously felt embarrassed to recount his experiences among the company's staff after viewing those videos, he deemed it essential for everyone to comprehend his genuine circumstances and feelings. "I have had enough of those glances." He turned to face the crowd within the company, his voice resonating with fury. "Those actions were not ours. On what grounds do you regard us with such disdain? Why must we be perceived as criminals or monsters? Are we to be treated as if we are the very beasts that face the Nine Tails? Did Zhang Rui summon this calamity? Or have I somehow caused the demise of our company as leaders?" As he spoke, a hint of sorrow crept into Naruto's voice. "In truth, I have always held our chairman in great esteem." Chairman Minato Namikaze gazed at Naruto in astonishment. No father could feel anything but pride and comfort upon learning of his son's respect, yet in this moment, Naruto's reverence stirred within Minato a tumult of emotions, joy and pride intertwined with a heavy, sorrowful sense of loss. Despite being the leader of the company, he found himself powerless to sway public sentiment. He chastised and lamented the staff's treatment of Naruto, yet deep down, he understood that it was he, as both the chairman and Naruto's father, who bore the responsibility for this situation. For a long time, Naruto had relied on absurd jokes to draw attention to himself. Instances like today, where he openly expressed his innermost feelings, were rare. In his youth, he may have been perplexed by these issues and attempted to voice his questions amidst the crowd, but after countless instances of unanswered inquiries, he gradually abandoned such futile efforts. Xiaoyu and Zhang Rui had never witnessed this side of Naruto, nor had they previously contemplated it deeply. Now, as Naruto unveiled the grievances and anguish he had silently endured for over a decade, they realized the profound weight of his suffering and the injustices he had borne alone. Amidst the bustling city, Naruto's name continued to echo through the streets, capturing the attention of Sasuke and Sakura, yet they found themselves at a loss for words. Earlier rumors of Sasuke being the heir of a legendary clan had left many citizens of Konoha with mixed feelings, particularly when they encountered Naruto, leaving them utterly bewildered. After all, Naruto's previous attitude towards Sasuke had not been amicable. It was only after the secret of the high-level meeting was leaked that the crowd learned Naruto was, astonishingly, the reincarnation of the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. For a long time, the citizens of Konoha had revered the greatness of the first leader. Now, confronted with this seemingly ordinary yet burdened young man, they found it difficult to adjust their mindset. Naruto, what trouble have you stirred up this time? Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, teleported to the front of the crowd and discovered the villagers once again surrounding Naruto. It's all your fault, second Hokage. You vanished during the exam and spoke of such bizarre things. What do you mean Sasuke is some great figure's reincarnation, and I am too? I do not comprehend your words at all, Naruto queried passionately. Sasuke attempted to defend himself, yet his voice was drowned out by Naruto's emotional torrent. The second Hokage observed Naruto's outburst with calmness before letting out a deep sigh. Neither of you is the reincarnation of that legendary figure. The so-called inheritance of chakra merely signifies that you possess greater potential. It does not dictate the direction of your training or your future fate. All of this hinges upon your own choices, unrelated to us who carry the memories of history. He turned to Sasuke, moreover. Do you truly believe you would extract the tailed beast from Naruto due to some legendary Eye of the Moon plan? At this, Sasuke was taken aback. Recalling a terrifying thought that had once crossed his mind, to deprive Naruto of the tailed beast would mean the end of Naruto's life. Do you realize that once a tailed beast separates from its Jinchuriki, that Jinchuriki will die? The second Hokage referenced the peril Naruto had previously faced, noting that had it not been for Obito Uchiha's betrayal of the enemy at a critical moment, Naruto would have long since perished. Sasuke was struck by the second Hokage's warning, and horrifying visions of having harmed Naruto himself flooded his mind, causing his heart to race. The second Hokage understood that the ensuing questions could only be contemplated by Sasuke himself, hence he refrained from adding more. Well, I have official matters to attend to. He thought of the difficult situation with Mito and the board. Sasuke, even if you are merely a novice now, you are still a ninja. Naruto has endured hardships since childhood. After just beginning to comprehend them, you intend to resort to your Sharingan? What has transpired? Sasuke turned away, the unique pride of the Uchiha clan preventing him from offering further explanation. Tobirama, who knew the Uchiha clan all too well, was utterly incensed. Hey, Sasuke-kun. However, considering the feelings of Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke ultimately chose not to respond. Naruto was nearly at a loss for words in his anger, while Sakura, with a troubled expression, clutched her chest, evidently distressed. Sasuke found himself ensnared in a dilemma, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. That fateful morning, upon returning home from a mission in the Forest of Death, Sasuke discovered two crows, inexplicably appearing at his doorstep, seeking sustenance under the leadership of the second Hokage. To his astonishment, his mother, Mikoto Uchiha, was cheerfully preparing red bean soup and rice dumplings to offer them. Could crows truly consume red bean soup and rice dumplings? Although puzzled, Sasuke dismissed the thought and proceeded to bathe and change his attire. As he soaked in the tub, he could not help but reflect on the absurd events of the past few days, including the haunting memory of taking Naruto's life and the words he had uttered in a fit of rage. How could someone who has been alone since childhood possibly understand my feelings? After finishing his personal care, Sasuke peeked out from behind the bathroom door, only to find his mother and the two crows gazing at him, which made him feel a twinge of embarrassment. With a warm smile, Mikoto inquired, "What troubles you, Sasuke?" The indomitable spirit characteristic of the Uchiha clan was evident in Sasuke as he hesitated before approaching his mother, eventually mumbling about the recent trivialities he had encountered. Mikoto and the concerned crow immediately discerned that he wished to apologize, yet he remained indecisive in his actions. The unspoken understanding between mother and son was palpable. Mikoto presented a bowl of red bean soup, urging Sasuke to deliver it to Naruto's home on her behalf. Though he complained about the inconvenience, he ultimately set off with conflicted emotions. As he made his way from his home to Naruto's, the path led him through the bustling streets of Konoha, where he did not deliberately take a detour but traversed the area as usual. The heightened curiosity and whispering of passers-by made Sasuke increasingly uncomfortable. Suddenly, an elderly man, unsteady on his feet, appeared, calling out the name Uchiha Madara. Sasuke was taken aback to encounter such a frail, dazed old man on the street. wielding a stone as a makeshift weapon and advancing towards him. Sasuke dismissed the attack with ease, feeling that dodging would be superfluous. However, the mention of Madara stirred a visceral disdain within him. He was Sasuke Uchiha, a singular entity, resolutely refusing to be anyone's substitute, especially not that of Uchiha Madara, who had been vanquished by the first Hokage and branded a traitor. He vaguely recalled that this old man had likely experienced the tumultuous event of Madara leading the Nine Tails assault on Konoha during his youth, and coupled with his advanced age, he might be suffering from dementia. Nonetheless, Sasuke could not shake the feeling that the speculation, suspicion, and fear emanated from malice. Just as the old man hurled the stone for a second time, he stumbled and fell, prompting bystanders to mistakenly believe that Sasuke had attacked him, and they responded with harsh words and disdainful glares directed at him. Ultimately, Sasuke was provoked into activating his Sharingan. The second Hokage, in response to this unfolding situation, merely waved his hand slightly, and 3 Umbu members immediately appeared, kneeling in attendance. These individuals had been specifically dispatched by the second Hokage to ensure the safety of Naruto. Sasuke and Mikoto. Following the previous incident, they had witnessed the entire sequence of events unfold. Chapter 28, Random Selection. Chapter 2, The Flavor of Urban Training and Friendship in the high-level conference room of the Shinja Group. The general manager Tobarama cast a stern glance over the reluctant assembly of shareholder representatives. We possess internal investigative methods capable of uncovering your memories, should the need arise, he asserted, his gaze piercing. No, that's unnecessary. As the crowd dispersed, Naruto excitedly gave Tobarama a thumbs up. Truly commendable, as expected of the vice director of the Shinja Group. Shut your mouth. Tobarama shot him a glare. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, and the others remained silent. Clearly, the mention of family matters left Tobarama feeling rather awkward. He sighed resignedly, stating, "This situation arose due to my actions. As for the issues in the recording, you need not dwell on them excessively. Reflect upon yourselves before taking action, pursue your innermost truths, and avoid acting blindly." Sasuke furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Deputy Director, what do you know?" Tobarama cast a glance at Sasuke and replied, "I am aware of certain aspects depicted in the recording, but it is not appropriate to disclose that information at this moment. What is of greater importance is enhancing your abilities to confront potential future challenges." Setting that aside, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Uzumaki Naruto, Tobarama continued, "Do you wish to advance within the company?" The 3 were taken aback simultaneously. "Of course," they exclaimed in unison. Tobarama nodded in satisfaction. "Then it is settled. I will arrange for each of you to have 2 to 3 mentors, including myself, who will join in guiding you to enhance your professional skills, tactical strategies, psychological resilience, public relations techniques, and practical experience." The words of the second deputy director left the trio speechless. Each trainee would receive one-on-one guidance from 2 to 3 mentors? Wouldn't even our direct superior, Minister Kakashi, be involved? Sasuke asked, puzzled. Indeed, he has played a significant role in your development. For instance, you mastered Raikiri under his guidance. And the subsequent Kirin was an advanced lightning-style ninjutsu built upon that foundation, Tobarama elucidated. Sasuke fell silent for a moment, contemplating, is the devastating ninjutsu Kirin truly my future? Even without relying on Orochimaru's curse mark? Well, it's best not to overthink it now. Tobarama gestured for them to rest. Take some time to adjust. A third departmental assessment is anticipated following the joint conference of the 5 major enterprises. During this period, focus on enhancing your capabilities. Dismissed. Understood. The trio responded in unison. Deputy Director. As night fell, members of the 7th project team engaged in practical drills at the company training grounds. During a break, Sasuke produced a beautifully packaged meal. Naruto, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What is this?" "Fool, it's obviously food. My mother asked me to bring it to you." "Wait, is this a bento made by Aunt Kushina herself?" The joy on Naruto's face was palpable as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude and opened the lunchbox. However, upon gazing at the red bean soup inside, he found himself momentarily dazed. Is it the bottom of the barrel? Sasuke and Sakura noticed Naruto's reaction. Well aware that red bean soup was his favorite, they recalled the time after a mission when the 3 of them had returned with Konoha sweets, only for Naruto to accidentally drop his red bean soup, spilling it everywhere, which had nearly brought him to tears with frustration. Sasuke hesitated for a moment before asking, "Is this red bean soup really made by Aunt Kushina? Who else could it be?" Sasuke replied, his impatience evident. Naruto said little, quietly sharing the red bean soup that Sasuke had brought with Sakura. He refrained from revealing to Sasuke that he had harbored a fondness for this red bean soup since childhood, a sentiment rivaling his affection for Ichiraka ramen. Tasting it again after 6 years, its flavor remained unchanged. Perhaps this was the familiar feeling of home nestled deep within his memories. At that moment, behind Naruto, Minato smiled as he reminisced about Kushina, who had once detested bitter flavors yet adored the red bean soup crafted by Makoto. After their training concluded, the trio found themselves ravenous. Naruto declared with fervor that he would devour 3 large bowls of ramen that evening, 1 tonkatsu, 1 shoyu, and 1 chashu. Sakura watched him with concern. Be careful not to vomit like you did last time in the land of waves, you fool, Naruto. Hey? Why are you being biased, Sakura? I was the only one who got sick that time. Sasuke did too. Naruto protested. Sakura readily admitted, as for Sasuke, it doesn't matter. What? Why doesn't it matter? Naruto questioned angrily. Sasuke, in good spirits, teased him. For no particular reason, just because you're at the bottom of the pack. What are you saying? You jerk, Sasuke. Once I master the body flicker technique and the Rasengan, you should first surpass me in Shuriken Jutsu before calling me the bottom of the pack. Naruto, filled with rage, ground his teeth, while Sakura found their dynamic to be utterly delightful. The 7th team remained forever united, avoiding the tragic fate depicted in the recording. Outside the Ichiraka ramen shop, Iruka-sensei had yet to arrive, while Shikamaru, CHG, and Ino from Asuma's team awaited their presence. As was customary, Ino and Sakura bickered over who would sit beside Sasuke, who remained indifferent to their squabble, while Naruto, Shikamaru, and CHG lamented the complexities of female interactions. Before long, the couple Kurenai and Asuma strolled in, followed by Hinata, Kiba, and Shino from Team Kurenai. At that moment, they encountered the trio of Kankuro and the Sand siblings. Iruka warmly invited them to join the meal, expressing heartfelt gratitude for their care of his students, particularly for the strong bond they shared with Naruto. Lin Ming, Ding Rue, Cheng Hao, and Li Xian were engaged in a contest to devour ramen at lightning speed, an event unfolding in the bustling Ichiraka ramen shop, where Sakura and Ino looked on with astonishment and curiosity, especially the youngest, Hinata, who had unwittingly consumed half of her 5th bowl of ramen. Iruka, Jiraiya, and the 4 novice instructors relished a rare moment of leisure amidst their busy city lives, raising a few beers and delving into formal discussions. Jiraiya began. According to the 2nd Hokage's directives, I will primarily oversee Lin Ming's training, which may significantly shorten the time the 7th team spends on missions. Kakashi nodded in understanding, adding, as for Sasuke Uchiha, while I will participate in his guidance, the primary responsibility for his training does not rest with me. It seems the 2nd Hokage has another candidate in mind. Kurenai inquired with curiosity, could it be Orochimaru? I saw footage of Sasuke seemingly learning from him. Jiraiya shook his head. I inquired, and it should not be him. The question of who this significant figure might be left everyone in contemplation. Guy expressed his astonishment. I never imagined Lin Ming and Sasuke would bear such monumental responsibilities, especially Lin Ming, who appears utterly unassuming at this moment. Kakashi raised his glass nonchalantly, stating, his potential may very well surpass that of all of us. After all, he is the son of our teacher and Lady Kushina. How could he be inferior to others? Guy responded, oh, do not underestimate our class's capabilities. However, before Guy could finish his statement, a sudden and mysterious barrier descended, instantly dispelling everyone's inebriation. An alertness swept over them all. Question, what is the most popular dining establishment in the land of Fire's Konoha? Rules, 1. The answer must be given in a rapid response format. 2. No penalties for incorrect answers. Ichiraka ramen. Hu. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Ming and Ding Rue simultaneously shouted out loud, their voices clashing in a fervent display of rivalry, as if prepared to settle a dispute over the honor of their beliefs. The rapid response from the contestants caused a slight pause in the program of the quiz robot, which soon resumed. Reward, random selection. The gathered lower ninjas of Konoha experienced a fleeting moment of panic. But upon realizing that the rules seemed akin to those of the previous quiz, where incorrect answers bore no penalties, they breathed a collective sigh of relief when they saw Lin Ming and Ding Rue remain unharmed after a few seconds. Shikamaru, resting his chin on his hand, glanced at Lin Ming and Ding Rue, teasingly remarked, can't you two just listen and let the question finish? With an air of righteousness, Lin Ming declared, I will never concede this question to anyone. Ding Rue resolutely affirmed, I share the same sentiment. Lin Ming widened his eyes, fixating on Ding Rue, who defiantly returned the glare. In the face of life's challenges, Shikamaru sighed in resignation. Lin Ming loudly proclaimed, The best and most popular restaurant in Konoha is undoubtedly Ichiraku Ramen, especially the time when Irika-sensei treated me to Ichiraku. It was the most delicious meal ever. Ding Rue countered, incorrect. The finest and most beloved dining establishment should be Household Barbecue. The most delectable experience was the extravagant barbecue set meal that Asuma-sensei treated us to. The several Chunin instructors exchanged sympathetic glances towards Asuma, their eyes betraying concern for his wallet, though they refrained from voicing their thoughts aloud. The system confirmed Lin Ming's answer. Hooray! Oh yeah. Lin Ming immediately jumped onto a chair, one leg perched on the table, arms crossed in a gesture of triumph, exuberantly raising his hands above his head. Thank you, everyone. Yay. The others chimed in. What a fool. Idiot Lin Ming, get down from there. Haruno Sakura threatened, raising her fist. Gaara observed Lin Ming, exclaiming, Your luck is truly astonishing. The likes of Ino and Hyuga Niji nodded in agreement. Only Ding Rue remained fixated on the perplexing notion that the most popular restaurant in Konoha was not Household Barbecue. Why? He cried out. His eyes seemingly ablaze with indignation, fists clenched in loud protest. I demand evidence. Why is Household Barbecue not the most popular restaurant in Konoha? The system responded, understood. Shikamaru sighed, indicating that they would likely need to display video evidence. Though they found it hard to imagine what information a ramen shop could have that would warrant such a presentation. Only Lin Ming appeared excited. While Irika wore a nostalgic expression, Lin Ming waved his chopsticks animatedly, exclaiming, Could it be footage from the inception of Ichiraku Ramen to its future developments? As he spoke, he gestured emphatically. When I become mayor, I will expand Ichiraku Ramen into a citywide chain. Just wait and see, old man. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen, always squinting his eyes, chuckled as he replied, Ah, young man, this is the char siu personally crafted by me. Let me pile it on for you. Ah, indeed. It is masterfully done. The current mayor, seated beside Lin Ming, poked his cheek and, observing his son devouring the ramen with fervor, gently remarked, Naruto, be sure to eat plenty. You are so slender now, both your mother and I are quite concerned. The once elusive footage, previously confined to the Konoha Ninja Academy and the Death Forest, now appeared before the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen like a television screen, albeit significantly reduced in size, measuring approximately 2 meters in width and 1 meter in height. Chapter 28. Encounter with Sakura with deep blue eyes complemented by a playful cat-like whisker hairstyle. The young boy stood timidly at the entrance of a luxurious apartment building, hesitating to enter, evoking a pang of sympathy. Clad in a flimsy casual shirt, he struggled against the cold rain of late autumn and early winter. His clothes had long since soaked through, clinging to him, rendering the young Naruto akin to a lost kitten in a bustling metropolis, neglected and alone. Naruto wished to conceal his moment of embarrassment from others. Yet he was powerless to halt the playback of the footage. He buried his face deeply in the steaming bowl of ramen, attempting to escape the gaze of the onlookers. As if this act could render him invisible, Ino, Sakura, and others observed the images on the screen, murmuring amongst themselves. I never realized Naruto was so endearing as a child. He truly was pitiable. Why didn't he go inside? Perhaps he lacked the money? He must have been afraid of being turned away, they speculated. The focus of their attention shifted to Gaara, whose earlier remarks had hinted at a possible explanation. Then their eyes returned to Naruto, whose face remained hidden in the ramen bowl. For a moment, silence enveloped the group, lost in contemplation. The owner of the handmade ramen shop sighed, his heart aching for the plight of this unfortunate child. For he had gleaned some understanding of Naruto's circumstances as a merchant in the Leaf Village. Not one for many words. He quietly added extra slices of narutomaki to Naruto's bowl. The child in the video appeared so forlorn, the ramen shop owner gestured from behind the counter, inviting him to come in from the rain. The boy resembled a timid creature, long subjected to bullying, so frightened that upon sensing the attention of others, his instinct was to flee. Watching the scene unfold in the footage, Minato's heart ached. In his memories, Naruto had once been a swaddled infant. And though he had experienced profound joy at becoming a father, he was soon swept away by the attack of the masked man, leaving behind unspoken words and chakra sealed within Naruto. Now, in his ethereal form, he beheld a 12-year-old Naruto. It was through this footage that Minato came to understand the hardships Naruto had endured during the years of his and his wife's absence. Had he remained unaware, he might have been able to convince himself to refrain from dwelling on it. However, witnessing the truth firsthand, even he could not maintain his composure. In the recording, young Naruto ultimately succumbed to the allure of the food, stealthily returning to the ramen shop after a brief escape. In the end, The slender boy received a complimentary bowl of ramen and a clean towel. Immersed in his ramen bowl, Naruto began to pay attention to the video. Recalling the first time he savored ramen, the warm, rich dish that filled his stomach and the tantalizing noodles and chashu, alongside the narutomaki that shared his name. These moments crystallized into cherished fragments of memory. The young Naruto in the footage, as he tasted ramen for the first time, wiped away the dampness from his hair. Beneath his golden locks, his expression transformed from one of earlier sorrow to one of joy and curiosity. As he pondered how to tackle the large bowl of ramen before him, appearing both comical and endearing. Sasuke, at this moment, he suddenly comprehended why Itachi Uchiha was often compelled to gently tap his forehead. There was no particular reason, it was simply a spontaneous impulse. It was entirely driven by instinct. As the timeline of the footage rapidly shifted, scenes of the daily lives of generations of Konoha citizens unfolded before his eyes. In one frame, Naruto stood alone in a nearly closing ramen shop, his figure exuding a sense of loneliness and helplessness. The next scene depicted Naruto, for the first time adorned with the Konoha headband, excitedly showcasing it to Iruka-sensei, eagerly requesting another bowl of ramen. Iruka-sensei gazed at Naruto with a sense of pride, witnessing him overcome his inner turmoil and master the shadow clone technique, even offering him a piece of chashu from his own bowl. In the subsequent shot, a boy sporting an exuberant top knot stood outside the ramen shop, mirroring Naruto's past solitude and desolation. Sakura, is that Shikamaru? Shikamaru, stop guessing. If I don't return home at this hour, my mother will surely have my head. Iruka chuckled awkwardly. That's a photo of me from my childhood. What? Iruka-sensei as a child. Upon hearing this, Naruto recalled the tale mentioned by Mizuki about how Iruka-sensei's parents perished during the Nine-Tails rampage. This thought brought a tinge of melancholy to Naruto's heart. What are you pondering? Iruka gently patted Naruto's shoulder, urging him to focus on his ramen. Just as the following footage revealed, Iruka indeed endured considerable suffering during that time. However, in the video, a tearful Iruka was seen eating ramen beside a much younger third Hokage, who tenderly stroked Iruka's head as one would with a grandchild. The Iruka from the footage smiled bashfully, placing his hand on his head, as if he could still feel the warmth left by that hand. Naruto, so this is what Grandpa Hokage looked like when he was young? Iruka-sensei appears so youthful. Foolish child, I was about your age back then. A mischievous grin spread across Naruto's face as he proclaimed, by the time I reach the age of Iruka-sensei, I will undoubtedly become an exceptional elite jonin. Perhaps even join the Umbu like that masked guy. The masked figure, Tenzo, burst into laughter. Inside Naruto, Kurama, the Nine-Tails, was doubled over with mirth. The other half of Kurama, perplexed, inquired, "What are you laughing about?" Kurama replied with a light-hearted tone, "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking how this kid couldn't even advance to Chunin before I left, and yet he aspires to be a Jonin or an Umbu member." The thought of the seventh Hokage, who had leapt directly from Genin to Hokage, made Kurama chuckle at the absurdity of it all. A notion he found amusing enough to last a year, if not a lifetime. Meanwhile, the young aspect of Kurama was unaware of his musings, scoffing, as my Jinchuriki. He is even inferior to that little brat from the Dead Cat clan. Truly hopeless. He foresaw that Gaara would one day become the Kazekage. Kurama mused. I merely remarked that Naruto hadn't advanced to Chunin, but I never claimed he couldn't become Hokage. The Ine aspect of Kurama glared suspiciously at his grinning counterpart, finding the expression quite distasteful. If not for their equal power, well, considering he was left with only half of his chakra, he would have swatted him away long ago. Oh, it's Sakura, Naruto exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the screen as he watched. Could you refrain from showing these embarrassing clips of me? The screen displayed a bruised and disheveled Naruto being dragged by Sakura into a renowned ramen shop, Ramen Yamato, despite having just finished a grueling training session. His clothes tattered and face marked, he still stormed into the establishment, boldly ordering a massive bowl of ramen and devouring it at an astonishing pace. Witnessing this nostalgic scene, Sasuke couldn't help but tease Naruto. If you hadn't disobeyed orders and dove in headfirst, that mission wouldn't have dragged on for so long. You remember that, huh? Such a petty Sasuke. Naruto retorted. Sakura interjected, Naruto, don't argue back with Sasuke. Naruto's face displayed a look of grievance. It's Sakura. At that moment, Hinata Hyuga's voice, as faint as a mosquito's, was nearly drowned out by the clamor of the crowd. However, the name Minato Namikaze resonated too deeply with his son, allowing Naruto to immediately catch the gentle whisper of Hinata's call even in such a bustling environment. Amidst the throng of customers at the Ichiraka ramen shop, Minato Namikaze keenly observed the shy, pale-eyed girl who subtly glanced towards Naruto, her fingertip lightly tapping. This scene evoked memories of his son's unspoken infatuation. It seemed that every ordinary father would worry about his son's romantic endeavors. Torn between the fear of unrequited love's heartache and the exhilaration and pride of having such a sweet and lovely girl enamored with his son. Yet, Naruto remained blissfully unaware of it all. The scene shifted, and after Sakura and Naruto departed, the camera captured Jiraiya, in a state of delightful inebriation, being supported by a female patron as they stumbled into the ramen shop, seemingly still craving more. "Ah, the old rascal, Jiraiya," Naruto exclaimed. "At least call him Lord Jiraiya, you fool." Jiraiya retorted with a click of his tongue. "No," Naruto replied firmly. The ensuing image returned to the closely knit Team 7. Shikamaru remarked, "Naruto's presence is markedly more frequent. If one were to inquire as to why." Meanwhile, CHG, having finished his third bowl of ramen, gestured for the owner to bring another. Shikamaru, unable to restrain himself, reminded him to exercise moderation, considering Asuma's finances. He then analyzed, "The footage we are viewing is all in color. For instance, Irika-sensei's childhood clips, as well as Lord Jiraiya's earlier scene, both exhibit a retro black and white photograph effect." Naruto and CHG clearly failed to grasp the essence of Shikamaru's words. Staring blankly at one another, Kakashi elucidated. What Shikamaru means is that Ichiraku Ramen has become one of the most beloved establishments in the Hidden Leaf Village because it holds the cherished memories of generations of ninjas. With that, Kakashi raised his gaze to the large screen. At that moment, the screen displayed an anxious Team 7, waiting impatiently. Kakashi strolled into the shop, casually holding a best-selling novel titled Path to Heaven, claiming he had gotten lost after escorting an elderly woman home. Minato chuckled awkwardly, "Kakashi." Meanwhile, in the Kamui dimension, Obito Uchiha scoffed, "Hypocrite. You clearly spent the entire day at the Memorial Stone." Indeed, he had genuinely assisted the elderly woman in returning home. The visuals then transitioned to an unexpected scene. The hues of the scene resemble the sepia tones of an old photograph, where a well-dressed boy adorned with a mask appears restless, while the young girl beside him, painted in vibrant colors, bears a similarly listless expression. Suddenly, a black-haired boy, strikingly reminiscent of Naruto, burst onto the scene, hurriedly bowing an apology. "I'm terribly sorry. I just saw an elderly lady carrying a heavy load." Young Kakashi, however, remains unyielding. "Spare us your excuses. If you continue to lack initiative, you will inevitably bring misfortune upon those around you." Rin finds herself in a predicament, attempting to pacify Kakashi's harsh words while simultaneously smiling and inviting the newcomer to join them as they await their ramen. In response, the lower-ranked ninjas of Konoha engage in a flurry of discussions. Naruto exclaimed, "Heavens, can it be that someone could make Kakashi-sensei wait?" At that moment, Sasuke too realized that the indifferent, languid silver-haired Jonin had once possessed such a different demeanor in his youth. "I never imagined, Kakashi. How did you transform into the person you are today?" he inquired. Sakura marveled, "Wow, that little girl is so adorable. I can't believe Kakashi-sensei was so handsome as a child." She playfully mimicked a man's voice, saying, "It seems Kakashi-sensei also had a foolish teammate like Naruto back then." Upon hearing this, the other Chunin nodded in agreement. However, upon Sakura's words, Naruto's expression instantly fell. In truth, Sakura's jest was merely a playful tease directed at Naruto. Yet it inadvertently struck a chord with Kakashi-sensei. "Sakura," Kakashi called out in a voice tinged with melancholy, drawing the attention of the Konoha Chunin, who turned to look at their usually laid-back and easygoing Jonin mentor. Kakashi's tone was heavy with solitude. "He is not a fool. He is my hero." In the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Obito felt a jolt within him upon hearing Kakashi's words. Sakura had not anticipated that her comment would touch on Kakashi's innermost sentiments. Nor did the other Konoha Chunin. They glanced at their mentors, Yuhi Kurenai, Asuma Saratobi, and Mike Guy, and observed their sudden change in demeanor, each turning away, unwilling to break the silence. Everyone couldn't help but reminisce about their first day as Kakashi's students. Chapter 29. The legend reborn in the city as an elite in the urban landscape. Uchiha Obito had long since become accustomed to concealing his true self. Until one fateful encounter, he reclaimed the label that once belonged to him, the fourth Hokage. Witnessing the scene before them, Sakura and Ino were left speechless. The charismatic urban leader was none other than our esteemed fourth Hokage. This revelation was perhaps even more astonishing than the urban legends. Naruto nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, No wonder I was utterly astounded upon my first encounter with the second Hokage's heir. He smirked. Humph, you. The one at the bottom of the ranks. Probably don't even know the name of the second Hokage. Irika-sensei couldn't help but tease. How about you carve out some time one day, and I shall enlighten you on the history of our village. No, Irika-sensei, Naruto pleaded. Meanwhile, Tintin expressed her curiosity regarding the romantic life of the fourth Hokage. Do you think that lady might be expecting? It certainly seems so, Kiba concurred. I initially thought it was merely Naruto's love for ramen that might lead one to assume the Hokage's girlfriend shared the same taste. You are mistaken. This is merely their first bowl, Niji corrected. Tintin gazed towards the future, filled with longing. I never imagined the fourth Hokage had a beloved. Even sharing a bowl of ramen could evoke such profound happiness. I truly hope to find a boyfriend like that. Naruto's smile appeared somewhat dim as his thoughts drifted towards the sacrifices made by the fourth Hokage and the solitary figure of his beloved in the footage. Alas, could that girl possibly be Miss SHBU? Sakura's exclamation abruptly redirected Naruto's attention back to the screen. The image frozen on the display was an old, yellowed photograph of the fourth Hokage, embracing a woman savoring ramen, her abdomen notably rounded, evidently bearing a child. Beside her, a 5 or 6-year-old SHBU rested her head on her mother's belly, listening intently to the movements of the life soon to be born. Life will ultimately come forth. Sasuke reminisced about his childhood, when his brother began to delve into the philosophies of life. Meanwhile, Obito Uchiha, residing in the Kamui dimension, comprehended that this photograph likely served as a testament to the farewell between Sensei Minato and Kushina. However, all of this would soon be shattered by the impending crisis of the Nine Tails. Perhaps Kakashi himself was unaware. But upon seeing the photograph of the fourth Hokage with the pregnant Kushina, a profound nostalgia flickered in his eyes for Naruto. As Kakashi's lifelong rival, Might Guy, acutely aware of the losses of Obito, Rin, and the fourth Hokage, recognized that these losses constituted an insurmountable emotional barrier for Kakashi. Yet, at this moment, Kakashi gazed at Naruto with a reminiscence that spoke volumes. The blue beast of Konoha, Might Guy, swiftly sensed this shift, and alarm bells rang in his mind. His gaze fell upon Naruto, who was intently watching the footage. Could it be that Naruto was not merely the reincarnation of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, but also the rebirth of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? However, sometimes, even when the alarm sounds, it does not necessarily indicate the correct path. Since uncovering that man's true identity, Shikamaru had grown taciturn. He likely surmised that the legacy of the fourth Hokage resided within this group of young individuals, and he had recently missed an opportunity to resurrect his biological father. The very essence of this legacy was Naruto Uzumaki, who remained inexplicably drawn to the couple in the footage, unwilling to divert his gaze. As time flowed on, the little girl SHBU transformed into the daughter of the familiar Ichiraku ramen shop owner. The diligent master, unwavering in his dedication for a decade, meticulously honed each aspect, adorning a perfect bowl of ramen with narutomaki, serving this bowl imbued with the spirit of Konoha to every customer. Naruto gazed at the scene before him, a wave of emotion swelling within him. It was many years ago that this very bowl of ramen found its way into his hands, allowing him to savor the taste of home in this bustling city. Thus, his favorite was the Ichiraku ramen that Irika-sensei treated him to, radiating warmth akin to paternal love. Equally cherished was the red bean soup lovingly crafted by Aunt Mikoto, both of which held a special place in his culinary repertoire. In the imagery, the grown-up Naruto savored the ramen, leaving not a single drop of broth behind, the pristine bowl resting on the table. And an earnest thank you conveyed a spirit of uplifting energy. At that moment, Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto and remarked softly, "You truly cannot part with ramen. Can you? Of course. Why not try the tonkatsu ramen for a change? Stop always ordering the tomato flavor," Naruto suggested. "Not a chance," Sasuke replied decisively. Suddenly, Kiba seized Naruto's arm, exclaiming, "Look at the scene. Ichiraka Ramen is receiving a distinguished group of guests. Each person's presence in the ninja world sends ripples of excitement." The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, Asuma interjected, pointing out the woman beside him. "That lady is Mei Terumi from the Mist Village." As the imagery first appeared, she represented the water shadow at the Five Kage Summit, and the intelligence department had provided extensive information about her. Everyone turned their attention to Asuma. He continued, "This woman is no ordinary individual. She wields both the lava release and the boil release bloodline limits, possessing extraordinary strength and high renown in the Mist Village. It is said that she is attending this 5 Kage summit in place of the long-absent 4th Mizukage, Yagura. Naruto gazed at the elder sister in astonishment and could not help but inquire, does this mean she has a considerable chance of becoming the 5th Hokage? Kakashi responded, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she should indeed be the one. What about the 4th Hokage? What if he were to reappear? As a fellow Jinchuriki, Naruto always hoped that those with shared destinies would find a favorable conclusion. Yugao shook her head and explained to Naruto. His previous policies had a profoundly negative impact on the village hidden in the mist and the entire land of water. Even now, as people learn that he was once under the control of Uchiha Genjutsu, he still struggles to absolve himself of responsibility. Naruto lowered his head, unable to find an appropriate retort to this question at that moment. Shikamaru glanced at him sideways, then turned to Gaara, jesting, "Third, the 5th Kazekage. Why not introduce yourself to everyone?" Gaara hesitated briefly before finally speaking. "I am Gaara of the Sand, 13 years of age, born on January 19th. My hobbies include nurturing cacti, and I have recently developed a fondness for Ichiraku ramen. I aspire to become the 5th Kazekage in the future and hope to make more friends. That is all." After a moment of silence, laughter erupted. Even drawing a chuckle from the seasoned jonin, Yuhi Kurenai. What is this child about? Everyone found Gaara to be adorably naive, akin to a new student just starting school. Hey, who knew cacti could serve as indoor houseplants? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. My greatest passion is tending to those flowers and plants. Kakashi-sensei, do you recall the vibrant green plant I gifted you? How has it grown? All eyes turned towards Kakashi. He smiled slightly. Yes, it is still alive, at least for now. Sasuke, showing no interest, lightly kicked Naruto's foot. Hey, you useless brat. Who is that lovely lady to your left? Huh? Jiraiya interjected. I didn't expect that lady to return. Is she someone you know, Jiraiya? The group inquired, puzzled. Ruffling his disheveled hair, Jiraiya smirked. She is the renowned woman of Konoha, the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, and one of the legendary 3 Sannin, Lady Tsunade. Oh, so she's that heavy-drinking lady you took to the ramen shop before. What do you mean by lady? Jiraiya feigned indignation. She is my age, over 50. Over 50. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. All right, let's change the subject. Speaking of the 4th Raikage, that guy is quite the character. Recall the past incident. I remember that time in the footage when Naruto knelt before Sasuke. As Naruto savored his ramen, he nearly spewed it out upon hearing the comment. Cough, cough. Why must you bring up such an awkward topic? Among the memories, none were more embarrassing for Naruto than those recollections. Sasuke, feeling an immense discomfort, swiftly diverted the conversation. Idiot, look at that footage. Oh. The group turned their full attention to the screen. As the shots of the ramen shop gradually faded, a rainbow emerged in the sky after the rain. The sun broke through the clouds, and Kurenai Yui remarked, just like the dreary and cold atmosphere Naruto encountered when he first entered this ramen shop. He has now emerged from his struggles and glimpsed the dawn of hope. Everyone turned to her, and Kurenai elaborated. This footage captures numerous moments of Naruto's journey, illustrating how he has gradually matured through each challenge, ultimately stepping into the light, akin to how Ichiraku ramen has become the most beloved eatery in Konoha. Naruto's face was etched with astonishment. If we say it like that, it does evoke a certain sentiment. That Naruto's journey of growth precisely elucidates why Ichiraku ramen reigns supreme in the Hidden Leaf Village. He mused this with a sense of wonder. Sakura, who had witnessed Naruto's rapid development over the past year, chimed in, Indeed, it seems that Naruto's circle of friends is ever expanding. Shino analyzed. The final image might suggest that Naruto has forged numerous friendships beyond the confines of the Leaf Village. As for the reason, has he even befriended the shadows of various villages? A voice inquired, but where has Grandpa Hokage gone? At that moment, Jiraiya fell silent, recalling the discussion he had with the old man earlier that day. Among them, perhaps only he was privy to the fact that the 3rd Hokage was contemplating retirement, yet he had yet to find a suitable successor. According to the old man, the 2nd Hokage would not assume the role of Hokage once more. Presently, it appeared that only he and Tsunade were capable of bearing such a heavy responsibility. Perhaps that harrowing QA game would yield new surprises. Lost in thought, Jiraiya was abruptly interrupted by the terrifying question-and-answer game. The query arose. But Naruto was evidently unconvinced. Wait. Hold on. What about my reward? Shouldn't there be a prize for answering correctly? Perhaps a year's worth of Ichiraku ramen vouchers, or something of the sort. Surely there must be something. Hidden reward. The correct respondent, Naruto Uzumaki, shall have 10 random clips from his life selected. Each clip corresponds to a question. This particular question can only be answered by Naruto Uzumaki. During the interval from question emergence to correct response, no one else may assist Naruto. However, Naruto is granted 3 opportunities for external assistance. With each external request, Naruto may seek help from any individual, unrestricted by whether the answer or hint is correct. Rules. 1. Each question allows for 3 attempts at a response. 2. If all 3 attempts fail, the next question shall commence. 3. A correct answer will yield a random reward. 4. An incorrect answer will result in the system randomly selecting an individual within the area to have their life essence revoked. Naruto was astonished. He had never heard of such a rule. To think that his own incorrect answers could lead to the innocent suffering a fatal consequence. Naruto was infuriated, exclaiming, "What kind of hidden reward is this? Why must my incorrect answers endanger others?" "Calm down, Naruto," Shikamaru urged, gripping Naruto's shoulder. "Time is of the essence. We may not be able to assist you much longer. Let me be brief." Naruto recognized the gravity of the situation, his gaze fixed intently on Shikamaru, awaiting his guidance. Shikamaru spoke in a low voice. "Naruto, listen carefully. According to the hints provided by the terrifying quiz, you may soon be required to extract visual fragments on your own, or, akin to the previous instance of resurrecting Sasuke's mother, you might need to make choices within a limited scope. Regardless, strive to select those visual segments that have already transpired," Shikamaru cautioned. Although the images of the future may hold greater informational value, the answers corresponding to past events are typically easier to discern. In other words, this approach mitigates the risk of incorrect answers, which could result in the loss of lives. Naruto wholeheartedly agreed with Shikamaru's perspective. Observing Naruto's comprehension of the crux of the matter, Shikamaru continued, "Furthermore, according to the rules, none of us can offer you any hints. Whether there exists a loophole in the rules remains to be verified later. During the answering period, you must maintain your composure. Do not speak until you have thoroughly contemplated your answer. Not even a single word." Naruto nodded vigorously, etching these words into his heart. Shikamaru solemnly emphasized the importance of wisely utilizing the 3 opportunities for external assistance. Past experiences have taught us that there are no restrictions on the length of the answers. As long as your words encompass the correct answer, it is deemed correct. Naruto scratched his head, perplexed. What does that mean? Ugh, this is so frustrating. Given Naruto's limited comprehension, Shikamaru opted for a more straightforward explanation. Essentially, if you have several possible answers but are uncertain which is correct, just express them all at once. Do you understand? Got it. In the next scene of Chapter 30, Kakashi appeared somewhat taken aback, then unveiled a genuine smile. "Naruto, you bear a striking resemblance to Obito from back in the day." Naruto smirked and said, "Where do I resemble him? Are we both just burdens?" "No. The similarity between Obito and you lies in your shared aspiration to become Hokage." As the screen prepared to shift, 2 imperceptible figures lingered in silence. Concealed within a mysterious dimension, the spirit of Uchiha Obito and the late 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato pondered deeply. Had Obito still been alive, he might have guided the Uchiha clan to greatness, emerging as a remarkable Hokage. Meanwhile, Obito was besieged by memories of the path he traversed to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. This included the attack of the Nine-Tails 12 years prior and the tragic annihilation of the Uchiha clan 5 years ago. In the Kamui dimension, Obito questioned himself in disbelief. Am I truly filled with regret? The scene swiftly transitioned to reveal a now-adult Shikamaru, Naruto, a radiant youth, and presumably a grown-up Ino, relishing a meal at a ramen shop. Sakura exclaimed, "Ino, is that you? It can't be. Has Ino become this stunning? It's simply unbelievable." Hinata, timid yet unable to restrain herself, softly remarked, "Ino is really beautiful." Her heart brimmed with envy. Ino, with a flourish of her hair, struck a captivating pose and playfully declared, "Well, if anyone wishes to pursue me, they better hurry." Gaara calmly interjected, "Who is that man feeding ramen to Naruto? Is he also a member of Konoha?" Naruto cast a fleeting glance at the individual, furrowing his brow as he remarked, "To be honest, observing him feeding me makes me feel somewhat uneasy." The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, found himself in an exceedingly awkward position as a father. He perceived that the jovial man in the footage seemed to be steering his son down an unusual path, perhaps to witness the prowess of the spiraling sphere. Ino unabashedly expressed her admiration, exclaiming, "Hey, that man is quite handsome." "Ah, are you girls planning to withdraw from the competition for Sasuke?" The intentions of the two young women were evident to all. Even the concerned parties had little to say, and others, like Shikamaru, merely muttered in exasperation, "What a drag." The subsequent scene revealed the grown-up Choji and Kiba, along with, wait, that can't be." All eyes converged on the small white dog nestled in Kiba's arms, comparing it to the large white dog that once occupied half of a seat in the footage. One could only wonder, is that Akamaru? Kiba, is Akamaru a large breed now? How did he become so big? Kiba gently patted Akamaru's head, responding calmly, "I suppose so." Both of Akamaru's parents were quite sizable. Akamaru, in turn, barked a couple of times in agreement. "Why are you not the least bit surprised?" Naruto inquired, puzzled by Kiba's expressionless demeanor, feeling that the enthusiasm had completely evaporated. Kiba shook Akamaru's head lightly and replied nonchalantly, "For me, it doesn't seem to make much difference." The others silently thought to themselves, "Have you transferred all your vision to your sense of smell?" "By the way, Akamaru also loves Ichiraku ramen," Hinata whispered, only to find the collective gaze of those around her suddenly fixated on her. Her cheeks flushed, and her voice grew even softer. Seeing everyone gathered together enjoying ramen creates such a warm atmosphere, with smiles of joy illuminating each face. Minato remarked, "This child is both perceptive and considerate." The scene shifted, revealing Shino coolly stating, "I detest being overlooked." The frame then transitioned to Naruto, Guy, and Kakashi savoring ramen together in a shared moment. Naruto and Rock Lee were engaged in a contest to eat ramen while standing on their heads, only to be met with a swift reprimand from the elder gentleman, resulting in both of them tumbling headfirst into the bowl of noodles. Hilarity erupted within the cozy little ramen shop, with laughter ringing out. Tintin quipped, "Lee, your enthusiasm needs to be tempered by the occasion." Sakura chimed in, "Indeed. Naruto, your foolish demeanor ought to be more discerning of the moment." The chastised duo appeared crestfallen. The passionate teacher, Mike Guy, sighed with nostalgia, remarking, "Tintin, you haven't changed a bit. Lee, you too, and Niji remains ever the same. Ah, it seems youth truly is eternal." Each time Kakashi hears Guy mention the word youth, he can't help but entertain thoughts of early retirement. Just as the laughter subsided, the scene shifted dramatically, catching everyone's attention. To their astonishment, Naruto was sharing ramen with a strikingly beautiful woman with long hair. The collective gasp echoed, "Wait, could it be that Naruto is?" In unison, they exclaimed, "On a date." T lunged towards Naruto, demanding loudly, "You can't be serious, are you on a date?" Naruto gazed at the image before him, a hint of daze flickering across his face. Beside him, Sasuke Uchiha let out a cold snort, snapping him back to reality. "Why do you ask? Envy or jealousy? Who would envy a bottom dweller? Surely, you jest." Naruto deliberately provoked Sasuke to conceal his own shyness and inner turmoil. Although he appears to be an adult in the images, in Chapter 1, The Secret of the Urban Ramen Shop, one cannot help but wonder if he might exercise a modicum of restraint over his appetites, as he seems to lag behind. Naruto clenched his fists defiantly, declaring, "I absolutely cannot lose in this ramen competition." Meanwhile, a strikingly elegant and fashionable woman was preparing to relish her 11th bowl of ramen. Upon witnessing Naruto's fervent demeanor, she hurried over, exclaiming, "Is that you, Hinata? Your headband worn around your neck, coupled with your hair color." The surrounding crowd turned their attention to the usually reserved heiress of the Hyuga clan, Hinata. In truth, Hinata had already recognized that the video featured both Naruto and herself. As her colleagues jested about them appearing to be on a date, her cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp. With everyone's gaze now fixed upon her, Hinata felt further embarrassment and found herself at a loss for words. "My goodness, it truly is Hinata." Ino pointed at the towering stack of empty ramen bowls beside her. "Who would have thought you could hide this so well?" Sakura mused. "I never imagined Hinata would be with Naruto." Reflecting on this, while Hinata was indeed shy, she did not shy away from crowds. However, whenever Naruto greeted her, she would nervously lower her head or seek an excuse to depart, sometimes even blushing to the point of fainting. "Hey, Hinata, you don't harbor any special feelings for Naruto, do you?" "Absolutely. Last time he fell ill, she was the first to rush and bring him medicine." At that moment, Hinata was so bashful that she could hardly utter a word. Almost everyone present, save for Naruto, had come to understand Hinata's unique feelings for him. Niji silently shook his head, left speechless. Kiba teased, "Who would have thought Hinata would grow her hair long in the future, right, Akamaru?" "Woof," Ino added. "And her beauty is off the charts. Being with Naruto seems somewhat of a waste." Overcome with embarrassment, Hinata fainted right on the spot, while Naruto appeared extremely flustered, exclaiming, "Hey, what do you mean by that, As new footage began to play, Sasuke calmly reminded everyone to maintain silence and focus on the screen. At his prompting, all eyes returned to the display, which continued to showcase the monochromatic tones of old photographs. Just like before, this time it depicted a young couple on a date at a ramen shop. Tamari jested, "What's the deal with you all from Konoha? Is it a trend to go on dates at ramen shops?" Ino chuckled lightly. "Well, it's not entirely inaccurate. Perhaps it's because they genuinely adore ramen." Much like Naruto. Recalling events from before the Chunin exams, Ino felt hesitant to casually engage with the three sand ninja, especially Gaara, who had defeated a grass ninja in the first round with sand. However, after witnessing their childhood footage, particularly Gaara's tearful revelation that his mother did not despise him, the sand siblings no longer seemed as intimidating in her eyes. Instead, one cannot help but feel a sense of pity for them. As the living conditions in the land of wind are considerably harsher than those in the land of fire. Oblivious to this, Kenjiro expressed his confusion, saying, "Hey, that man seems familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere." In fact, with the emergence of a new scene, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Irika, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai all widened their eyes in astonishment, fixated on the screen, unwilling to divert their gaze. Among them, Uchiha Obito, deeply captivated, was also present in the Kamui dimension. Sensei Minato, Senior Kushina, he remarked, "My fellow Leaf Shinobi," prompted by Kanjuro's reminder, finally recognized the seemingly delicate male ninja on the screen, particularly due to his distinctive hairstyle. Indeed, they had encountered him before. Before they could contemplate further, the scene continued to unfold. The sweet couple exchanged affectionate smiles, preparing to use their chopsticks to savor their meal. However, just as the woman was about to bring the ramen to her lips, she abruptly set down her chopsticks, covering her mouth, and hurriedly exited the door. The man, startled by this, quickly dropped his chopsticks and rushed towards the door to attend to the woman. Some young girls, lost in romantic daydreams, began to chatter. Though he seems somewhat unreliable, he is truly gentle. Indeed, look how concerned he is for his girlfriend. He is completely different from the boys here. In saying this, Ino cast a disdainful glance at the boys present, making sure to add, "Of course, except for Sasuke-kun." Sakura chimed in, "Absolutely." Temari, as the elder sister, added, "Actually, Gaara is quite good too." Naruto, however, uttered a remark so softly that no one could hear. Once again, Sasuke became the target of widespread disdain, his brilliance overshadowing even Gaara and Naruto. The disgruntled male figure, Kuruma, complained, "In any case, it's quite troublesome. But just by looking at that guy, it's clear he will inevitably turn out like my father, a man who fears his wife." The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled sheepishly. Kakashi remained silent, unable to defend his teacher's reputation, struggling to find a counterargument. At that moment, Jiraiya recalled the furious image of Kushina standing at the door with a frying pan when she discovered he had gifted Minato the XXX Paradise series of books. Indeed, she was a true embodiment of a fiery red pepper. The disgruntled male figure, Inuzuka Kiba, concurred, "Absolutely. Let me tell you, Sasuke, women can be terrifying. It's best to keep your distance from them." Sasuke silently lamented internally, wishing he could have distanced himself from the noisy women long ago. Naruto laughed heartily while patting Sasuke's shoulder, exclaiming, "It's truly unimaginable what Sasuke's future wife will be like." In unison, Ino and Sakura each thought to themselves, "Of course, it would be me." They then exchanged glances, sparks flying in their eyes. As Naruto gradually calmed his emotions, he gazed at the couple on the screen, pondering within himself, "That fellow appears unreliable, yet he seems quite familiar. Where have I encountered him before?" The fourth Hokage, feeling despondent, remarked, "This is truly a heavy blow for a father, Naruto." Hearing these comments, Jiraiya could no longer remain seated. "What kind of judgment is this?" He pointed towards the Hokage rock, exclaiming, "How can you deem my disciple unreliable? He is the esteemed man of the fourth Hokage." "Ah, what?" The lower-ranking ninjas could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "The fourth Hokage, my lord?" Naruto first gazed at the Hokage rock, then turned his attention to the couple on the screen. "The fourth Hokage, whom I admire most? That seemingly unreliable fellow." Under the double blow, Minato was already convulsing in front of the ramen table, but alas, no one could witness this scene. In the Kamui space, Uchiha Obito cursed, "Fool. You have never seen Teacher Minato's decisive side." Moreover, Kushina-san is the truly terrifying figure. Chapter 31. The Modern Metropolis and the Bustling Modern Metropolis. Shikamaru placed a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder and said earnestly, "Naruto, the likelihood of you answering all 10 of these challenging questions correctly is nearly zero." At that moment, Naruto had just turned 12, facing the heavy pressure of potential unknown consequences from incorrect answers, an immense burden for a child of his age. "Naruto, you must understand that even if someone suffers punishment for answering incorrectly, we have ways to redeem ourselves in the subsequent stages. So, do not feel overly pressured. Just think carefully and answer earnestly." Shikamaru's gaze was unwavering, a stark contrast to his usual laid-back demeanor. Naruto was so moved that tears welled in his eyes, and he was on the verge of letting his nose run. The surrounding elite professionals cast admiring glances at Shikamaru. This lad is indeed a promising heir of the Nara clan. Capable of analyzing complex situations with remarkable clarity in such a short time and conveying them in a manner that Naruto could comprehend, Jiraiya remarked with a sense of admiration. Asuma, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, took a deep drag and slowly spoke. Although the intelligence itself is not particularly difficult to decipher, his thorough consideration reveals the depth of his understanding of Naruto. However, neither Shikamaru nor Asuma anticipated how unexpectedly the forthcoming question-and-answer game would unfold. Suddenly, 10 exquisite cards appeared before Naruto. 4 were a pure blue, 2 were purple, 3 were gold, and 1 shimmered with a radiant red. Kakashi and Sasuke immediately recognized the significance of the colors on these cards. They corresponded to the hues seen in the Lao Tiger System Ninja album during the selection of Resurrectors. Pure blue represented mid-level employees, purple corresponded to senior staff, gold symbolized upper management, and that dazzling red card undoubtedly represented the most extraordinary of entities. The first was blue, the second was gold, the third was purple, the fourth was gold again, the fifth was red, the sixth was blue, the seventh was purple, the eighth was blue, the ninth was blue, and the 10th was gold. What on earth is happening? Naruto gazed at the vibrant cards before him, his face a mask of confusion. A cold electronic voice echoed, unveiling new clues. The confirmed draw contents are past experiences, future predictions, current conditions, future predictions, mysterious egg, past experiences, current conditions, past experiences, future predictions. Good heavens. For past experiences, 2 current conditions, 3 future predictions, and 1 mysterious egg? Shikamaru reminded Naruto, "Naruto, the first question is evidently related to your past experiences. There is no time constraint for your response. Take your time to think it through." "Understood." At this moment, Naruto felt more anxious than ever. His gaze fixed intently on the 10 cards before him. As the first blue card, representing past experiences, rose and magnified, it was akin to a long-sealed precious film being unblocked, revealing a series of images before his eyes. The imagery began to play, and the first thing that came into view was the statue of the 4th Hokage in front of the Hokage building. "What question is this?" Kiba asked in astonishment. Shikamaru analyzed. "It seems we need to find the answer from the images being played. In this scenario, theoretically, the probability of providing the correct answer should be higher. And as long as the game continues, they can offer Naruto verbal hints at any time." The imagery bore a vintage quality, with the filming dating back at least 7 or 8 years. Before the statue of the 4th Hokage stood a blonde-haired little boy. That was Naruto. Sakura marveled as she observed the scene depicting Naruto at merely 4 or 5 years of age, his visage etched with solitude and helplessness. He lay atop the statue of the 4th Hokage, basking in the sunlight, gazing skyward at the soaring birds. Whispers seemed to drift through the air, murmuring about the child, who, in Naruto's memories, faced the world with eyes that were often cold and filled with disdain. It was indeed that boy, a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. In the imagery, Naruto reached out to assist a young friend in retrieving a fallen ball, evoking memories of Gaara's own childhood experiences. "My father warned me. Never associate with that fellow. We must leave. Who knows what he might do? We are not things, nor are we monsters. We pose no threat to you," Gaara retorted, his heart aching. "They are merely individuals chosen by fate, nothing more." At this moment, Minato's heart ached like a knife. In that footage, the so-called things were, in fact, his son, Naruto Uzumaki, the illustrious yellow flash of Konoha, who once instilled fear during the Third Great Ninja War, compelling the Cloud Village to retreat at the mere mention of his name, now felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and despair. The 5-year-old Naruto was traversing a path fraught with thorns, alone. Within the Ichiraku ramen shop, Weary employees savored steaming bowls of char siu ramen after a long day's work. Outside, a famished Naruto inhaled the enticing aromas wafting from within, stealing glances through the window. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket, only to find a meager collection of 2 or 3 coins. At that moment, the world's gaze converged on this young child from Konoha, who, in a corner of the city, endured hunger, unable to afford a simple meal. In this modern metropolis, despair loomed large. He was indeed a unique presence. Yet, as the saying goes, those who are immersed often fail to perceive their own missteps. The individuals in those tapes, once protagonists of their own stories, did not recognize their own wrongdoings. However, now, as they scrutinized their past selves from an observer's perspective, they realized that the child had always behaved himself, save for the occasional harmless prank. Ultimately, was it not the Uchiha clan's fault? Had they not orchestrated that attack on our city, none of this turmoil would have arisen. On the fringes of the bustling metropolis, Qin Feng watched in silence, while Xiaonan spoke words of comfort. Regardless, compared to our past circumstances, things are significantly better now. After the business war, Rain City, ensnared in the conflict, became a battleground, and for those like Xiaonan, Qin Feng, and Yahiko who had lost their families and loved ones, surviving was a stroke of fortune amidst calamity. During the famine, they had even contended with stray dogs for scraps of food. In times of food scarcity, distinctions between expiration dates and leftover morsels became trivial. As long as there is something to satiate their hunger, they unhesitatingly shove it into their mouths. Xiaonan, I once promised Yahiko that I would protect you well. Qin Feng gazed at the scene unfolding on the screen, as if softly confiding in the purple-haired woman beside him. On the screen, the young jianghu Naruto was running desperately with his head bowed. In the indifferent streets of this city, he preferred to be alone, a truly peculiar child. Lu Fan was astonished to discover that he too appeared in the frame. This was before the downfall of the Uchiha clan, a time when he and Naruto had yet to become classmates. Had they encountered each other even then? While he enjoyed the warmth of a loving family, a kind mother, a stern father, and a caring older brother, what kind of circumstances was jianghu Naruto enduring? Subsequently, the camera shifted to Lu Fan's side, revealing murmurs. Have you heard? He is the one responsible for the former mayor's death. Jianghu Naruto paid no heed to this. Yet he was aware that this was how the villagers perceived him, ostracizing Naruto, who was blamed for the death of the former mayor, alongside his mother, Kushina, Naruto, Sakura. And the others turned their gazes toward him, their faces reflecting concern. They all knew of Naruto's dream to become a mayor, idolizing the former mayor and aspiring to be a courageous figure like him, earning the recognition of the people. Although they understood that the villagers' attitude towards Naruto was far from friendly, most were unaware of. Naruto has long borne the heavy burden of living under the shadow of having caused the death of the city's heroic former mayor. I'm back. A weary voice echoed as Naruto opened the door to his home. He had grown accustomed to the silence that greeted his utterances, or rather, the presence of a response would leave him feeling disoriented. After all, from the moment he came into this world, no one had ever uttered the words, "Welcome home" to him. This deeply pained the late former mayor, Minato Namikaze, who, if it were possible, would wish to traverse through the screen to offer his son a heartfelt welcome home. Yet now, he could do nothing but yearn to gently stroke his son's head. The frail child lay on a decrepit wooden bed. The incessant growls of hunger emanating from his stomach were impossible to ignore. A wealthy merchant cursed. Is Konoha really this impoverished? Another chimed in. Isn't this child the infamous Naruto Uzumaki? I never imagined his childhood was so wretched. Can they not even afford to care for a child? Perhaps they should consider providing additional subsidies beyond the rewards for completed missions. Ultimately, the relentless pangs of hunger broke the child's resilience. His azure eyes shimmered with unshed tears that, despite his efforts, cascaded down onto the tattered sheets. At this moment, Naruto had already forgotten the memories of his past and quickly waved his hand in denial, exclaiming, I'm not crying. It's probably just sand that got in my eyes. Is there sand in the houses of Konoha? Inquired Gaara of the sand with utmost seriousness. The crowd responded. Indeed, young man, you are far too rigid. How can you make more friends this way? In response, Naruto's face was one of defiance. Lu Fan scoffed quietly, choosing to remain silent. The youthful Naruto Uzumaki, tormented by hunger, found himself with empty pockets and no means to purchase food. Observing him venture into the forests and mountains in search of sustenance, the viewers commented, Hey, kid, those mushrooms are poisonous. TSK. This child is clearly cut out for special forces, but his throwing technique is utterly flawed. and his running and jumping are not only slow but wasteful of energy. Who is teaching him? Does he think he is a scion of some affluent family? Under the watchful eyes of the global audience, Naruto, the wild child, foraged for toxic mushrooms, fashioned a fishing rod from branches, and even managed to cook a meager meal. Had this taken place in the midst of a bustling city life, everyone would have considered such a lifestyle mundane yet beautiful. You, at the bottom of the ranks, struggling to survive in this urban jungle, it's quite the feat. Your words are harsh, you scoundrel Sasuke. Humph. An elderly man, seemingly ordinary, appeared on the screen, displaying a keen interest in the child's meager snacks. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. Who are you? Just an old man passing through, Asuma replied, covering his face in exasperation. It's my father. Within the city, the residents of the Leaf District and several other areas were mostly aware of the identity of this 3rd District mayor and naturally recognized him. However, for the average citizen who lacked any cultivation, the situation was markedly different. Could he be a villain abducting children? Hey, what's going on in the Leaf District? Can't even ensure the safety of a child? Thoughts raced through the minds of the citizens. Could that old man be in a similarly dire predicament? Perhaps his children are struggling elsewhere, unable to return home, leaving him, aged and weary, to fend for himself, unable to even afford a snack? You are right. It seems the Leaf District is indeed quite unfortunate. The surrounding citizens lamented. Coincidentally, the Leaf District agents passing through on a mission looked utterly embarrassed. Even the district mayor had garnered sympathy, indicating their efforts were indeed lacking. Through the surveillance footage, the 3rd District mayor, seated in his office, sighed deeply. Aware of Naruto's troubled past, as the earlier scene depicted, the lives of those endowed with special abilities were often fraught with hardship. As mayor, he had failed to provide Naruto with adequate protection, denying him a better life, an undeniable breach of Kushina's dying wish. Indeed, as Tobirama had once articulated, children with special abilities should find suitable guardians as early as possible. Remembering Minato, the 3rd's heart was heavy with sorrow. If only he had arrived at the battlefield sooner, if only he had used the sealing technique to suppress the Ninetales back then, he had occupied the mayoral position for far too long. Witnessing 3 conflicts between districts and countless tragic separations of life and death, life seemed perpetually filled with regrets. He often reflected on whether more prudent decisions in the past could have led to a better outcome. In matters of governance, Minato appeared gentle yet was far more resolute. Had he been the one to handle the Uchiha situation, perhaps that calamity could have been averted. Sighing deeply, the 3rd District mayor lit his pipe. Now, he could only await the return of his 2 disciples. Hoping that the enigmatic question-and-answer game might bestow upon them unexpected new hope, or perhaps that Naruto would truly have the chance to awaken Minato. Of course, it might just be a sign of his advancing age, as he began to yearn for miracles. If only someone could bring Minato back to life in the footage. Even an ordinary old man found it rare for anyone to treat Naruto sincerely, engaging with this child regarded as an outcast. The old man gazed at the 3rd Hokage on the screen, and Naruto was reminded of his childhood, although it was often filled with unbearable pain. The memories of his grandfather, the Hokage, Irika-sensei, and Shikamaru brought him much joy. As the lights began to twinkle in a small forest within the hidden Leaf Village, an elder and a young boy sat around a campfire, gazing up at the starry sky. I have always found it peculiar, Sakura mused, that Lord Third seemed particularly lenient towards Naruto. Could it be that they had known each other for quite some time? It feels as though they share a bond akin to that of a grandfather and grandson. Wasn't Konohamaru yet to be born back then? Naruto nodded and teased. However, the 3rd Hokage cannot compare to me at all. The moment I use my sexy jutsu, he is as defenseless as Irika-sensei, ha ha ha. Irika, serving as a mid-level operative, found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of several senior operatives. He clenched his fists and threatened Naruto, "Don't forget who treated you to ramen, you brat." The 4th District Chief appeared quite uncomfortable, deeply troubled by Naruto's educational issues. As the initial gravity of the recorded content began to dissipate, the atmosphere gradually lightened, causing everyone to momentarily forget the impending tense QA session. When the mechanical voice once again uttered the word question, all present felt as if they were being suppressed by an inexplicable force. Their voices remained intact, and their bodies could move freely. However, their thoughts seemed shackled by an unseen power, rendering them unable to assist Naruto in analyzing the question or seeking answers. The inquiry was, what did Naruto Uzumaki nearly die for at the hands of the Takigakure operatives? This question reverberated across the globe. The operatives in the viewing area of Takigakure felt a palpable malice emanating from the world. How infuriating. Would that so-called alliance commander come after us in the future? Surely not, right? After all, they are part of the Ninja Alliance. Let us not forget. The Ninja Alliance comprises only the strengths of the 5 major districts, not small regions like ours. The operatives of Takigakure sensed a dark future looming ahead. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the Takigakure trainees participating in the mid-level operative selection exam were increasingly eager to return to their homeland. They had witnessed firsthand just how formidable Gaara of the Sand truly was. Chapter 32. Eyes closed tight, a cold sweat trickled down Lin Hao's cheek, as he evidently had completely forgotten this crucial matter of the day. However, the indescribable pressure surrounding them rendered it impossible for either of them to directly remind Lin Hao. They fixed their anxious gazes upon him, internally urging, "Haozi, think. What was it that you desired most at that time?" Lin Hao furrowed his brow, a bead of cold sweat rolling down as he realized he had indeed become somewhat muddled, forgetting even the incident where he was sabotaged by a commercial rival in the city center. He turned to his mentor, the esteemed elder of the company, Teacher Ichikawa, seeking assistance, confident that he understood his past experiences best. As expected, the look in Teacher Ichikawa's eyes conveyed that he grasped the truth but was unable to speak it outright. At this moment, the company's general manager, Li Yin, along with Deputy Director Narakaji and several members from the Market Intelligence Department, hurriedly arrived at the Ichiraka ramen shop located in the heart of the city. The only one present who remained silent was Lin Hao. Carter swiftly reported the situation at the scene to General Manager Li Yin and Deputy Director Narakaji. Upon hearing the matter, Li Yin displayed a look of helplessness. This guy, even coming here for a bowl of ramen, can stir up such a significant trouble. Uchiha Jimin teased from the side. You might as well ignore that guy who always drags everyone down. If he inadvertently responds, it would constitute a violation. Although the situation was indeed challenging, Nara Shikamada leisurely approached, hands in his pockets, and remarked, "This is the current situation, Dad. Do you have any effective methods to inform Lin Hao of the answer? By the way, Ino's mind-reading technique is also ineffective." Li Yin and Narakaji momentarily found it hard to think of a better solution. The 4th general manager, observing his son drenched in cold sweat, felt an immense anxiety. And as a father, he was equally at a loss. Everyone focused their attention on Lin Hao. According to information provided by the Market Intelligence Department, at this moment, outside the gates of Muchung University, as well as in several crucial areas of the Fire City, everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Hao's answer. At this moment, Lin Hao was tormented internally. What should I do? This is only the first question. Without the help of Jimin, Shikamaru, Teacher Carter, and Teacher Ikawa, I truly cannot think of an answer. Why must it be me to respond to this question? If it were Shikamaru, he would have probably provided an answer long ago. Lin Hao's thoughts were chaotic, and his mind was in a haze. Noticing something amiss with Lin Hao, the security team of Mu Chen Group cast worried glances his way. Ikawa, wanting to call out to him, was hastily stopped by Jiraiya and Carter. The two, with serious expressions, signaled, "Let's wait a moment." Lin Hao tightly closed his eyes, striving to recall exactly when he was attacked by a commercial rival in the city center. However, he never anticipated that when he opened his eyes again, he would find himself in an unfamiliar place. In a dimly lit, enclosed space, the walls were hard and cold, glimmering with a dark golden hue, with several black tunnels winding out from within, evoking a sense of a dilapidated underground pipeline. The icy, stagnant water rose to his ankles, and a chilling, bone-cutting wind swept through. More importantly, he could sense the absence of any companion's presence. "Hey!" Lin Hao shouted nervously. "Jimin, Sakura, Teacher Carter." A low, eerie laughter echoed in this bizarre place, sending chills down the spine. "Who are you?" Lin Hao's low, intermittent voice called out his name. Come here, come here." Leaning against the wall, he moved slowly toward the sound. As he progressed, the eerie laughter that echoed around him seemed to mock him, as if it were relishing in his dismay. "Who are you really? Come closer, and you shall find out." The voice lured Lin Hao nearer. Soon, he emerged from the dark tunnel into a scene that filled him with both terror and awe. Before him stood a colossal golden cage, so immense it dwarfed the mountains, its top adorned with an ancient sealing talisman. What are you? Why would such a vast cage be necessary for your confinement? And where exactly was he now? Step a little closer. Don't you wish to know the answers? I am well acquainted with your story, the voice taunted. Trembling, Lin Hao took a few more steps forward. Do you truly know the answers? Then please. Suddenly, a massive claw shot out from within the golden cage, narrowly missing his cheek as it crashed heavily onto the ground beside him. Boom! The unexpected fright caused Lin Hao to plummet to the ground, speechless. Then, a resounding burst of laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. Though still resonating with a deep, buzzing tone, this laughter held a newfound lightheartedness. It has been far too long since I encountered someone like you. How amusing it is to tease you. Cowardly Lin Hao. A blood-red, enormous beast, I emerged silently from the other side of the dim golden cage. Who are you? Lin Hao struggled to compose himself. How do you know my name? At that moment, a sharp, metallic point shot toward him. This time, it was no mere bluff directed at him. The razor-sharp mechanical claw lunged directly for his eye. Ah! In terror, he let out a short, shrill scream, followed by two thunderous crashes. Boom! To his astonishment, the earlier metallic claw had forcefully swatted away another claw that had followed closely behind. You dare to save him? The familiar voice rang out. Yet the tone sent chills down Lin Hao's spine, reminiscent of the hatred he had seen in Sasuke's eyes. You traitor! How could you assist a human? Especially this detestable little brat. The scene before Lin Hao left him utterly dumbfounded, struggling to find words. Before him lay a dark steel cage, within which were two enormous, orange-furred fox beastmen, each proudly displaying 9 magnificent tails. The 9 tails. Aside from the 9-tails fox, Naruto could not conjure any other possibilities. Could these two fox-like beasts be the very 9-tails fox sealed within him? Why were there 2 of them? Ugh, I never wished for this. Being cramped in this small, dilapidated iron cage alongside my younger self from over a decade ago, I have had enough. Kurama expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Naruto, release the seal on me at once. Being trapped here is utterly unbearable. It is cramped, confined, damp, and suffused with that wretched boy's sorrowful aura, making me feel completely uncomfortable. Free to roam within Naruto's body, Kurama was exceedingly displeased with the current predicament. Extremely displeased. The other 9 tails. The young 9 tails originally sealed within Naruto echoed this sentiment. I share your feelings. Come, break the seal. I can grant you the power to annihilate anything. Faced with these 2 9 tails, one seemingly friendly and the other exuding hostility, Naruto felt as though his mind was ensnared by 2 competing intellects. Setting aside the chaotic thoughts for the moment, Uzumaki Naruto shouted at the 2 colossal fox beasts, Don't you know the answer? Please tell me. I beg you. Within him. The young 9 tails furrowed its brow, retorting, Do not beseech me for such trivial matters. Rather, I can bestow upon you greater power, allowing you to eliminate anyone you desire. Those who torment you. Those who regard you as a monster. Those who deny your very existence. Use my strength to destroy them. Naruto listened intently to the insidious voices luring him towards darkness. Memories flashed through his mind. Recalling the recent events and the troublesome antics he had engaged in during his childhood to capture the attention of others, he remembered the disdainful gazes of the villagers. It was precisely because the 9 tails resided within Naruto, witnessing all his experiences and feeling each of his emotions, that it understood best how to tempt him, coaxing him into the abyss of darkness. As Naruto hung his head low, the 9 tails' lips curled into a sinister smile. Behold this place. Cold and damp. Do you know where this is? Naruto glanced around, pondering. Is this the seal placed by the 4th Hokage? The 9 tails let out a mocking laugh. No, Naruto. This is the depths of your own heart. Your heart is filled with sorrow and darkness. With its massive claws, the 9 tails scraped across the wet ground, sending ripples spreading outward. Naruto, do you know what this is? Water? The liquid pooled around his ankles, inducing an overwhelming discomfort, as if the entire space were suffocating him. Water? After echoing Naruto's words, the 9 tails erupted into a malevolent and arrogant laughter. What is so amusing? Naruto shouted angrily at the cage. Those are your tears, boy. My tears? Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He seldom shed tears in front of others. Why would this monstrous fox proclaim that the stagnant water was his tears? The 9 tails revealed a smile laced with mockery. Do not deny it. Deep down, you are in profound anguish, are you not? You conceal all your pain within, which is why those tears, unexpressed in public, remain trapped here. You speak nonsense. Naruto's retort lacked conviction. I have not cried, even if I did. It would be meaningless. Oh? The observing Kurama sat cross-legged, resting his elbows on his thighs, his fist cradling his chin, intently focused on Naruto Uzumaki. Then why do you yearn so desperately for the approval of others? Kurama seemed to possess a deeper understanding of Naruto's life journey than the nearby 9 tails. Is it not your aspiration to blend into the crowd and escape solitude? The words struck Naruto, rendering him incapable of rebuttal, leaving even self-deception beyond his grasp. What is it that you pursue now? And what do you hope to attain in the future? After a moment of contemplation, he pondered, what is the answer I seek? Two vivid images surfaced in his mind. One of his younger self, isolated in an orphanage amidst the bustling city, and the other of him sharing a steaming bowl of ramen with friends in a lively fast food restaurant. Heh, lad, have you not found your answer? Kurama smirked, his gaze resting upon the 10-year-old Naruto. Naruto suddenly understood, enlightenment dawning upon him. Thank you, Kurama. I have finally realized what I truly desire. Kurama, however, remained reluctant to disclose his true identity to humans. Ignoring the sentiments of the other nine-tailed beast, Kurama declared with pride, I am Kurama, a name bestowed upon me by the sage of 6 paths. Young one, you are not yet worthy to engage in a fist bump with me, but one day. Before Naruto could fully comprehend the meaning of his final words, he found himself departing from that peculiar realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, he recognized the familiar streets. Surrounded by Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, the son of the third Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Akimichi Choji, and even the third Hokage himself was present. In essence, everyone was gathered here. Wherever they were, an extraordinary warmth enveloped the atmosphere. This was what he had once fervently pursued. Now he possessed it, and in the future, he would continue to acquire even more companions. Naruto reflected, I can scarcely recall the moment when I was ambushed by the gang from a certain city. Yet my yearning has remained unwavering. I long for the acknowledgement of others, aspiring to become one of them. I hope to fight alongside you, to become true companions. Now, I have Sasuke, Sakura, Choji, as well as Kakashi-sensei, Iruka-sensei, and the third Hokage, with his hands cradling the back of his head. A blissful yet somewhat childish smile illuminated Naruto's face. In essence, I have already found companions, and in the future, I shall encounter even more friends like Gaara. Everyone who appears in the vision will become my ally. As a mechanical voice resonated, Naruto provided the correct answer, and the shackles binding the others were swiftly released. Naruto! Exclaimed the impassioned teacher Iruka, excitedly ruffling Naruto's golden hair. Might Guy was equally fervent, declaring that youth requires running 500 laps, and with tears in his eyes. He commenced their running journey alongside Lee. Sasuke, with a slight smirk, scoffed softly, companions, huh? Humph, it truly suits you. Had they not witnessed that vision, they would have remained oblivious to the fact that, for Naruto, the bonds of companionship, family, and friendship, things that should have come easily, were rewards for which he had to exert tremendous effort. The fourth Hokage, observing Naruto's remarkable growth, felt a swell of pride within his heart. Naruto, indeed, is the offspring of him and Kushina. A reward. Naruto was taken aback, merely wishing for a typical reward. Suddenly, a mysterious lottery machine materialized before him. Please select your reward by pulling the lever beside the machine. Time is unlimited, but there is only one opportunity. Choose wisely. Relieved by the absence of a time constraint, Naruto exhaled deeply. Just as Kakashi and Sasuke were preparing to activate their Sharingan to unveil the secrets of the lottery machine, they were promptly halted by Jiraiya and Tobirama Senju. Tobirama cautioned, this instance differs from previous selections for resurrection. The rewards may encompass ninja tools, jutsu, contract summoning beasts, and more. Indeed, Jiraiya concurred, let us trust in Naruto's fortune. Several friends nodded in agreement towards Naruto. Thus, under the watchful gaze of his companions, Naruto resolutely pulled the lever of the lottery machine. The images within began to whirl rapidly before gradually slowing down. Ninja tools, jutsu, contract summoning beasts. Ninja tools. These options unfolded before the eyes of all. Bang! The lottery machine abruptly vanished, leaving a peculiar kunai standing upright before Naruto. A kunai? This kunai was unlike any other, larger than the common variety, resembling a hybrid of a trident and a kunai. Its handle was wrapped in special sealing paper. The words Sword of Ninja Love were boldly inscribed on the sealing paper. Naruto grasped the kunai in his hand, feeling its weight far surpass that of an ordinary kunai. What manner of kunai is this? Naruto furrowed his brow in perplexity. Nin, love, sword? How absurd! He exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Kakashi shook his head in resignation. When it comes to naming, Master Minato is indeed not particularly adept. Fortunately, he had preemptively established the name for Raikiri before Minato had the chance to do so. Jiraiya also shook his head repeatedly. That guy Minato is commendable in many respects, yet he possesses a unique flair for naming that is distinctly his own. Thankfully, he had forcefully intervened to prevent Minato from bestowing that name upon the Rasengan. Otherwise, this powerful ninjutsu, which requires no hand seals, might have been relegated to obscurity. As he pondered these thoughts, Minato had already retreated to a corner, dismally leaning against the wall with a sigh. Naruto, do you truly dislike the name your father bestowed upon you? Minato murmured softly to himself. I personally think it is quite splendid. Kushina once remarked that the name is simple and truly the best. Naruto fiddled with the kunai in his hand, pondering its seemingly limited utility. However, many present, particularly Jiraiya, Kakashi, the third Hokage, and the second Hokage, who had all experienced the ravages of war, recognized the significance of this kunai. Naruto, you must take great care of this kunai, they advised. Chapter 33. The third mayor in the bustling heart of the city, down an unremarkable alley. Naruto picked up a unique keepsake and inquired with astonishment, what makes this so special? Kakashi responded, gently patting Naruto's shoulder. This specially crafted pocket dart was personally forged by our esteemed former mayor, Minato. It was due to his formidable prowess and this very weapon that we attained victory in that large-scale urban conflict. Naruto felt a profound shock within, gazing intently at the diminutive shuriken in his hand, as the previously childish sentiment associated with it evaporated in an instant. One day, I shall ascend to the position of mayor, surpassing my esteemed predecessor, Minato. He tightened his grip on the weapon. Kakashi ruffled Naruto's hair, speaking with unwavering confidence. Naruto, I firmly believe you can undoubtedly achieve this. As Naruto pondered why his teacher Kakashi held such high expectations for him, the screen began to replay moments from the past. On the display, Naruto sat alone on a swing in elementary school, his eyes filled with desolation. A voice echoed from beyond, that of the late third Hokage. Lee exclaimed, My goodness, that is the voice of the third Hokage. The crowd turned their puzzled gazes towards the center of the venue, where an elderly man with a pipe stood, appearing as if he had stepped out of the annals of time, in stark contrast to the charismatic second Hokage beside him. The third Hokage appeared rather awkward, secretly wishing to distance himself from the scene. As the footage continued, his voice resonated in the air. Naruto, much like you, has never experienced the warmth of parental love. Initially exhilarated by the sound of the third Hokage's voice, Naruto's emotions plummeted upon hearing those words. The villagers, due to a past incident, avoided him like the plague. And the footage continued to unfold, revealing that he had resorted to various means to garner attention. The current Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gazed at Naruto's solitary figure on the screen. As the visual shifted, he comprehended the sorrow reflected in Naruto's expression. That day marked the commencement of the new school year at the village's elementary school, where officials of all ranks, from junior to senior, accompanied their children to enroll. However, as the son of the former Hokage, Naruto had never felt the affection of his parents. Filled with guilt and remorse, Minato realized that even if he wished to express these sentiments to his son now, it was no longer possible. Meanwhile, the citizens of Konoha fell into deep contemplation. The pain inflicted by the Nine-Tails incident remained fresh in their memories, a fearsome creature that wielded destructive power, ravaging their homes, taking lives, and ultimately leading to the sacrifice of their former Hokage, Minato. One could not help but lament, but that child is truly pitiful. This remark resonated with the audience. Indeed, while they could not escape their fears and suspicions in reality, the footage allowed them to profoundly empathize with Naruto's innocence and helplessness. As the images continued, the third Hokage's words echoed in their ears. He has always yearned for acknowledgement of his existence. The scene shifted to the rooftop of the city hall, where the third Hokage, clad in ceremonial robes and a cloak symbolizing authority, took a deep puff from his pipe. Irika, assuming the role of a subordinate, respectfully listened to the third Hokage's directives from behind. The next words weighed heavily on the hearts of the Konoha citizens and plunged Naruto into confusion. Irika. The fourth Hokage had originally hoped that the villagers would regard Naruto as a hero. The third Hokage continued, with this aspiration in mind, he resolutely chose to sacrifice himself, solely to seal the Nine-Tails beast. Hero? Naruto stood in a daze, murmuring to himself, can someone like me, who carries the burden of a beast, truly be called a hero? Simultaneously, the spirit of Minato Namikaze surged within him, yearning to embrace his son, whose face was etched with disbelief. However, he found himself rendered speechless, only able to choke back silent sobs. Suddenly, Naruto recalled that the third Hokage was present. He turned to gaze upon the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was casting a benevolent glance in his direction. Naruto, the third Hokage said, filled with remorse, you should be regarded as the hero left behind by the fourth Hokage. You are also the most cherished son in the hearts of both him and Kushina. The third Hokage approached, his weathered hand resting gently on Naruto's shoulder. I failed to care for you, allowing you to endure so much suffering. If the fourth Hokage were still alive, he too would likely apologize to you. Though Minato might not blame you, Kushina would probably have taken a firmer hand with you. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was indeed present, his lips pressed tightly together, tears brimming in his eyes. Forgive me. The narrative shifts to a contemporary setting. Lin ran. Li Mo's voice rasped. Can you forgive a father like this? However, at that moment, Li Mo was unaware of the profound struggles, helplessness, and tribulations that had shaped Lin Ran's childhood, far exceeding what he was about to witness. In the footage, Zheng Tao, feeling overwhelmed by the responsibility of being assigned as Lin Ran's homeroom teacher, earnestly implored, Principal, please reconsider. I am truly unfit to be Lin Ran's homeroom teacher. Instantly, numerous gazes converged upon Zheng Tao. Faced with such public scrutiny for the first time, he hastily waved his hands in defense. Oh, that was a long time ago. Let's not bring up such trivial matters. Lin Ran looked at him, a pained expression on his face. Teacher Zheng, you are being unreasonable. I have always believed in you. I never expected you to be like this. I've covered your meals for a month. Zheng Tao interjected, declaring loudly, I have paid for your lunches for an entire month. A sly smile flickered across Lin Ran's face, clearly reveling in the success of his scheme. Zheng Tao merely smiled and shook his head before returning to watch the video. The footage revealed the principal grappling with the dilemma of how to accommodate Lin Ran. He expressed to Zheng Tao, regarding Lin Ran's behavioral issues. We are all at a loss. No teachers are willing to take on the responsibility of being his homeroom teacher. As Lin Ran watched the video, he murmured in discontent. Principal, this is quite unfair. The principal, awkwardly touching his nose, swiftly changed the subject. How about this? I will cover your lunch expenses for a month. Yay. Lin Ran beamed with pride. Meanwhile, Hanyu could not help but interject. Lin Ran, you should pay more attention to eating vegetables. On the other side, Zhang Fan patted Lin Ran on the shoulder. Can you not be so noisy and just focus on watching the video? Look. The people from the intelligence department are glaring at you. Although Zhang Fan immediately returned the glares, it was evident that when it came to intimidating stares, no one could rival the Zhang and Zhao families. In the video, the principal appeared exceptionally grave, expressing his concerns for Lin Ran's future. If this continued, Lin Ran might struggle to complete his high school education. The implications of failing to do so would be dire for his prospects. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao was taken aback. Wait, principal, if no one is willing to take on Lin Ran as a homeroom teacher. The principal fixed a determined gaze upon Zheng Tao. Then he will have no choice but to drop out. A heavy silence enveloped the room, as if a chilling wind had swept through. Lin Ran was rendered speechless, realizing for the first time that he had nearly lost the opportunity to continue his education. Teetering on the brink of not completing high school. Principal? Lin Ran exclaimed in astonishment. In truth, the principal was compelling teacher Zheng Tao to accept Lin Ran as a student. Chen Yi, the class's intellectual representative, reminded Lin Ran, teacher Zheng is well known for his kindness. If the principal insists, he will undoubtedly agree to be your homeroom teacher. Yang teased, Lin Ran, isn't it because of your mischievous antics back in school? Qianji chimed in, exactly. Remember when you vandalized the historical museum, writing words like fool and idiot on the portraits of past school leaders? You even used spray paint, right? Haha. That's quite something. Fool. The first principal exclaimed, how can it be that I am included in this list? Idiot, the second principal sighed quietly. All the while, a mysterious figure named Lin Jia, who had been observing quietly from the sidelines, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, humph, behind the glitz and glamour, shadows always lurk. Leaving school may not be such a bad thing. Why not join our elite training camp? Meanwhile, Naruto focused intently on the video. Captivated by the expressions of his esteemed teacher Zheng Tao, completely unaware that he had nearly been swept into a mysterious elite training camp. Humph. Even if I don't grow up, my respect for Irika-sensei will never wane. Irika was once again moved by Naruto's words, gently stroking his hair while reflecting, you little rascal. At this moment, in a bustling modern metropolis, in a corner unseen by anyone, the former mayor Irika gazes with a smile of contentment at the dedicated teacher Naruto from Konoha Middle School, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Surveillance footage reveals that many years ago, on a fateful night as Irika was returning home from work, he inadvertently stumbled upon Naruto engaging in mischief near the school, caught in the act. The surrounding neighbors buzzed with discussions, deeming such a child unworthy of remaining in the city, even subtly questioning the current mayor's educational policies. suggesting that Naruto should be treated as a serious offender and detained. These remarks stirred a flicker of doubt within Irika, who, at that time, began to question the righteousness of his choices, sacrificing his son and wife for a distant future in hopes of nurturing a talent capable of confronting the masked man. Simultaneously, this footage rendered those citizens who had once criticized Naruto speechless. Upon seeing their own faces on the screen, they yearned to defend themselves. Yet when the mention arose of the legend that Naruto was the reincarnation of the great first mayor, Hashirama Senju, it seemed preposterous. That was a figure who quelled wars and ushered in an era of peace. Enough. The Naruto in the recording boldly countered the murmuring crowd, proclaiming, "I am not a thing. I have my own name. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. One day, I shall become the mayor. Just you wait." Witnessing this scene, two individuals smiled. One was the former vice mayor Tobirama Senju, who had fought alongside Naruto during the Fourth City Alliance War. He had witnessed Naruto's ability to transform hearts and firmly believed that Naruto would surpass his elder brother as a formidable leader, destined to be the most outstanding city administrator. The other was Kurama, the Ninetales, who had been by Naruto's side since his birth, remaining until he ascended to the position of the seventh mayor, completely transforming the city. In their hearts, they echoed, "You will succeed," becoming a great entity that transcends all mayors, the finest guardian of the city in history. However, despite the recognition from these two prescient figures, the shadows of past histories, particularly the pain endured during Naruto's childhood, could not be altered. In the video, Iriko awakens in the middle of the night, his heart filled with dread towards the Ninetales. Yet at that time, Naruto only sought to make a lasting impression on his new homeroom teacher, even if it meant through mischief. Reflecting on his early days as a homeroom teacher, Irika felt a wave of embarrassment from his repeated lapses in front of his students, and without hesitation, he delivered a playful punch to Naruto's head. Naruto clutched his head, gazing at his own image on the screen with a sense of grievance. At that time, he merely yearned for Irika-sensei's attention, even if it meant enduring scoldings to affirm his existence. However, the Irika in the footage did not fulfill his wish. Instead, he adhered to the advice of previous homeroom teachers. Ignore that boy. He will only become more brazen. It is best to overlook him, prioritize stability, avoid stirring up trouble, and refrain from provoking him. Before the recording, the corpulent vice principal who had uttered these words back then would have preferred to vanish into the ground. The mayor, Minato Namikaze, had memorized his visage, and should the opportunity ever arise, he would certainly engage him in a profound discussion on the proper ways to educate children. In the video, Irika, following the strategy of his predecessors, remained oblivious to any wrongdoing. Yet, his actions genuinely wounded Naruto, leading the latter to shun the school, a place of sorrow, thereafter. In this environment rife with ridicule, bullying, and peers who regarded him as a nuisance and a burden. The only person who showed kindness to Naruto during that period, aside from the retired former mayor, was the owner of the ramen shop, Jiraiya. Upon seeing the dejected Naruto, Jiraiya warmly invited him to savor some ramen. "No, I have no money. It's fine. You can treat me when you achieve success." Among the viewers of the footage, many began to reassess Naruto, leading to a significant increase in their fondness for Jiraiya's ramen shop and its proprietor, not only in various districts but even ordinary citizens, nobles, and the mayor were captivated by the recording. The sight of Naruto relishing the ramen transformed into a vivid advertisement. Many spectators found themselves salivating at the prospect, sparking discussions across neighborhoods about whether Jiraiya's ramen should open additional branches. Citizens contemplated visiting Konoha to experience the flavor of the ramen. Nobles and the mayor deemed it too cumbersome to travel to Konoha personally, preferring instead to hire bodyguards to deliver takeout daily. Thus, it became a win-win situation for all. In the footage, despite Naruto's cheerful declarations of his unwavering optimism, every time he returned to that cold, so-called home, with moonlight streaming through the window onto him, all viewers could see the child who, in front of others, wore a bright smile and exuded vitality, now curled up in a corner, lips pressed tightly together. Struggling to suppress the tears that threatened to spill, Gaara observed the scene before him and softly called out, "Naruto." The previous footage had made him realize that Naruto might be the one person in the world who truly understood his suffering. Now, this recording undeniably confirmed that both of them had once endured their own hell on Earth. Chapter 34. The Mountains. The Mountains. In the bustling metropolis of Konoha, the renowned entrepreneur Naruto displayed a side of himself in private that evoked profound sympathy from those around him, including his close friends Sasuke and Sakura. as well as the newly appointed employees of his company and even some seasoned department heads. As for Naruto's adoptive father, Minato Namikaze, he was rendered speechless by the overwhelming sorrow he felt. Naruto, you cannot come over. The golden-haired youth, on the fringes of social acceptance, continued to struggle in his desire to integrate with others. It's all right, let us play together, he urged. Look around at this city. Who would be willing to join you? All right, let us go. Ignore him. It was as if he carried an invisible barrier, causing people to instinctively shy away from him wherever he went. Observing this scene, Gaara felt a deep resonance within himself. Naruto glared angrily at the screen, exclaiming, Enough is enough. Why must you always broadcast my childhood? Can't we see something about Sasuke, Sakura, or Kakashi-sensei instead? Calm down, Naruto, Kakashi reassured him. This is not such a big deal. Look, you now have a group of trustworthy companions. Humph. Naruto turned away in irritation, unwilling to continue watching. For he knew the next scene would delve into his past in the bustling streets of Konoha. As the city prospered, the number of residents and merchants in Konoha increased. Although it wasn't yet teeming with activity, the streets were already filled with a steady flow of people. However, wherever Naruto went, he could always sense those peculiar gazes directed at him. Accustomed to such treatment, he spotted a fox mask in an old recording. Get this wretched thing away from me, he exclaimed. Ah, it hurts. He was harshly shoved aside by the store owner, who disdainfully tossed the mask he had admired onto the ground, as if everything touched by Uzumaki Naruto was doomed to be cursed. In the footage, a tearful young Naruto pleaded, I just wanted to see that mask. We don't sell to your kind. The owner retorted, glancing at the discarded mask with contempt. Consider it a gift. Now hurry up and leave me be. He then loudly announced to the store, we are now commencing a thorough cleansing to ward off evil and misfortune. Faced with mockery and endless malice, Naruto's heart cried out in despair. Why are you treating me this way? I am neither a monster nor a pest. Why do you look at me with such disdain? As the audience watched this footage, they finally understood why Naruto despised others unearthing his past wounds. He had endured so much, yet remained so humble. Sasuke Uchiha, as the scion of a prominent family, had little exposure to the world outside of school and was oblivious to Naruto's plight. In his childhood memories, Naruto was merely an annoying figure who occasionally provoked him. It was only after his family was tragically annihilated that Sasuke truly grasped the bitterness of solitude. Now, witnessing Naruto's rejection by the entire village and the villagers' suspicions, he felt a pain like never before. Sasuke couldn't help but wonder if he had endured all that Naruto had faced. Would he have turned his back on this city? Would he have? Or would he not? This sentiment was not unique to Sasuke. Many high-ranking officials from various villages were also viewing the recording. Hey, I remember a saying that this guy is the reincarnation of the savior of the ninja world. One remarked, how tragic. Another exclaimed, nonsense. The second Hokage passed away decades ago. This must be a scheme by Konoha. The leaders and representatives from various villages found themselves perplexed by the unfolding events. To claim it was a conspiracy orchestrated by Konoha, exposing the dark underbelly of their own village would be utterly illogical. At this moment, Namikaze Minato stared intently at the screen, witnessing the suffering his son endured over the past 12 years. Consumed by guilt, he yearned to step into the footage and refute those who misunderstood Naruto. How he wished to proclaim to the world that his son was no monster, nor a pest. He was a hero of Konoha, just like Lady Mido, the wife of the first Hokage, or his own spouse, Uzumaki Kushina, the wife of the fourth Hokage. They were the unsung heroes who sacrificed silently for the village. As the fourth Hokage's heart ached unbearably, the scene shifted to Naruto's complete isolation and forced expulsion from school. Reliving those painful memories, Irika bowed his head in remorse and apologized. Ah, Irika-sensei, you've got it all wrong. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. After the third Hokage, you were the first one who ever believed in me. From a distance, Hinata stood nervously, her fingers twisting together. Her voice was too soft to be heard, but in truth, she had long been moved by Naruto's perseverance and had already accepted him wholeheartedly. Watching his son bullied to the point of expulsion, Minato could no longer suppress his grief, even knowing Naruto would eventually overcome these trials. He couldn't help but resent the third Hokage's arrangements and the cold indifference of the teachers. At dusk, the expelled Naruto lingered alone in Konoha Square, watching his parents arrive to collect their children, murmuring about the warm meals awaiting them at home. Whether as a child or even now, Naruto had always envied that simple comfort. Just then, the footage showed Nara Shikaku arriving to pick up his son, Shikamaru. Had it not been for this recording, no one would have known that in some forgotten corner of the bustling village. Naruto's bright eyes had lingered on the sight of a father and son's intertwined hands before they vanished from view. In his life, there had never been a man he could call father, one who would take his hand and tell him that his mother was bustling in the kitchen, preparing a feast for their return. The bitter smile and desolate gaze on Naruto's face in the footage were enough to wrench the heart of any observer. As the heir of a powerful enterprise, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, felt as though his soul had been brutally interrogated after witnessing this scene. Naruto, would you like to join our company's team? In the recording, a group of seemingly arrogant city elites surrounded him. If you meet our demands, we'll welcome you as one of us. TCH, obviously a trap, came Shikamaru's lazy drawl. Hey, idiot, don't just trust anyone that easily. In response, Uchiha Sasuke could only nod helplessly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a voice from the recording. Really? That's wonderful. The youthful Naruto, upon discovering someone was willing to accept him, brimmed with joy, completely oblivious to the mocking tone in the other's words. What a fool. He can't even discern such an obvious trap. Sasuke exclaimed indignantly. Enough, foolish Sasuke. Naruto retorted, his smile dimming. How was I supposed to understand so much back then? Observing the hopeful expression on the young Naruto in the footage, it was clear to everyone present that at that time, even the slightest glimmer of hope would compel him to strive wholeheartedly for the recognition and companionship of his peers. Sasuke mused that not only then, but this fool would always give his all, regardless of the circumstances. Despite being a mere entry-level employee, he consistently radiated new hope. The second Hokage shared a similar sentiment. During a business meeting, he felt that Naruto was even more reliable than his business partner, Senju Hashirama. This view was not held solely by him, nor was it limited to the titans of industry. When 6 former corporate executives utilized virtual reality technology to reflect on the past, the high-ranking leaders from Konoha Group, Sandstone Group, Thunder Group, and Mizusawa Group all expressed curiosity about Naruto's life and unanimously acknowledged his worth. However, that was merely a recollection. The childhood Naruto in the footage had been deceived by a workplace trap, leading him to the mountainous outskirts of the city. The previous day, the security forces of Konoha Group had clashed with corporate agents from other nations in that very area. Could it have been the Takigakure Group? Sakura inquired in astonishment. Shikamaru nodded. He and Choji were already aware of the news. Had it not been for Manager Irika's timely intervention, Naruto's fate might have been irrevocably altered, leading him to fall in solitude and despair. The mountains. The mountains. If only I can locate the lost project files and reclaim that vital achievement, then I will gain the recognition of my colleagues. The onlookers, watching Naruto in the recording, who was on the verge of obtaining his colleagues' approval, furrowed their brows, unable to resonate with his elation. For all present, save for the Naruto in the footage, could clearly see that those young elites who professed to accept him were merely ridiculing him, treating him as a source of amusement. That joke has gone too far, someone commented. Many discerned the underlying implications from the recording, including the agents from Takigakure. Hey, which group was responsible for the attack on Konoha back then? Are they still around? Unclear. However, it is said that Konoha Group has extended invitations for business discussions to several multinational corporations. Then let's send someone to participate. After all, our new employee is currently undergoing internal promotion assessments at Konoha Group. What bad luck. Who could have anticipated that the Navi youth of yesteryears would one day evolve into such a formidable figure? It appears he shares profound connections with the core members of various enterprises and the future leaders of diverse industries. What if he unites these individuals against us, or persuades major conglomerates to assimilate the Takuyan Group? Indeed, the operatives of the Takuyan Group seem to have foreseen the grim future that awaits their company, not to mention the 9 pivotal talents. Even a single elite adept in the Nine Tails project poses a considerable challenge for us. And that individual, who once transformed vast territories into a desert battlefield, should he employ similar tactics against our village? At this thought, their hearts clenched, leading them to lament and despair. However, in comparison to them, those young prodigies in the footage, who are of similar age to Naruto, undoubtedly face a more tragic fate. In the recording, they mockingly remarked after Naruto's departure, "Look at his excited demeanor. He is utterly oblivious to the deception. What a fool. Heh. Who could blame us for toying with him? He probably ought to be grateful." Such words are indeed repugnant. At this moment, Naruto and his colleagues, along with some justice-minded viewers before the screen, cast disdainful glances towards the 3 youths who once ridiculed Naruto. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow. It seems our investments in psychological counseling for employees and the nurturing of orphan talents have been insufficient over the years. Has my earlier proposal for establishing a vocational training center for orphans been implemented? The third Hokage's countenance grew somber. While entrusting the task of preparing the business negotiations among the 5 great nations to his mentor Tobarama was reassuring. The pressure to reshape the education and training system of the Konoha Group, along with the report on the Orphan Vocational Training Center, weighed heavily on him. In the bustling modern metropolis, orphanages had existed for decades, yet Yuan Shikai, the chairman of the city council, frowned. In truth, ever since he witnessed Zheng Ji's heinous actions towards the orphan Zhao Yu in a surveillance video, he had promptly ordered a covert investigation into the matter. This orphanage had long ago fallen under the influence of the political wily fox, Zheng Ji, through various means. HM? Is there something I remain unaware of? Tears almost welled in Yuan Shikai's eyes. This orphanage had indeed been under Zheng Ji's control all along. The others in the conference room frowned, as the mention of Zheng Ji's name invariably plunged everyone's spirits into despair, even prompting old friend Zhang Qishan, who had previously praised Yuan Shikai's diligent efforts, to exclaim, "What is it about Zheng Ji that commands your unwavering trust?" Alas, let us not dwell on this. Your decisiveness in handling matters has always been commendable, and this instance is no exception. Let us continue watching the footage. At this moment, among the newly enrolled students of the Municipal Police Academy, several individuals could no longer contain themselves upon witnessing the scene of their classmate, Zhao Yu, being bullied. The first to react was Li Tong, her eagle-like eyes wide with fury as she committed the faces of the perpetrators to memory, planning to seek retribution in due course. Following closely was the rookie from the Municipal Criminal Police team, Zhao Lei, who stood with arms crossed and an impassive expression that exuded an intimidating aura. The shifting cracks in the pavement beneath him sent shivers down the spine of the trembling intern Lin Fan nearby. Shin Chuan scratched his head, muttering softly to himself, "What a hassle." He had already heard about this incident, yet watching the footage again today stirred his indignation anew. Casting a sharp glance at the 3 individuals in the video, it was evident they had yet to graduate from the academy. If it came to employing cunning to torment others, Chen Chuan would undoubtedly claim the title of the second best, for none would dare claim the first. At the Chufeng police station, Officer Lu Qing, with her emerald green eyes gleaming with determination, resolved that while she and Sasuke could protect Naruto, they would never allow these individuals, who had not even graduated from the police academy, to bully him with impunity. Meanwhile, the intern Su Wanyu's eyes flickered with barely contained anger, as she too refused to permit such treatment of Naruto. Outside the footage, various sentiments were expressed. However, within the frame, events continued to unfold. Officer Chen, the homeroom teacher, inquired of the class whether anyone had seen Naruto, as he had once again failed to notice him in class. The 3 bullies, present in the academy, attempted to mislead Officer Chen, but their lies were swiftly exposed by a single remark from Chen Chuan. This afternoon's training session. With that, Officer Chen hurriedly made his way from the academy towards the city park. Yet at that moment, Naruto had already ventured deep into the thickets of the city park. In the video, as he searched for clues in the forest, he thought to himself, "This way, I can finally find my own companions," provoking a wave of sympathy from the viewers outside the screen. Director Qin Lang of the Municipal Public Security Bureau felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, yet was powerless to alter the facts that had already transpired. After all, these were merely records of the past, immutable history. In his current state, he could only silently follow his son as a guardian spirit. The footage showed Naruto joyfully waving his arms as he delved deeper into the forest. Moments later, shadowy figures darted past. Naruto. Director Qin Lang was in a state of frantic anxiety, yet felt utterly helpless. As the guiding instructor, Li Hao let out a sigh, realizing that as a police officer, he must be more vigilant about his surroundings, and deemed it necessary to conduct a special training session for you in the time ahead. Naruto curled his lips in disdain. Today had stripped him of dignity, and it seemed that further embarrassment awaited him in the future. Deep within, he was so aggrieved that he bit down on the corner of his clothing. Why must this footage incessantly dredge up his past? Would it not be preferable to showcase scenes from the future? Perhaps his impressively suave police operation mode. Alas, life seldom adheres to one's desires. In the footage, Officer Chun discovered Naruto hiding in a city park, yet Naruto resolutely refused to return to school. What was the point of going back? After all of you have isolated me. No one has ever cared about what I do. The audience present noted that the scene abruptly transitioned to Naruto's inner perspective, revealing not only himself but also the new cohort of police officers all evading him, viewing him as a nuisance. Just as sympathy began to blossom in the hearts of the onlookers, the Naruto on screen suddenly unleashed a trump card, the emotion concealment manipulation technique. In an instant, he subdued Officer Chun. The former principal of the police academy, Lu Taizhan, cast a sidelong glance at Officer Chun, his voice icy. Where has your police spirit gone? How could you be brought down by a mere trick from a student? Even ordinary citizens would shake their heads at this. Indeed, the previous footage had already left a profound impression with Naruto's unique skills that shook the police force and society alike. This time, the childhood Naruto once again employed a feminine version of the emotion concealment manipulation technique, igniting a new wave of societal uproar. Thousands of men fell to the ground. Like Officer Chun, their eyes filled with pink heart-shaped patterns, blood gushing from their noses, sparking a nationwide frenzy. When Lu Taizhan received this report, he truly found himself at a loss for words. It could only be said that this unexpectedly top-ranked young officer, Naruto, had inadvertently risen to fame within both the police community and society at large. However, all of this was merely a prelude. For in the footage, Naruto finally discovered the battleground where the police clashed with officers from other villages yesterday. The scattered darts, daggers, and the remnants of the ruins stood as irrefutable evidence. Amidst the bustling modern metropolis, behold, this pocket knife is unprecedented. On the screen, Lin Ming unearthed a treasure in an abandoned factory, intending to return to rendezvous with his soon-to-be teammates. However, he was unaware that the knife was a crucial item desperately sought after by the city's guard, for it bore secret directives from the Water Curtain City regarding a mission. Coincidentally, 3 elite agents from Water Curtain City were also in pursuit of that very directive and had pinpointed Lin Ming's location. Poor fellow, your luck is abysmally wretched. What use is it to blame me? Lin Ming retorted towards Zhang Zhe beside him. One must concede that Lin Ming's fortune was bizarrely remarkable. He casually stumbled upon the confidential documents the agents had failed to find after a day's search. Luck, too, possesses a form of power. Humph. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. Yet, within the confines of the screen, it was evident that Lin Ming's luck had run out. As he found himself pursued by the 3 female agents from Water Curtain City, his adept street escape techniques proved futile, and of his 3 signature skills, only his transformation technique could barely withstand the onslaught, though against these foes, he was evidently outmatched. Speaking of his skills, even at the age of 28, Lin Ming primarily relied on various shadow clones and different forms of spiral shockwaves. For instance, the shadow clone technique, its upgraded version, super shadow clone technique, as well as the air spiral shuriken, giant air spiral shuriken, and various attribute chakra-infused X-attribute spiral shuriken, all derived from the spiral shockwave. It seems imperative that he be taught a more diverse array of combat skills. Today's update reaches the 3rd segment, the Kamui Shuriken. Please subscribe for automatic updates. I urge everyone to continue their support. This tense narrative will soon pass, aimed at showcasing Lin Ming's challenging position in the eyes of the paternal 4th-generation leader. The ensuing scenes captivated the audience, leaving them breathless. On screen, Lin Ming suffered grave injuries, but fortunately, Irika-sensei appeared just in time. I will protect you with all my strength, Lin Ming. The fervent words of this passionate teacher revealed the responsibility and resolve expected of an instructor at the Urban Ninja Academy. Moving Lin Ming, who had once collapsed in Irika's embrace and was now watching the footage, to tears. Sensing Lin Ming's moist gaze, Irika felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, I realized too late back then, leading you to perceive school as meaningless, which drove you to seek the so-called treasures in the back mountains, ultimately falling victim to those little rascals. Irika turned to glance at the superior ninja adorned with a silver mask beside him, thankful for Kakashi's timely assistance. Chapter 35, Unwavering Loyalty. In a bustling metropolis, atop a soaring skyscraper, Irika gazed at the high-definition display screen before him, where Kakashi's figure materialized. Oh my, Kakashi-sensei. The scene shifted to reveal 3 covert agents from the Takigakure village in pursuit of a Konoha middle school teacher who was carrying the unconscious Naruto on his back. Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi. A kunai shot forth from an unexpected direction, bearing mysterious symbols, and hurtled towards the 3 agents. In an instant, the silver-haired, masked Kakashi stood protectively in front of him. Are you two all right? This courageous act of rescue stirred profound emotions within. Naruto exclaimed with exuberance, Kakashi-sensei, this is amazing. The figure of Minato Namikaze on the screen silently gave a thumbs up. Well done, Kakashi. Irika chuckled, teasing, that was truly thanks to Kakashi-sensei. Oh. It was just a trivial matter, Merely on my way. On the way to the back mountains of Konoha? Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here? I heard there was a situation with your students, so I came to check on them, feeling a bit concerned. The speed at which he turned the tables was astonishing. Kakashi instructed Irika to take Naruto away while he faced the three agents alone. The combined fire techniques from the adversaries made several Konoha students tense up. Kakashi smiled nonchalantly. If I can't handle this little fire technique, how will I ever survive? On the screen, as the smoke from the fire technique dissipated, Kakashi effortlessly defended himself using his signature earth technique, unscathed. He quickly formed hand seals, lightning release, lightning cutter. The deafening thunder and dazzling lightning echoed through the forests of Konoha's back mountains, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Takigakure agents. At that moment, a ninja from Takigakure participating in the assessment in Konoha felt a tightness in his throat. Hey, who is that silver-haired individual? He seems to be a formidable Konoha expert. Possessing the Sharingan that can replicate thousands of jutsu, Kakashi, although he was powerful. Our greater concern should be the Shura from the Sand Village and the scion of the Uchiha clan. The young Takigakure ninja's eyes glistened with moisture as he beheld Gaara and his father, along with Sasuke and his elder brother, showcasing their formidable combat prowess. Not to mention Naruto Uzumaki, with that wind release, Raisin Shuriken. A few of those shurikens, and our village would be annihilated. Later, the third Hokage perused the report and chuckled. This intelligence report is actually Konoha's defense map? Remarkable that brat Naruto inadvertently contributed, and well done, Irika. Thanks to you, the village has averted a crisis. Understood. However, Irika did not leave immediately. Instead, he deeply bowed to the third Hokage, saying, I sincerely thank you for allowing me to be Naruto's homeroom teacher. This took the third Hokage by surprise. Irika elaborated, it was your decision that helped me rediscover my dream of becoming a guardian teacher for the new sprouts of Konoha. The green leaves sway, and the flames persist. The Hokage flickers within, and Konoha is on the verge of flourishing once more. Life continues on. Tobirama Senju raised an eyebrow, observing Irika on the screen. Indeed, Konoha's education has promising successors. Receiving the acknowledgement of the legendary second Hokage made Irika feel somewhat uneasy. Little did he know, the legendary Konoha hero, the fourth Hokage, held immense gratitude towards him. When Naruto expressed his respect for Irika, the fourth Hokage understood that Naruto's growth and the potential for him to master the Rasengan in the future was significantly influenced by his teachers. As I watched the footage of Naruto in peril, only to be rescued in the nick of time, I felt a profound sense of gratitude from the fourth Hokage, who, having only experienced a single day as Naruto's father, sincerely thanked Irika Umino for his protection during Naruto's unconscious state. As the truth began to unfold and the imagery neared its conclusion, Shikamaru was on the verge of inquiring how Naruto had arrived at his conclusions. To his surprise, the footage transitioned to a poignant memory of Irika. On the screen, Irika appeared as the boy weeping in the ramen shop, and once again, tears streamed down his face. Naruto chuckled. Irika-sensei was such a crybaby in his childhood. Haha. Irika felt a twinge of embarrassment, and just as he was about to defend himself, the image revealed the reason for his tears, the memorial stone. Naruto was aware that the Nine Tails had taken the lives of Irika's parents. He instinctively touched the seal on his abdomen. Those two foxes, just moments ago, one had saved him. In the vision, Irika wept before the memorial stone. The third Hokage embraced the boy who always wore a brave smile in public yet silently shed tears when alone. I know you often cry in secret, but you are not alone. Everyone in Konoha is carrying on the will of fire. As long as this will exists, we are all one family. As Irika entered society, he gazed at the smiling visage of his former leader on the television screen. Hearing the inquiry echo in his ears, Irika, do you have a dream? That fervent passion. Of course, I have long possessed that passionate dream. Irika resolutely replied from beyond the screen. The Irika on the screen concluded his reminiscence, addressing his former leader. My wish is just as you once expressed. The image froze beside the memorial stone, showcasing the Konoha symbol, the emblem etched upon the forehead protectors of every Konoha ninja. I hope to pass that burning passion to every child of the Konoha Academy. And I must pass it to Naruto. That fervor surged within the hearts of Konoha's ninjas. It was this very passion coursing through their veins that bound them together tightly, forging profound connections that transcended mere blood ties. Passion. Uchiha Obito murmured in the realm of Kamui, is something I have long forsaken. Obito, you must become Hokage. I will always watch over you. Rin. Who in the cause of the death of Kushina, who led to the demise of Minato-sensei, who allowed Naruto to endure such a childhood. I, whose actions indirectly resulted in the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, who turned the child of Fugaku and Mikoto into a rogue ninja. I, who have thrown the entire ninja world into chaos. What right do I have to claim Hokage as my dream? The shackles within my heart begin to sting anew. Whenever confusion envelopes me, those very shackles remind me. Rin's body grew cold in my embrace. Kakashi's Chidori pierced my eardrums, blinded my eyes, and struck deep into Rin's heart. The vision shifted. And Irika, having left the office of the third Hokage, found Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto felt an immense dissatisfaction towards Irika for losing the hard-earned spoils that were pivotal in securing his friendship. He initially believed Irika would be indifferent, but to his astonishment, he received a stern reprimand instead. Such a foolish blunder. Compared to that, you nearly lost your life. Subsequently, young Naruto wore a peculiar yet hopeful expression that elicited laughter from all who watched, while simultaneously evoking sympathy for the child. Even amid scolding, he remained a blissful child. Is this the essence of a Jinchuriki from the ninja village? Indeed, how have they always treated such extraordinary beings? With indifference, fear, estrangement, and isolation. The former Jinchuriki of Sunagakure spent his life imprisoned in the village, dying in solitude. The previous Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails from Kumogakure met his demise due to loss of control. In the footage, Irika conveyed fervor to Naruto, reminding him that as long as he held on to that belief, they could grow as powerful as the Hokage. The Hokage? Young Naruto barely grasped the concept in his understanding. The Hokage was merely an old man who succumbed to his single illusion technique. The scene transitioned to the Hokage rock, basked in sunlight. The Hokage is the revered leader of the village, especially the fourth Hokage, who saved the village from the clutches of the Nine Tails, a true hero. Henceforth, aspiring to be Hokage was no longer just a whimsical dream for Naruto Uzumaki. This notion consistently motivated his growth, gradually earning him the recognition of others and leading him to find companions. The first segment, titled The Past, thus concluded. As Naruto gripped the kunai in his hand, specially crafted by the fourth Hokage, it appeared rather silly. Yet this kunai bore the mark of the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. The second Hokage explained the significance of his own kunai to Naruto, the markings inscribed coordinates. And the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique lay in the ability to sense the chakra contained within those coordinates, allowing one to reverse summon themselves to that location. Observing Naruto's puzzled expression, Senju Tobirama wished to retract his earlier words. For now, you should first learn the summoning technique and sage arts from Jiraiya. Can this naturally oblivious child truly master reverse summoning and the Flying Thunder God technique? Naruto covered his ears and inquired of Sasuke. Why is that second Hokage getting angry again? Sasuke replied coldly, who knows? He had a deep affection for the younger generation of Konohagakure. Yet he found himself constantly exasperated by the antics of his brother and that insufferable brat, just like Madara. Indeed, it was none other than Tobirama Senju. Meanwhile, Naruto's gaze was fixated on the image that ultimately settled on the monument. His voice carried a hint of melancholy. At the very least. Kakashi-sensei knew who his parents were. Naruto, too, felt a wave of sadness. In this matter, he truly could not substitute for Naruto's biological parents. Naruto gazed at the empty ramen bowl, murmuring to himself, I am utterly oblivious to the circumstances surrounding my mother's demise. Could it possibly mirror the fate of Karui's mother? I find myself equally perplexed regarding the identity of my father. Perhaps he was a defector, a rogue agent, a villain steeped in crime, which compelled the 3 generations of mayors to shroud his true lineage in secrecy. Beside Naruto sat the former mayor, Minato Namikaze, who, upon hearing Naruto's murmurs, felt a pang of anguish deep within. He could not fathom why fate had played such a cruel jest on him, allowing his spirit to wander the earth. Witnessing all the suffering endured by Naruto, it was a cunning trick indeed. Minato clenched his fists tightly, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and despair. Seizing the moment between the next wave of imagery, the Minister of Information and Elite Jonin, Shikaka Nara, posed a question. Naruto, how did you arrive at that conclusion? Will the forthcoming challenges include my share as well? Naruto fell into a moment of silence, uncertain of how to respond. To be honest, I cannot articulate it clearly. He stated, in any case, someone has assisted me. Whether they will continue to do so in the future remains uncertain. After all, that is the Nine Tails, a malevolent entity that once sought to annihilate an entire city. However, Naruto suddenly recalled, that's right, Shikamaru's father. Wasn't there intelligence suggesting that the Nine Tails was manipulated to attack our city? The sudden mention of Nara Shikaka drew everyone's attention. startled while leisurely smoking. He quickly composed himself and stated, "Indeed, there is a possibility, although it remains mere speculation at this point. We believe that the individual controlling the Nine Tails is connected to the Uchiha massacre. The masked man." Everyone recalled that enigmatic figure. Shikamaru's suspicions were aroused. What exactly is going on? Naruto. Nothing's wrong. Naruto's clumsy attempt at concealment failed to deceive Shikamaru, Kakashi, and even Sasuke and Sakura, who could see right through it. Is there something you're unable to disclose? Sasuke expressed his dissatisfaction, puzzled over what Naruto was hiding and why he mentioned the masked man. Just as Sasuke was about to press further, before Naruto, the second card ascended. So soon, a golden card. It foretells visions of the future and dilemmas. Naruto, feeling a surge of anxiety, exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm not prepared at all. This is all happening too quickly." Shikamaru reassured him. The vision of the future is indeed daunting, but before the first round concludes, we can devise a strategy to assist you. Do not fret too much. The paused image reappeared, presenting a scene that was as visually and audibly overwhelming as a cataclysmic upheaval. It felt as though an immense pressure was bearing down upon them through the imagery. What is this? The entire city seemed paralyzed by the sight before them. No. It was not just the city. Even ordinary citizens were left in a state of shock. Is this truly our future? What a jest. This resembles an apocalyptic scenario. What on earth is happening? The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, narrowed his gaze sharply. This imagery was reminiscent of that time. A vision of the future, perhaps? No wonder. The scene unfolded as if the end of days had arrived, chaos and devastation accompanied by a tempest of fear engulfed everything. Before the viewers could even comprehend the situation, a piercing sound erupted, nearly shattering their eardrums. Like everyone else, Naruto covered his ears and shouted, "What is that sound? It's going to make me deaf." Sasuke, standing beside him, yelled with his hands over his ears, "What on earth is that thing?" The terrifying creature depicted before them resembled none of the beings they were familiar with. Rather than an animal, it appeared more akin to a monstrous, living tree. This bizarre entity was so colossal that it was nearly the size of 10-tailed beasts. Yet, it possessed features reminiscent of a face, along with limbs and 10 enormous tails extending from its back. The piercing sound emanated from the creature's immense oppressive force, causing the air to tremble and inducing a ringing in their ears. Spectators pondered whether this was someone's nightmare. For how else could such a horrifying existence come to be? The Sharingan. Could it be another Uchiha? As astonishment filled the air, Sasuke gazed in shock at the scene. On the face of the unprecedented giant monster, there indeed lay a Rinnegan identical to the one in his left eye from earlier. Within Naruto's body, the two-tailed beast simultaneously growled. The Ten Tails. Today's update, Chapter 2, Crimson Pepper, beckons for automatic subscriptions and unwavering support. Sobs. I wrote late into the night today. Anticipate tomorrow and the day after's updates. Chapter 139. Everyone witnessed the colossal creature merely writhing, its might sufficient to obliterate the very heavens and earth. Even the weather was thrown into disarray by this force. Look there. It is the allied ninja forces. No matter the village, identical cries of astonishment erupted. After the initial discomfort of ringing ears and the overwhelming visuals, the audience finally honed in on the content of the imagery. Chapter 36. Crimson Pepper. A seasoned detective of the future special forces swallowed hard and said, "Is this the power we must contend with? Do we truly stand a chance?" On the screen, skyscrapers crumbled, torrents of water surged. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, lightning striking down like swords, and the deafening thunder reverberated throughout the city. Hurricanes whirled, transforming into countless tornadoes sweeping across the land. All of these sights evoked a singular sentiment: the end of the world. What of the special police force? What is their condition now? Some, upon seeing the footage, collapsed in despair. How could we possibly survive? Our fate may have already been sealed. Despair permeated every corner of the viewing audience. No one anticipated that their future was reduced to mere years. Even the bustling metropolis could not escape this overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Look closely at the screen. The police chief commanded in a somber tone. The despondent populace raised their eyes, continuing to gaze at the display. As the smoke cleared, the special police force was still alive. What is that red glow surrounding them? Energy. It appears to be energy. On the screen, the special police officers rose one by one from the rubble, protected by that very red energy. "It is Naruto. Naruto has once again shielded us," exclaimed the officers on screen. What? The audience outside the screen was astonished. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the boy named Uzumaki Naruto endure a harrowing childhood, and in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into the hero saving the entire special police force. The transformation was astonishing. It truly is Naruto, Hinata exclaimed with rare excitement, drawing everyone's attention. On the screen, unlike the others, Naruto entered the frame battered and bruised, blood trickling down his forehead and arms. Despite the unwavering momentum, it was evident to anyone that the future Naruto Uzumaki displayed on the screen was utterly exhausted, his breath weighed down by labored gasps. Nevertheless, this future incarnation of Naruto was starkly different from the helpless boy he once was. Inheriting the spirit of flames, he remained steadfast, and even in his fatigue. The determination in his eyes and his unwavering resolve instilled hope for victory among all the special police forces. Jiraiya gazed at the scene in astonishment, murmuring, "The child of prophecy has emerged." Meanwhile, Noki, the chief of the Tsuchi City Police, en route to the Five Cities Conference, remarked, "As we approach the latter stages of the Fourth Great Ninja War, it seems that the true mainstay is none other than that Naruto Uzumaki. And perhaps that Uchiha boy as well." "Noki," he exclaimed. "No matter, upon reaching Konoha, I must meet this boy named Naruto Uzumaki to discern what sets him apart." This sentiment was shared not only by Noki, but also by the Reikage, the representatives from the Kirigakure and Sunagakure, and the arriving emissaries from the Iron Country. They all comprehended that this boy from Konoha was shaping the fate of the entire world. The subsequent images left the leaders of the various cities utterly astounded. Thud, 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 thud. With a series of resounding sounds, monstrous visages began to coalesce beside Naruto on the screen, faces that only these leaders could truly recognize. The appearance of the tailed beasts. The fourth Reikage, observed the colossal blue feline, the Two Tails. Indeed, in the previous scenes, the Akatsuki had slain the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. There was no sign of the Eight Tails. It had been rejected by the tailed beasts, isolated just like Naruto. Killer Bee, speaking in his peculiar manner, was abruptly silenced by a punch from the Eight Tails within him. "Be grateful. This means I am still within you. You fool." The banter aside, seeing his comrades captured in the resurrection of the Ten Tails instilled a deep-seated fear within GYK. "Tell your brother to hurry to Konoha," GYK urged Killer Bee. "I wish to meet this Naruto Uzumaki." "How can you meet him if you can't come out?" Killer Bee thought GYK might have lost his mind. GYK knocked on his own head. "Fool, I wish to see the Nine Tails. Though his personality is bothersome, he is the strongest among us." "Wait," GYK suddenly exclaimed, for behind Naruto on the screen, a figure emerged. A silhouette possessing the purple Rinnegan, an image that was all too familiar to all the tailed beasts. Within Naruto's body, the native Nine Tails was also astonished by the scene. He turned to the Nine Tails beside him, who was wagging its tail, and inquired, "Who exactly is Naruto? Why does he emanate the aura of the Sage of Six Paths? And why did he possess the chakra orb earlier?" The Nine Tails replied with pride, "He is my Jinchuriki, naturally set apart from the rest, speaking in vague terms, unwilling to reveal the truth to the other self beside him," which provoked the other Nine Tails to grind its teeth in frustration. Just as the spectators, both inside and outside the screen, began to feel a flicker of hope, the monster unexpectedly evolved. Meanwhile, Naruto, due to the immense energy expenditure, was barely holding on. At this moment, he was simply doing his utmost to remain upright. The screen shifted to the enemy's perspective, revealing a man enveloped in a blue Susanoo. The Susanoo. In this urban adaptation, Sasuke suddenly activated his Manjiki Sharingan. His gaze piercing as it locked onto the man with wild, long black hair. A mystery circulated throughout the city. Who was this man? In this era, those who knew of his existence were indeed few and far between. However, the battle-hardened Noki and the contemporaneous Tobirama Senju were all too familiar with him. That man was none other than Uchiha Fan. Upon hearing the second Hokage's revelation, Sasuke was struck with astonishment. This person was Fan. He was a reincarnation of his chakra. This could not be a jest. The man who had once been a formidable enemy of the Ninja Alliance, sacrificing Naruto to capture the tailed beasts while manipulating his own brother and the entire Uchiha clan, no longer entangled in the matter of chakra reincarnation. If Sasuke possessed that level of power, he would simply desire to pierce that long black hair with his sword. Uchiha Fan scrutinized Naruto's state and mocked. "You are now beyond salvation. This play is ready to conclude." He raised the Uchiha Fan in his hand. Suddenly, the scene before them ignited a surge of fervor. Those ninjas who were not top-tier warriors, the ninjas of the allied shinobi forces, unexpectedly stepped forward to shield Naruto Uzumaki. They may not be able to defeat Uchiha Fan, nor withstand even a single attack from him. Yet, in this moment, they were willing to sacrifice their bodies to protect the last hope of the world, Naruto Uzumaki. Accompanied by inspiring music, even the typically timid Hinata was filled with boundless courage. "Everyone, let us unite and give our all." Oh, behind her, Ninjas much older than Hinata heeded her call, determined to exert their utmost efforts against that monster, to confront the demon of the ninja world, and to protect Naruto. The most astonished of all was not Hinata, but Niji Hyuga, who had watched her grow up. After the death of his father, he harbored resentment towards Hinata and the main family. Was this truly the timid, weak Hinata he knew? Hinata. Regardless of the images both within and beyond the screen, Naruto was profoundly moved. He never anticipated that the stuttering and eccentric girl would step forward to protect him. Did his future self truly possess such an abundance of companions? At the tender age of 12, Naruto found it hard to believe. Could his future indeed be filled with such happiness? Just as young Naruto felt a pang of emotion, the 17-year-old Sakura Haruno leapt to his side in the footage, unhesitatingly beginning to treat his wounds. The viewers, including Naruto, exclaimed in excitement, "Sakura is here too." "Of course," Sakura replied. "You foolish Naruto, are we not teammates?" However, she quickly sensed something amiss as Sasuke was absent. Two sorrowful gazes shot towards him, and Uchiha Sasuke froze momentarily. "It's not my fault. I won't repeat the past," Sasuke reluctantly admitted. "Naruto, you once said that if your father were like the fourth Kazekage, you would give him a good punch, right?" "Absolutely. A solid punch," Naruto candidly responded, oblivious to the tension in the presence of the fourth Hokage, who had stiffened beside him. "I've made my decision. When my brother returns to Konoha, I will also give him a good thrashing. Then, we shall restore the Uchiha clan together." Upon hearing Sasuke's vow, Sakura and Naruto joyfully patted his shoulder, proclaiming, "We will help you, because we are teammates." Perched upon a nearby telephone pole, a crow, akin to the fourth Hokage, stood motionless, rendered futile. In the footage, Uchiha Obito displayed a flagrant disregard for the ninja coalition, as they were too feeble to withstand even a single strike from the Ten Tails, which was regaining its true form. What on earth was that? Was the monster transforming its head into a gigantic carnivorous flower? The core of the flower was gathering immense energy. Witnessing the earlier display of the Ten Tails' ability to cause cataclysmic upheaval with mere movement, the spectators sensed that this impending strike would serve as their judgment. Unless a miracle were to occur. Look, what is coalescing before that monster? What is that red sphere? It appeared to be an attack formed from the earth-shattering power witnessed moments ago. The viewers were uncertain of its nature. But the strength within the tailed beasts was clear. It was the Ten Tails Super Tailed Beast Bomb, the most formidable and devastating attack of the tailed beasts. In the footage, Shikamaru stated, "Regardless, that thing is continuously growing larger." Beside him, an evidently plumper Choji inquired, "Is he aiming for Naruto?" In the scene, a ninja articulated the collective sentiment. How could Naruto, exhausted and devoid of chakra, possibly withstand such an assault? The deep crimson-tailed beast bomb at the monster's forefront continued to swell, above the skyline of towering skyscrapers. The spectacle seemed to herald the birth of a new urban myth. At this pivotal moment, as the curtain prepares to fall, all eyes are riveted on the monstrous entity on the screen and the valiant warrior confronting it. In the scene, Sakura gradually closes her eyes, leading the audience to believe she has succumbed to despair. Yet, the spirited woman with violet hair speaks up. "At this juncture, how can we waver?" Indeed, an adversary of this magnitude possesses the power to obliterate an entire city. They are agents, perhaps viewed as mere instruments of warfare by the government. But for them, they stand resolute to protect their beloved families and city, willing to pay the ultimate price of life. At this moment, how can they falter? How can they retreat? If they withdraw, will this city, this world, not face annihilation? Yet, Sakura's impassioned speech is far from over. Naruto has exerted every ounce of his strength to reach this critical point. She asserts with unwavering conviction, he regards each one of us as his comrades. How can we, in good conscience, waver? What right do we have to surrender? All our past sacrifices. Shall the fourth great ninja war conclude here? Are you content with that? Sakura's words reverberated across the battlefield, profoundly resonating with audiences worldwide. The short-haired Sakura starkly contrasts with her current long-haired image. She has endured countless tribulations and experienced profound loss. Even Ino is captivated by the formidable presence of Sakura on screen. Is that truly Sakura? Not only she, but everyone watching feels the same sentiment. This girl exudes a charisma surpassing that of any man. The viewers are left in awe, and one can only imagine the fervor among the allied agents battling on the front lines. Comrades, indeed, we are all allies. Thus, how can I relinquish hope? We must protect our families behind us, and above all, safeguard each other, our comrades. A renewed spirit of determination coalesces. In the scene, the short-haired Sakura fervently employs her healing technique, resolutely declaring, I will heal Naruto's wounds. We must do what we are meant to do. If we are ultimately to face death, the violet-haired girl, with eyes ablaze, clenches her teeth. Rather than await our demise, I shall fight until the very last moment. Naruto, watching intently, is deeply captivated by this version of Sakura, murmuring, "Sakura is so cool." Not just Naruto Uzumaki, but the audience collectively expresses their admiration. Incredible. Absolutely magnificent. This resilient spirit, brimming with confidence. I feel as though I could charge into battle without fear. Even that Tsuchikage Shinraikage, en route to the 5 Kage summit in Konohagakure, are swept up in this fervor, smiling and remarking, "It seems another Princess Tsunade is about to emerge from Konoha." Such remarkable medical prowess, and the indomitable spirit and demeanor that accompany it. Coupled with her extraordinary strength, she is nothing short of a reincarnation of Princess Tsunade. Among the audience, a few rational minds raised a question, but how can we confront such a monster? It appears that all agent skills are futile against it. Does it not? No, replied another nearby individual. Have you not witnessed Naruto Uzumaki in his Nine-Tails mode? The future alliance of agents must be buying time for him. Only he possesses the capability to vanquish that beast. Buying time. Precisely, the crux lies not in offense but in defense. Before Naruto Uzumaki can regain his chakra, we must exert every effort to withstand the creature's onslaught. But how exactly should we defend ourselves? In the scene, Shikamaru Nara, through Ino Yamanaka, establishes communication with the earthen forces of the hidden rock village. He imparts the fundamental earth release techniques to all agents. If we lack quality, we shall compensate with quantity. The calculations may be disrupted, yet as long as we persist in constructing new defensive lines, we can surely alter its trajectory of attack. Indeed, even if we mobilize the entirety of the agent alliance, it may not inflict the slightest harm upon that monster. Their objective is not merely to withstand this assault. Rather, it is to utilize layer upon layer of earth release to redirect its assault trajectory. Consequently, after consulting with the earthen forces of the hidden rock village, Shikamaru promptly contacted Killer B of the hidden cloud village. Mr. B, while we erect earthen defenses to slow the attack, please endeavor to strike from the side with your tailed beast bomb. As long as we can divert its trajectory, that will suffice. Without a moment's respite, Shikamaru must issue commands to all agents. Ino, I need you to connect with all agents on the battlefield. Can you manage that? The viewers, including the leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, Inuzukatsume, Nara Shikaku, and Yamanaka Kei, were astounded. Connecting with everyone on the battlefield? Even the current Tsum found it quite challenging, let alone her 17-year-old daughter at that time. Nevertheless, Ino in the scene responded resolutely, "It is not a matter of whether I can do it, but rather that I must succeed." Chapter 37, Golden Flash. Before the towering skyscrapers on the big screen, a colossal mechanical apparatus, having gathered its power, unleashed a deep crimson energy sphere, hurtling towards the vibrant heart of the city where Naruto Uzumaki resides. Defensive technique, earth wall barrier. In the face of the immense crimson energy sphere, earthen walls erupted from the ground, forming a formidable line of defense. Simultaneously, Killer Bee, entrusted by Shikamaru, and the Eight Tails Gyuki launched their attacks, unleashing a barrage of tailed beast bombs towards the deep crimson energy sphere. Previously, the audience may have perceived it merely as a massive entity. Yet when the Eight Tails assault merely stirred faint ripples akin to pebbles cast into a lake, they realized that their adversary's power far exceeded their wildest imaginings. The inhabitants of the entire city held their breath, filled with reverence. Is this the formidable adversary we are about to confront? Such terror, as the fourth Raikage, possesses the most profound understanding of the Eight Tails' capabilities. At this moment, his stern countenance appeared even more somber. Killer Bee, gather more intelligence regarding that mechanical beast and her. During the Five Nations Summit, I may need to share this information with the other leaders. Do you have any issues with that? Understood, boss. The scene shifted back to the large screen. A deep crimson energy sphere pierced through the defenses of the Eight Tails and Killer Bee, colliding directly with the Ninja Coalition's earthen wall barrier. The ninjas from various nations, witnessing the live broadcast, beheld the coalition's valiant effort to erect the earthen wall, which, against the rapidly approaching energy sphere, resembled mere paper attempting to withstand a sharp dart, virtually incapable of offering any resistance. What is happening? This cannot be real. I had believed that a ninja skilled in earth release from the Iwagakure could at least provide some resistance, yet it seems that not even slowing its speed is achievable. Indeed, the blow is too great. At this moment, the gaze of the entire world is fixated here. This apocalyptic scene breeds a sense of despair, as the flickering hope that had just ignited is extinguished in an instant. Against the backdrop of urban prosperity, the tense situation depicted on screen quickens the heartbeats of all viewers, including civilians, dignitaries, entrepreneurs, and celebrities. Even the nobles, who typically scoff at ninjas, find it impossible to suppress their inner yearning. We are counting on you. Hold on. Hurry. Restore your strength and energy. Naruto. Among those most fervently engaged are the ninjas from Konohagakure, especially Sasuke, whose Sharingan is wide with anticipation, hoping that his future self will rise to the occasion at a critical moment. Gaara's expression is grave, as if he has returned to an era of selfishness. Shikamaru, Sakura, Hinata, Ino, Kiba, Choji, Shino, and the hastily returning Neji and Lee are all fixated on the screen, their faces etched with concern. The Chunin, Jonin, mentors present, and even the oblivious Hokage share a sense of urgency. Hundreds of earthen walls are collapsing layer by layer. Our strength is insufficient. Damn it, we must intensify our training. We cannot place the entire burden on the children. This is utterly shameful. The image of Uncle Lusk grimaced, clenching his teeth. The opponent's offensive is too fierce. They are about to breach the defenses. Meanwhile, Naruto, upon whom the entire ninja world places its hopes, is striving to restore his strength and energy. On the surface, he appears calm, but internally, he is burdened by a heart filled with tension. Naruto closed his eyes. Apart from striving for a swift recovery, the only course of action left for him was to place his unwavering trust in his comrades. Nara Shikamaru, the military commander of the ninja coalition, gritted his teeth and silently shouted in his heart, "The final earthen wall. Is it over? Could it truly be coming to an end?" The global audience held their breath, enraptured by the tense music accompanying the imagery, many with moist eyes, brimming with excitement. They had sacrificed so much. The entire ninja world stood united, calling upon deities and the Sage of Six Paths alike for assistance. As the monstrous assault drew perilously close to the ninja coalition, a thunderous boom resonated. The colossal-tailed beast, the Eight Tails, burst forth, braving the overwhelming energy wave with its very form. "No way!" exclaimed the fourth Raikage, unable to contain himself as he shouted at the screen. Beside him, Killer Bee wore a resigned expression, softly murmuring eccentric lyrics. "Fool, look at me here." Rarely did the fourth Raikage rebuke Killer Bee, for at that moment, all the leaders and representatives from the Five Kage Summit were entranced. Their focus sharpened on this pivotal instant. Suddenly, with a whoosh, the energy sphere constraining Killer Bee and the Eight Tails vanished. Everyone was taken aback, gazing at the screen in bewilderment. How could such a colossal entity simply disappear? What was happening? Someone blurted out a question, but no one could provide an answer. The future remained shrouded in mystery. Only Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage, wore a slight smile, eagerly anticipating the unfolding scene. Within and beyond the imagery, the gaze of the entire world was riveted upon the screen, hearts racing in anticipation. What had transpired? With a sharp snap, the scene zoomed in on a shuriken. Even Kakashi, who had weathered despair, found himself on the verge of tears in that moment. Naruto gazed in bewilderment at the shuriken in his hand, identical to the one in the vision. The fourth Hokage. Indeed, at the moment the shuriken materialized, a man appeared out of thin air, seizing the weapon. He was the man who had single-handedly saved Konoha numerous times during the Third Shinobi World War, the Golden Flash of Konoha, the hero of the ninja village. The fourth Hokage. The third Hokage's eyes widened in astonishment. Minato. The handsome figure in the vision flashed a confident smile as he drew the shuriken from the ground. Am I late? Many ninjas present, who had experienced the Third Shinobi World War and had been saved by Namake's Minato, felt an overwhelming urge to respond. No, Lord Minato. Thank you. Thank you for bringing us hope time and again. Yet, a response from someone in the vision stunned the entire ninja world, indeed the whole world. No. You arrived just in time. Dad. Kakashi's voice trembled, even his masked throat quivered slightly. Minato-sensei, and that man, Uchiha Bido, who had caused the death of Kushina and indirectly led to the demise of the fourth Hokage in the Kamui dimension. Minato-sensei. The appearance of Namake's Minato sent shockwaves through the entire ninja realm. The man celebrated as the Golden Flash of Konoha had returned. However, hey, isn't that kid Uzumaki Naruto? I might be too anxious, but did I really just hear him refer to the fourth Hokage as dad? Haha. The Konoha ninja beside him turned pale, responding to the earlier speaker. You heard right. I heard it too. The two Konoha ninjas, who had once isolated Naruto, exchanged glances, their faces reflecting the same pallor of disbelief. Could it be? They glanced around, noticing the shock etched on the faces of those nearby. What in the world is happening? Even the specter of the fourth Hokage, seated beside Naruto in the viewing area, was taken aback. How could he appear on the battlefield of the Fourth Shinobi World War? Yet, fortunately, fate had bestowed upon him the opportunity to save Naruto in a moment of dire need. Excellent, Naruto. The ethereal waves of the wind flowed around Minato as he gazed at his 12-year-old son, a smile gracing his lips. One that was difficult to articulate, filled with both pride and an overwhelming sense of sorrow and remorse. His son, only 12, had been treated as a monster for his entire life. He had exerted every effort to earn a word of recognition and praise, enduring solitude for 12 years. Shunned by all, seeking parental affection only in his dreams. Whenever the topic of parents was broached, the boy would fall silent, his demeanor shifting to one of eager anticipation as he listened intently. At that moment, he stood transfixed before the screen, seemingly isolated from the world, as if entranced. It was not just him. Everyone around was momentarily stunned. They, too, wore expressions of astonishment as they gazed at the orphan beside them, the village's oddity, the mischievous young ninja. Their attention then shifted to the suddenly frozen image on the screen. It depicted Naruto 3 years hence, bearing a smile of trust as he exclaimed, "No. You arrived just in time, Dad." The entire shinobi world, those who had once been terrified by the golden flash of Konoha, now stood in shock. Across the globe, people were astounded by this miraculous turn of events. Naruto Uzumaki was the son of the Hokage. At the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen, a crowd gathered, those who had initially come for the noodles and others who rushed in to witness the spectacle. The area, filled with hundreds, fell eerily silent. Shikamaru had suspected this for some time, so he reacted swiftly. Upon seeing the image suddenly pause, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. "Naruto, be careful." The words he failed to complete were abruptly cut off by a metallic voice that resonated in everyone's ears. Question: who was the father of Konoha's genin? Naruto Uzumaki? The dazed Naruto, hearing the question directed at him, instinctively opened his mouth to respond, "I don't know." At that moment, he was utterly oblivious. Was the figure on the screen truly him? Was he Naruto Uzumaki? But how could the fourth Hokage possibly be his father? The fourth was the Hokage he revered above all else. Incorrect answer. In that instant, everyone was left dumbfounded, including the slowly returning consciousness of Naruto himself. He felt as though he had been struck rigid, turning his head in bewilderment, and gradually regained his senses amid the astonished gazes surrounding him. Even so, he remained unaware that he had answered the terrifying question incorrectly. He did not even realize that he had spoken at all. The previous images had all been scenes from his own experiences, allowing him to repeatedly remind himself not to speak, not to speak, not to speak, even in the face of awkwardness. But this time was different. Not just Naruto, but everyone's attention was firmly captivated by the unknown contents of the future unfolding on the screen, especially that sense of urgency, which caused them all to lose themselves. They forgot they were watching an image. They forgot about the terrifying question and answer. They forgot that the future depicted within those images had already strayed from its course. At the moment when nerves were stretched to their limits, a colossal miracle, an unforeseen twist shattered this equilibrium. As the protagonist, Naruto, his consciousness had already drifted far away. He understood every word spoken by his image on the screen. Yet, when combined, he could not comprehend a single word. He lowered his head, gazing at the trident kunai, the sword of shinobi, in his hand, and in his hollow mind, the phrase spoken by his future self reverberated repeatedly. "No, you arrived just in time, Dad. Just in time, Dad. Just in time, Dad. Dad." What does Dad mean? This term, which he had longed for 12 years, was never uttered by that person. But upon truly hearing his future self call out, why did everything feel so wondrously incredible? Why would the fourth Hokage appear in the future? Why would the fourth Hokage inquire if he was late? Then, why did his image on the screen refer to the fourth Hokage as Dad? Chapter 38. Lee Rant's External Aid. I do not know. I truly do not know. Who can enlighten me on the reason? The Nine-Tails Fox sealed within me, was this truly the doing of the fourth Hokage? My most revered fourth Hokage, the hero of Konoha. How could he possibly transform his own son into an outcast? The yearning for familial bonds runs unfathomably deep. Just as Naruto Uzumaki found himself engulfed in a tumult of self-doubt, no one anticipated that the terrifying question and answer system would present a simple query. The question: who is the father of Naruto Uzumaki, the Konoha genin? However, this was a question that should have been a mere formality. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto provided his answer. At that moment, his mind was a blank slate. The self-preservation mechanism of humanity in the face of overwhelming despair rendered him incapable of thought. 12 years of suffering had made it impossible for him to accept this incredulous reality. I don't know. Incorrect answer, Naruto. Naruto. The Nine Tails exclaimed, TSK. Foolish boy. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon Naruto, who stared back in a daze. The world spun around him, and the faces of those around him became a blur. What was the question just now? How did he respond? It was unclear. Yes, utterly unclear. He truly did not know. He needed a moment of silence. At that moment, the first to react and vigorously rouse Naruto was none other than Gaara, who had once been awakened by Naruto himself. The power of the sand, bestowed upon Gaara by his mother, struck Naruto's face with a sharp smack. Naruto, in that moment, it was you who awakened me, Gaara declared. The feeling of being transformed into a monster by one's father is something we share. It turns out we are alike in this regard. We are indeed very similar. Uzumaki Naruto. The pain in his face gradually restored Naruto's clarity of thought, and the astonished expression surrounding him slowly came into focus. Kakashi-sensei. Grandpa Hokage. Naruto possesses an exceptional ability to discern the emotions of others, and he immediately perceives that the expressions of these two individuals starkly contrast with those of the rest. You are aware, are you not? The anguish and guilt in their eyes are undeniably more pronounced. Why did you not inform me? This inquiry begins as a somber question, escalating into a frantic outcry. Why did you not tell me? Why? Why did you not reveal it to me, the fourth Hokage? The fourth Hokage is... Naruto choked back tears, unable to articulate the final truth. Sasuke, lost in thought, softly whispered Naruto's name, equally shaken by this revelation. That Naruto, the perennial underachiever, was indeed the son of the Hokage? What a ludicrous jest. Sasuke's mind raced backward like a film rewinding. He recalled their time at the Ninja Academy when Naruto was merely a mischievous troublemaker, reveling in his antics. He remembered shouting at Naruto in the Forest of Death. How could a perpetually lonely person like you possibly understand my feelings? And, predictably, he witnessed the pain etched upon Naruto's face. Images flooded back, the conversations between Shisui and Itachi, the suspicions harbored by Danzo and the higher-ups of Konoha. The initial attack of the Nine Tails was blamed on Uchiha Madara, instilling fear of the Uchiha clan among the villagers, who were even more terrified of the Nine Tails itself. This recent turmoil with the Nine Tails might also have been manipulated by that malevolent ocular technique of the Uchiha. He further reminisced about the first round of the Chunin exams, where a terrifying quiz materialized unexpectedly. 10 coffins burst forth from the earth. Naruto, who had initially intended to resurrect his idol, the fourth Hokage, offered him a fleeting smile. That radiant grin was like the blinding sun streaming through the window. Hey, you coward hiding behind the scenes, if you have the guts, resurrect Sasuke's mother. I choose her. I choose Sasuke's mother. The arena fell silent. You wretched demon fox. A Konoha Jonin slammed Naruto's head onto the table, the splintered edge reflecting the crimson of his Sharingan. At that moment, the spirit of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, watched over his son with concern. Over the past few days, he had shadowed Naruto, gathering ample intelligence. He learned that his escape from the Grim Reaper was intertwined with the entity known as the Terrifying Quiz. Moreover, during the initial onslaught of this quiz upon Konoha, Naruto had indeed answered correctly, which could have granted him the chance to resurrect Minato. However, driven by his unwavering dedication to friendship, Naruto selflessly relinquished this singular opportunity to his comrade, Sasuke Uchiha, bringing back not only Sasuke's mother, but also his own dear friend, Kushina. In this moment, even Minato, who had always believed in his son, began to harbor worries. Can Naruto truly manage this situation with finesse? The bond of friendship between him and Sasuke must not waver because of this incident. Not only is Minato Namikaze concerned about this, but also Kakashi Hatake, the ninja who once endeavored to resurrect his mentor using the Sharingan, only to lose the opportunity due to a fleeting moment of distraction. Remain calm, Naruto. Kakashi attempted to place his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto remained silent, gently deflecting Kakashi's hand and pushing him away. I'm sorry, Naruto. The third Hokage said with a sense of guilt. Grandfather Hokage, allow me. Naruto wished to express his need for solitude. Do you regret it? Followed one. Sasuke glared at Naruto. Some matters are best addressed directly by him. However, despite being called a follower by Sasuke, Naruto paid him no mind, merely casting a cold glance in his direction. Is that truly how you feel, Sasuke? This seemingly bland statement, devoid of any emotion, sent a chill through Sasuke. Mikoto Uchiha hurriedly arrived, witnessing this scene and standing at a distance, anxiously observing the two boys. The previous questions, anger, and resentment had coalesced in Naruto's chest, nearly ready to explode. Sasuke's words acted like a spark igniting a dormant bomb. Naruto pushed Sasuke aside and confronted Kakashi and the third Hokage, demanding to know why they had kept the truth from him. Naruto, feeling a tumult of anger and sorrow over his son's years of hardship, recognized that the burden of choice lay upon him as Hokage. Kushina, as the Jinchuriki, had endured a life fraught with challenges. Despite this knowledge, he had insisted on making the newly born Naruto a Jinchuriki against Kushina's wishes. Ultimately, he and Kushina made the ultimate sacrifice, leaving Naruto in solitude. Though he felt rage at the revelation of Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki spreading throughout the ninja village, he understood why Kakashi and the third Hokage chose to remain silent about Naruto's true lineage. During the Third Great Ninja War, he had fought valiantly as the Golden Flash of Konoha, carving out a path to peace. With the very fact that the Hidden Cloud Village had ordered their shinobi to flee upon encountering him a testament to the numerous enemies he had faced. Naruto, the fourth Hokage, was engulfed in guilt, yearning to explain and apologize to Naruto, yet as a spirit, he found himself powerless to do so. In the presence of Naruto, Kakashi, who was both his teacher and the student of his father, offered no defense, nor did the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, shy away from his responsibilities. Their demeanor only served to further infuriate Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto-kun. Sakura, Ino, and Hinata wished to console Naruto, but the moment was ill-suited for comfort. Naruto's sharp retort, "I don't want to hear anything right now," severed their attempts. At that moment, Naruto gazed at the third Hokage and Kakashi, his musings laced with profound grievance. "I once asked Grandpa Hokage who my parents were, and you always wore a stern expression, urging me to refrain from further inquiry. Just days ago, I pondered whether my mother suffered a fate akin to Ino's, used as a vessel for chakra restoration, dying a tragic death. I also wondered about my father, questioning if he had become a rogue ninja for some reason, much like Sasuke's brother. I even considered that my father might be a despicable villain, which is why none of you wished to reveal his identity to me." Listening to Naruto's somber lamentations, the people present were profoundly moved. The villagers could scarcely fathom that the troublemaker they had ostracized for years was, in fact, the son of their hero. At this moment, they were at a loss for words, suppressing their emotions as they listened in silence to the child's heart-wrenching tale. Some cast reproachful glances at the third Hokage and Kakashi, blaming them for not revealing the truth. Others attributed the fault to the Uchiha clan, believing that had it not been for Uchiha Madara and the Nine Tails, none of the ensuing events would have transpired. A few ninjas, well-versed in the intricacies of the Third Shinobi World War, understood the actions of Kakashi and the third Hokage, as they were aware of the notorious reputation of the fourth Hokage, the Yellow Flash. In essence, opinions varied among the crowd. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, observed the reactions of the people and sighed silently. Due to differing environments, responsibilities, and stances, it was inevitable that some thoughts would align while others diverged. The only notion capable of uniting all minds in the world would be infinite Tsukuyami. Yet, it is precisely this diversity of thought that renders the world so richly vibrant. If everyone shared the same perspective, humanity would descend into a state akin to that of livestock. The ultimate outcome would merely be an abundance of white zetsu. After witnessing the footage and learning of Uzumaki Naruto's true identity, the villagers of Konoha began to spread the word, gathering en masse at the entrance of Ichiraku Ramen. In the blink of an eye, the entire street was besieged by a throng of people, with ninjas even climbing trees and utility poles. However, confronted by such a multitude, Naruto felt as though he had returned to his childhood, once again isolated within a circle of strangers, engulfed by a sense of alienation and chill. After viewing the previous footage, the heart of the third Hokage was burdened by the promises made to Kushina and Minato. And Kakashi similarly felt the weight of his own remorse, haunted by the deaths of Obito, Rin, and his sensei, Minato. In moments like these, Liran often found himself pondering, had it been he who sacrificed himself instead of Obito, perhaps everything could have been protected more effectively. The activation of the punishment mechanism rendered all present momentarily speechless. The series of twists had caused them to overlook this crucial detail. Liran had provided an incorrect answer. An erroneous response would lead to the random selection of a living entity within the vicinity, stripping it of its life essence. Don't joke around. Liran was utterly incensed. The veins on his forehead bulging, and his eyes transformed into fierce, crimson beastly orbs. His fury shattered the seal that Uzumaki Mito had only just reinforced. Uncontrollably drawing upon the power of the Nine Tails within him, he simultaneously borrowed strength from both Nine Tails. Fool, Kurama had long grown accustomed to the seventh Hokage occasionally tapping into his chakra, but in a moment of negligence, he found himself drained of a significant amount of chakra by the enraged Liran, even though he promptly curtailed the granting of chakra. The chakra that had been extracted could not be swiftly reclaimed, as another manifestation of the Nine-Tails chakra was, like a poisonous vine, eroding Liran's sanity and flesh. Indeed, that young Nine-Tails was all too willing to bestow its chakra, along with its deeply buried resentment, upon the whirlpool of Liran, aiming to dominate his reason and wreak havoc. Stop. The boy cannot endure such an overwhelming influx of tailed beast chakra. Kurama, the Nine-Tails, swiped a paw toward its alternate self within the gilded cage. Even it, the young Nine-Tails, had never submitted to anyone. Thus, the two colossal tailed beasts clashed within Liran's body. There were no explosive collisions of tailed beast bombs, nor were there chakra exchanges. Instead, two feral entities clawed, bit, and lashed at each other with their nine tails. Neither would yield to the other. This struggle was painfully evident on the surface. Liran, those familiar with him, called out his name with concern. At this moment, Liran's condition was extraordinarily peculiar. His body emanated both red and golden chakra. The two forms of chakra consumed, contested, and invaded one another. Ugh. Ah. The sounds erupting from Liran resembled a human's roar, yet echoed with the ferocity of a beast's growl. One side of his face transformed into a crimson beast's eye, revealing fangs. The birthmark on his cheek deepened, resembling the whiskers of the Nine-Tails. Meanwhile, the other half of his face bore the golden chakra seen in future visions. His eyes were indeed red like a beast's, yet they lacked the malevolent glow of the other eye. Liran, Irika, the third Hokage, Kakashi, and a select few elite ninjas, including Sasuke and Sakura from the new generation of Konoha, approached Liran, striving to liberate him from this state. Others took several steps back, wary of the Nine-Tails chakra. Here, the narrative follows the original animated series premise, with Minato stating, "If you know you are my son, many dangers will befall you." At this juncture, the whirlpool of Liran remained engulfed in chaos. Two forms of chakra, two-tailed beast incarnations, one corroding his skin, the other rapidly healing it. The two Nine-Tails within his sealed form refused to yield to one another. This sensation nearly cost the whirlpool of Liran his life. The helpless fourth Hokage frequently sought assistance from the Nine-Tails bound to him. Nine-Tails, what is happening to Liran? I am uncertain, the Nine-Tails replied, just as the words left its mouth. The Nine-Tails suddenly recalled the reward Liran had previously obtained, its beastly eyes widening in realization. Earlier, the reward that the whirlpool of Liran drew. What? Please elaborate. Nine-Tails. Seeing the Nine-Tails' sudden urgency, Minato became tense. Revival of the tailed beast, Kurama. The Nine-Tails declared, "Kurama is my name." However, the other half of the old man has not been resurrected, yet the other half within your son remains intact? What exactly has been resurrected by that terrifying question? It resembles a chilling tale. At this moment, Kakashi can only fixate on Liran's reaction, feeling utterly powerless. Meanwhile, the horrifying inquiry does not pause for Liran's confusion to dissipate. Another machine rises ominously. A mechanical voice resonates. Within 30 seconds. Pull the lever to randomly select a life form for annihilation. Irika exclaims, "Wait, Liran's countdown is about to begin. Should the lever remain untouched within 30 seconds, 30 life forms will be randomly selected for destruction." What an outrageous rule. The countdown commences. 30, 29, 28. At this moment, Liran remains ensnared in a struggle between two types of Nine-Tails chakra as the countdown ticks away. What to do? Wake him up quickly. Panic begins to ripple through the crowd. Chapter 39, Sharingan. Wait. Shikamaru notes a crucial detail. How extensive is the area covered by this barrier? Indeed, they have overlooked this vital question. Senju Tobarama swiftly responds. It encompasses at least the entirety of the Tokyo metropolitan area. Having just rushed from the opposite end of the city, he recalls that in previous instances, those arriving later would be barred from entering the barrier. Ugh. Shikamaru understands that maintaining composure is paramount in tense moments. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, within 10 seconds, use your Sharingan to ascertain the boundaries of the field. Ino and I will attempt to control Naruto's movements. Furthermore, Shikamaru deduces that the device does not stipulate that only Naruto can activate the lever, implying that before he and Ino successfully regain control over Naruto, others may also manipulate the lever. But who will step forward? From the very beginning, this has been the ultimate psychological trial, including Naruto himself. To press it means to admit guilt, yet failing to do so will result in the loss of 30 lives. Sasuke, Kakashi, Sharingan. The two simultaneously activate their three-tomo Sharingan, their gazes locked onto the rapidly spinning metal disc. With the aid of the Sharingan, indistinct images of faces emerge within the metallic disc. Mayor, Kakashi suddenly exclaims. What? Just moments ago, the image of the mayor of Tokyo appeared. Kakashi shouts. The scope has expanded to encompass all of Tokyo. The crowd is left in shock. Not only has the area broadened to the entirety of Tokyo, but even the life of the mayor has fallen into the clutches of this dreadful decision. Sasuke's expression shifts drastically. Hey, Kakashi. Kakashi responds. In the realm of Shinwei, Uchiha Obito, with his Sharingan unveiled, pressed his lips together, astonished. Is it possible that this place also falls within the range of this domain? Even he could sense the terror behind this formidable power. Ah, Kakashi, exclaimed Sasuke, filled with regret. I should have pressed it immediately. Nearby, Shikamaru employed his shadow imitation technique, using his own shadow to restrain Naruto's. Ino took action as well, activating the mind-body switch technique. Subsequently, she entered Naruto's conscious world. A surge of terrifying chakra coalesced before Ino, manifesting into a colossal nine-tailed fox. The malevolent energy left Ino trembling, unable to move. Ah, she cried out in fear. Shikamaru's shadow imitation could only hold for a fleeting second before Naruto broke free. Just then, the shadow imitation technique and mind control technique were invoked simultaneously by two composed voices belonging to Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inoichi, standing behind Shikamaru and Ino. One bore several scars on his forehead, his gaze resolute, while the other possessed long, light golden hair and a serious demeanor. The other ninjas instantly recognized them. Captain Shikaku. Captain Inoichi. Without further ado, Nara Shikaku's shadow replaced Shikamaru's, lunging toward Naruto's shadow to seize control of his movements. TSK, truly the strongest of the tailed beasts. Even I, Nara Shikaku, find it a fanciful notion to completely dominate a tailed beast. The shadow sowing technique, black nether flower. This technique was originally intended to ensnare multiple foes, yet at this moment, Nara Shikaku grasped Naruto's limbs and torso from various angles. Calming himself, did Uzumaki Naruto manage to gain control? Shikaku received no swift response from his friend, catching a glimpse of the profound shock reflected on Naruto's face. What is happening? Inoichi. Yamanaka Inoichi, like his daughter Ino, ventured into Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness. What he beheld was no longer a terrifying tableau of chakra, but rather a dim, damp underground passage. A vast, dark golden cage. Two identical nine-tails were embroiled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto stood motionless before the golden cage, showing no reaction to the two nine-tails. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Yamanaka Inoichi attempted to rouse him, but Naruto remained unresponsive. However, one of the nine-tails transformed its chakra into a claw, pushing Naruto toward Inoichi. Young man from the Yamanaka clan. Get Naruto out of here. Inoichi was bewildered. Naruto appeared dazed, and being inept at interpersonal communication, he was at a loss as to how to extricate Uzumaki Naruto from the realm of consciousness. Yet time was of the essence. Though he was familiar with the fourth Hokage, he knew nothing of why the fourth chose to seal the nine tails within his son. TSK. The nine tails clicked its tongue, seizing the opportunity as the nine tails grabbed one of its tails and slammed it against the door of the cage. The same voice. Yet the voice of the nine tails was deeper, exuding an aura of malevolence. Naruto, tear off the seals on the cage and lend me more power. Let us obliterate those who doubt you. Yamashita Kaiji exclaimed, Nine tails. At that moment, Naruto, cradled in his arms, finally reacted. Destruction. He was forcefully expelled from the realm of consciousness. Meanwhile, the electronic countdown outside had reached 13, 12, 11. Kakashi remarked, the fourth Reikage, AI. The range has expanded beyond Tokyo. Damn it. It's too powerful. In this bustling modern metropolis, no one had ever managed to extend the protective barrier across national borders. Momochi Zabuza commented gravely, his influence has reached the hidden mist village in the land of water, and even further to the land of waves. Moreover, what are those white figures? Sasuke turned to Kakashi, noticing that for every 20 to 30 people, there appeared a stranger clad entirely in white. A crow perched silently on a utility pole, seemingly perplexed. Those are white Zetsu. Do you know them, Itachi? Indeed, they are members of the Akatsuki, known as Black and White Zetsu. Through the communication device, Itachi conversed with Shursui. I knew White Zetsu was a splinter from Black Zetsu, but I never anticipated their numbers to be so vast. Shursui stared at the screen, calculating, if we continue at this ratio, The white zetsu you speak of are not merely in the thousands, but 100,000. 100,000. Both exclaimed in unison. Not just them, but Abido Uchiha. Having transformed from kanji to kanji with a mask on, also sensed the gravity of the situation. This sudden revelation unveiled the secrets Black Zetsu had concealed. Moreover, he felt that Madara might have been deceived by Black Zetsu as well. So, who exactly is Black Zetsu? And what are the woman in the image possessing Byakugan and Rinnegan? Who is she? 6. 5. Time was of the essence. Chapter 40. Naruto's external aide Sasuke diverted his gaze from the rapidly spinning surveillance screen. If that is the case, let this Uchiha confront this villain. He hastily approached the screen and reached for the control stick. Sasuke's hand met Sakura's. Let me handle this, Sasuke. Compared to the future version of myself in the image, the current me is utterly lacking. Haruno Sakura's expression was resolute, her sense of justice reminiscent of the Sakura from the Fourth Great Ninja War. Thus, she declared, this time, allow me to take charge, for we are all ninjas of Team Kakashi from the Hidden Leaf Village. Kakashi's hand rested upon Sakura and Sasuke's. Though the actions of my image remained unclear, it is not the duty of a teacher to place their students in peril. An aged, wrinkled hand grasped the base of the control lever. Lord Third. Hokage-sama. Third Hokage. The third's face, marked by age spots, bore a gentle smile. My reasoning aligns with Kakashi's. Her hands simultaneously applied pressure, pushing the control lever down. As the metallic sound pronounced the final syllable, a claw formed of orange chakra surged forth from several meters away, piercing through the crowd and seizing the control lever with a ferocious grip. The force was so tremendous that it not only pressed down but also yanked the entire lever downwards. Subsequently, under the gaze of the onlookers, the device, now devoid of the control lever, caused the spinning images to gradually slow. Familiar and unfamiliar faces materialized within the rotating photographs. Sasuke, still fixated with the Sharingan, exclaimed, that white object. We must select that white object. Instinct urged him and Kakashi that it did not belong to humanity. Sakura and the third Hokage widened their eyes, awaiting the final image to emerge. In the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Abido's eyes widened. Even his Manjiki Sharingan involuntarily bulged. Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, and the third Hokage were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the second Hokage's crimson eyes fixated upon the image displayed by the device, utterly shocked. With a resounding bang, the device vanished, leaving only the metallic sound that confirmed the obliteration of the independent life form known as Kagaya. Kagaya? Who is that? Which ninja village does this individual belong to? I have never heard of such a person. Could it be an ordinary citizen? Alas, there is no choice but to find an opportunity to resurrect that being. Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, and the third Hokage exchanged bewildered glances, as they had distinctly seen the creature in the photograph, entirely black, with enormous yellow eyes and a gaping maw revealing shark-like teeth. Kakashi pondered, could it be a ninja from the hidden mist village of the Land of Water? Only their clan possesses such naturally sharpened teeth. The second Hokage recalled the final moments of the Fourth Great Ninja War, where Kagaya manipulated Uchiha Abido into betraying Uchiha Madara, nearly leaving him breathless. He had been considering research with Uzumaki Mito on what sealing technique could effectively counter Kagaya, only for a mere question to lead to Kagaya's eradication. Senju Tobarama opened his mouth several times, at a loss for words. The impact of this revelation was overwhelmingly profound. With the mastermind eliminated, awakening Uchiha Abido no longer seemed impossible. Then, with the Edo Tensei technique and Madara's Rinnegan, a new dawn could arise. Those who innocently lost their lives due to the conspiracy of spots and blackness. Naruto's parents, the Uchiha clan, and Madara, despite a vague sense of unease. Even the introspective Tobarama Senju found himself swayed towards optimistic thoughts in the face of such temptation. At that moment, someone else also sensed the underlying discord, none other than Abido Uchiha, ensconced within the Kamui dimension. During this period, thoughts of Black Zetsu and Madara potentially deceiving him had occupied his mind, causing him to lose sight of his original purpose. It was only when that metallic voice announced the confirmation of Black Zetsu's obliteration that he was jolted back to reality. Compared to Black Zetsu and Madara, what did that terrifying inquiry even signify? What forces loomed behind him? What was his ultimate aim? Most crucially, the curse mark upon his heart served as a grim reminder. Black Zetsu would never perish so easily. In the chaotic realm of Kamui, Abido Uchiha's thoughts were in disarray. In the bustling city center, Naruto Uzumaki, enveloped in a golden-orange energy, continued to display his flamboyant demeanor. His beastly eyes, thick brows, and exuberant visage radiated his distinctive charisma. He let out boisterous laughter, Yet his voice was starkly different from the Naruto everyone knew. Uzumaki Naruto, you are one fortunate lad. Dispatching black zetsu with such ease. How amusing, ha ha ha. Within the gathering, every individual understood that the speaker at that moment was not Naruto, but the Ninetales. Ninetales? Or rather, Kurama? Tobirama Senju inquired, fixated on the current iteration of Naruto. Upon hearing his name, Kurama realized, oh, the second Hokage, you actually know my name. It seems we both hail from the same future, do we not? A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The future. The future. Another consciousness within Naruto, the Ninetales, was equally taken aback. The future? What on earth transpired in the future? Senju Tobirama snorted, recognizing that this Ninetales was far more unruly than the one within Naruto. Even if Naruto were to be overtaken, there was no need for excessive concern. However, he was not the only one troubled. For instance, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Naruto's hidden father. What on earth happened, second Hokage? Why has Naruto been overtaken by the Ninetales? Minato anxiously gestured to Senju Tobirama, though as a spirit, he was, of course, invisible. Kurama then remarked, all right. I must take my leave. This boy has endured quite the shock, but if it is him. Everyone witnessed a gentle and proud smile on Naruto's face. Despite being under the Ninetales' control, Naruto Uzumaki will undoubtedly find a way. As the final word fell, the orange golden chakra and a trace of crimson chakra returned to Naruto's body. He reverted to his 12-year-old self, an ordinary Leaf Village genin, and fell back, being securely caught by several of his contemporaries. Hey, Naruto, Kakashi, Sasuke. And Sakura quickly leaped forward. He's fine. He just fell asleep. Senju Tobirama remarked, this guy can create miracles wherever he goes. As soon as Tobirama finished speaking, many turned to him. Second Hokage, what did the Ninetales, Kurama, mean by future? Senju Tobirama glanced at the sleeping Naruto and then at the imagery of the future. You will understand soon enough. With his arms crossed, he focused his gaze on a scene from the Ichiraka ramen shop. The chaotic imagery and dialogue left everyone feeling hungry. And coupled with the previous visuals, it felt like a global advertisement for Ichiraka ramen. Many directly urged the dozen or so individuals seated there to leave, ordering ramen while waiting for the subsequent imagery. The first pot of ramen from the master chef was just being boiled. Suddenly, the imagery continued. In the scene, a short-haired Sakura from the future stared blankly at Minato, who was clad in the fourth Hokage's robes. Whose father? In truth, the long-haired Sakura watching was already speechless with shock. Even now, she felt as though everything she saw and heard was merely an illusion. She recalled the time when she, Naruto, and Sasuke joined Team 7. She had once provoked Sasuke by calling Naruto an unmanageable orphan. Yet, who among them truly understood nothing? Naruto, the son of the fourth Hokage? Impossible. Sakura murmured in disbelief. Both Ino and Sakura were equally astonished, the future Naruto in the image, as well as the fourth Hokage who saved the Ninja Alliance, were undeniably handsome beyond imagination. Ino turned to Sakura, asking, is that really Naruto? He has changed so much. Not only has he transformed from a small boy into an attractive young man, but he has also evolved from being the underdog to a global hero. Hinata, who had always silently supported Naruto, whispered in her heart, congratulations, Naruto, this is wonderful. Apart from these three girls, the younger ninjas of Konoha who grew up alongside Naruto also displayed expressions of disbelief. Kiba noticed that some were not as surprised. Hey, Shikamaru. Why aren't you shocked at all? That orphan Naruto is actually the son of Lord Fourth. Kiba's loud voice, emphasizing the word orphan, immediately attracted the gazes of Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, Hinata, and others. Startled, Kiba nervously clutched his little dog, Akamaru, and fell silent for a moment. Really annoying, Shikamaru said lazily, reclining in his chair and casting a sidelong glance at Kiba. The mind is a precious thing, but unfortunately, not everyone possesses it. Kiba looked bewildered, feeling as though he had been mocked, but unable to find any solid evidence. Shino, who had been quietly observing and insightful, posed a question. Why did the ramen shop uncle and SHBU seem completely unfazed? The group turned their attention to the owner of Ichiraka Ramen, the handmade noodle uncle, and his daughter SHBU. Both were busy with their tasks, showing no sign of surprise regarding Naruto's identity. Noticing the gazes upon him, the uncle squinted his eyes into a smile. If you want to know why, he said, shaking the freshly cooked noodles before placing them in a bowl. I had already guessed that Naruto was Lord Minato's son. He then frowned slightly, looking at the CH Nin and J Nin who knew the fourth Hokage. Didn't you ever consider that Naruto might be Minato's son? Honestly, I thought everyone in Konoha would have figured it out. I'm surprised. Shikamaru was right. The mind is a valuable asset, but not everyone has it. The uncle skillfully arranged chashu, sesame, narutomaki, soft-boiled eggs, and green onions atop each bowl of ramen, continuing. Didn't you just see the scene of Lord Minato and Kushina Estate? You call yourselves ninjas, yet you were all deceived? He glanced at the so-called wise Jainin. Where did your intelligence come from? SHBU, tidying up the utensils used by Naruto and his friends, smiled and added, yes. I even took a photo with little Naruto before he was born. Naruto truly is Kushina's son. Sasuke exclaimed in astonishment. So Naruto's mother is indeed named Kushina. In the chaotic scene of the Nine Tails incident, his mother, Makoto Uchiha, had brought him, only 2 months old, along with his brother to the Konoha hospital. At that moment, she gazed at Naruto in the nursery, sorrowfully uttering a name, Kushina. He had promised Naruto that he would inquire about his mother upon returning home. How infuriating. So much had transpired afterward that upon finally returning home, he had completely forgotten about it. If only he had remembered. If only he had known the identities of Naruto's parents in advance. Alas, hindsight is a priceless treasure. Look, it's the monster's attack. On the sea. Upon the rocks. The kunai of the fourth Hokage is present. Flying Thunder God technique. The Konoha Jonin shouted with excitement. It is Lord Minato who has transmitted the monster's attack to the sea using the Flying Thunder God technique. In the imagery, a massive crimson tentails, a tailed beast bomb, strikes the ocean, creating towering waves. I am Namake's Minato, prepare for an explosion, everyone. The fourth Hokage in the vision turned his back to Naruto and Sakura. Yet his reincarnated eyes could not help but glance at his son, now of a similar age. Is this the impure world reincarnation technique? Could Kabuto have also resurrected the fourth Hokage? Fool. The fourth Hokage is clearly not our enemy. Moreover, was the impure world reincarnation already undone by that Uchiha Itachi? Mentioning Itachi Uchiha, the Konoha ninjas still felt a twinge of discomfort, finding it difficult to judge his right from wrong. Subsequently, an ultra-macro image reduced the colossal red chakra energy sphere. However, bang. At the moment the red energy sphere exploded, all onlookers instinctively turned their heads, shielding their eyes from the blinding light. Viewing areas across the globe were illuminated as if it were midday. After the brilliance, a delayed thunderous roar left all spectators feeling dizzy. The Ninja Alliance in the imagery, separated by dozens of kilometers of ocean, frequently turned back to investigate the distant, resounding explosion. What just happened? Sakura Haruno, who was tending to Naruto's injuries, was rendered speechless by this miracle, unable to believe that they had truly been saved. The fourth Hokage turned and smiled at her, saying, I have redirected the Ten Tails attack to the distant sea, but you must also be cautious of the waves. In the Ichiraka ramen shop in Konoha, Sakura felt somewhat overwhelmed. The fourth Hokage actually spoke to me. No one noticed her. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the explosion several kilometers away, as the ensuing tsunami threatened to engulf the battlefield of the Ninja Alliance. Just how immense was the power of that attack? Ninjas from villages around the globe have never held the fourth Hokage of Konoha in such high esteem, that brilliant golden flash who shone during the Third Great Ninja War. Had that attack struck them, it would surely have resulted in complete annihilation. In the bustling city of Raijin, an elite ninja hailing from the Cloud Village found himself laughing to the point of tears. In the imagery before him, he beheld not only himself, but also his dearest comrades. Yet, my brothers, along with the teams I once mentored, my apprentices, and my masters, all perished under the hand of that golden hero from Konoha, leaving only me, saved by him. Ah, fate, what a cruel jest it is. Had I not witnessed this scene, or if my future self had not participated in that global ninja conflict, how would I react to the knowledge that the legendary Minato Namikaze had a son? Even he could not foresee his own response. The ninja gazed at the image, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth and a tumultuous heart. Regardless of their nation or village, ninjas everywhere were left in disarray by the tremendous shockwave of that explosive energy. The short-haired girl, Sakura Haruno, stared at the reanimated Minato Namikaze, still reeling from Naruto's exclamation of Dad. Continuous battles had narrowed her focus to one pressing question. Is he an enemy or a friend? Rest assured, I am indeed on your side. The fourth Hokage smiled easily in the image, thanking her for aiding Naruto's recovery. However, his subsequent remark drew playful jibes from the viewers. Young man, are you not a bit naive? This is a battlefield. Nevertheless, with his prowess, he could indeed act with impunity. The renowned golden hero of Konoha, Minato Namikaze, posed a rather awkward question to Sakura amidst the tension of the battlefield. Are you Naruto's girlfriend? The atmosphere became instantly uncomfortable, with the entire world watching the live broadcast. At that moment, Sakura wished she could punch Naruto awake. In front of Sasuke-kun no less. What was the fourth Hokage thinking? Sakura turned to Uchiha Sasuke, who was oblivious to her, having used his Sharingan to replicate the image of the unconscious Naruto. At this moment, Sakura's anger surged. A timid girl felt a knot in her chest, tinged with envy, and numerous girls watching from around the world clenched their teeth in jealousy. Meanwhile, the future image of Naruto Uzumaki seemed to ponder seriously before nodding vigorously, a mischievous expression on his face. Is this what he meant? Shut up. Sakura, while treating Naruto, inadvertently struck him on the head, causing him to fall to the ground once more. In a global viewing area, a civilian from a certain city remarked, "That girl has a bit of wildness about her." To which a woman beside him replied, "What are you saying? Don't you think she has a strong personality?" Nearby man, "Indeed, do you not think she is cooler than any man?" Commoner, "But look, in the footage. The fourth Hokage and the surrounding ninjas from various villages are utterly stunned, aren't they?" Nearby man, "This certain ninja from Konoha, hey, considering the context of the footage. That girl just struck the son of the golden hero of Konoha, didn't she? How terrifying." Beside him, a fellow ninja who witnessed the Third Shinobi World War and holds a profound respect for the golden hero, truly a girl deserving of respect, strange. Why is her gender often misidentified? The son of the Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, how can you be so obliviously naive on the battlefield like your father? What chaos are you causing on the battlefield? You must have been struck by that girl named Sakura. At the viewing area in front of the Ichiraku ramen shop in Konoha, upon confirming that Naruto was merely asleep, Minato Namikaze, in a spectral state, watched the scene unfold and smiled ruefully. He never expected that this purple-haired girl would grow up to resemble Kushina so closely, truly a lineage passed down. The footage also showed Minato with a similar rueful smile, thinking, this girl bears a resemblance to Kushina. Subsequently, the world witnessed the fourth Hokage recalling the furious visage of a red-haired beauty. A certain village ninja exclaimed, "Wow, such red hair. I never imagined that someone's hair could flare like the tails of the nine tails when they are angry." Beside him, an outsider ninja, who had always regarded Minato as a god of death, wore a face of helplessness. What surprised him even more was that the golden hero of Konoha paused before remarking, "He is quite the henpecked man, isn't he? What on earth? Why has the image of the enemy suddenly become so amiable? It seems that even the mightiest of foes, upon returning home, are much like ordinary citizens, aren't they?" In a colossal artificial tree hollow in the Rain Country, Conan, who had been observing Nagato's condition, inquired, "What troubles you, Nagato?" In the bustling city, Nagato, having sustained injuries to his legs from an accident, often found himself lost in thought, his gaze revealing a hint of sorrow. "That lady's hair is just like my mother's." Unlike his days in the mysterious organization, Akatsuki, Conan's smile was as warm as a spring breeze. "Indeed, just like your hair, a brilliant red." Nagato swiftly pulled himself from his reverie, analyzing rationally. This series of images is still connected to Konoha. After viewing this footage, your shadow clones and pain should immediately head to Konoha. Conan nodded in agreement and suggested, the alternative candidate for Black Zetsu also needs to be considered promptly. Nagato gently acquiesced. Soon after, the global audience witnessed the golden radiance that once instilled fear in other ninja villages, now imbued with a touch of helplessness and humiliation. Politely imploring the lady who struck his son, "Please, have mercy on my son." In the screening room, laughter erupted unexpectedly, even causing the ninjas of Konoha village to chuckle. At that moment, Sakura's expression was distinctly comedic. "I fear I may never marry." Internally, she lamented, "How could I possibly be paired with that fool, Naruto? How infuriating." However, Sakura was not troubled at that moment. She continued to tend to Naruto's wounds on screen, pondering why he seemed to possess prior knowledge. Did he anticipate that the fourth Hokage, his father, would come to his rescue? It turned out that the boy's closed eyes were not an indication of despair, which had frightened her greatly at the time. A ninja in the viewing area remarked, "Indeed." The other ninjas concurred. In the imagery, Naruto elucidates to Sakura Haruno behind him, "I sensed it using the Nine Tails mode earlier. Others are arriving soon." The ensuing scene compelled the entire viewing chamber of Konoha, nay, the entire ninja world, to collectively draw a sharp breath. "Fourth Hokage, your speed surpasses even my body flicker technique." The voice, the visage. The denizens of Konoha gazed at the projection, then at the imposing figure of the second Hokage beside them. Is that the second Hokage, reanimated? Yet, perhaps to amplify the astonishment across the ninja realm. An elderly figure, familiar to all in Konoha, descended beside the second Hokage, wielding a Vajra-like staff. Third Hokage. Those eyes, could it be? What is transpiring? The third Hokage has perished? Asuma's cigarette fell from his grasp. Father. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared unfazed. Allowing a faint smile to grace his features, it seems I can finally lay down my burdens with ease. The future indeed holds Tsunade in my stead, does it not? Her bravery and decisiveness embody the will of fire of the first Hokage, coupled with the resolute judgment of the second. She shall be a Hokage greater than I. Very well, let us commence. The individual in the imagery, could it be? No wonder the entire ninja world was rendered speechless. For even having anticipated the golden flash of the reanimated, the masters of ninjutsu and the god of speed felt incredulous upon witnessing the man firsthand. The ninjas of Konoha frequently shifted their gazes between the imagery and the Hokage rock. The deity of ninjas, indeed, this chapter's narrative and outline underwent slight alterations. Originally, the focus was to obliterate the third Hokage. The preceding chapter remained unchanged, commencing with a focus on the third S portrait, intending to portray Naruto's shock and anguish before resurrecting him. However, the decision was altered out of trepidation. Nonetheless, Kagaya remains a splendid plot point. Fret not. The conclusion is not imminent, nor shall it collapse. There are foreshadowings. First Hokage, second Hokage, and third Hokage, even Lord Minato. From a distance, the ninja could not approach, witnessing the simultaneous arrival of the four Hokages, nearly oblivious to the dialogue between the fourth Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Haruno. Had they heard it, they would have been as astonished as the audience witnessing the future imagery. In the backdrop of urban prosperity, he harbored perpetual doubts regarding the strategies of the third Hokage. It was the faction of Danzo, who staunchly advocated for the stringent oversight of the demon fox. He vividly recalled the moment when the terror cue first surfaced, as Lord Minato was on the verge of resurrection, merely a step away, gazing intently at his tightly clenched fist. He felt as though he could still sense that hand resting upon Naruto's head, fervently imparting strength. He recalled the anguished voice of Kakashi gripping his arm, painfully declaring that he was unworthy to utter the name of Lord Minato. That statement concealed such profound implications. The raspy voice of the imprisoned Jonin struggled to confront this harsh reality. Lord Minato had sacrificed even his own child to protect the village. The child he had loathed for a full 12 years. How infuriating. Having departed from the dim confines of the detention center, he found himself in cinemas worldwide. Every gaze was captivated by the imagery. The formidable offensive of the Ninja Alliance from the five great nations seemed insurmountable, yet in an instant. It was thwarted by the legendary fourth Hokage, revered as the Golden Flash, both within the frame and beyond. The sight of the four Hokage united in solidarity shone like a beacon of hope birthed from despair. Yet, a singular question lingered in their hearts. Who had summoned the four Hokage through the reanimation jutsu? The previous reanimation had evidently been at odds with the Ninja Alliance depicted on screen. It was Orochimaru who summoned us, declared the third Hokage in the image. Let us bring this war to a swift conclusion. Orochimaru, the third Hokage, still among the living, was taken aback that his former student would make such a decision in the midst of a crisis in the ninja world. Reflecting upon Orochimaru's childhood demeanor and character filled the third Hokage with a lifetime of guilt. He had always felt he had failed to guide Orochimaru properly, allowing him to stray from the path of justice. Now, witnessing what appeared to be Orochimaru's remorse through the imagery, a flicker of hope and solace emerged on Sarutobi Hiruzen's aged face. Moreover, reinforcements were on the way. Though Naruto's injuries had not yet healed and his chakra was severely depleted, he proclaimed, "I just arrived a bit late." The trust that Naruto exhibited in the image transcended even that towards the four Hokage. At the scene, Uchiha Sasuke's heart swelled like boiling water, tumultuous with emotion. The one Naruto awaits is himself. Gazing at the slumbering 12-year-old Jinin, Sasuke, who is also 12, reveals no fluctuations of emotion in his obsidian eyes. At this juncture, do you truly still have faith in someone like me? Naruto, what on earth is happening? How can you achieve all of this? Why would you willingly endure punishment, kneel before the leaders of other villages for the sake of Uchiha Sasuke, and even suffer from respiratory distress? In the end, you still place your trust in him. I have awaited your return for so long. Hashirama, with a roar, Sasuke turned his gaze back to the images. To his surprise, the arrival was not Uchiha Sasuke, but rather the reincarnation of chakra mentioned by the second Hokage, Uchiha Madara. After witnessing so many images, the very mention of Uchiha Madara filled Sasuke with profound disdain. especially upon learning that he was the reincarnation of that very man's chakra. Yet, the next scene in the footage caused Sasuke's shoulders to sag. It was said that Naruto Uzumaki's chakra in a past life belonged to the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, whose demeanor towards Uchiha Madara was as casual as that of an old friend. I'll catch up with you later. My primary task is to halt the Ten-Tails. Hey, whispers erupted around them. Look, the face of that shinobi Azura appears rather pitiable. Who are you pitying? Huh? Did I say something just now? TCH. Uchiha Sasuke resolutely rejected the absurd theory posited by the second Hokage, claiming that he and Naruto were the reincarnations of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's chakra. Nonsense. Humph. You haven't changed a bit, Hashirama. The god of shinobi in the footage displayed a look of resignation. There is no helping it. It has arrived. The audience was taken aback. Arrived? What has arrived? Before the words could be completed, the footage provided an answer. The Ten-Tails was charging toward them. Like a 30-ton infant, it rushed forward. The four Hokage in the imagery would certainly not allow this creature to approach, especially Minato Namikaze. It had been 16 years since he last saw his son. The entire world watched as the legendary Yellow Flash took a deep breath. His previously gentle demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by an intense aura of determination. In the bustling city, those who had endured the Third Shinobi World War broke into a cold sweat as they watched through the screen. Leaders. The first Hokage, like a corporate president, declared with great fervor, "Let us take action." To everyone's astonishment, Minato Namikaze activated his superpower mode. All eyes before the screen were wide with disbelief. For Minato's transformation mirrored that of Naruto Uzumaki. Lord Minato, also the Seal Master of the Nine-Tails. Someone could not help but inquire of the third Hokage, Lord Third. Is Lord Minato also the Seal Master of the Nine-Tails? Having reached this point, there is no need for further concealment. Behind the third Hokage, a woman gracefully approached, her voice ringing clear. In the annals of Konoha's history, there have been 3 sealers of the Nine-Tails. The elder villagers of Konoha stepped back slightly, bowing their heads in respect. She was none other than Uzumaki Mido. The first is myself, Uzumaki Mido. The second, entrusted to the clan's young maiden Kushina Uzumaki, who became the wife of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The most astonishing realization struck the trio closely tied to Naruto, who understood that Kushina was Naruto's mother, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Gaara. Gaara spoke. Naruto is just like me, isn't he? What is it? Mido did not comprehend the child's inquiry. Just like me. The sorrow in Gaara's eyes was heart-wrenching. On my birthday, it was also the day of my mother's passing. In that moment, all present understood that Naruto and Gaara were reflections of each other, one from Konoha and the other from Sunagakure. Both were sealers, children of the fourth leaders, and both had been made outcasts by their biological fathers. Likewise, on the day of their births, they had seen their mothers for the last time. The air was thick with a creeping melancholy. At that moment, Minato Namikaze, on the screen, clenched his fists tightly. In the silence, the clarity of the sound from the screen became even more pronounced. Second Hokage, third Hokage, please step forward. Minato, surrounded by the power of the Nine-Tails, emanated an overwhelming presence on the screen. The reincarnated second Hokage chuckled. Indeed, they are father and son. Unfortunately, at this moment, the lower-ranked employee, Naruto, had already fallen asleep. The young hero on screen, still the lower-ranked employee Uzumaki Naruto, had a piercing gaze as he turned to unleash a powerful skill toward his companions. Humph. I didn't expect even that Minato to show up. The enormous Nine-Tails, resembling a humanoid, sat cross-legged, hands clasped together, and a smile graced its lips at the mention of this formidable ally. What do you think? Isn't my dad incredible? To Naruto's astonishment, the Nine-Tails within him conversed amicably. I am far more aware of such matters than you. The audience, immersed in sorrow, gradually detached themselves to continue watching the unfolding scene. On the screen appeared the memories of the fourth Hokage's final moments. The seals were completed as Minato clasped his hands together, striking them forcefully. A resounding clap echoed as a colossal Grim Reaper emerged behind Minato, holding prayer beads and a dagger, tightly entwining Minato's spirit. Believe in this child. Unlike the fourth Kazekage, the fourth Hokage had unwavering faith in his son. Gazing at the swaddled Naruto, Minato's eyes shone with determination. Naruto is our son. We must believe in him. Seal. The Nine-Tails, on the screen, elucidated to Naruto while simultaneously addressing the perplexities of the global audience. The fourth Hokage. He is the man who separated me into yin and yang and sealed me away. Upon hearing such a remarkable feat, the two Nine-Tails within Naruto commenced a fervent debate. The young Ninetales exclaimed, "How could you acknowledge humanity?" "Why?" The Kurama retorted, "Do I need to explain? You have witnessed Naruto's growth and his indomitable spirit. One day, the barriers here will vanish." Kurama reminisced about the seventh Hokage clad in divine robes. "This dark golden cage shall be unlocked. All tailed beasts will come to recognize him. The Sage of Six Paths has urged us to wait. Though delayed, he shall surely arrive." In Chapter 42, for Red Sun Formation, against the backdrop of urban splendor. For legendary Hokage stood before Minato Namikaze, transported to their designated positions by his instantaneous movement technique. The first Hokage remained composed at his original spot. As the camera zoomed out, the audience was astounded to realize that the positions of the four Hokage cleverly formed an invisible square domain. How magnificent! Lord Minato. With a few swift movements, he had transported himself such a distance. And his meticulously crafted strategies were truly unparalleled. Even the second Hokage would be in awe. A devoted fan of Minato was about to continue his praises when his companion hastily covered his mouth, frantically blinking to signal, "Fool. The second Hokage is standing right beside you." The first Hokage declared, "It has begun." The four Hokage simultaneously shouted, "For Red Sun Formation." The global audience held their breath. The creature that had once rendered tens of thousands of ninja forces powerless. Now, merely four individuals were confronting it. At that moment, the leaders and representatives of the major villages rushing towards Konoha scoffed, as all the glory was seized by the Hokage. The scene depicted the four Red Sun Formation enveloping the colossal beast. The Tintails within a crimson square barrier. Truly, the legacy of the Hokage shone bright. That monster must be at least 100 meters tall. Can this barrier really contain it? Have you lost your mind? That is the Hokage. They are more than capable. Standing beside them, Uzumaki Mito remarked, "I'm not certain about the fourth Hokage, but Hashirama, Tobirama, and that little one possess extraordinary strength." Little one indeed. Suddenly, the visage of Senja Hashirama was adorned with a peculiar shadow, reminiscent of divine motifs from mythological statues, bestowing upon this god of ninja an aura of dignity. Sage art, divine gate. Sasuke was taken aback. Sage art. Is this Hashirama's sage technique? Subsequently, the world witnessed the manifestation of the divine gate. A colossal red torii descended from a height of 1,000 meters, landing with a resounding thud. The tremendous roar pinned the monstrous Tintails to the ground. How astonishing! The citizens before the screen were utterly shocked by this spectacle. How enormous and heavy must this torii be to immobilize such a creature? Someone couldn't help but inquire, is that red barrier truly capable of containing such a monster? It merely appears to be a thin, transparent veil. How could it possibly rival the colossal rock wall created by the Ninja Alliance moments ago? Humph. Such rudimentary earth techniques cannot be compared to the formidable four Crimson Yang formation of the four Hokages. The speaker was a leaf ninja engaged in a mission. Such a barrier could only be executed by ninjas of at least the level of a Kage. To witness it firsthand, even if through imagery, is indeed a rare opportunity for enlightenment. The guardian deity of ninjas, someone murmured the title of the first Hokage. Regardless of how the Tintails struggled, the mighty Majin Gate firmly restrained it, preventing any escape. At that moment, everyone noticed that reinforcements had arrived. Sasuke-kun! Sakura exclaimed in excitement upon seeing the newcomer. She always believed that Sasuke-kun would never abandon the bonds of Team 7. Did not that terrifying inquiry also state so? Sasuke-kun shall forever remain a genin of Konoha. You are late, Sasuke. The image of Naruto seemed to have awaited this moment for quite some time, which did not escape Sasuke's attention. You slacker. In the imagery, few possessed the unwavering trust in Sasuke that Naruto did. Even their former comrades, once fellow genin of Konoha, displayed wariness and aggressiveness upon encountering Sasuke. Kiba pointed an accusing finger at Sasuke, exclaiming, "What are you up to?" Even the future Sakura Haruno, after enduring numerous tribulations, could only calmly ponder, why is Sasuke-kun here? Much has transpired, and I have now resolved to protect Konoha, and unbeknownst to anyone, the unconscious Naruto had already awakened. His expression devoid of emotion as he gazed upon the imagery, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. It was as if sunlight were obscured by thick clouds. Naruto-kun. Following Sasuke, both Sakura and Hinata noticed Naruto's unusual state. Yet, no one knew what to say to him at that moment, so they chose to remain silent. Just then, the image of Uchiha Sasuke spoke, "And I will become Hokage." The atmosphere, both within and outside the imagery, was filled with astonished exclamations. Shino furrowed his brow and remarked, "Sasuke, do you believe your past can be easily erased? The events of the past will never change for any reason." Shikamaru also opposed. Regardless of what transpires later, this is utterly impossible. Does he even comprehend the gravity of his words? With fury, shouted, a fugitive for years. What nonsense is this, suddenly returning? Does he comprehend the significance of Hokage, the fool? In response, delivered a sharp slap to his head, exclaiming, you dimwit. Has the terrifying Q already clarified? Sasuke-kun is not a fugitive at all. Defended Sasuke, asserting, exactly. Sasuke-kun has always been the most outstanding genin of our Konoha village. With a resigned expression, remarked, hey Sakura, I hope that Sasuke could be more than just a genin. Sasuke gazed at his image on the screen, disregarding an alternate conclusion. His attention instead drawn to the once unremarkable individual who aspired to become Hokage. Witnessing his expressionless face, a jolt of realization struck Sasuke's heart. Naruto. Has he abandoned his dream of becoming Hokage? Has his expectation of the Hokage crumbled? Naruto. The spectral figure of Minato gazes at his son with a paternal concern. I do not care about others' perceptions. It is the past Hokages that have led to the current situation. Therefore, I shall become Hokage and transform the village. Sasuke's words appear so powerless on the screen. Yet Naruto clearly disagrees. He recalls his brother Itachi's words. Naruto, I entrust Sasuke to you. He also remembers Itachi's teachings. It is not by becoming Hokage that one earns recognition, but by earning recognition that one can become Hokage. As Naruto watches the film in silence, he contemplates, it is not by becoming Hokage that one earns recognition. Rather, it is through recognition that one may ascend to Hokage. Indeed, Naruto, the fourth Hokage, approaches his son, declaring, as a father, I do not know how to seek your forgiveness, but at the very least, I hope you can persevere in your dreams. Even if your goal is not Hokage, please believe in your comrades. The fourth Hokage understands that Naruto cannot hear him. Yet he strives to convey his will to his son with all his might. On the screen, 12-year-old Naruto bows his head in contemplation of Itachi's words. The 16-year-old Naruto in the film responds and strides towards Sasuke, sunlight radiating as he proclaims, of course, it is I who will become Hokage. Hearing this declaration from the screen, the 12-year-old Naruto lifts his head, blankly repeating, Hokage. TCH. The nine tails within Naruto grumbles in dissatisfaction. The order is all wrong. I didn't expect it to affect him this much. The nine tails retorts, what do you mean? The place I reside is the direction of the plot's development. The nine tails explains, before the current images, Naruto had already met Minato and Kushina. The nine tails exclaims in astonishment. Were they not both dead? It's a long story. Back then, Minato had planned to seal his and Kushina's chakra within Naruto. Cunning humans. Returning to reality, it is now deep into the night, yet audiences around the globe remain reluctant to depart from the viewing area. On the screen, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, the two core forces of the ninja world, prepare to unite against the Ten Tails. Haruno Sakura, also a member of Team 7, refuses to be overshadowed. Do not underestimate me because I am a woman. Standing alongside Sasuke and Naruto, she is not only formidable but exudes an astonishing charisma. The audience is captivated by the aura of these three young warriors. However, just as Naruto is about to act, the first Hokage interjects. Wait, that creature known as the Ten Tails is once again gathering a deep crimson energy sphere, attempting to breach the barrier. This time, the rate at which the energy sphere formed was astonishingly rapid, reaching its previous magnitude in mere seconds. What shall we do? The onlooking ninjas inquired anxiously. Is the fourth Hokage able to transfer it again? Silence enveloped the crowd as everyone awaited the unfolding events with bated breath. On the screen, Minato reminded the other Hokages. The Ten Tails is attempting to breach the barrier. Attention, esteemed Hokages. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gritted his teeth. Understood. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, exuded confidence. Bring it on. Chapter 1. The pinnacle duel of the city. The founder of the Hokage coalition, Hashirama Senju, gazed intently at the roaring beast on the screen. My goodness, it is even larger than our protective shield. Look, it's launching the energy sphere. Meanwhile, the global audience, watching from afar, was gripped with anxiety, fearing that the future 3 years hence might indeed devolve into an apocalypse. As the energy sphere collided violently with the pale red barrier, the explosion illuminated the screen, casting radiant light across the entire world. The arena fell into hushed silence, as if every breath had been suspended. After several seconds of blinding white light, the camera zoomed out, revealing the situation. The dark red energy sphere exploded within the four-symbol ceiling formation, its expanding power distorting the array's shape. Yet, the formation remained intact, akin to taming a wild beast, as its walls forcefully compressed the energy, compelling it to surge upwards. From a more distant perspective, several kilometers away from the four-symbol ceiling formation, a towering column of energy erupted towards the sky like lava from a volcanic explosion, culminating in a thunderous boom at near-space altitude, releasing an astonishing burst of energy. The leaders of various realms watching the spectacle, including Hokages from other cities, were rendered speechless by the sight. Only the Ninja Alliance on screen, having endured days of fierce battle, were numbed to fear and shock, their astonishment now directed at the formidable four-symbol ceiling formation, which had withstood even the Tin Tail's ultimate attack. Indeed, the four-symbol ceiling formation required the combined prowess of 4 Hokage-level shinobi to execute. And what of the Tin Tails? A single utterance from the screen jolted the captivated crowd. Indeed, such a fierce onslaught, with the beast trapped within the protective barrier. Could it not signify that it bore the brunt of the impact itself? How powerful is the modern Hokage? The ninjas of Konoha gasped in awe, bringing unparalleled glory to their village. From this moment forth, as they undertook missions against ninjas from other villages, they could hold their heads high with pride. Meanwhile, Naruto stared wide-eyed at the screen, murmuring, "So this is the 4th Hokage." Beside him, Minato Namikaze smirked. "You should call him Dad, Naruto." Fortunately, the faint murmurs of complaint went unheard. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines might have read the 4th Hokage indulges his son. Would release, would clone technique. Sage art, my gene gate, ceiling head. Accompanied by the low roar of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the 4-symbol ceiling array opened small gates at various locations, allowing the ninja allied forces to enter. The sealing technique pinned the head of the Tin Tails to the ground, preventing it from coalescing the colossal dark red energy sphere once more. The morale of both armies surged as the 1st Hokage's clone charged in, breaching the protective barrier. The Tin Tails was rendered completely immobile. In a desperate attempt to obstruct the ninja allied forces from reaching its core, its wooden body sprouted countless small clones. At the climax of this intense confrontation, the pink-haired maiden, Sakura Haruno, stood beside Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, 2 lower-ranking ninjas from Konoha who had been repeatedly elevated to the pinnacle of the ninja world through various portrayals. Watching their retreating figures, she lamented her past self, who had only known how to weep and rely on them, thus trailing behind them. This self-loathing propelled Sakura to continually evolve. A diamond-shaped mark materialized on her forehead. Unsealing technique. The 3rd Hokage immediately recognized the mark and felt a sense of solace for the growth of these children. Mito Uzumaki, seeing the same seal upon her own forehead, was reminded of her unruly granddaughter and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Meanwhile, 12-year-old Sakura, in her reflections, realized that although she had often looked down upon Naruto, she had repeatedly depended on him during critical moments in the Land of Waves, burdening him with her presence. Leaving her filled with guilt, she clenched her fist in silence. She was still Sakura Haruno, still a member of Team 7. She vowed that such regrets would never repeat. Now, she had amassed enough strength. As the screen displayed Sakura revealing the unseal, she was no longer the frail girl who could only cry. The global audience witnessed this transformation as Sakura's spirit surged, her clenched fist striking mercilessly at the Tin Tail's clone. The clone soared past Naruto, then Sasuke, as if in slow motion, their eyes wide with shock. Yet the Tin Tail's clone persisted, propelled away with the force of the blow, flying dozens of meters. Die. Chapter 43. The meat tank. The gaze of the entire city was captivated. In the streets and alleys, CAF owners nearly dropped their lattes. It was not mere happenstance. It was because the girl on the screen was so familiar yet astonishing. With a single strike, the earth trembled. Dozens of massive Tin Tails clones were sent soaring into the sky. The citizens of Konoha, watching the live broadcast, were momentarily rendered speechless. Following this, they instinctively distanced themselves from the purple-haired girl. The novice Sakura's eyes sparkled with determination. Could this be a glimpse of her future? Standing shoulder to shoulder with Naruto and Sasuke, Sakura Haruno felt a surge of passion within her heart. She resolved to no longer linger in their shadows. Before the upcoming mid-level examination, she would emerge from the confines of Naruto and Sasuke's influence. In the scene, the trio of Team 7 stood united. A vision of camaraderie and battle that inspired her. You too should also strive to excel. Perhaps it will be I who ultimately becomes the leader of the city. Upon hearing Sakura's declaration from the screen, the former mayor chuckled heartily, remarking, "She truly resembles the legendary trio of Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade in their youth." He then turned to Kakashi, saying, You are a more exceptional mentor than I, Kakashi humbly replied. I am merely honored. Yet, internally, he was engulfed in confusion, for he had not played a role in this significant event. Perhaps the era of their generation of mentors had come to a close. Was it a telepathic connection among old friends? Far away in the Kamui dimension, Obito Uchiha experienced a similar perplexity. Humph. Is it true that mere trash can only be discarded? Though uncertain of the Moon Eye plan's reliability, he believed he could create a peaceful world for you and Rin. Foolish Kakashi. At this moment, nearly the entire city was captivated by the live broadcast. For Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno, a new concept of the three heroes emerged. Ordinary citizens could not grasp the intricacies of Sasuke's and Naruto's ninjutsu, nor did they understand chakra. Yet, they recognized the girl's fierce and swift prowess displayed on the screen. Someone casually remarked, "That kid is truly remarkable." Consequently, the terms new three heroes and Sakura-chan quietly gained popularity throughout the city. However, that was merely a tale for the future. Presently, the audience remained fixated on the live broadcast, marveling at the valiant performances of the new generation of young ninjas. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Wind style, spiraling shuriken. The two boys, who had regarded each other as lifelong rivals since childhood, showed no mercy in this moment. This bond made them, though not by blood, closer than brothers. Each yearning for the other's acknowledgement, unaware that the other had already recognized their worth. Sasuke Uchiha, witnessing Naruto's tail beast transformation, understood that Naruto had transcended the solitude of his childhood. Meanwhile, Naruto, seeing Sasuke's new Manjiki Sharingan and the black flames known as Amaterasu, instantly realized that Sasuke had become isolated in his journey. The fourth mayor, watching quietly from the screen, observed his son intently. Witnessing the A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan, which he had invented in his lifetime, being infused with chakra by his son and evolved into a more refined technique, he felt immense joy and pride. Truly, he is my son, Naruto. At the tender age of 12, Naruto found himself electrified by the praise bestowed upon him by the fourth Hokage. Beside him, the invisible figure of the fourth Hokage gazed upon his silent son with a bittersweet smile. The other shinobi of Konohagakure did not disappoint their friends and family. Inazuka Kiba had surprisingly mastered the shadow clone technique, merging with Akamaru to unleash the beastly ninjutsu of the three-headed wolf, completely altering perceptions of the once tiny Akamaru. Shino, too, had cultivated a new breed of parasitic insect. A bug the size of a fingernail burrowed into the Tintail's clone, instantly multiplying into several monstrous insects that consumed the Tintail's manifestation. Hinata, with her long hair and azure eyes, transformed like a fledgling into a phoenix. Like Haruno Sakura, she yearned to stand beside Naruto, a fervent desire propelling her rapid growth. She executed the gentle fist, 64 palms, followed by the gentle fist, 8 trigrams empty palm, and even her own creation. Brilliant blue chakra materialized, forming 2 massive lion heads that attached themselves to the young girl's fists. The gentle step, twin lion fists. Asuma's team, consisting of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, also rose to the occasion. In the bustling city, Choji's expansion technique rendered him nearly the size of a colossal beast. Shikamaru's shadow possession technique adeptly enveloped the shadow of the enlarged Choji. Ino, a master of perception, relayed every movement of their target to her teammates, ensuring seamless coordination. The trio united as one, launching the formidable meat tank. Ino provided the strategy, Shikamaru the control, and Choji the execution. They resembled a giant, wielding a massive yo-yo, sweeping away all in the path of the insect plague-ridden city. The global audience watching the live stream was left astounded. Oh dear. Once again, it was the young ones from Konoha stealing the spotlight, though a sense of imbalance stirred within. One could not deny that the future of the shinobi world rested upon these young warriors. Do not be disheartened. They are merely in their teens, with ample room for growth ahead. Indeed, the road to the future is long. We too must strive to become stronger. In the village of Konoha, not only the juniors older than Naruto, but even the Chunin and Jonin dared not underestimate the group of children gathered at the forefront of the viewing area in front of the Ichiraka ramen shop. It was simply incredible. No need to mention the orphan of the Uchiha clan and the son of the Hokage. What was up with that Inazuka boy? And that little dog atop his head? What three-headed wolf? That was clearly the fearsome Cerberus, a beast guarding the underworld. Could it be that ninjutsu could alter the very genes of living beings? The young master of the Aburame clan was no less impressive, albeit slightly unsettling. His ability to control insects was unprecedented. Those were terrifying creatures that even the Tintails feared. One could only wonder how many of such insects resided within that boy. Moreover, the gaze of the crowd was fixated on the heiress of the Hyuga clan. At this moment, aside from Naruto Uzumaki himself, it seemed that no one could fail to notice that this young lady had harbored affections for that enigmatic fox boy since childhood. No. He is the son of the fourth Hokage. It is no wonder that her Byakugan possesses such remarkable clarity. Just look at her discerning gaze. While other young ladies were preoccupied with the descendants of the Uchiha, she had long set her sights on the Hokage's son. Furthermore, her precise manipulation of chakra truly embodies the essence of the Hyuga clan. At merely 16 years of age, she could materialize chakra, condensing it in her fists. It is quite likely that the future leader of the Hyuga clan will be a woman. Many cast curious glances at Neji Hyuga, the branch family member, pondering the current state of this young man, as the members of Team Guy had yet to make an appearance. The strength of Asuma's team is equally formidable. Compared to the new generation of Ino Shikacho, consisting of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, one could only say that the student has surpassed the master. Nara Shikaku rested his arm on his son's shoulder, provoking Shikamaru's displeasure, yet the father's affectionate gesture left him no choice. Indeed, the boy is a true reflection of his lineage. Choji Akimichi hoisted his friend on his shoulder, exclaiming that they would return home to enjoy a delicious meal prepared by his mother. Yes, I want to eat barbecue. Choji beamed with satisfaction. Yamanaka Inoichi, essentially a timid father, struggled to express his affection for his daughter, awkwardly imitating his friends by saying, "Indeed, she is my daughter. What do you want to eat tonight?" "What are you talking about? Is that how you speak to your daughter?" Ino retorted without hesitation. Yamanaka Inoichi appeared quite embarrassed. His two friends looked at him helplessly, at a loss for words. As for Kurenai Yuhi, she was tightly embraced by her sister, exclaiming, "Not bad. Young man, Akamaru did splendidly." Inoichi gently patted his son's shoulder, praising him for a job well done. As for Hinata's father, the head of the Hyuga clan, he, of course, would not attend such an event. Even while situated in the main house, Hayashi Hyuga could clearly perceive every moment. Rather than being concerned about his daughter's performance, he found himself more anxious about his brother's son. His Byakugan swept across every corner of the image. There was no sign of Neji. Whispering his brother's name, the weight of guilt deepened within him. Returning to the various viewing areas around the world, the scene continued. The morale of their side remained high. While the flames of battle intensified on the enemy front, their offensive growing ever more ferocious. After all, typically, an entire ninja village must exert itself to contend with a single-tailed beast. And the Tintails is a conglomerate of multiple-tailed beasts chakra. This power is not simply additive. The might of the tailed beast returns to its essence. The strength of the Tintails cannot be underestimated. To break through, the new generation of 3 legendary ninjas employed summoning techniques, calling forth their contracted partners. Summoning jutsu, summoning jutsu, summoning jutsu. In the bustling city, 3 resounding voices simultaneously captured the attention of Naruto, the young security guard who frequently stationed himself outside the ramen shop. For some time now, his curiosity about this newfound skill had remained insatiable. After all, he was still merely an inexperienced novice. As the smoke dissipated, elite ninjas bore witness to the emergence of a new generation of legendary ninjas. 3 prodigious youths, merely 16 or 17 years of age. The colossal serpent, the slug, and the toad stood testament to this momentous occasion. Among them, one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, was already brimming with excitement. Naruto Uzumaki, the son of his most distinguished disciple. Indeed, he had inherited Jiraiya's legacy, ascending to the ranks of the Sannin, and he was the destined individual Jiraiya had long sought. Yet, as Jiraiya stroked his chin, he pondered whether the elder Fukasaku had changed his vocation. After all, the formidable Manda had been left to the sidelines. It was unavoidable, considering how difficult he was to manage. Nevertheless, the elder Fukasaku was certainly a character of his own. Just as he mused about Fukasaku's transformation, the image of Naruto began to feel something amiss. Are you not Fukasaku?" Jiraiya, perplexed, inquired. "Fukasaku? What is the joke?" Fukasaku, puffing on a cigarette, replied, "My dad's busy, so I came to join the fun. Surprised, aren't you?" The image of Naruto exclaimed, "You weren't this large before. How did you suddenly grow so big?" The audience marveled. The toads of Miyaboku Mountain, the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, and the slugs of Shikatsu Forest have left the entire world in awe. Maintaining the 4 red yang formation, Minato Namikaze praised the three young individuals, perhaps stirring some long-buried memories within him. Who would have thought he would witness the summoning of the three beasts once more? Inside and outside the image, the two Hokages, life and death, were reminded of the legendary summoning beasts alongside their three disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. A new era had dawned. Let us strive forward. This call from the Hokage acted as a catalyst, as the stirring background music heralded the gathering of the newly appointed Sannin, their spirits soaring. The serpent gracefully weaved through the skyscrapers, while the slug multiplied into countless forms, healing every combatant on the battlefield. Fukasaku leaped, covering distances of thousands of meters, drawing his sword with precision. Yet, even more astonishing developments lay ahead. Sasuke. Wind release, super spiral shuriken. Fire release, Susanoo with Kagetsuchi. The piercing roar of wind combined with the black flames of the Uchiha Susanoo. As Sasuke watched, his eyes began to glisten, recalling the voice of Lord Mito echoing in his ears. If it's that child Naruto, I believe he would say, it is precisely because I am the wind that I can better ignite the flames. In the image, every second was precise. The black arrow of flames and the azure shuriken of wind nearly converged simultaneously upon the Ten Tails. The fierce wind fuels the flames that blaze with intensity. At this moment, fragments of Naruto's memories suddenly flash before him, reminiscent of another parallel world where he discovers his affinity for wind-style chakra. The Naruto from his recollections bears a somewhat melancholic expression, reflecting on how well his abilities complement Sasuke's. Yamato, now known as the enigmatic Umbu agent Tenzo, remarks, indeed, only wind can counter lightning. Sasuke's eyes widen in realization. He remembers having the same thought in the past. However, the Naruto depicted in the vision interjects, no, that is not what I meant. Sasuke swallows hard, already anticipating the words from that underachiever, yet he yearns to hear them spoken aloud. Outside Ichiraka Ramen, the Jin in Naruto gazes up, his expression a mixture of complexity as he observes the unfolding imagery. In the vision, the black flame arrow collides with the wind shuriken in midair. The two forces merge instantaneously, becoming one. A newly forged power arises. As the fierce wind entwines with the black flames, coalescing into an enormous black shuriken, Naruto's heartfelt voice resonated through the imagery, proclaiming, the only force capable of amplifying the flames is the power of the wind. The black flame shuriken struck the essence of the Ten Tails. The shrill cry of Amaterasu intertwined with the piercing sound of the wind-style shuriken, creating a haunting echo. In an instant, the flames spread, engulfing a significant portion of the Ten Tails form. Witnessing this astonishing power and listening to Naruto's heartfelt voice, the 12-year-old Jin in Sasuke found himself unable to contain his emotions. As something hot seemingly slipped from the corner of his eye, the prickling sensation was utterly vexing. Naruto's voice suddenly echoed from behind him, shattering the tranquility. Even if granted another chance, I might still be uncertain whether I would choose Aunt Mikoto, myself, or Lord Hokage. Naruto still could not summon his father, instead addressing him as the esteemed Hokage. Yet, whether one believes it or not, I, in my present state, harbor no regrets for what has transpired. His tone was somber, devoid of any quiver, but it weighed heavily upon Uchiha Sasuke. The surrounding figures, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, Irika, Gaara, and Shikamaru, were captivated by their exchange, rendering the atmosphere momentarily speechless. In the vision, the second Hokage pondered inwardly. He had never witnessed such a formidable technique. The Earth Explosion Star, a nearly perfect fusion of chakra attributes. Even after years of partnership, such mastery remained unattainable. Yet at this moment, the second Hokage could only smirk coldly, as his thoughts drifted to Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, both of whom shared the chakra reincarnation of his brother, Uchiha Madara. What years of partnership! These were, in truth, brothers of the soul. On the opposite side of the four Red Yang formation, the Hokage proclaimed, like shurikens caught in the wind, paired with arrows steeped in profound darkness. I shall name it Lava Release, Fierce Wind Black Arrow 0. All the ninjas, indeed the entire world, pondered, surely. The name Uzumaki Naruto could not have been bestowed by his father? I suspect so. Naruto was rendered speechless. Regardless, as everyone awaited the outcome of this technique against the Ten Tails, the role of Uchiha Madara in this battle, and the connection between Madara and the masked man, the vision abruptly vanished. What is happening? Some gasped in astonishment, while others rushed to check if the connection had faltered. How could it just disappear? This is the critical moment. I was eagerly anticipating Sakura's iron fist. Sakura remarked, thank you, 800 times over. So was I. I was also looking forward to the appearance of the Hokages. The two Hokages interjected. No, in fact, there are three of us. Minato Namikaze asked, "Is it time for another question, or shall we view another vision?" His reminder redirected everyone's attention to Naruto. Suddenly, Shikamaru shouted, "Naruto, the card beside you. Has it vanished?" Chapter 44. Sweet Chestnut Confectionery. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. For so long, there had been 10 cards hovering around him. Having utilized 2, theoretically 8 remained. Yet, unbeknownst to him, these cards had mysteriously vanished. The onlookers stood in bewilderment, unable to fathom the reason behind the disappearance of the cards. Nor did any new images or issues arise. Sakura casually inquired, "Could it be that we are meant to return to sleep and continue tomorrow?" In a teasing tone. Kiba responded, "How could that be? You think that person would be so kind-hearted? Would they truly concern themselves with whether we VE had enough rest?" After a brief silence, Sakura conceded, "Indeed, that seems rather unlikely. It's somewhat eerie." Suddenly, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, spoke up. "Has something transpired? Is it related to Naruto?" Irika asked anxiously. Believing it to concern Naruto, Tobirama shook his head, clarifying that it had nothing to do with Naruto Uzumaki. He was preoccupied with other matters. Primarily, he was perplexed by the bizarre question and answer scenario. First, there was his resurrection, followed by the future resurrection of the Ninetales. Wait, the Ninetales resurrected? That implies the Ninetales had perished. With this thought, Tobirama shook his head again. He couldn't dismiss the connection to Naruto Uzumaki entirely. He needed to clarify his thoughts. When had the Ninetales died in the future? What had befallen Naruto Uzumaki? What truly confounded him was the issue of Kaguya. His intuition suggested that the malevolence of that ominous question and answer was not particularly strong. Yet he harbored a vague premonition that Kaguya's demise would not be so straightforward and that unexpected events would transpire. Sasuke Uchiha and Obito Uchiha shared similar sentiments. Particularly for Sasuke, for some reason, this feeling was even more intense than that of the second Hokage. "Second Hokage, I must ask you," he said. "What is the situation with the Ninetales within Naruto? Why is it able to control his body? And what do you mean by claiming to come from the future? What are Kaguya and that white entity? And what about Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju?" "Excellent inquiries," Obito remarked from within Kamui's dimension as Sasuke's questions echoed his own. The most pressing matter on his mind was the true nature of Kaguya and White Zetsu. Recent images had nearly revealed directly that Kaguya and White Zetsu were anything but simple. Especially in this latest vision, Madara Uchiha had actually been resurrected through Edo Tensei. This undoubtedly shocked Obito, for in his plans to realize the Moon's Eye and eradicate war and division, he had never contemplated resurrecting Madara. Why was that? He had never fully trusted that man. Outside the Kamui dimension, the barrage of questions from Sasuke left Naruto Uzumaki in a state of shock. Am I being controlled by the Ninetales? At that moment, his consciousness was in a state of utter turmoil. Inundated with an overwhelming influx of information that rendered him nearly incapable of perceiving the existence of reality. He felt as though he had been ensnared in a fabricated world, where those who regarded him with indifference, those who isolated him, and even those who were of utmost importance to him, appeared as mere phantoms. He could not fathom why his mentor Kakashi and the third Hokage, whom he held in high esteem, would deceive him. He found the situation absurd. Confronting Gaara, he had sworn with conviction that if he were to encounter his father, the fourth Kazekage, he would ensure Gaara would teach him a lesson. He had also proclaimed that if his father were such a person, he would deliver a resounding blow. However, when the reality of the situation descended upon him, when he learned that his father was indeed the revered fourth Hokage, he should have felt elation. Yet, he was plagued by the question, why had the fourth Hokage chosen to seal the Ninetales within his own son? Naruto surveyed the individuals surrounding him, feeling an unsettling sense of unfamiliarity. Even Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi-sensei seemed like strangers he had never truly comprehended. Enveloped in that frigid space, the two-tailed beasts within their cage gnawed at one another, yet they could not penetrate the vortex of his introspection. He found himself ensnared by fear, realizing that the one responsible for his mother's demise was, in fact, himself. How terrifying it was to ponder whether Gaara had borne such anguish all along. This sensation was excruciating, overwhelmingly painful. The 10th of October marked not only the anniversary of his mother's passing, but also that of the fourth Hokage. This torment rendered Naruto incapable of coherent thought, allowing his consciousness to drift and relinquishing control over his own body. Consequently, the Ninetales and Kurama took possession of Naruto's form. Unbeknownst to Kurama, his act of pressing the lever was inadvertent. He was uncertain if a body other than Naruto's could achieve such a feat, so in a moment of urgency, he coalesced his chakra into claws to activate the lever. The eradication of Kagaya Otsutsuki was entirely beyond Kurama's expectations. Kurama quietly returned to Naruto's interior, disregarding the inquisitive queries of the Nine-Tails. His expression grave as he focused intently on the myriad of recent anomalies. A sense of disquiet lingered, an inexplicable sensation that eluded precise identification. This feeling was more enigmatic and elusive than confronting the threats posed by Kagaya and Ishiki. What could this sensation possibly be? A chill began to stir within Kurama's heart. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki was not in communion with Kurama, unable to engage in dialogue with the beast residing within him. His thoughts were ensnared by the complexities of his lineage. Midnight had arrived. At that moment, Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, spoke. Though I do not grasp the nature of your worries, you cannot afford to dwell on them now. It would be wiser to concentrate on your training. The 5 Kage summit is imminent, and many will seek an audience with you. The decision of whether to engage lies with you. However, you must understand that you are currently too weak. Whether shouldering the title of the 4th Hokage's son brings you fortune or misfortune is yet to be determined. I advise you to swiftly master the summoning technique and the Rasengan. Naruto quietly listened to the words of the second Hokage, yet he offered no response. Sasuke, frustrated by the silence, pressed on. First, answer my question. Second Hokage. Tobirama Senju cast a sidelong glance at the Uchiha heir and sighed. This matter is not easily explained. And Naruto's situation is more pressing. Even if I divulge the answer to your inquiry, how would it alter the current circumstances? You. Sasuke clenched his fist, his Sharingan gleaming with fury. Sasuke. Kakashi cautioned him, reminding him that such behavior was a grave disrespect to the Hokage. Sasuke-kun. Sakura expressed her concern as she observed the tension between Naruto and Sasuke, fearing that their conflict might lead them down a perilous path. Tobirama was no stranger to the Sharingan, having encountered countless variations, including the 3 Tomo and even the Manjiki. Witnessing Sasuke's escalating extremism, he felt a strong aversion to further communication with the Uchiha clan, as any words could easily be misconstrued as malice. Perhaps, engaging with the Uchiha indeed required unparalleled persuasive skills. Shifting the conversation, Tobirama remarked, your question is indeed complex, and you might not believe my response. It would be prudent to first assist Naruto in regaining his composure to face any looming crises. He then turned to Naruto, your identity has become public knowledge. And that unknown threat may strike at any moment. You must stay with your companions in the coming days, ensuring that support is readily available in times of emergency. Tobirama surveyed the group. Jiraiya, you. However, his words were once again interrupted by Sasuke. Resisting the urge to unleash the Flying Thunder God technique upon the disrespectful Uchiha, Tobirama held back. Sasuke urgently called out, Naruto, I have something to show you. Before he could finish, all eyes turned to Sasuke, who appeared somewhat embarrassed as he repeated, you. Just then, Mikoto hurried over, smiling to diffuse the tension. Do you want to show Naruto-kun the footage you recorded earlier? The part he missed while he was sleeping? A hint of mystery danced in Mikoto's smile. Naruto found it impossible to harbor any ill feelings towards Sasuke's mother, Mikoto, especially considering the gentle aunt who had secretly prepared red bean soup for him. Just a few days prior, through the interactions between Sasuke and Mikoto, he had indulged in daydreams of what his own mother might have looked like. Observing Mikoto Uchiha, Naruto's emotions gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. He tilted his head, his eyes filled with confusion. With a smile, Mikoto remarked, though it was only for a brief moment, Naruto-kun, you unfortunately missed the scene of Kushina's anger as recalled by Minato-san. Naruto's eyes widened in astonishment. Kushina is my friend, and she is also your mother, Mikoto replied gently. Naruto, the name mother strikes a profound chord within Naruto. Shikamaru, noticing that Naruto has yet to realize he has seen his mother in the imagery, gently prompts him, Naruto, have you forgotten the scene at Ichiraka Ramen? Naruto, perplexed, struggles to recall. Although it is intricate, upon reflection, every image from Ichiraka Ramen seems to be intertwined with his essence. Shikamaru elaborates, not to mention Irika-sensei, Team 7, and our shared memories. Your presence is also evident in the 5 Kage summit. In the bustling city, Shikamaru's languid tone carries a hint of jest. Naruto, surely you haven't forgotten the tale of the 4th Hokage on a date with a lady at a fast food restaurant? Ignoring Shikamaru, Naruto rushes towards the eatery, exclaiming, excuse me. Sir, have you seen her? Have you seen my mother? The shopkeeper pauses in surprise. Oh, you mean Kushina? Of course, I've seen her. She adored these noodles just as much as you do. A fleeting joy crossed Naruto's face. Yet he appeared somewhat unaccustomed to smiling. So my mother loves noodles this much too, huh? Heh. Everyone felt delighted by Naruto's excitement. While Jiraiya exchanged glances with the second Hokage. After confirming the third Hokage's intentions, he clapped his hands. The applause drew everyone's attention. Naruto, for the next few days. You can either go to Sasuke's place or visit the second or third Hokage, Jiraiya said. I must meet an old friend, and if all goes well, I shall return the day after tomorrow to continue your training. I hope by then you will have successfully mastered the technique of the tailless tadpole. At that time, I will impart to you the fourth Hokage's unique ninjutsu, the Rasengan. Naruto, the fourth Hokage's ninjutsu. He reminisced about the images of himself, the wind release, Rasengan, and the black flame shuriken combined with Sasuke's fire release, Susanoo, and Kagai's techniques. The yearning for enhanced strength, as well as the bond of brotherhood with Sasuke, lingered deep within his heart. He nodded silently, not opposing Jiraiya's arrangements. At this moment, who among the current Konoha genin could bear to lag behind after witnessing such visions? Sasuke, Kakashi, let me handle the Chidori. He then turned to the second Hokage. Did you not say you would find several ninjutsu mentors for each of us? What about the others? The impolite Uchiha boy, the second Hokage replied, you will find out when you return home. Sasuke was perplexed. Yet he noticed his mother Makoto covering her mouth in laughter, and a sudden guess emerged in his heart. Could it be? Not only Naruto and Sasuke, but Sakura was also unwilling to be outdone. Seeing her regrets and struggles in the visions of another world, she refused to wait any longer. She must acquire strength as soon as possible, though in the end she might not achieve the same power as Sasuke and Naruto. She would not allow herself to merely watch their backs while shedding tears, begging them to wait for her. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, addressed Sakura. Your mentor is Jiraiya's target for this journey. Whether you can find a suitable teacher depends on Jiraiya's ability to persuade Tsunade. Tsunade? Sakura echoed. Turning to Jiraiya and bowing deeply, I entrust everything to you, Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya exaggeratedly leaned back, finding the impression this girl left on him from the visions profoundly striking. She was practically a replica of Tsunade. The force of her punch might even surpass Tsunade's. However, as the child of prophecy, Naruto was destined to surpass himself. And then there was Orochimaru. After Tsunade's return, Jiraiya planned to have another discussion with Orochimaru. Meanwhile, with Sakura's determination, how could the other three girls be outdone? Although the process was not yet complete, Vortex Karen was destined to become a Konoha ninja. Did the Grass Ninjas disagree? Insulting the descendants of the Vortex clan, they should be more concerned about the safety of their own village. The Konoha genin, Vortex Karen, had already taken Vortex Mito as her teacher and began learning chakra control. Following that, she would need to master sage techniques, sealing techniques, diamond sealing, and even in sealing. In addition to Karen, Hinata Hyuga, possessing the Byakugan, was resolute. She could no longer tolerate her own weakness. She would become strong like her future self in the visions. No, she would become even stronger. She aimed to seize more opportunities to stand beside Naruto. An opportunity reminded her of the woman whom Naruto had punched, a woman with the strongest Byakugan and Sharingan, the silver-haired lady. This would be her first step, to seek out the second Hokage and learn about that woman, as well as acquire the training methods to enhance her Byakugan. In the depths of her thoughts, she sensed that both the Byakugan and the Sharingan harbored greater secrets, waiting to be unearthed through the right avenues. Perhaps the Byakugan was not the ultimate destination for the Hyuga clan. Much like the Sharingan and its evolved form, the Mangekyou Sharingan, the Byakugan might also possess the potential for higher breakthroughs. She yearned to use these eyes to pierce through the veil of fate and alter her destiny. As for Yamanaka Ino, her attention shifted to the revered wife of the first Hokage, Lady Uzumaki Mito. Ever since she learned that the security system of Konoha was still rooted in Mito sealing techniques, Yamanaka Ino was fervently passionate about merging the barrier ninjutsu with her family's secret art of mind-body transmission. If she could integrate sealing techniques, sensory ninjutsu, and the Yamanaka clan's secret skills into one cohesive whole, perhaps she would create an intelligence network that enveloped the entirety of Konoha. Similar to the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique, it could assign unique identifiers to every citizen of Konoha, and even the entire Land of Fire. Akin to a Ninja D-type system, the speed of information transmission would be significantly enhanced across the globe. Consequently, no matter where a terrifying inquiry arose, she would be the first to know, swiftly discovering a solution. Of course, The innate talents of these girls alone would not suffice. That evening, Kiba returned home and gathered his mother and sister, informing them of his and Akamaru's intention to learn summoning techniques. Aiming to forge a summoning contract with the canines of Mount Inazuka, Oil Girl Shino aspired to cultivate superior insect breeds, and while consulting with her teacher, Yuhi Kurenai, she fortuitously encountered the ever-sarcastic Jonin, Mitarashi Anko, who agreed to impart some biological experimentation methods to Shino. At this juncture, Shino was unaware that the biological experiments and related ninjutsu she learned from Anko would ultimately lead her to one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. Nara Shikamaru continued to learn the family's secret art of shadow imitation from his elders. Having witnessed the creative yet seemingly impractical combination technique of the Inoshikicho trio in a recorded vision, he felt the need for improvement. Although it appeared to balance offense and defense, the mobility and speed of the projected shadow were lacking. As the young leader of the Nara clan, he aspired not only to be the brain of the Inoshikicho, but also to serve as the intellectual powerhouse for all of Konoha. He must master the ninjutsu of the entire village, enabling him to recombine their strengths at critical moments. Just like the wind and fire combination techniques exhibited by Naruto and Sasuke in the footage, achieving effects that surpassed mere addition. With only 3 years remaining until the golden-haired man with the Rinnegan would attack Konoha, time was indeed running short. Choji, of the Inoshikicho trio, had accumulated a vast amount of energy yet had not found the opportune moment to unleash it. Upon witnessing his future self surpassing his father's expansion jutsu in size within the imagery, he too began to seek ways to break free from his constraints, striving for a breakthrough amidst the chaos of battle. To this end, he sought Shikamaru's assistance. However, Shikamaru surprisingly contacted Uchiha Sasuke on his behalf. It is said that one of Sasuke's mentors occasionally assists Choji in meditation, using Jinjutsu to awaken the immense potential hidden deep within him. Niji Hyuga, upon witnessing Hinata's growth through the imagery, often finds himself engulfed in confusion regarding fate. Through these visions, he learns that the pivotal figure in Hinata's development is none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage. Intrigued by Naruto, Niji gazes up at the sky. The boy once shunned by the villagers as the Ninetales is, in fact, the offspring of the 4th Hokage. The individual he once deemed insignificant has ascended to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Is this what fate entails? Yet, had Naruto succumbed to destiny at an earlier juncture, what would have transpired then? Reflecting on the imagery, he recalls the moment he discovered that his biological father was the 4th Hokage, and how the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi, and others, aware of the truth, chose to keep it hidden from him. Even when he learned that Sasuke, Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno were vying for the title of Hokage, he remained unperturbed. Suddenly, he realizes that fate is altered with each choice one makes. Echoing in his ears are the words spoken during a previous vision. When Itachi Uchiha faced off against Kabuto, every jutsu possesses its weakness. Does even a caged bird have its vulnerabilities? Niji's Byakugan is directed at the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the man who single-handedly developed countless jutsu, with even the forbidden techniques being sealed within the 1st Hokage scroll. What if he were in this situation? Beside Niji, Rock Lee is equally unwilling to fall behind. Observing the brilliance of the current genin from Konoha in the imagery, yet finding no trace of their own team, Lee roars in frustration, nearly provoking Guy to make him run another 500 laps around the village. However, upon calming down, a sense of foreboding settles in Guy's heart. Lee, Niji, Tenten, you must not encounter any misfortune. Guy declares, all right, starting tonight, we will engage in special training. Lee is undoubtedly the most enthusiastic responder. Yes, Sensei. He silently vows to master the essence of the 8 gates as swiftly as possible. Tobirama cast a glance at the duo during the 4th Great Ninja War. It was Madara who, after absorbing the 10 tails, brought forth miracles through this pair. Amidst the bustling city, Guy, with unwavering resolve, executes the ultimate technique of the 8 gates. Had it not been for Naruto's timely intervention with advanced medical technology, he might have already perished. It is said that Tsunade's dedication to medicine rivals that of her elder brother and Mito. Perhaps she should delve deeper into the fusion of technology and ninjutsu for life extension techniques. This pair of master and disciple should be destined for a more illustrious future. I will strive as well, Tenten asserts resolutely. However, aside from her fundamental training and various high-tech ninja tools, she is still exploring a development path suitable for herself. She remains steadfast on the path of ninja tools, but how can she balance her diverse abilities to keep pace with her companions? Niji's Byakugan and Gentle Fist, along with Li's indomitable spirit and the Eight Gates technique, represent the path she ardently pursues. Shikamaru was inadvertently bumped into by Temari from the Sand Village. Our Sand Village shall not yield, Temari smiled. We will never allow you from Konoha to dominate. Shikamaru, filled with resignation, pondered that he was not particularly acquainted with this woman from the Sand Village, realizing that the camaraderie depicted in films could not be seamlessly applied to reality. Women could indeed be quite troublesome. Not only Temari, but also Kankuro and Gaara possessed a fervent desire for growth. Particularly Gaara, after watching the film, recognized that even with Shikaku's power, he could not contend with the premier forces of the future ninja world. At the very least, Killer Bee of the Eight Tails and Naruto of the Nine Tails forged friendships with their tailed beasts, achieving the pinnacle of perfect Jinchuriki. They not only wielded tremendous strength, but also transcended loneliness, forming a unique combat partnership unparalleled in the world. I'm not one to succumb like the Eight and Nine Tails. You insignificant creature, you are hardly worthy of my attention. Remaining here will only induce my utter disgust. Disgust. A sharp voice echoed in Gaara's mind. It was Shikaku protesting. Gaara contemplated. Then I shall request Uzumaki Kushina to seal you using the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. As long as you slumber in a cage like the Nine Tails, discomfort shall not plague you. Shikaku's voice faltered momentarily, then grew increasingly agitated. You dare seal me? I shall devour you. I will seize your consciousness and engage in endless slaughter. How infuriating, Gaara mused. Without eloquence, how can one communicate peacefully with a tailed beast? This is exceedingly challenging. Should I sing to the beast like Killer Bee does? Yet, such a notion seems improbable for him. A group of inspired youths, invigorated by the film, shouldered the future, distancing themselves from the predetermined outcomes, seeking and embodying their own paths, hastening forward. They were about to uncover that the adversaries they faced might prove even more formidable and intricate than those depicted in the film. After this night, only 2 days remained until the Five Kage Summit, according to reports from agents guarding the borders of the Land of Fire. The fastest representatives from the Sand Village had entered the Land of Fire for some time, and it was anticipated that they would arrive in Konoha the day before the meeting. More importantly, they bore news of the demise of the fourth Kazekage and the arrival of a figure of great significance. The Uchiha apartment tonight appeared to host a quiet Uzumaki Naruto. Yet in truth, it was abuzz with activity. Uchiha Makoto and her son Sasuke were present, along with two crows perched on the open balcony of Sasuke's apartment. Naruto, engulfed in a melancholic mood, donned nothing but a single pajamas and a small sleeping cap as he arrived. His father, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, silently trailed behind him. Although Naruto's gaze was cast downward, the warm orange glow and Aunt Makoto's gentle smile provided a modicum of solace to his troubled spirit. Makoto rummaged through the storage room, searching for photographs of Fugaku, Kushina, and Minato from the past. Sasuke gently pressed his palm against Naruto's forehead, preparing to share the recorded images through the power of his Sharingan. Look into my eyes, he urged. Naruto lifted his eyelids, and in an instant, Sasuke activated his three-tomo Sharingan. However, before he could convey the imagery, he found himself ensnared in a peculiar illusion, transported to a bizarre realm. It was dark, oppressive, and damp, with puddles engulfing half of his shins, the dim golden surroundings reminiscent of a sewer, where an unknown liquid dripped incessantly into the water below. A roar. Amidst the clamor of the city, the jarring cacophony rattled Sasuke's hair into disarray. A chill surged through him. What could this be? A low, resonant voice echoed in his ears like the buzzing of electric waves. It was a voice he recognized, once from a recording. And again when Naruto was under the control of the Nine Tails, manipulating a colossal machine. The Nine Tails. You are the Nine Tails. Indeed. The malevolent Uchiha. Come. Let me put an end to you. The same voice, yet laced with a more sinister tone. Accompanying the words, red, translucent chakra enveloped the walls, exuding a palpable malevolence. Sasuke was taken aback. What on earth was occurring? Could it be that the Nine Tails possessed a dual personality? He cautiously moved toward the source of the voice, the dim golden underground passage resonating with the continuous sound of dripping water. Akin to a gentle May shower, neither too heavy nor too light, yet evoking a sense of solitude and sorrow. Sasuke despised such seasons. He would rather endure a torrential downpour, brief though it may be, to wash away all his troubles. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived before a massive golden cage, within which two colossal nine-tails foxes came into view. Although the 10 tails in the imagery appeared more immense, they were merely projections constrained by the size of the screen. However, the two ninetails before him were undeniably large enough to pin him to the ground with a single hand. There are two ninetails. Why are there two ninetails? Kurama chuckled slyly. You are mistaken. Counting the fourth Hokage, there are actually three. Who cares about that? Compared to the number of nine tails. Sasuke was far more concerned about Naruto's condition. Why had he suddenly appeared here? And where exactly was this place? How could you manipulate Naruto's body? Has the seal weakened? The young ninetails chuckled softly. Ah, the perceptive Uchiha. How keenly you concern yourself with the life and death of Uzumaki Naruto. But it is all for naught. If you are indeed the chakra reincarnation of that individual, one day you will choose to kill him, to end Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke was rendered speechless by Kurama's words. The ninetails understood that the obsession of Indra and Ashura would eventually dissipate between Sasuke and Naruto. He remarked, these matters are far in the future. For now, you should focus on Naruto's current state. Since the Chunin exams, the future here has become increasingly obscure. Naruto. Where is this place? How is Naruto? This is the innermost recess of Naruto Uzumaki's heart, the very location where the fourth Hokage sealed me. Kurama explained. Soon you will be able to leave this realm, but before that, please keep an eye on that foolish Jinchuriki, for he is your friend. As Sasuke exited that peculiar domain, he faintly heard the word brother. Upon returning to reality, Sasuke observed that Naruto appeared to have successfully fallen into an illusion. Immersed in the narrative he had crafted for himself, those vacant blue eyes shed foolish tears. Unable to resist, Sasuke instinctively extended two fingers, reminiscent of Itachi, intending to poke Naruto's forehead, while the crow, Itachi, silently watched. However, Sasuke halted just in time, allowing Naruto to quietly witness the images within the illusion. How wonderful! Freed from the illusion, Naruto wiped his tears haphazardly, exclaiming, my mother is such a beauty. Sasuke nearly spat out his drink. Do you have nothing else to say? Are you really that clueless? Naruto, feeling indignant, exclaimed, what's wrong? Is it impossible? Well, it's not entirely unfeasible, came the hesitant response. Regardless, Naruto appeared somewhat awkward. After all, within the memories of the fourth Hokage, his mother lived a life filled with joy, and that was sufficient. Indeed, that was enough. In truth, upon uncovering the reality, Sasuke found himself most concerned about Kushina's life and her circumstances in Konoha. Having witnessed the mothers of Gaara and Karen, he harbored deep worries for Kushina's well-being. However, when he recalled the fourth Hokage during the fourth Great Ninja War, seeing Sakura strike him, he could vividly imagine his mother's wrath, which brought a smile to Naruto's face. For he was certain that his mother must have lived a life of immense happiness. Although such thoughts might seem somewhat unjust to Karen and Gaara, the fact that his mother could be with his father was truly wonderful. Observing Naruto's evident uplift in spirits, Sasuke was taken aback by how significantly the footage he had recorded had aided Naruto. He, of course, remained oblivious to Naruto's inner thoughts, and thus could not comprehend that the mere existence of that footage was enough to soothe his most profound anxieties. Naruto reminisced about the scene at the Ichiraku ramen shop, where the fourth Hokage joyfully embraced a pregnant red-haired beauty, his mother exuding happiness as well. Chapter 46, Today's Last Sweet Chestnut. Thus, he must have descended upon this bustling city with blessings, right? If that enigmatic question-and-answer game could hear his heartfelt thoughts, how he yearned to witness it, much like Alice. To see the very moment of his birth, to gaze upon his parents and ponder whether they, too, were filled with anticipation for his arrival. Apologies, Naruto, Sasuke. Did I disturb you? The voice of Mikoto Uchiha echoed from the doorway of the living room. After searching the room, she could only find a single photograph. Holding an album, Mikoto flipped to a particular page, pointing to a vibrant red-haired girl. I'm sorry, Naruto. I could only find a childhood photo of your mother. Is this? Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at the girl in the yellow kunoichi outfit, proudly holding a Nin certificate, her radiant smile bringing joy. Was my mother also a ninja? Indeed, she was in the same class as me and Minato. Mikoto recalled those days. Filled with happiness and amusement, Kushina would always pummel any boy who spoke ill of her. She was fierce. Ha ha ha. Sakura has quite a temper as well. But Kushina was particularly gentle with Minato, though she was also kind to her friends. Then, as if recalling something, she chuckled wryly. Yet, it seemed she never quite favored Fugaka-senpai, always giving him the cold shoulder. Sasuke, father. Ah, I inadvertently used the term from before their marriage. Mikoto quickly shifted the topic, turning to Naruto. Speaking of which, before Kushina and Minato were together, she often chatted with me. Naruto? Huh? What did you say? What did you say? Minato Namikaze leaned in quietly, straining to listen. Kushina, at that moment, found Minato utterly unreliable, likening him to a tomboy, exclaiming, "How could someone like that possibly become Hokage?" Naruto, with his wide blue eyes, did not fully grasp Aunt Mikoto's words. Sasuke, equally astonished, wondered if the fourth Hokage was indeed a charlatan, marveling at Kushina's boldness. Upon realizing the implications of tomboy, Naruto burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. The fourth Hokage. That fourth Hokage. A tomboy. Ha ha." At that moment, the fourth Hokage, the so-called tomboy Minato, turned pale, his gaze vacant. Kushina had gone too far. And so had Mikoto. Watching his son laugh uncontrollably, Minato felt the image of a respectable father shatter in Naruto's eyes, leaving him feeling despondent. Fortunately, Naruto's spirits were quickly restored. The following day, the Genin, diligently training for the third Chunin exam, along with the ever-ready J-Nin, endured a long day of waiting. Thanks to the Nine-Tails' assistance, Naruto, standing atop Gimabuna's head, attempted various peculiar techniques and hand seals, yet he could not summon the remaining 8 shadow image cards. Previously, he had been anxious about the revelations of his childhood during the terrifying question-and-answer session. Now, he yearned to witness images of his birth or his parents in their youth. Under the guidance of Mikoto Uchiha, Sasuke trained alone on his 3-tomo Sharingan. Originally, the second Hokage had assigned Kakashi Hitaki, Shisui Uchiha, and Itachi Uchiha as his mentors. However, the third Hokage had revoked Itachi's status as a rogue ninja and concluded his undercover mission within the Akatsuki. Yet, as Itachi was far away, Shisui and Kakashi were dispatched to the Hidden Rain village to retrieve him. Thus, although Sasuke was eager, he could only watch as Naruto's training progressed rapidly. Sakura, having witnessed the transformation in her companions, gained access to more advanced books and scrolls. Her academic performance was her greatest asset. In terms of studies, even the consistently top-ranking Sasuke Uchiha felt inferior. The trio continued their training diligently throughout the day, only departing the training grounds once the moon ascended and the sun descended. As they approached the residential area, several unfamiliar individuals adorned with the headbands of Sunagakure and Kirigakure heightened their vigilance. Among these individuals was someone they recognized. "Seeing you in person is far better than hearing about you," said a woman from the Mist Village, clad in a water blue dress. Her thick, lustrous brown hair obscured half her face, while her partially open emerald eyes and rosy lips exuded an air of beauty. "Who are you, miss?" Naruto squinted his eyes in a daze and inquired. Sakura exclaimed, "Hey, haven't you seen this in the previous footage? That is the future 5th Hokage." "Yes, indeed. The 5th Hokage." Naruto exhibited an air of indifference, yet both Sasuke and the covert agents safeguarding them had quietly heightened their vigilance. After all, he was a formidable figure possessing the strength of a Hokage. Should Naruto's identity be unveiled, those who bore grievances against the illustrious Yellow Flash during the Third Ninja War would not hesitate to pursue him. "Still the same trio, I see. How have you been? Has Kakashi, with his Sharingan, not accompanied you?" The voice emanated from a tall man behind Terumi Mei, most of his figure cloaked in a robe, leading Naruto and his companions to initially overlook his presence, focusing instead on the future 5th Mizukage. However, when he spoke, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were left utterly astonished. Naruto pointed at the other person and shouted loudly, "It's you." Sakura gasped in surprise. Sasuke interjected, "Zabuza Momochi." Zabuza removed his cloak, revealing their familiar visage. "I didn't expect that you all still remembered me, but it hasn't been that long." Zabuza regarded Naruto Uzumaki with astonishment. "I never imagined that you would be the son of the Yellow Flash of Konoha." Upon hearing this, Naruto, who had just appeared somewhat spirited, was suddenly doused with cold water, his demeanor instantly turning dejected. "Hey, what are you feeling down about?" Zabuza questioned, perplexed. "Having such a cool father shouldn't be a cause for despair. It's only a matter of having had a rough past, isn't it? White's situation is quite similar." "It's nothing," Naruto responded calmly. "You must be feeling quite sorrowful as well, for you alone have been resurrected, while White is not." Those words struck a chord deep within. Zabuza, unable to retrieve his large sword from the land of waves and time, felt as though he might truly lash out. In truth, Naruto meant no mockery towards Zabuza. Rather, he genuinely felt compassion for him. The deaths of White and Zabuza during the events in the Land of Waves had solidified Naruto's understanding of his ninja path. He realized that the world of adulthood was neither simple nor always beautiful. leading him to momentarily believe that his own suffering was merely a trivial part of this world's complexities. At that moment, Kakashi was absent, and Sakura was apprehensive that Zabuza might launch a sudden attack. She assumed a defensive stance and inquired, "How did you end up in Konoha?" Zabuza remained silent. But Terumi May interjected to explain. As you all know, Zabuza is a rogue ninja. He once attempted a coup, primarily due to his dissatisfaction with the Mizukage rule. Ao chimed in, Zabuza was resurrected as a reward for CHJR answering a question correctly. Staying in the Hidden Mist village was too perilous. So CHJR decided to escort him away from the village, catching up with us as we traveled to Konoha for the 5 Kage Summit. At that moment, a voice emanated from behind Naruto, belonging to the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. I have a general understanding of the situation in the Hidden Mist village. The matters concerning the Three Tails Jinchuriki and the 4th Mizukage being controlled should indeed hold some truth. During this 5 Kage Summit, I will share some known intelligence regarding the Masked Man. Tobirama Senju did not finish his statement. The situation involving Uchiha Obito was rather intricate. Setting aside his deceptions and manipulations by Madara, had he not been misled, this boy who harbored dreams of becoming Hokage ought to have met a different fate. Tobirama intended to arrange for representatives from the Hidden Mist in the Sand Village to rest at Konoha's lodgings, awaiting the summit scheduled for the day after tomorrow. However, the young girl from the Hidden Mist was quite something else. Tobirama's expression darkened. What was that gaze? It was rather unsettling. Ao shared a similar sentiment of discomfort. In truth, from the moment Terumi May laid eyes on Tobirama's appearance, her gaze was fixated, her thoughts consumed by the phrase, "What a fine man." At that moment, her inner voice exclaimed, though he appears somewhat youthful, overall, he is quite impressive. An active water-style chakra, and he is also quite handsome. He is my ideal type. One might consider this individual as a potential marriage partner. Senju Tobirama sighed. Young lady, please set aside your whimsical notions. I am currently engaged in serious matters. The self-reference of this old man prompted Kuratsuchi to toss her long hair and smile, saying, "Isn't that rather inappropriate for you? Are you not even younger than Zabuza?" The ever-watchful Umbu remarked, another one calling himself the second Hokage. They wished to laugh, yet as trained professionals, their demeanor remained stoic, regardless of how amusing the situation might be. Standing beside Kuratsuchi, Ao and Zabuza thought it prudent to distance themselves from this woman, ideally feigning ignorance. The representatives from Sunagakure nearby interjected, "Please disregard our presence. Thank you." Given the implications for the reputation of the ninja villages, Ao discreetly leaned towards Kuratsuchi and informed her. This esteemed individual is the second Hokage, Lord Senju Tobirama. Kuratsuchi glanced at Ao, then at the second Hokage, and finally at the distant Hokage rock. Momentarily at a loss for words. However, before she could gather her thoughts, someone else seamlessly took over the conversation. It appears you are also part of the mysterious puzzle game. A red-haired man from the bustling shinobi district of Sunagakure remarked. Surely, Konoha has been informed of the 4th Hokage's passing. I am Chisato, the representative from the Sunagakure district. And like you, a reincarnate within this mysterious puzzle game. Tobirama lifted his gaze. The name Chisato does not ring a bell. Unfazed, Chisato continued. I perished during the Second Great Ninja War, defeated by Konoha alongside my partner at the hands of the White Fang. Naruto pondered. I feel like I've heard the name White Fang somewhere before. Sasuke also appeared to experience a moment of familiarity. Sakura, after a brief contemplation, suddenly recalled that the ninja blade Naruto had received during his initial riddle solving was wielded by Tsukumo Hatake. Hatake? That means he is Kakashi's father? Obito Uchiha, within the Kamui dimension, was taken aback. He never anticipated that the representative from the Land of Wind visiting Konoha would turn out to be a member of his organization. The father of the Scorpion of the Red Sand. Obito was even less prepared for the arrival of Nagato, Pain, and Konan, who had already reached the borders of the Land of Fire. Their paths were about to converge with those of Kakashi Hatake, Shisui Uchiha, and Itachi Uchiha. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the ninjas guided the representatives of the Sand and Mist villages towards the reception center. Tobirama called out to Naruto, inquiring about the 8 image cards. This was also a source of confusion for Naruto. He had spent the entire day attempting to glimpse his birth through the past questions, yet no matter how hard he tried, the 8 cards remained elusive. If it weren't for the presence of those who had been resurrected, they might have doubted the existence of the mysterious riddle altogether. Naruto, Tobirama stated. Is there a way for me to converse with the Nine Tails within you? Naruto was momentarily stunned, about to inquire who the Nine Tails was, when he suddenly remembered the colossal fox residing within him. The Nine Tails is Kurama. Have him extend a hand, Naruto. The voice of Kurama, the Nine Tails, echoed in Naruto's ears. Having been revived not long ago. Extend a hand? Naruto, perplexed, extended his fist towards the second Hokage. The second Hokage paused momentarily, then recalled the fourth great ninja war. By simply shaking hands with Naruto, the fourth Hokage and Naruto could establish communication with the Nine Tails within them. Their fists collided, and in that instant, he found himself in the realm where the Two Tails and the Nine Tails were imprisoned. Traversing through a dim tunnel reminiscent of a sewer, they arrived before a dark golden cage. Even Senju Tobarama was taken aback upon seeing two Nine Tails confined within a single cage. One of you has been resurrected from the mysterious riddle, hasn't it? The Nine Tails yawned. You asked the obvious. State your business quickly, for I wish to return to slumber. Tobarama inquired. How did you meet your demise? This was the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Sasuke ultimately chose to confront Naruto through the explanation of the Sage of Six Paths. They were aware that Uzumaki Naruto and Shinju Hashirama were reincarnations of Ashura's chakra, while Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Madara were reincarnations of Indra's chakra. Ashura and Indra, Hashirama and Madara, Naruto and Sasuke, they were all destined for a fierce clash. With the aid of the Sage of Six Paths, Ashura and Hashirama emerged as the final victors. However, in Naruto and Sasuke's generation, the Sage of Six Paths chose to separate the powers, bestowing the chakra reincarnations upon his two sons. Thus, the outcome of the battle between Naruto and Sasuke remained uncertain. According to Tobarama's intelligence, the only one capable of causing Naruto and even the Nine Tails, their demise was none other than Uchiha Sasuke. Although Naruto and Sasuke did indeed engage in a fierce battle later, they ultimately reached a reconciliation, bringing an end to the millennia-long conflict between Indra and Ashura. So, what caused her death? Surely it was due to Naruto passing away of old age? Apart from the equally formidable Uchiha Sasuke, Tobarama could hardly conceive of any power that could slay Uzumaki Naruto. In Chapter 47, the Nine Tails weeps amidst the bustling city. Senju Tobarama's thoughts drifted towards Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, and potentially more members of the Otsutsuki clan, while the Nine Tails momentarily fell into contemplation. Besides Kagaya, there existed a formidable energy on this earth that rivaled that of the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki family was not solely represented by Kagaya. Senju Tobarama was taken aback by the Nine Tails' words. What kind of formidable enemies would Naruto and his companions face in the future? My departure was not solely due to the strength of adversaries, the Nine Tails suddenly declared. The situation is intricate and complex, previously unnoticed, but during this period of rebirth, I have pondered much. What troubles you? He asked. It is difficult to articulate. Ever since Naruto and Sasuke's near cataclysmic reconciliation battle, the world seems to have taken a turn for the strange. Strange? Senju Tobarama failed to comprehend the implications hinted at by the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, as if recalling something, furrowed his brow and remarked, This matter is intricate, but its true nature will not reveal itself for at least another decade or two. Reflecting on a recent event, he had manipulated Naruto's body to activate the ancient mechanism, inadvertently vanquishing Kagaya's essence. After the initial joy, a lingering sense of incredulity overshadowed him, especially since the once enigmatic and unfaltering Death's inquiry had mysteriously vanished, leaving them to sense an unsettling lack of control, reminiscent of the eerie calm preceding a storm. Subsequently, Senju Tobarama departed from Naruto's subconscious realm. The following day, the 8 manifestations that were supposed to persist in the 8 influential cards failed to materialize. Meanwhile, the 4th Reikage, alongside his brother, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, had arrived in Konoha. Shortly thereafter, Tsuchiki Jinoki and his contingent of elite shinobi also made their entrance. Concurrently, Konan had just employed the technique of goddess paper to construct a colossal tree, concealing herself and Nagato within, while her paper clones and Pain continued their advance. At that moment, they encountered a team of Konoha ninjas departing for the Land of Rain, comprising Kakashi Hatake, Shursui Uchiha, and a crow trailing behind them. Their paths intersected unexpectedly. Kakashi was taken aback to encounter the man from the visions who had wrought destruction upon Konoha. Shursui, having been resurrected later, was unaware of the orange-haired man's circumstances, nor did he know that he had obliterated the entire village with a single strike in the vision. However, Shursui was acutely aware of his profound Rinnegan and Itachi's immediate tense reaction upon seeing the two. The atmosphere turned palpably tense as the wind rustled the fallen leaves, and their gazes locked momentarily before Pain broke the silence. Indeed, you have betrayed the organization, Itachi, he asserted. Kakashi retorted, you are the one. Pain, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, calmly introduced himself. I am Pain, the leader of Akatsuki and the savior of this world. Shursui hesitated but could not resist a jibe. I've heard you're merely the second in command. The masked man is the true mastermind. Isn't? Conan interjected. You insolent fool. Pain raised a hand to silence Conan and turned his attention to Shursui Uchiha. Shursui, it is unfortunate that you had your eyes taken by Danzo, and that the Uchiha clan, which could erupt at any moment, is in such turmoil. Had you not met your untimely demise, you would have undoubtedly achieved greatness. Itachi subtly warned Kakashi and Shursui through Genjutsu. Do not engage directly. Pain possesses formidable strength, particularly with the Rinnegan, rendering your Sharingan Genjutsu ineffective. Hearing that Genjutsu was ineffective against Pain, the Genjutsu expert Shursui pursed his lips. Itachi continued. First, ascertain their intentions and relay the information back to Konoha. Kakashi replied. It is truly heartening to hear you defend Konoha at this moment, but, yet, Pain had already launched an attack. In an instant, the three were thrust out of Itachi's Genjutsu space. Pain, with his Rinnegan, locked onto the raven form of Uchiha Itachi and forcefully dispelled the illusion. Itachi. Shursui cast a glance, apprehensive that Itachi's true form had been forcibly released from the Genjutsu. Indeed, the raven took flight, indicating that Itachi's layer of illusion had also been shattered. Stepping forward, Pain addressed Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui, stating, Uchiha Shursui, I have witnessed your suffering through the images. Had it not been for the confirmation of Itachi's betrayal of the organization, we would have welcomed your inclusion. Only those who truly comprehend pain can appreciate the value of peace. The current suffering is a means for the world to grasp the essence of peace. Kakashi interjected. Unable to fathom the words of this enigmatic figure, I truly cannot understand, since you are aware that you are merely a pawn of the masked man. Why continue to serve him? Do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against Konoha? Conan cast a sidelong glance at Pain, for she perceived through his gaze the true connection to Nagato, who alone understood the animosities between himself and Konoha. Pain responded, It is precisely because we have deeply tasted suffering that we share a common dream and belief with Obito. He spread his arms wide, adopting a posture of acceptance, asserting that only the grand scheme of the moon's eye could fulfill this dream. Kakashi was perplexed, pondering what had indoctrinated these individuals. In the initial images, the masked man had indeed mentioned the moon's eye. To the ordinary person, the moon's eye seemed merely a projection of the Tsukuyomi onto the moon, ensnaring humanity in a genjutsu, leading them to lose their capacity for independent thought in a fabricated, idyllic world. He signaled to Shursui behind him, indicating he would buy time alone. Obito must be that masked man, but what kind of suffering had they endured? The word suffering had yet to escape his lips when all present felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, a force more formidable than their imaginations could fathom. The voice that uttered the word problem no longer bore the mechanical horror of before. Instead, it resonated with a melodious male timbre, yet imbued with an indescribable eeriness. Perhaps ordinary individuals would instinctively find this voice unsettling. However, those present were all S-rank ninjas or renegades, having faced countless perilous missions and witnessed a myriad of tragedies. This voice belonged to one who disregarded the value of life, viewing themselves as a true deity, a figure of extreme terror. Often, such a voice is categorized as pathological. Indeed, it signified an extreme form of psychopathy, a being whose thoughts, logic, and values diverged completely from humanity. Yet, faintly, they felt a sense of familiarity with this voice. But wait, what was happening? Kakashi assumed a defensive posture, as did Shursui, Pain, and Conan. Was he? Kakashi, Shursui, Pain, Conan, and even Itachi. The leader of the Akatsuki, clad in a long black robe adorned with red clouds, Uchiha Itachi. The most crucial aspect is that they suddenly returned from the borders of the land of fire to Konoha in an instant. At this moment, the two Hokages, the Advisory Council, and the recently arrived Fourth Raikage along with the Third Tsuchikage simultaneously sensed an anomalous disturbance. They gathered in the plaza before the Konoha Ninja Academy. There, they beheld Kakashi Hatake and his team, who should have been at the borders of the land of fire and the land of rain. The members of Team 7, who also arrived at the scene, were equally taken aback by this situation. Sasuke, upon seeing Itachi Uchiha, cried out recklessly, "Brother!" Naruto exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" Since a short while ago, his chakra had become exceedingly unstable, and the nine tails within him had fallen into a deep slumber, having warned him to be cautious beforehand. Two voices echoed simultaneously. Questions, questions. Two terrifying voices. What could this possibly mean? One voice bore a familiar metallic tone. Eerie yet unsettling, but they had grown accustomed to it. The other voice was the very one that Kakashi and the others had previously encountered, an ominous, godlike voice that disregarded life itself. Although the intonation was peculiar, they felt an unsettling sense of deja vu. If they had once known such a person, possessing such formidable power, they believed they would never forget. At this moment, they remained oblivious to the grim and pallid expressions of Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Mido. In unison, they spoke, "Big brother, Hashirama." Indeed, perhaps others might have misheard, but the two of them were far too familiar with that voice. Its owner was none other than the first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. What could this possibly signify? Senju Tobarama, the younger brother of the first Hokage, felt his heart pound furiously. That ominous premonition had, indeed, come to fruition, out of curiosity or readiness for battle. An increasing number of individuals gathered at the entrance of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Among them were representatives from the 5 great nations, including 2 former Hokage, the 4th Raikage's entourage, the 3rd Tsuchikage's group, and representatives from the Mist Village and Sand Village. Pain and Conan silently observed as the ninjas from various countries encircled them. Were they preparing for war? Even if the 5 great ninja villages were present, Conan exclaimed, "What?" Everyone present gazed at the leader of the Akatsuki, the man with orange hair, and the Rinnegan, who had once obliterated the entire Konoha in a single strike. As he slowly approached the crowd, the throng parted like waves before a storm. Only the red-haired woman, not a Konoha ninja, held her gaze steady upon those Rinnegan eyes. Softly calling out her son's name, Nagato, Conan gasped. She suddenly turned to the red-haired woman, whose hair color was strikingly similar to Nagato's. Back in the day, when Yahiko was still alive, the 3 of them would occasionally discuss their families after a rare hearty meal. Conan had certainly heard of Nagato's mother. To protect Nagato, his parents had perished at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Indeed, Pain. Xiaonian grasped Pain's sleeve, signaling him to exercise caution, for Konoha might be harboring a cunning scheme. Pain hesitated momentarily. However, with this woman present, he would never easily invoke Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, or summon colossal beasts to assault Konoha. As Pain lingered, Fuso's gaze was fixed upon this evidently adversarial figure from Konoha, specifically his eyes, which mirrored those of her son. "Do you know a child named Nagato?" she inquired, her voice trembling, tears cascading down her cheeks. She harbored both hope for good news and dread of hearing ill tidings. Pain found himself at a loss for words. Ever since Yahiko's demise, he had considered himself deceased, merely inheriting Yahiko's will and continuing to exist as Pain in pursuit of the ideal of peace. Is Nagato still alive? Fuso pondered, recalling the earlier vision of her son and Uchiha Itachi being resurrected, which implied that in another timeline, her son had perished 3 years hence. "I have contemplated the matter. I appreciate your patience," a voice resonated, possessing the timbre of Senju Hashirama, yet distinctly differing in tone and character, clearly the entity behind the inquiries. Senju Tobarama's expression darkened as he awaited the continuation. Prior to this moment, he hoped that someone would cease their evasion and reveal themselves. Both the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, instinctively deduced that it was Shimura Danzo, for he was currently concealed deep within the roots. Yet, their assumptions were misguided. The entity unearthed by the new terror of inquiry was met with gasps from the crowd. The masked man? Naturally. Uchiha Itachi and Shaonin had their own designations. Akatsuki, Madara. Sasuke was taken aback, realizing that this individual was none other than Uchiha Madara. To think he was the reincarnation of his chakra. Meanwhile, the nameless man who had tumbled from the Kamui space found himself in utter dismay. Being yanked from the mysterious force was one thing. Why must he fall at the feet of that impostor? Kakashi mused that, under different circumstances, Senju Tobarama might have mocked Uchiha Ibito's predicament, yet at this moment, he felt no inclination to jest. The voice of his elder brother, coupled with an unsettling foreboding, instilled within this second Hokage, who was aware of the 4th Great Ninja War's trajectory, a sense of uncontrollable uncertainty. Undoubtedly, the one feeling the most out of control was the masked man, Uchiha Ibito. He realized he was unable to return to the Kamui space. Moreover, he found himself at a loss in the face of this newly emerged terrifying inquiry. The ninjas of Konoha and the newly arrived representatives of the 5 great nations promptly encircled the masked man. Naruto furrowed his brow. Utterly perplexed by the situation, what on earth is happening? Why are there 2 voices? Are they both here to pose questions? At this moment, he merely wished to know when his 8 cards would arrive. Alas, with the emergence of Senju Hashirama's voice and inquiries, the original terrifying interrogation seemed to fade away. Chapter 48. Uzumaki Mido in a bustling and vibrant city. Only that eerie voice resonated. So, the first question is, who in this thriving metropolis has slain the esteemed elite? Itachi Kakashi. Naruto was about to speak when countless hands and a mound of sand obstructed his mouth. Has he not learned from his past misfortunes? When faced with a crisis, one should refrain from speaking recklessly. However, while some were silencing Naruto, many others were overlooked. Unlike Naruto, they had endured the harrowing trials of death quizzes multiple times. What? Kakashi has been killed? Is this some sort of international jest? In the heart of Konoha? Was it an assassination? The Kakashi who possesses the Sharingan. This must be a fabrication, right? Hey, do not respond recklessly. Bang, 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 boom, ah, ugh, eh, bang, bang, bang. A group of Konoha ninjas and citizens who spoke first during the death quiz were instantly transformed into a mist of blood, following their screams. Those terrified by the blood mist also turned to dust. The 2 former Hokages felt their eyes instantly fill with rage. Yet they were rendered speechless. Unlike the death quizzes, this was a true lesson steeped in blood. In an instant, over 30 innocent citizens of Konoha perished. Meanwhile, under the mask, Uchiha Obito's expression was exceptionally grim. He had never anticipated that the resilient fool Kakashi would meet such an end. Rin, along with him, would never wish to witness such a scene. Moreover, he sensed that this situation was far more dire than any previous death quiz. No one is responding. Then I shall establish a few rules at my discretion. The voice, reminiscent of Senju Hashirama yet incongruous with people's perceptions, continued. The rules were, first, anyone may answer. There is no reward for a correct answer, but a wrong answer results in death. Second, there is no limit to the number of attempts. Until a correct answer is given, the crowd was left in stunned silence. To die for a wrong answer and receive no reward for a correct one. Who would dare to respond to such a predicament? Senju Tobarama sensed the farthest teleportation mark, barely 1,000 meters from the edge of the city. Indeed. The rule remains, one cannot leave normally without answering the questions. Tobarama's heart was filled with turmoil. If it were his elder brother, what kind of twisted game is this? No, it cannot be my brother. But if it is not my brother, who possesses a voice so akin to his? At this moment, Tobarama was engulfed in inner conflict. If his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, were the first Hokage, he would never gamble with the lives of citizens as if they were mere pawns in a game. Nevertheless, he closed his eyes and asked, "Who are you?" The 3rd Hokage and the Konoha Advisory Council stood in stunned silence. Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto. The citizens of Konoha. The leaders or representatives from each village attending the 5 Kage summit. A palpable fear enveloped everyone. In an instant, all gazes rapidly shifted towards the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Even that terrifying voice momentarily faltered and paused. An incorrect answer. Then, a resounding bang. Senju Tobarama was sentenced to death. Yet, the anticipated blood mist and shattered flesh did not materialize. The condemned Tobarama transformed into a cloud of smoke. Vanishing from the spot, someone quickly deduced. It was the shadow clone technique. Could it truly be that one could evade the rules using the shadow clone technique? Is it because this ninjutsu can temporarily create independent entities? This seems utterly outrageous. No, one must say the audacity of the 2nd Hokage is simply astonishing. If the target for annihilation included the original body, then he would be. In response, Uzumaki Mido cast a questioning glance at Senju Tobarama. Truly brothers, are they? Although Tobarama does not frequent the gambling dens like Hashirama, what manner of gambling with one's life surfaces at such a crucial moment? Chapter 10. The urban QA storm at this moment. The 3rd Hokage and several advisors were equally tense, clutching their chests and panting, as if they had just endured a harrowing brush with death. The ability to circumvent the rules using the clone technique was astonishing. A voice, eerily familiar yet laced with a sinister undertone, seemed to mock them. Very well, guess one after another. Consider it a special reward. How exceedingly carefree. This was the singular impression everyone had of this newly emerged urban QA. Those well acquainted with Senju Tobarama such as the former Hokage Saratobi Hiruzen and the advisory council members, including Nara Shikaku and Mito Kurenai, gazed at the second Hokage with deep concern. They understood that their teacher, Tobirama, was seething with anger, yet they were powerless to intervene. Although that voice belonged to the first Hokage, it was entirely unlike the man they knew, resembling an invisible bomb that could detonate at any moment. As time passed, the mystery surrounding Kakashi Hitaki's murderer remained unresolved. Tobirama had witnessed the demise of over a dozen clones. Even the name of Chiyo, who had just met Kakashi and was slain by Kakashi's father, Ataki Tsukumo, had crossed Tobirama's mind, but none were the correct answer. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly had a revelation. He created 2 clones. The first clone looked at the masked man on the ground and declared, "Masked man, you are the one who killed me." Uchiha Obito, internally seething with the desire to strike, yet without the need for action, as this clone was slain by the urban QA. Is that not correct? As Kakashi prepared to respond that it was Pain who had slain him, a peculiar metallic voice reverberated once more. The question left everyone's hearts nearly ceasing to beat. What on earth was happening? The expressions of the second Hokage turned ashen, and the faces of other Kage and representatives from various villages were equally grim. The question arose, who had murdered the Akatsuki's white tiger, the rogue ninja Conan from the rain-hidden village? Upon the utterance of this inquiry, 2 men seemed to act on instinct. One drew forth a black rod that had served as a chakra receiver. The other extracted a branch from his palm. Utilizing would release. The rules were as follows. 1. There are 3 opportunities, and all beings within the domain are eligible to answer. The masked man thrust the would-release branch towards Pain, who deflected it with his chakra black rod, simultaneously with his other hand. He drew another black rod to stab at the masked man's shoulder. 2. Any being that answers incorrectly shall immediately lose their life signs. The masked man momentarily forgot that the Kimui space had been locked, rendering his intangibility ineffective. His arm, infused with the cells of the white Zetsu, or the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was pierced through. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain, further driving the branch into Pain's palm. Would release. Insertion technique. Pain's arm erupted into a flurry of branches. 3. Once 3 independent beings lose their life signs, the current question and answer session concludes, and the domain barrier automatically activates. Pain, much like the masked man, disregarded the agony inflicted upon him. Shinra Tensei. The masked man was thrust away by the power of the Deva Path. Nevertheless, he swiftly formed hand seals for fire release, great fireball technique. The masked man audaciously used the power of fire release to forcibly shift out of the range of Pain's Shinra Tensei, only being propelled 4 to 5 meters away. Before executing the great fireball technique twice in succession, maneuvering behind Pain. 4. If the correct answer is provided within the allotted time, the domain barrier will automatically activate, and the respondent will receive corresponding rewards. The would-release branch clashed once more with the chakra black rod. One man remained expressionless, while the other donned a mask, concealing the malevolence beneath. As the urban questioning rules unfolded, these 2 taciturn men had exchanged dozens of blows. In the absence of vocal expression, their battle intensified. Both faced each other with a resolve to kill. This sudden turn of events left the others from Konoha in a state of shock, taking considerable time to regain their composure. It was only when the would-release branch collided again with the chakra black rod that these 2 formidable individuals paused, momentarily competing against one another. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, the other inhabitants of Konoha, the ninjas from other villages. Everyone was utterly astonished. What on earth has transpired? A power struggle within the Akatsuki organization? Just moments ago, everything was tranquil. And now it seems as if tensions have escalated to a boiling point. As this second round commenced, the 2 unleashed their full might, engaging in a life-and-death battle. Kakashi furrowed his brow, a storm of doubts brewing within him. How could this be? How did this masked man and Pain suddenly come to blows? Is it infighting? No, it is certainly not that simple. Chapter 49. The projectile lacks a specific target, even without a concrete name. One could argue that the answer is half accurate, right? The crowd stood in stunned silence. Could it be that Kakashi has indeed addressed 2 questions simultaneously? The most crucial point being, they turned their gaze towards the fierce battle between Pain and the masked man, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Naruto, with a perplexed expression, approached Kakashi and inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, who is Conan?" "Ah, she is likely the girl with purple-blue hair who appeared alongside Pain." The gaze of everyone shifted to Conan, and suddenly, comprehension dawned upon them. The masked man had actually slain Pain's beloved. It would be impossible for anyone to maintain their composure under such circumstances. Someone promptly posed a question. The masked man killed the leader of the Akatsuki's woman, which is why the leader is so eager to eliminate him. Indeed, that is the case. But why would Pain be enraged if he killed Kakashi? Kakashi responded with bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Conan, rendered speechless, thought to herself how astonishingly imaginative the Leaf villagers could be. Pain remained silent, while Nagato declared, Conan and Yahiko are each other's true loves. Cease your baseless conjectures and reckless statements. Uchiha Obito muttered. This hypocritical world would be better off in ruins. The proud blue-haired beast of Konoha leaped forth, darting between Kakashi and the masked man. Hey, Kakashi, don't tell me you are acquainted with this peculiar masked man. Kakashi nearly rolled his eyes but feigned nonchalance as he replied, among the Uchiha related to me, the only one of this stature would likely be Uchiha Obito. He cast a disdainful glance at the masked man, his tone dripping with scorn. Do you truly believe Obito would be the sort of person? As he spoke, he gestured dismissively towards the masked man with his thumb, brimming with contempt. Uchiha Obito, the masked man, was engulfed in a torrent of disdain and hollow replicas within his heart. Naruto suddenly exclaimed, by the way, what about the prizes? There should typically be rewards. Reward 1. Within the realm of resurrection, the ability to revive lives lost within the past hour. The crowd was taken aback, for indeed, the chilling mechanical voice of the ominous inquiry was genuinely aiding them. Those who had just been obliterated by another question were resurrected in place, as if time had reversed. Surrounding them were 30 emerald green light beams, a manifestation of Pain's forbidden jutsu, outer path, samsara of heavenly life. The resurrected individuals, along with their loved ones, seemed to have traversed a fleeting dream, just as they were about to express their astonishment, before they could fully grasp their surprise. Reward 2. A toad for summoning contract travel. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confounded. At that moment, a small, pale green, adorable toad appeared before Kakashi. Its eyes exuded an air of arrogance and mystery, adorned with a uniquely woven sun resembling a distinct leaf. Was this truly a reward? What purpose could it possibly serve? The little toad extracted a small booklet with a brown cover from its pocket and presented it to Kakashi. Kakashi, with an expression of indifference, replied, No, I only enter into contracts with ninja dogs. Naruto instantly bounded over, exclaiming, I have made a contract with the great sage. The traveling toad tilted its head slightly and handed a small booklet to Naruto. Naruto gazed at Kakashi with eyes brimming with anticipation. Kakashi, having no intention of entering into a contract with the toad, felt a profound sense of guilt towards Naruto, especially since his chakra affinity was not suited to guide him. He was certainly willing to bestow upon Naruto the contract that held no utility for him, yet might prove to be exceptionally fitting for Naruto. Naruto inscribed his name on a small booklet resembling a scroll. The toad transformed into a puff of smoke, vanishing instantaneously. Next was the video presentation segment. Pain and the masked man simultaneously retracted their chakra black rods and wooden branches. At that moment, the villagers of Konohagakure gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Would release. The third Hokage and the advisory council of the village wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Could it truly be the wood release of the first Hokage? Wait. That individual possesses the Sharingan. They belong to the Uchiha clan. The massive display screen whirred to life. Yet, the crowd's attention remained fixated on the confluence of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at the masked man, who stood aloof, seemingly unwilling to elucidate. As the video commenced, their gazes shifted to the entrance of the Konohagakure Ninja Academy. In the opening scene, Pain plunged a chakra black rod into the heart of a Konohagakure ninja. The terrifying Rinnegan compelled shinobi of Jounin rank to recklessly charge towards Pain, meeting the lethal rod head-on. In a mere 3 seconds, multiple Konohagakure ninjas perished. Immediately, the audience section was encircled by the village's Umbu and dozens of formidable Jounin. Pain and Conan remained motionless, for the events captured on screen had yet to unfold. They still intended to glean further intelligence about the future, particularly for Pain. Known as Nagato, he was preoccupied with the death of Conan. His attention was increasingly drawn to the masked man, known as Obito, who sat nonchalantly on the ground, also refraining from action. Look at the video. This individual is not alone. Someone suddenly shouted, redirecting the collective focus back to the screen. The footage revealed, beside the lifeless bodies of several Konohagakure ninjas, the emergence of 5 new adversaries, in addition to Pain and Conan. These new arrivals were uniformly clad in the Akatsuki's black and red cloud attire. Despite their varying physiques, appearances, and even genders, they all bore the headbands of rogue ninjas from the village hidden in the rain, their hair mirroring Pain's distinctive orange hue. The group was divided into two teams, one for feigned assault, comprising the Azura path, animal path, and hungry ghost path. As Pain narrated, the camera zoomed in on the faces of these three individuals. Much like Pain, they too were adorned with black chakra rods, and more alarmingly, they all possessed Rinnegan. A pair of Rinnegan is already a formidable challenge. The fourth Raikage, glanced at the third Hokage and remarked, "You and Konohagakure have truly stirred a great calamity." The other Kage and representatives from various villages nodded in agreement. Senju Tobarama interjected, "That is because we in Konohagakure have the Uchiha, while you do not." Those within Konohagakure are aware that the Rinnegan evolved from the Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan, such as Uchiha Sasuke, felt a deeper sense of agitation. As a legitimate member of the Uchiha clan, he had yet to acquire the Rinnegan. In fact, at this moment, he did not even possess the Manjikyu Sharingan. However, why are those outsiders able to wield the Rinnegan? "Hey, Sasuke." Naruto nudged Sasuke beside him. "What is it, you loser?" He was feeling irritable at the moment. "Don't you think this guy's voice is remarkably similar to that of the second Hokage? Just now, I thought it was the second Hokage speaking." Senju Tobarama and Pain exchanged emotionless glances before turning their attention back to the video. The reconnaissance comprised Deva Path, Human Path, Hell Path, and Conan. Subsequently, Deva Path Pain uttered words that astonished both Uzumaki Mido and Fusam. Konoha has established a spherical barrier both above and below the village. In the video, a grayish-white barrier appeared in Deva Path Pain's eyes, enveloping Konoha in its protective embrace. Whether the Rinnegan possessed such capabilities was unknown to Uzumaki Mido and Fusam. Yet they believed it resembled the chakra sensory techniques of the Uzumaki clan. In the video, Deva Path Pain, devoid of expression, meticulously formulated a detailed plan based on Konoha's condition. Following his elaborate scheme, an unexpected assault unfolded above the bustling city. Simultaneously, Pain's voice resonated through the skies of the city. From this moment forth, let the world experience pain. This proclamation echoed like a spell, as every individual who had witnessed the mobilization speech of the Supreme Commander of the Urban Alliance recalled the harrowing scene. Suspended at a height of 1 kilometer was a man with orange hair. With a mere technique, their homeland, their Konoha, transformed into a desolate urban landscape. Even within the recording, that moment sent shivers down the spines of countless Konoha residents. In the footage, Konoha appeared tranquil, akin to the calm before a storm. The citizens lived their lives peacefully, free of worries. Yet, they were blissfully unaware that calamity was imminent. Mistaken for intruders by the reconnaissance team, the Beast Path summoned all individuals to its side at the moment of descent. Boom. Deva Path, Human Path, Hell Path, Azura Path, Animal Path, and Hungry Ghost Path. Terror was about to sweep across the city. Unlike the ignorance of Konoha's citizens in the video, those who knew of Konoha's impending destruction gazed at the future recording with trepidation, awaiting the final countdown. Scatter. Following the command of Deva Path Pain in the recording, the 6 Pains dispersed to various corners of Konoha. Azura Path unleashed a barrage of projectiles from its arms and wrists. The projectiles lacked specific targets, or rather, the entirety of Konoha was within their crosshairs. Buildings disintegrated into ashes under the relentless barrage. The Konoha ninjas watching the footage widened their eyes in fury. The Beast Path summoned 4th colossal summon beasts, monstrous in size. In the recording, the citizens of Konoha had never encountered such gargantuan creatures. One cannot help but reminisce about the colossal, orange-tailed beast from over a decade ago, the Tumult of the Nine Tails. The entire village of Konoha was engulfed in chaos. Ninjas fell one after another in the heat of battle, while civilians fled in all directions. Amidst the ruins of homes devastated by explosions and summoned beasts, familiar faces echoed with agonizing screams in the recordings. In the spectator area before the Konoha Ninja Academy, a mighty fireball surged toward Pain. The Deva Path of Pain did not even glance back, unleashing the universal pull. Konoha Whirlwind. The proud azure beast of Konoha, Might Guy, with lightning speed, rescued that impetuous ninja student. Super thick-browed teacher, Guy Sensei. Guy, Naruto, Lee, and Kakashi called out in unison. The rescued students were equally taken aback. Might Guy flashed a radiant smile, giving a thumbs up to the lower-ranking ninja. It is commendable to possess such resolve. However, that adversary is beyond your current capabilities. Youth demands patience. Do not rush. The future depicted in the footage has yet to unfold. We still have a chance. Pain, seemingly elucidating why the student was incapable of overcoming him, observed the scene. At that moment in the recording, another ninja attempted to counter Pain's Hungry Ghost Path with the Great Fireball technique. Yet, the jutsu of A.J. Nin proved utterly ineffective. even being absorbed by the enemy. Might Guy scrutinized the footage with a grave expression. These foes are indeed formidable. He turned to the masked man clad in the black cloak adorned with red clouds, a primal instinct whispering to him that this individual, he might be familiar. Within the recording, due to a miscalculation of the enemy's numbers, the engaged ninja struggled to withstand the assault. The human path, stealthily infiltrating Konoha, merely placed a hand upon the head of a Konoha ninja, instantly siphoning all their memories into his own mind. Yamanaka Ino gasped, "This. It resembles my father's ninjutsu, mind transfer technique," she exclaimed. These individuals have come to Konoha in search of a particular item or some form of intelligence. With a vacant expression, Naruto murmured, "Jinchuriki." In this critical moment, his mind was remarkably lucid, and coupled with his instinctual acuity, he immediately discerned the intentions of his adversaries. "They are searching for me. Sasuke. Gaara." Those around him turned their gazes towards Naruto. They recalled that in the previous footage, it was mentioned that these individuals inflicted global suffering across all villages in their quest to collect tailed beasts. Naruto's fists clenched with a resounding crack. These individuals sought him out, wreaking havoc in Konoha. Just as Naruto suspected, the footage revealed that the Konoha ninjas, whose memories had been extracted by the realm of hell, appeared in a dire state, their faces pale and on the brink of collapse. Yet, Nagato of the realm of hell remained unsatisfied. He muttered to himself, "Is there no news of the Nine Tails?" Amidst the bustling metropolis, a forsaken special forces soldier was mercilessly stripped of his life by the enigmatic leader of the Akatsuki, Nagato, collapsing lifelessly on the streets. "What the hell are you doing?" Naruto demanded angrily, witnessing the scene unfold before him. "Naruto, calm down," Kakashi urged, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "There is still a chance to turn this around. How can I remain calm? Everyone will perish. My comrades in Konoha, even you. Kakashi-sensei, will die." Naruto shouted at Kakashi while the masked man beside him cast a discreet glance at Kakashi, remaining silent. Kakashi, unlike Naruto, did not act impulsively. Instead, he gently ruffled Naruto's hair, reassuring him that everyone would be safe, reminiscent of Gaara's motivational speech during the Fourth Great Ninja War when so many Leaf Ninja were present. Shikamaru, brimming with confidence, asserted his intellectual superiority over Naruto. "Naruto, do not forget that Kakashi-sensei is the captain of the 3rd Division of the Ninja Alliance." This statement seemed to awaken everyone's realization. Indeed, Kakashi was still alive. "Of course, I said Kakashi could not possibly be dead. He is the captain of the Alliance." Doubts began to surface among the crowd regarding the authenticity of that terrifying QA. Could the subsequent events be fabricated? After all, Kakashi was alive. Why would they claim that the Deva Path had killed him? In stark contrast to the murmurs of the Leaf villagers, the 3 members of the Akatsuki present were unusually silent, particularly Konan, who gazed anxiously at Nagato, for the 3 of them understood the truth. The Rinnegan possesses a unique ability, the outer path samsara technique. Within the dark paper tunnel, Konan looked worriedly at the red-haired man before her. After Yahiko's departure, Nagato was her only companion and the sole bond she had left in this world. From the previous imagery and the current horrifying QA, it could be inferred that the Deva Path had indeed slain Kakashi, the wielder of the Sharingan, along with numerous villagers from the Leaf. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he had resurrected them using the outer path samsara technique. The earlier scene revealed Nagato, who had been reanimated alongside Itachi Uchiha, appeared gaunt, his red hair turned white. Clearly a sign of the excessive chakra consumption required to forcibly revive so many targets. While Konan worried about Nagato, he too was concerned for his last companion, Konan. "Konan, yes? Yahiko's last wish was for us to survive, so I will protect you at all costs, even if our adversary is Madara." Konan beamed with a gentle smile reminiscent of her younger days. "Nagato, I feel the same way. I will protect you too." Returning to the reality of the Leaf. The scene depicted the Deva Path gripping the necks of 2 Leaf ninjas, threatening them in a slow, deliberate manner. "Tell me, where is Naruto Uzumaki?" The 2 Leaf ninjas appeared completely unaware. Without hesitation, the Deva Path mercilessly killed them, searching for his next target. Simultaneously, Konan enveloped the questioning Leaf ninja with paper until he suffocated. The Deva Path's black chakra rods were extracting from the bodies of the Leaf ninjas. Beneath his feet lay the corpses of several Leaf shinobi. Each scene deeply affected the young ninja Naruto, who could not help but cry out, "Where was I during all of this?" So many lives were lost because of him. Naruto cannot accept this. He would rather stand up and confront those individuals than be sheltered like a coward in his current state. "Calm down, Naruto," Gaara interjected. Have you forgotten the fate of the Jinchuriki after being captured by Apocalypse? Naruto recalled the previous scene where Gaara, the future Wind Shadow, was drained of his tailed beast chakra by the Apocalypse. Had it not been for his own efforts and the assistance of Granny Chiyo to revive him, Gaara would not have been able to deliver his declaration at the subsequent Ninja Alliance. Yet, Naruto wished to argue his point further. Gaara interjected, urging him to have faith in his future self. Indeed, the words of Senju Tobirama resonated. One must place trust in oneself, for the people of Konoha ultimately survived. Naruto gradually settled into a state of calm. Meanwhile, the voice of Senju Tobirama intertwined with the voice of Pain, capturing the attention of Conan, the masked man, and the surrounding inhabitants of Konoha. Naruto, brother, do you truly have no siblings lost for many years? The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, replied awkwardly, Naruto. Chapter 50, Myokuzen. The Hokage Advisory Team. 12 Sasuke, Sakura, and other young leaf ninjas, fools. Senju Tobirama shouted furiously, you reckless youth. I was born long before the establishment of the Leaf Village. He pointed at Pain, roaring, I am at least 50 years older than that brat. Do you truly believe such a circumstance could allow for brotherhood? Pain calmly responded, I must remind you, Uzumaki Naruto, that there exists no relationship defined by sound alone. Naruto exhibited an expression of sudden realization. I see. Their dialogue slightly alleviated the tense atmosphere. However, a thunderous sound abruptly seized everyone's attention. The imagery refocused once more. It was Pain of the realm of Ashura. Truly, he had transcended the bounds of humanity. A gasp escaped someone's lips. It turned out that this individual had actually opened his own cranium, unleashing a cataclysmic assault akin to a bomb, instantly transforming a portion of Konoha into ruins. Since Pain's 6 paths of attack commenced, several minutes had elapsed. A series of ferocious offensives finally captured the attention of the ninja clans of Konoha. Look, it's our future. Inazuka Kiba pointed at the screen, exclaiming, the future me, along with Akamaru, Hinata, and Shino are all in there. The Chunin, Choji, munched on his chips, saying, if it's our future selves, we should be able to assist for a while, right? Just as Choji speculated. When the innocent villagers in the imagery were on the verge of being assailed by the beasts summoned by Pain of the animal path, a pink-haired girl suddenly leaped into action, declaring, die for me. With a single punch, she sent the creature, comparable in size to a tailed beast, tumbling onto its back. Cheers erupted from viewing areas worldwide. Oh, it's no surprise that Sakura is here. Sakura has made her entrance. Those attacking Konoha are finished now. Go, Sakura. In the land of lightning, Asahi waved his fists in front of the screen, shouting. Yet his sister, Samui, immediately restrained him. Asahi, calm down. This is not cool at all. As a ninja of the hidden cloud, how can you cheer for ninjas from other villages? But sister, we'll soon be forming a ninja alliance. Why should we draw lines between ourselves? Asahi retorted. Besides, if the people of Konoha can eliminate the Akatsuki members, then Lord Killerbee and the others will be safe. That was indeed a valid point. But Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, was not so easily vanquished. In the Hokage's office, a golden-haired beauty, marked with the kanji for bet, the current Hokage, made a swift judgment and issued orders. Activate the emergency alert. Also, recall Naruto immediately. Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. A recall? Was I not in Konoha at that time? No one could provide an answer. They could only continue to watch the unfolding images. Then, they received a shocking revelation from the footage. Mitogaden declared, Danzo. The Akatsuki attacking Konoha is none other than Pain, the one who defeated and killed Jiraiya? The crowd from Konoha was left in utter astonishment, particularly Jiraiya's teacher. The third Hokage, Jiraiya, has fallen? Not only Kakashi, but even one of the legendary 3, Jiraiya, has been slain? How infuriating. At that moment, everyone's attention was captivated by the images before them. Naruto was immersed in contemplation, pondering his whereabouts at that moment and why he had yet to rush to the aid of his mentor Kakashi and the esteemed sage of the 6 paths. A voice pierced through his thoughts. It seems my time left to live is limited, yet dying in battle can be considered a commendable conclusion. Naruto suddenly turned around, greeted by the sage of the, who had promised to assist him in his training. Following closely behind Jiraiya was a cheerful and boisterous female voice, a calamity that lasts for 1,000 years. Rest assured, with my presence, you shall not perish so easily. This was accompanied by the crisp sound of clapping. Tsunade, could you possibly be gentler? Jiraiya pouted, muttering, violent woman. Indeed, it was the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. who had just made her appearance in the footage, alongside the familiar Jiraiya. "Sage!" Naruto exclaimed loudly, and the lady from the footage. Jiraiya retorted, "What are you shouting about? Tsunade is my age." At this moment, Naruto, with an innocent demeanor, sweetly addressed her. "Oh, Granny Tsunade." "Granny? Granny?" Tsunade was taken aback, having never been called such before. Even the invisible fourth Hokage felt a pang of anxiety for his son, realizing that Naruto bore little resemblance to him or Kushina in certain aspects. Fortunately, before Naruto could face any repercussions, the second Hokage and Uzumaki Mito intervened, preventing Tsunade from taking action against him. With these two figures, who were significantly older, akin to grandparents, present, Tsunade felt embarrassed to proceed further with her intentions. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto had been referring to the second Hokage as big brother and Mito as elder sister. After a brief respite, everyone's attention returned to the unfolding footage. In the imagery, Shimura Danzo reappeared, having been previously exposed for orchestrating an attack against the Uchiha clan and extracting Shirsue's eyes. He was once again clashing with the current Hokage, Tsunade. As usual, he incited the two advisors to collectively oppose the Hokage's decisions. The Akatsuki's target was the orphan of the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, Danzo proclaimed in the footage. Yet, at such a critical juncture, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, has the audacity to summon Naruto back to the village. The two advisors present watched the screen, their faces flushed with anger. They saw themselves swaying like reeds in the wind, following Danzo's rhetoric. Isn't this just adding fuel to the fire? Tsunade is always so reckless. Indeed, following this plan, Konoha is bound to be destroyed sooner or later. An immediate rebuttal arose from the viewing area in Konoha, but if we do not act, won't Konoha face its demise even sooner? Naruto possesses immense strength, surely. He has some value in battle. Even if we fail, at worst, Konoha will fall alongside him. How can we remain passive? The blame was placed squarely on these advisors. The situation of Konoha suffering passive attacks had occurred more than once or twice in recent years. One individual beside him gently nudged him, "Hey," then gestured that the two advisors were right there. The person immediately fell silent. Overall, as the viewing continued, the opinions of many regarding Danzo, Mito, and TKSH Rin began to decline. At a time when all of Konoha, from Jonin to Genin, even the students of the Ninja Academy, yearned to contribute their strength, these high-ranking officials and advisors were merely sipping tea and discussing politics. Even Senju Tobarama could not help but scold. What a disgrace. Concealed within the roots, Danzo defiantly proclaimed, "What wrong have I committed? Is it not for the survival of Konoha?" At this moment, the citizens of Konoha harbored a deeper disdain for the two advisors, Mito Gate Kurenai and Tiyama Koharu. They approached the discussion of Konoha's policies with a half-hearted demeanor, indulging in the resources while remaining utterly inactive at critical junctures. They relied solely on past glories to soothe their pride, clinging to bygone achievements without striving for progress. Behold the youthful Chunin and Jonin of Konoha, merely 16 or 17 years old. In the footage, Nara Shikamaru employed his family's secret shadow technique, the shadow stitching technique, to protect the pregnant Yuhi Kurenai. Shadows, akin to dark threads, pinned the summoning beast to the ground. Subsequently, he separated a shadow, deftly retrieving kunai and explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch. "Kurenai-sensei, hurry to the shelter. I shall cover you." The spectators in the viewing area heard Shikamaru's words. If anything were to happen to Kurenai-sensei and the child, I would have no face to present to Asuma-sensei's spirit. Shikamaru, Asuma. The third Hokage trembled, nearly dropping his pipe. Asuma, momentarily taken aback, inhaled smoke and gazed at Shikamaru with weary eyes. "At least call me teacher." Then he turned to Kurenai, feeling somewhat awkward. "It appears that following that storyline, you will be raising the child alone. My sincerest apologies." Had it not been merely an image, Kurenai might have truly wept in sorrow. Yet, they could distinguish between illusion and reality. By avoiding that particular storyline, they could certainly attain their envisioned future. Returning to the imagery, the residents of Konoha scattered in panic, with the torment of war transforming countless structures into ruins. The deafening explosions were precisely Pain's intent, to inflict suffering upon the world, to make the world experience pain, to ensure the world comprehends suffering, thus enabling the world to cherish the preciousness of peace. Only through loss can one truly learn to appreciate what they have. This was his logic and conviction. In the footage, numerous Konoha civilians were crushed beneath the rubble, right before the eyes of the short-haired Haruno Sakura. How could this happen? The Sakura in the viewing audience was on the verge of tears, And it was no wonder that she wielded immense power in that storyline, having endured such profound suffering. Konoha lay in ruins, waves of injured individuals flooding into the hospital. Lacking a commanding presence, the hall was already filled to capacity with the wounded. At a glance, there were at least dozens. The air was filled with the anguished groans of the suffering, reminiscent of the scene years prior when the Ninetales attacked the village and the Konoha hospital was overwhelmed. At that moment, the Sakura within the imagery took on a heavy responsibility, systematically arranging the classification, transfer, and treatment of the injured. In front of the large screen, Tsunade joined the urban audience, expressing particular admiration for the girl with cherry blossom-colored hair depicted on the screen. Simultaneously, Tsunade was coordinating an operation to locate Naruto with the assistance of a toad. Naruto, filled with confusion, inquired, "A toad? Why has a toad been sent to find me?" To which Jiraiya elucidated, "It is the contact toad from Mount Myaboku. Could it be a reverse summoning jutsu?" The notion of reverse summoning sparked a glimmer of curiosity in Naruto's eyes. Suddenly, two advisors, swayed by the winds of urgency, burst into the scene. Imploring Naruto to remain at Mount Myaboku, Naruto exclaimed in astonishment, "Myaboku Mountain?" Jiraiya informed him, "It is the home of the toads you once summoned. They all hail from the sage toads of Myaboku Mountain." Senju Tobirama was incensed by the behavior of his two students. "Just because Tsunade is younger than you, does that grant you the audacity to enter the Hokage's office without knocking? After all, Tsunade is the granddaughter of his elder brother. Despite her occasional capriciousness due to his brother's favoritism, she would never permit Mido-men in, and T-no-sh ka to dictate terms to them. In the matter of inheriting the will of fire, Tsunade surpasses them both." Faced with Tobirama's rebuke, the two advisors bowed their heads in silence. However, the screen did not spare them. They continued to voice their grievances against the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. The Akatsuki's target is the Ninetales. In the face of an enemy even Jiraiya cannot withstand, what do you intend to have Naruto, this child, do? If the Ninetales were to fall into their hands, T-no-sh-ka's words were not yet finished when Tsunade on the screen erupted in fury. And the populace of the village outside echoed her wrath. They had clearly witnessed Naruto's future performance in prior footage. He rescued the commander of the allied forces. He led the coalition against the Ten-Tails. He utilized the chakra of the tailed beast to save the entire ninja alliance. They even once believed that the fourth Hokage's legacy implied that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, a symbol of the demon fox that killed the fourth Hokage. Yet the truth reveals he is the son of the fourth Hokage. Not to mention, when confronting a woman with multiple ocular techniques, the accidental king, Naruto Uzumaki, played a pivotal role. Indeed, that reversal of the harem technique. Reflecting on this, the villagers of Konoha gazed at the two elders with disdain in their eyes. Of course, not only the people of Konoha, but audiences worldwide were mocking them. Even the feudal lord of the Land of Fire complained, "Replace these two individuals swiftly. They are a source of irritation." The fan was waved furiously, evidently expressing great anger. Servant, yes, but truly, if faced with Danzo, you might not speak in such a manner. In the footage, the furious Tsunade, lifting the two elders, was lost in recollection. When she had just joined Konoha, she was quite spirited, wishing for a drink while watching. It seemed to depict the scene where Naruto bravely stepped in to protect her, engaging the enemy. Humph, that Navi little brat. Subsequently, the screen was inundated with a torrent of blood, causing Tsunade, who had yet to overcome her hemophobia, to tremble. In the memory on screen, Naruto's gaze was resolute as he grasped Kabuto's kunai. "I will not die before I become Hokage. Because being Hokage is my dream. Because being Hokage is my dream. Because being Hokage is my dream." In that moment on the screen, both Naruto and Tsunade beheld the silhouettes of their longed-for reunion overlapping. Shibari. Break. Even while watching, Tsunade could not contain the surge of emotions upon seeing her beloved and brother once more. In that fleeting moment, she was so absorbed that she scarcely noticed the blood on Naruto's face displayed on the screen. Her gaze remained fixated on the imagery, which elicited a profound sorrow and heartache from Jiraiya, who stood beside her. This fragment of Tsunade's memories, emanating from the screen, not only deeply affected her but also left Naruto momentarily stunned. For the title of Hokage is my aspiration, just 2 days prior, upon uncovering the truth, he had come perilously close to relinquishing this dream. He recalled Itachi's words from the film, "Merely becoming Hokage does not guarantee the acknowledgement of all. It is only through gaining the recognition of others that one can ascend to that position. Never forget that you have companions." Naruto gazed at Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, Gaara. and Shikamaru, all by his side. Unseen by anyone, the fourth Hokage revealed a paternal smile. You already possess companions, Naruto. Reflecting on Naruto's tragic childhood, the fourth Hokage felt a genuine sense of solace for his son. Naruto, hold steadfast to your dreams. You shall undoubtedly become a ninja greater than I and the finest Hokage. No one could hear the fourth Hokage's affirmation of his son. Amidst the bustling city, Jiraiya stood beside Naruto Uzumaki as if he understood the thoughts swirling within him. Gently resting a hand on his shoulder, it seems the past me has departed from this world. Naruto widened his eyes in confusion, unable to grasp the underlying meaning behind Master Hauser's words. Jiraiya's gaze was piercing. When I reflect upon the remarkable disciples I have nurtured, such as Minato, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, I am filled with pride. And in the future, I will have the honor of mentoring an outstanding successor like you. He beamed with a smile reminiscent of a clear sky after rain. Even in death, I shall depart with a smile. For although our era is drawing to a close, a new chapter of tales shall be written by you, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto stood in stunned silence as he penned the new chapter of his story. Two individuals, even more astonished than he, were none other than Nagato Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and Konan, the white tiger of the Akatsuki. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation that, under such circumstances, and having glimpsed countless potential futures, they would be regarded by their former teacher Jiraiya as his most exceptional disciples. Konan bit her lip, silently expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya, observing Konan's transformation into a beautiful young woman, turned serious as he addressed Yahiko, now Pain, though I am unaware of Nagato's current state. It seems you have endured considerable suffering. I am truly sorry. In that moment, Jiraiya's acknowledgement of their bond left the entire Hidden Leaf village in utter disbelief. What is happening? The villagers felt a vague understanding of Jiraiya's words, yet they remained bewildered. Konan, you've grown into a young lady. Reflecting on the remarkable students I have nurtured, Minato, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, what a jest this is. The villagers gasped in outrage. Those are members of the Akatsuki. Jiraiya-sensei, surely you cannot take on disciples so indiscriminately. And why would you equate that traitor from the Rain Country with our fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? Could it be that the masked man is also your grand student? Goodness, such blasphemy. We mustn't speak ill of our revered fourth Hokage. Repercussions will follow. They dismissed the trio of Pain, Konan, and the masked man with scorn. Yet, amid the chaos, a mother had heard her son's name. Upon hearing Nagato's name, Fusang, as a mother, rushed toward Jiraiya, inquiring about her son's well-being. Jiraiya glanced at Yahiko, now Pain, before asking about Fusang's situation. Learning that she had been resurrected by a red-haired girl resembling a younger Kushina, he discreetly cast a glance at Pain. He keenly sensed that, although Pain maintained a stoic and frigid demeanor, Konan was subtly navigating between Fusang and Pain. Nagato, Jiraiya reminisced, he was the kindest child I ever taught. So selfless that he would suppress his own desires for the sake of those he loved. I once believed he was the child of prophecy, my destined mission. In a distant region of the Land of Fire, far removed from Konoha, Konan discovered Nagato, frail and astonished, concealed within a hollow crafted from paper. However, his poor health prompted a sudden fit of coughing, which drew Konan's immediate concern. With genuine worry etched upon her face, she approached him. Nagato, amidst his struggle, expressed a profound attachment. Indeed, she is my mother. Konan wished to feel happiness for Nagato, but his subsequent words cast a shadow over her heart. Do not worry, Konan. No one can thwart our plan. We shall realize Yahiko's dream of creating a world filled with love, devoid of distinctions. Nagato was ensnared by the obsession stemming from Yahiko's demise. Konan's heart was indifferent to the feasibility of that dream. Her sole desire was to avoid losing her last significant companion. Chapter 51. Urban Storm. The imagery continued to unfold, leaving Jiraiya with little time to engage in a detailed conversation with Fuseo regarding her son. This urban ninja tale is for you, he declared, pulling a novel from his pocket. Tsunade cast a glance at it, recognizing it as his early work. Isn't this your debut that failed to sell? Which you forced upon me in Orochimaru. Hey, Tsunade, do not belittle me. Jiraiya retorted playfully, maintaining his spirited demeanor in front of her. Have some respect in front of my disciple's mother. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. I refrained from mentioning your bestsellers. Isn't that a gesture of goodwill? Independent author, Jiraiya loyal reader, Kakashi unbeknownst to him. A former classmate turned bestseller enthusiast, Uchiha Ibido secret admirer, third Hokage a bystander too fearful to read. Minato Namikaze speechless, Conan at a loss for words. Pain Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly, insisting on offering the book to Fuseo, Nagato's mother. Although I have penned many bestsellers since, this one, inspired by Nagato, remains my most cherished work. Nagato. Did I provide inspiration to my teacher? By the way, Jiraiya winked at Naruto. Minato, my disciple and the fourth Hokage, is also quite fond of this book. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. The fourth Hokage? Indeed. Jiraiya displayed a hint of pride as he revealed. He even consulted me, wishing to name his unborn son after the protagonist of this very book. Those who were aware that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage reacted with astonishment. Jiraiya feigned indifference, mischievously producing another volume of urban ninja legends, playfully suggesting that should anyone seek the original and exceptionally powerful jutsu of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto struck a hand sign and exclaimed, "Seductive art. Harem technique. I beg you, Jiraiya-sama." He cried out incessantly. Jiraiya, along with the third Hokage, coughed up blood. Kakashi displayed a look of exasperation akin to that of the second Hokage. Sakura promptly struck Naruto, while Sasuke turned away, muttering a disparaging remark. The leaders of the 5 great shinobi villages, or their representatives, expressed their disbelief in various forms. Some bled, others seethed with envy, and some wore expressions of incredulity as they witnessed this bizarre ninjutsu capable of striking the progenitor of chakra. Minato Namikaze, repeatedly at a loss for words, lamented the absence of Kushina, knowing that if she were present, both of them would surely face dire consequences. The most unpredictable ninja had unwittingly become the protagonist of the urban ninja legend. The protagonist's name was Naruto. After reviewing the footage and discovering the protagonist's name, Naruto displayed no discernible reaction, merely tucking the book carefully into his ninja tool pouch. As he looked up, like a swift wind dispersing the final vestiges of gloom, that familiar boy returned, fueled by his dream of becoming Hokage, shining as brightly as the sun over Konoha. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but remark, "It's fortunate that you used the name of a character from the book. Otherwise, your name might have been Whirlpool. Gale Shadow Super Ninja Technique No. 7. Jiraiya reminisced about the original name for the Rasengan, finding it amusing. Minato could indeed come up with something like that, but it would require Kushina's approval. Naruto, no? I still prefer my current name, Uzumaki Naruto." With Naruto's words, the atmosphere in the venue lightened considerably compared to the viewing time. However, the ambience portrayed in the footage was quite somber. In an alternate ending, Jiraiya's death profoundly affected Naruto. The entire world witnessed the once indomitable Konoha ninja, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, sitting alone on a silent bench, tears streaming down his face as he clutched a pair of ice creams. This sight evoked even greater sorrow than the earlier footage of him as a hungry, homeless child weeping in bed. Such a portrayal of Uzumaki Naruto touched the heart of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, in the footage. "Stop it, Tsunade." The advisors, presenting their authority, intimidated her. "What do you intend to do to us?" The advisors, as the fifth Hokage, as the last person to place her dreams upon Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade, unable to contain her fury, vehemently rebuked those advisors who demanded Naruto be hidden. "What do you think you are?" This roar left the entire Konoha in stunned silence. Watching the footage, Tsunade stood tall, embodying responsibility. If those old geezers dared to command her, she would respond with equal fervor. As the Konoha ninjas regained their composure, they felt an emotion named elation spreading within their hearts. Urban version modification. How exhilarating. I have long harbored dissatisfaction towards those 2 arrogant senior advisors. On screen, Tsunade's emotions had yet to be fully unleashed. Her anger had been suppressed for too long. All because of the city. No. Merely due to the attitudes of these 2 advisors towards Naruto. Jiraiya had placed all his hopes upon him. How much longer will you treat him like a child? No, you do not even regard him as a person. Uzumaki Naruto is not a mere tool of the city. He is surpassing Jiraiya and will one day outshine my grandfather. He is an extraordinary ninja inheriting the spirit of Konoha and is in the midst of growth. Upon finishing her words, Tsunade forcefully cast the 2 advisors, who were utterly defenseless before her, to the ground. She had endured them for far too long. Jiraiya, Master Sarutobi, and Granny Chiyo from Sunagakure, what do they possess that you lack? Do you even realize? The entire populace was awestruck by Tsunade's formidable presence. This female leader exuded more authority than anyone else. The screen displayed Naruto rescuing Gaara, accompanied by Granny Chiyo's dying words. In this increasingly decaying world, witnessing vibrant new stars like you brings great solace. I have made many mistakes in the past, but in the end, I did one thing right. With you. Sunagakure and Konoha will surely overcome decay and usher in a brand new era. The scene transitioned back to the office of the mayor of Konoha. Tsunade glared at the two outdated advisors sitting on the ground. What you lack is precisely the trust in the younger generation. Just as my grandfather, the inaugural mayor, placed his trust in you, entrusting the future into your capable hands, it is now your turn to reciprocate that trust and delegate the future to them. As the words of the fifth-generation mayor, Tsunade, resonate on the screen, they showcase Sakura's exceptional medical skills and the efficient deployment of injured individuals. In the information center, Ino diligently interprets enemy intelligence alongside her father. Meanwhile, Choji and Shikamaru each apply their expertise in their respective fields, following in their father's footsteps. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame assist the elite of Konoha in organizing rescue efforts. Even students like Konohamaru are exerting their utmost to contribute. After a segment of footage, the citizens of Konoha erupted in fervor upon seeing it again. Well said, they exclaimed, clapping enthusiastically. As Tsunade concluded her remarks on screen, the audience, emboldened by the presence of Tsunade and the second and third mayors, erupted into cheers and applause. The two advisors, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment, longed to withdraw immediately. Yet, out of respect for the dignity of the second mayor, they refrained from doing so, forcing themselves to endure the moment. Naruto widened his eyes as he gazed at Tsunade, feeling a sense of recognition that he had been yearning for daily. Unlike his childhood, when he desperately sought acknowledgement and longed for companionship, going so far as to risk his life against ninjas from other villages, he now embraced a different resolve. Witnessing his future growth on the screen, he envisioned becoming stronger and standing shoulder to shoulder with Sasuke. The determination to train diligently solidified within Uzumaki Naruto. He vowed not to betray the faith of those who believed in him. No, it was the recognition of everyone. However, at that poignant moment of inspiration, while the mayor and his team departed for the front lines, the toad summoned from Miyaboka Mountain to retrieve Naruto met a grim fate at the hands of none other than Shimura Danzo, who had long since vanished from the public eye. The screen was dominated by Danzo's sinister visage. Truly, these were two individuals who aged without progress, bested by that young girl, Tsunade. Yet, as the dagger in Danzo's hand circled within the toad's body, a malevolent grin emerged on his shadowy face. With this, the Nine Tails would be ensnared. The inhabitants of Konoha gasped in shock. Danzo. The audience nationwide murmured in disbelief. No wonder the lower ranks, despite possessing Naruto's strength, allowed Akatsuki to wreak havoc in Konoha. It seems Danzo's contribution is to blame. The world pondered. This world is indeed intricate. Simultaneously, in a certain location in Iwagakure, the Akatsuki Sasori observed the unfolding events. Deara, what troubles you? He asked, his voice laden with silence. Deara quickly replied, nothing, partner. Our next target is in the land of fire. Let us depart. As Deara hurried to keep pace, he added, by the way, partner, did your subordinates not report that Leader Pain and Tobi are in Konoha? Yes, and what of it? Sasori responded. Deidara suggested, then let us also go to Konoha. Perhaps Leader and Tobi could use our assistance. Of course, someone like Leader Pain would require no help, but Tobi is different. He is merely a novice. And moreover, Itachi's brother. Shut up, you fool. Why insult me? I'll blast you away. It seems Danzo's infamous deeds have added another chapter. Unable to summon Naruto back, they found themselves lacking the power to contend with Pain. The intelligence department and cryptography experts were tirelessly analyzing the invaluable information Jiraiya had sacrificed his life to obtain. Every moment posed an unprecedented challenge to the village of Konoha. I ask once more, where is Uzumaki Naruto? On the screen, Konan transformed into paper, surrounding the ninjas of Konoha and compelling them to reveal Naruto's whereabouts. Yet, the captured Konoha ninja merely smirked, uttering a defiant, go to hell. The ninjas sacrificed themselves, vowing to protect their village with unwavering courage against formidable foes. A sentiment shared by the ninjas of the 5 great nations. Yet, it is rare for ordinary people to witness the fierce battles fought by these warriors. The commoners, nobles, and prominent figures alike are captivated by the ninjas' remarkable presence. Strength represents one facet, while integrity embodies another. In this city, ninjas are synonymous with military might. It is precisely these covert operatives that shield each nation from foreign invasions. The realms of heaven, humanity, hell, Azura, beasts, and hungry ghosts. The 6 Pain figures on the screen ruthlessly harvest lives in the hidden leaf. One after another, the ninjas of the leaf fall. Konan and all the Pains remain unanswered. Observing this grim scene, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes blaze with fury, his arms crossed as he anxiously rubs his forearms. He is filled with rage towards Pain, who attacked the village, and even more so towards Danzo, who caused the demise of the toad from Mayaboka Mountain. Curse be it. Naruto grits his teeth. Sasuke glances at Naruto, acutely aware that, according to the narrative, he had long since defected, remaining unclassified as a rogue ninja solely due to Naruto's influence. Thus, he no longer harbors hopes of returning to salvage the situation. Yet he senses that Naruto will come back. In the moment when the hidden leaf needs him most, he will return, allowing the entire city to witness his valiant figure, resurrecting the fallen in an unknown manner. Just like this terrifying life and death interrogation, bringing the deceased back to the realm of the living. On the screen, Tsunade stands atop the Hokage Tower, summoning a colossal slug from the Wetbone Forest. The slug, akin to the one summoned by Sakura during the Fourth Great Ninja War, swiftly divides into countless smaller slugs, scouring the hidden leaf for the injured. At the expense of Tsunade's chakra, she dedicates herself to healing the wounded. Then, the young ninja Naruto witnesses a scene that unsettles his very core. On the screen, protecting his comrades and exposing himself before Pain is none other than Naruto's most significant person, Irika Umino. Irika-sensei, Naruto shouts at the screen. But he is not the Naruto in the image, and no amount of urgency can alter that reality. From the screen, Pain, with a voice reminiscent of the second Hokage, questions Irika, "Tell me, where is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? If you refuse to speak, I shall take your life." That black chakra rod is already stained with the blood of the leaf's ninjas. Yet it is unnecessary to inquire. The dedicated Chunin teacher, who regards Naruto as a younger brother and even nurtures him as a son, would never betray Naruto's whereabouts. In Irika's memories displayed on the screen, there are countless fragments of Naruto's growth. This evokes both deep emotion and anxiety within the young ninja watching. Beside him, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is equally moved by Irika's care for his son and deeply concerned for the safety of this devoted teacher in this perilous moment. There is nothing to discuss with someone like you, Irika-sensei. Naruto, filled with concern, feared that the chakra rod in Pain's grasp would strike Irika. He opposed provoking the enemy and shouted anxiously at the screen. Beside him, Irika scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Naruto, I'm right here." Naruto, displaying a hint of petulance, exclaimed, "Irika-sensei, please refrain from speaking for now." In truth, he was irked by the presence of Irika-sensei in the scene. Choosing not to seek assistance and instead provoking his counterpart, Naruto gazed at Pain, surrounded by the ninjas of Konoha, his expression betraying a mixture of terror and fury. "If you dare to harm Irika-sensei or Kakashi-sensei, I will not spare you." Pain remained silent, his gaze drifting towards Fuso, the red-haired woman beside Naruto, offering no response. Chapter 52, The False Identity of Kakashi from 18 years ago in the bustling modern metropolis. Pain's destination was unmistakably the Konoha Tower, situated in the heart of the city. In the face of Irika's refusal, Pain unhesitatingly brandished a black energy rod, lunging forward with lethal intent. As the rod came mere inches from Irika, Naruto in the audience was too astonished to scream. At that critical moment, a hand clad in fingerless gloves seized the energy rod with resolute strength. The scene evoked memories of a few days prior, when a disgruntled Konoha guard's plans to thwart Naruto's resurrection were intercepted by a silver-haired man. "Kakashi-sensei! Kakashi! Kakashi-sensei!" Indeed, the valiant silver-haired guardian in the footage, who had come to the rescue, was none other than their current instructor, Kakashi Hitaki. The image revealed Kakashi, his Sharingan activated, glaring fiercely at the rampaging Pain, as he resolutely instructed Irika, "Evacuate with the other injured." "Leave this to me." The junior officer Naruto, transfixed by the screen, exclaimed, "So cool. Kakashi-sensei." Pain then demanded, "So, tell me where the Nine-Tails is?" The Konoha Tower lay in ruins, with injured souls scattered amidst the debris. Yet, none yielded to Akatsuki, even in defeat. Dignity remained intact. The sacrifices of their comrades, including Kakashi's apparent sacrifice in the footage, weighed heavily on the hearts of the Konoha viewers, who cast fierce glares at the encircled Pain and Konan. Unlike ordinary citizens, the figures in the footage bore witness to Kakashi's declaration. They are the kind who would rather sacrifice themselves than betray their comrades. Kakashi's words ignited a fervor within the viewing hall, binding the Konoha officers in solidarity. In his rage over the injuries inflicted upon Konoha and the loss of comrades, Kakashi forcefully snapped Pain's formidable energy rod. Pain retaliated with a kick towards Kakashi, who swiftly crouched down, forming seals to erect an earthen wall, sealing off Pain's escape route. As he became the bait, the moment the energy rod pierced his shoulder, He immobilized Pain with one hand while channeling a surge of electricity with the other, Raikiri. Every second of the battle drew the intense focus of viewers from various villages. This was an opportune moment to gather intelligence. However, to everyone's astonishment, Kakashi, who had seemed to hold the upper hand, missed his target entirely. Uchiha Sasuke, who had previously listened to Kakashi explain the Raikiri technique, was left utterly stunned. With the speed of Raikiri combined with the divine Sharingan, how could one possibly miss from such a distance? It is the Rinnegan. Jiraiya remarked, "This is the power of the Rinnegan suppressing Kakashi's Sharingan." A sudden sneer drew the attention of the onlookers towards the masked man. In a critical moment, the masked man elongated his voice and continued, "Your Raikiri has gone awry." "What did you say?" Naruto immediately retorted. The masked man fell silent. Kakashi, referred to as the Sharingan user, suddenly displayed a melancholic expression as he recalled the moment he had precisely infused Raikiri into a comrade's heart. "Lin," Kakashi murmured softly. Under the mask, Uchiha Obito's expression darkened. In the footage, Kakashi once again concentrated Raikiri in his right hand. This time, the onlookers clearly saw Pain's violet, swirling eyes widen in surprise. Before Kakashi could unleash Raikiri, an inexplicable force struck him, sending him flying. The earthen wall behind him disintegrated in an instant. The spectators gasped. "It is the universal pull. That guy named Nagato used this technique earlier." Indeed, this was the very skill employed during the confrontation between Naruto and the reanimated Nagato, as seen in the previous footage. Fusang fixed her gaze intently on Pain. Nagato. She did not recognize Pain as Nagato, but she was certain this individual was connected to her son. She desperately wished to know if Nagato was still alive and how he was faring. In the footage, Kakashi found himself in a life-threatening predicament. One Deva Path pain was already overwhelming, not to mention the arrival of another Azura Path. My goodness! He could even perceive attacks from behind. A certain ninja exclaimed. For in the scene, Kakashi launched an assault on the Azura Path pain from behind, only to have it completely evaded. Their eyes shared an understanding. What on earth is happening? This ability is exceedingly cunning. At that moment, someone suddenly realized. Wait, I remember now. I didn't recognize him due to his changed hairstyle. The individual referred to as the Hungry Ghost Path seems to be an elite warrior from the hidden corners of the city. The hidden corners of the city? Impossible. He bears the forehead protector of a city defector. The gathered urban agents were baffled by this scene. With awe for that power, they continued to observe the unfolding events on the screen. In the footage, Kakashi, as a core force of the city, had become a mere puppet in Pain's hands. No one knew, as the masked man watched this scene. His expression darkened as if it could drip water. His thoughts were consumed by, Kakashi, you worthless fool. Imposter. Hypocritical world. Indeed, the Moon Eye plan is the true reality. The real Kakashi would not behave this way. These chaotic thoughts overwhelmed him. The form of the Azura Path resembled that of the Crimson Sand Scorpion, with its glistening steel tail aimed menacingly at Kakashi. Universal pull. Unable to resist any longer, Kakashi was drawn towards the sharp blade of the Azura Path by an inexplicable force. A sound of discontent escaped from beneath the mask of the masked man, which Konan faintly heard. She glanced at Kakashi, then at the masked man, unable to discern the nature of their relationship. A sense of confusion filled her mind. What connection could possibly exist between Uchiha Madara and Hatake Kakashi? Just as Konan's thoughts spiraled, the image of Kakashi groaning in agony appeared before her eyes. Puff. The blade of the Azura Path had completely pierced through Kakashi's body. Naruto, Kakashi-sensei. Lightning release. Shadow clone technique. In the scene, Kakashi, pierced by a sharp blade, transforms into lightning, temporarily incapacitating the Azura Path. The second city leader expressed his admiration, exclaiming, to merge lightning release with shadow clone. What an exceptional junior. A smirk danced upon his lips. This young man was indeed a genius of ninjutsu innovation. The techniques can be combined with Raikirian Shuriken. The Kamui Raikirian Shuriken unleashed by the ethereal blue Susanoo boasted unparalleled power. In the scene, Kakashi's lightning release shadow clone dissipated, followed by two colossal fists descending. It was the duo of Akimichi Choji and his father. The Azura Path Pain, paralyzed by the lightning, was struck by the fists, while the Deva Path Pain adeptly evaded the blow. Alas, what a pity, a city agent watching grumbled, clenching his fist. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, several urban agents united to besiege the Deva Path Pain. Multiplication technique. Special ninja tools. Wind release technique. Attacks surged from all directions. The masked man scoffed. Feudal, Pain Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin are akin to the Hyuga clan's Hakshkaten, serving as comprehensive offense and defense techniques. Jiraiya gazed sternly at the masked man. You are familiar with the techniques of the Hyuga clan. Who exactly are you? Humph. The masked man replied, have I not already disclosed my identity to you? I am Madara. Madara. Uchiha Madara. The agent stared at the masked man, some glancing back at Sasuke. After all, the second city leader had mentioned that Uchiha Sasuke was the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara's chakra. Sasuke felt insulted and retorted angrily, do not dare to compare me to him. I am not someone who cannot distinguish between dreams and reality. Naruto and Sakura exclaimed in unison, indeed, indeed. The masked man gazed at the trio for a moment before his attention shifted back to the unfolding scene, lapsing into silence. Sasuke Uchiha felt an inner turmoil, for he discerned that the masked man's focus was not on them, but rather on the one at the bottom. As the scene unfolded, it became clear that, just as the masked man had stated, any attack would be repelled by the powers of the Rinnegan, akin to the interplay of magnetic attraction and repulsion. However, it appeared that Kakashi still held a secret technique in reserve. Across viewing areas worldwide, spectators witnessed Kakashi Hatake employing feints to launch an underground assault on Pain, simultaneously diverting his attention while laying down chains. Following this, the father-son duo of the Akimichi clan initiated a meat-tank assault on Pain from opposite directions. Yet, in truth, this too was a ruse. After being pushed back by Pain's Shinra Tensei, the duo grasped the underground iron chains, restraining Pain's movements, allowing Kakashi's Raikiri to strike true. Alas, the Azura path of Pain suddenly intervened, blocking the blow meant for the Deva path. At this moment, Zabuza, who had been quietly observing, felt an overwhelming familiarity with this scene. Many years ago, Kakashi had aimed his Raikiri at him, only for that child, as pure as snow, to stand in the way. Zabuza, he heard that familiar voice echoing in the haze, the child who always wore a gentle smile. Kakashi, Zabuza intoned gravely. You would do well to refrain from using your Raikiri again. One day, this move will endanger those you wish to protect. This was merely the instinct of Zabuza, the Nightwalker, foreseeing calamity. Yet, he had not anticipated that his words would pierce Kakashi's heart like a dagger. Haha. All eyes turned towards the man in the mask, who laughed maniacally. You're too late, missed boy. Zabuza, who had not been referred to as a boy for many years, along with the spectators present, were left in astonishment. Only Kakashi could fathom the depths of his own suffering. The masked man continued to inflict emotional wounds upon Kakashi, reveling in the ecstasy of vengeance. That worthless Hatake Kakashi, who swore he would never betray his comrades. The voice, steady yet laced with mockery, belonged to Uchiha Obito. Do not hold him in too high regard. The masked man cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, sneering, would you like to know why? Because he is the type who would abandon his comrades at a critical moment, using Raikiri to slay his own. You lie. Naruto immediately defended Kakashi. It was Kakashi-sensei who taught us that those who do not value their comrades are worse than anyone. No, Naruto, that is enough, Kakashi interjected, stopping Naruto. His eyes filled with sorrow from the past. He speaks the truth. I am but a worthless fool. Kakashi's almost self-deprecating words evoked immediate dissent from many. Kakashi-sensei. However, Kakashi remained silent, merely fixating on the masked man, his voice low as he inquired, who are you? The masked man replied, my identity is of little significance. Continue watching the footage. Faced with the masked man's indifference, Kakashi felt helpless. Though his gaze returned to the images on the screen, his thoughts were elsewhere. The anguish and uncertainty within him spread like ink dispersing in water, gradually saturating his heart with darkness. Meanwhile, the masked man was utterly absorbed in the content of the footage. Within the images, Kakashi found himself cornered by the path of Ashura, losing his advantage. Pain's counterattack was as swift as lightning, leaving the onlookers unable to comprehend the situation. Only Choji, in a state of terror, managed to utter a final gasp as he dropped his last chip, for he witnessed his father stepping in front of him at the critical moment. Choza also observed this, but was not surprised. Isn't that what parents do? As the footage returned to a calm state, the aftermath of the battle rendered the surrounding environment even more desolate. The severely injured Kakashi lay amidst the ruins, bloodied and battered, indistinguishable from the wreckage around him. The father and son duo, Choji and Choza, also lay nearby, their fates uncertain. Naruto was consumed by anxiety, initially lamenting his own negligence, and then furiously accusing Danzo Shimura of slaying the toad from Miyaboka Mountain, which had been poised to alert him to return to the village and rescue Konoha. Along with his comrades, feel the pain, echoed Pain's iconic line as a nail pierced Kakashi's vital spot. All spectators tensed, their hearts heavy with concern for the fates of these three familiar ninjas, especially Uchiha Obito, concealed beneath his mask, who gazed at pain with an expression that transcended mere malevolence. What twisted emotions drove him to vehemently denounce Kakashi while remaining indifferent towards Pain, his fellow Akatsuki member? Upon confirming Kakashi's demise and the loss of valuable intelligence, Pain departed. Kakashi, barely clinging to life, urged Choji to relay the information back. However, the bag of chips in Choji's hand slipped from his grasp as he beheld the image of himself weeping over his father's corpse. Choji, Shikamaru, and Ino understood Choji's nature. This boy, harboring greater strength than they, had never revealed his potential, solely due to his kindness. Chapter 53, Kakashi's life in the grave of 18 years. In this tale set within a modern metropolis, the sudden passing of Choji's father was undeniably a monumental shock. Despite Pain's disappearance from the video, the Azura path remained. The final attack targeted Choji, who was under his father's protection. The youth from the lower echelons of the city, particularly his friend Shikamaru, were filled with anxiety for the chubby, kind-hearted boy. Shikamaru focused intently on the screen, nearly motionless. In the video, a near-adult Choji faced the loss of his father, awakening to a sense of responsibility that matured him in an instant. Choji, run. Even the typically composed Shikamaru could not suppress his inner turmoil, shouting loudly at the screen. This was not without reason. Shikamaru had pieced together the truth from numerous videos. The reality they inhabited diverged sharply from the world depicted in the footage. Perhaps they had a chance to alter the future. Yet, the events captured in the video were immutable, set in stone. In simple terms, a real Choji faced a life-and-death crisis in reality. Alongside Uncle Choza and teacher Kakashi, had they truly undergone a brush with death in the video? In the footage, Choji fled with all his might from the relentless pursuit of the Azura path. He bore the weighty task of transmitting crucial information. Kakashi, with only half a life remaining, found solace within himself, knowing he could aid Choji in delivering the message to the surviving comrades, instilling them with hope for survival. This is the best choice I can make to save our city. Kakashi opened his eyes once more, the pattern of his Sharingan altered. It had transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. All who watched the video gazed in astonishment at Kakashi. The entire metropolis erupted in fervor at this spectacle. They had never heard that transplanting the ocular organs of the deceased Uchiha clan could awaken the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Yet, the most astonished were Kakashi and Sasuke Uchiha, for both had previously encountered this tri-bladed variant of the Sharingan. During their second chance at revival, they gazed upon old photographs with their Sharingan for several hours. Just as they were on the brink of resurrecting the fourth Hokage, Kakashi, in a state of shock, missed the photograph of the fourth. It depicted a man approximately 30 years of age, with a white buzz cut, one side of his face intact, while the other bore a swirling scar. One half of his body appeared to be mended with a white, gel-like substance, creating a disjointed appearance with the other half. Most importantly, that pair of eyes mirrored Kakashi's black, side-patterned kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Obito's legacy even astonished Itachi Uchiha, who was present, as well as Shisui Uchiha. These two members of the Uchiha clan, who possessed kaleidoscopic Sharingan, were equally taken aback by the revelation that an outsider like Kakashi could also awaken such ocular prowess. Mr. Kakashi, Itachi exclaimed in astonishment. Shisui suddenly remarked, theoretically, after Obito's passing, his Sharingan should not be capable of further evolution. He continued, if the eyes of the deceased can still be activated and upgraded post-transplant, would that not spell disaster for the Uchiha clan? Or if that were indeed the case, I believe the Uchiha would have long since faced extinction due to this rare ability. Others, including Sasuke, appeared perplexed. What do you mean? Please elucidate. Consider this, Shisui continued. The Uchiha are distinct from the Hyuga. The Uchiha find it exceedingly difficult to awaken their Sharingan. Hence there is no necessity for constraints akin to caged birds. Nor is there a division between the main and branch families. Once one awakens the Sharingan, they are regarded as elite. This is a widely acknowledged truth, even among outsiders. Shisui further elaborated, one of the reasons the Hyuga safeguard their main family is to prevent the purest Byakugan from falling into the hands of other ninja villages. Now, if the Uchiha's Sharingan, even if dormant, can be transplanted into another's eyes with a chance of awakening, it is a chilling thought. The Hyuga clan is acutely aware of this. If one were to slay an Uchiha, extract their eyes, and implant them in oneself, it could indeed awaken the Sharingan. Those Uchiha members who failed to awaken their eyes would become the targets of scorn. They would be akin to possessing an invaluable treasure that glows with brilliance yet remains unusable. The ninja world is never short of those who would stop at nothing for power. The The Mizukage represents the man known as Ao. Do not presume they are unaware that his concealed right eye is, in fact, their Byakugan. Those who would go to any lengths for power would swarm like pests to hunt down the Uchiha clan, seizing their eyes to gain greater strength. It is quite conceivable that before the establishment of Konoha, the Uchiha clan had already been nearly obliterated by the various families of the ninja world. The devastation they faced undoubtedly surpassed that which once instilled terror in the hearts of these families, prompting them to join forces against the Uzumaki clan. In the video, Kakashi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, much like Itachi's Tsukuyomi. In an instant, the world before Kakashi transformed into a canvas dominated by hues of crimson. In this slowed-down realm, every movement was captured with exquisite clarity. "Look, that bomb chasing after a Kimichi CHG," someone exclaimed, and all eyes fixed upon the video, where the bomb appeared to distort slightly. Then, it twisted again. Following this, a vortex-like alternate dimension warped the bomb, as if transporting it to another realm. Remarkably, the bomb seemed to have misfired, or perhaps it had never existed at all. It became evident that Kakashi had not been struck at a vital point by pain. In that crucial moment, he had employed this unique ocular technique twice. The fourth Raikage suddenly erupted in fury. "Wait, this situation seems eerily familiar." His words plunged into the gathering like cold water into hot oil, igniting an uproar. Indeed, this space-warping, environment-distorting space-time ninjutsu felt reminiscent to them. They must have encountered it in a prior video. At this moment, even the ordinary citizens who had previously viewed the footage began to recall a particular scene. Thus, "I hereby declare war for the Fourth Great Ninja War." A mysterious figure boldly intruded upon the high-level meeting, only to make a spectacular exit. His departure appeared to employ some form of supernatural ability, vanishing before the eyes of all present. The fourth Raikage's thoughts deepened. As he clenched his fists and spoke with authority, "Kakashi, who exactly are you? Or who bestowed upon you those extraordinary eyes?" As Kakashi's longtime rival and dear friend, Might Guy immediately countered, "I trust Kakashi. He has no connection with that masked man." "Absolutely." The masked man, Tobi, remained silent. Kakashi softly interjected, "Guy, let it go." He cast a glance at the masked man seated beside him, then turned to face the fourth Raikage with a sincere expression and resolute tone. "The dear friend who granted me these eyes courageously fell 15 years ago in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge." Kakashi murmured to himself, "He is my hero." The masked man, Tobi, remained wordless. Tsunade turned to the second and third Hokage. "Have you indeed confirmed the news of the deceased Uchiha?" Just as the third Hokage was about to respond, the second Hokage interjected, "Let us finish watching the footage first. Do not forget we may need to view it again if we wish to avoid standing here indefinitely analyzing intelligence." Due to the second Hokage's standing, the other village ninjas returned to observe the screen. Buried under the rubble, Kakashi gasped for breath, his breaths rapid and labored. The three members of Team 7, along with the lower ninja of Kakashi's generation and the soul of Minato Namikaze, were engulfed in tension. In the recording, Kakashi's eyes were clouded with fatigue, suggesting that his mission might be nearing its end. Kakashi slowly closed his eyes. In the final moments of his life, only two names lingered in his mind, Obito and Rin. The watching Leaf ninjas felt profound sorrow at the passing of this silver-haired shinobi. Almost every ninja in the village recognized Kakashi, and they too were overtaken by this overwhelming sadness. "Kakashi, you are my lifelong rival, Might Guy," Might Guy cried, tears streaming down his face as he shouted at the screen. "Get up, Kakashi. What about your youth?" Ironically, it was Kakashi himself who displayed a smile at that moment. "This is fine. To die fighting for the protection of the village, like Obito. In doing so, his name would be immortalized alongside Obito's on the memorial stone. Perhaps, on occasion, someone might lay a bouquet in his honor? Alas, no one would offer red bean cakes to Obito any longer. Would he resent receiving half of the flowers? Perhaps they should be reserved for Rin, as she might appreciate them more." The entire Leaf village was shrouded in a deep melancholy. In the recording, it appeared that Kakashi was truly on the verge of passing away. In the realm of his consciousness, he found himself back in the bittersweet reminiscence of his youth. He recalled Obito, the Uchiha boy trapped beneath a boulder. "No matter what the villagers say, you are an exceptional shinobi. I am about to die, but I will be your eyes, helping you see the future." In the recording, the handsome dark-haired boy stood alongside the gentle brown-haired girl, Rin. Now, the dark-haired boy wore a mask, an enigmatic figure known to none. "I entrust her to you." Those words, like a curse, violently tore through two hearts. Fortunately, the recording did not display the moment when Kakashi's Raikiri pierced Rin's chest. Yet, Everyone felt an uncanny sensation, as if Kakashi longed for such release. In the recording, his consciousness began to sink, like a clay ox into the sea, gazing at the distant water's surface. I'm sorry, Obito. I could not uphold our promise. I failed to protect Rin. And now, it seems my time to record this world through your eyes has come to an end. The viewing Kakashi, absorbed and in pain, stared at the screen. There were Obito, Rin, and Sensei Minato. Kakashi, do not lose hope. In a state of spectral reverie, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, calls out, embodying the essence of Kakashi's manner. As the one who knows Kakashi best, he is acutely aware of how the young shinobi, the youngest member of Team Kakashi, has endured the loss of both Obito and Rin. With a vacant, yet yearning expression, Kakashi gazes intently at the screen during the viewing. Minato-sensei has departed, Rin is gone, and Obito too has left this world. Now, I am finally able to join you, he expresses with a sense of ease. The most relaxed words captured in the footage. However, an unexpected revelation jolts Kakashi from his reverie, his eyes widening in astonishment. What has he witnessed? Uchiha Obito. The man in the recording is Kakashi, observing an alternate future self meeting with Minato Namikaze. Kakashi? The figure, clad in the uniform of a leaf jonin, adorned with a symbol reminiscent of the god cloak, does not turn around, yet he senses Kakashi's presence. Who is this person? Naruto articulates the confusion of the current genin. The third Hokage, intently fixated on the screen, inquires, Tsukumo, are you still with us? Worry lingers in Kakashi's consciousness for his former mentor. A sudden thought strikes him. What of Minato? What of Kushina? Might they also be watching over their child's growth within Naruto's awareness? Konoha's white fang. Jiraiya and Tsunade fixate on the man displayed on the screen. He is one of the most distinguished shinobi of the leaf, a figure who even eclipses the legendary Sannin. Naruto tugged at Jiraiya's sleeve and inquired, who is the white fang of Konoha, sage of the six paths? Kakashi replied, he is my father. They had never heard their teacher Kakashi mention his father before, and judging by the expression of the third Hokage, it seemed he was a figure of considerable significance. Perhaps even rivaling that of the Hokage himself. After all, he was the one responsible for the death of my wife and me. Although I cannot claim to harbor no resentment towards him, Tsukumo Hatake was undeniably a formidable ninja. Chiyo offered a high appraisal, stating, I believe the number of individuals in Konoha capable of defeating him is exceedingly few. He then expressed a hint of regret, saying, after his resurrection, I sought information about the White Fang and learned of the circumstances surrounding his demise. To be frank, it strikes me as utterly absurd. Kakashi's father's death treated as a jest? What could this possibly signify? Chapter 54, Rumors and Whispers. Naruto surveyed his surroundings, seeking an answer. Yet, everyone averted their gaze, unwilling to broach the tragedy of Konoha's White Fang. Why was this so? A sense of unease washed over him. Grandpa Hokage, do you know? The third Hokage withdrew his pipe, exhaling a profound sigh. Throughout his decades-long tenure as Hokage, countless elite ninjas, including White Fang, Minato, Hiruzen, Dai, and others, had perished under his leadership. The regrets and heartaches were all too palpable. When the topic of White Fang's demise arose, Kakashi's perspective held a degree of validity. The third Hokage cast a querying glance at Kakashi, who, with his head bowed in tacit agreement, prompted him to address Naruto. Konoha's White Fang was once a hero, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Golden Flash of Konoha. Naruto was taken aback. The Golden Flash? Yes, that is your father, the fourth Hokage. Naruto inquired. And then? How did Konoha's White Fang meet his end? Suicide, Kakashi suddenly interjected. My father took his own life. The surrounding genin were taken aback. How could a man who stood shoulder to shoulder with the fourth Hokage have succumbed to such a fate? What could possibly have transpired? Naruto's expression was one of astonishment. Suicide refers to. Kakashi's demeanor darkened. It was not a suicide during a mission. He was not even deemed worthy of a memorial stone. After a significant mission failed, which resulted in grave losses for the village, he took his life out of guilt. I don't understand, Naruto exclaimed. What kind of loss warrants such a sacrifice? He was a hero like the fourth Hokage. You are but a naive child, spoke the masked man. Where there is light, shadows inevitably dwell. You see only the brilliance, neglecting the darkness that accompanies it. What are you trying to convey? Naruto's bluntness was ill-suited for such ambiguous discourse. He struggled to comprehend. The masked man shrugged. There is nothing more to say. No matter how formidable a ninja or how celebrated a hero in death, they become merely a mound of earth, nothing more. When pressed further, the masked man chose to remain silent, standing nearby like a specter. Minato Namikaze had long been observing the masked figure. This man, who had caused the demise of Kushina and unleashed the Nine Tails. All suspicions pointed towards a single individual, the Uchiha boy who had perished at the Kanabi Bridge, once aspiring to be Hokage. Tobi, is that truly you? If so, what have you endured? Naruto, relentless in his pursuit of answers, was unwilling to relent, while Kakashi, mindful of the myriad secrets and shadows surrounding the ninja villages, chose to remain reticent. The third Hokage believed that there was little left to conceal, especially since the matter had long since circulated among other ninja villages. It seemed odd for the people of Konoha to remain uninformed. White Fang was an exceptional ninja, yet he lived in a time beset by war. Sarutobi Hiruzen recounted that during a pivotal mission, White Fang was confronted with a harrowing dilemma. What was this difficult choice? The members of Team 7, including the current genin, were brimming with curiosity. The third Hokage's countenance turned grave as he stated, to abandon the mission or to forsake a comrade. The faces of the Konoha genin instantly paled. To abandon the mission or to forsake a comrade? Kakashi intoned gravely. Indeed, according to the code of ninjas, the primary choice should always be the mission when it is of great importance. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the genin felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. Yet, Kakashi swiftly shifted his tone, reiterating, "Those who disregard the rules are deemed worthless, but those who fail to cherish their comrades are even more despicable." The masked man found this statement eerily familiar, as it echoed the words once spoken by Uchiha Obito shortly before his demise. Jiraiya placed a reassuring hand on Kakashi's shoulder, affirming his sentiment. The once young boy who followed Minato has finally matured. Naruto. So how did Konoha's White Fang make his choice back then? He chose his comrades. The lower ninjas immediately breathed a sigh of relief, their faces beaming with joy as they whispered to one another, "This is the right choice. How wonderful." However, a turning point revealed the harsh reality. The failure of the mission inflicted immense losses upon the village. Initially, the villagers and other ninjas cast blame upon him. Soon, even those whom he had saved turned against him. Ultimately, unable to endure the slander, White Fang chose to take his own life at home. The smiles of the lower ninjas froze. This sudden twist was too overwhelming for them to process. A hero, renowned alongside the fourth Hokage, had succumbed to mere rumors. Was this not a farce to outsiders? Rumors. Those glares and the isolation were all too familiar to Naruto, and they had nearly crushed Sasuke recently. Kakashi gently ruffled Naruto and Sasuke's hair, noting that this was a long time ago. Rules would evolve with the times, and the future belongs to you. The second Hokage remarked, "Indeed, the dark era will eventually pass. The arrival of light depends on your choices." Uzumaki Mito. In the time I lived with Tobirama, the ninja world was rife with hostility among the clans, devoid of the structure of nations and villages, where nobles and feudal lords could exploit ninjas at will, even waging wars for mere amusement. So, Naruto, how will you choose in the next era? The third Hokage inquired. Naruto remained silent for a prolonged moment before lifting his gaze once more, offering his assessment of the situation. If abandoning my comrades to complete a mission is deemed wise, then I would rather remain a fool for all eternity. I shall never forsake my companions, nor betray them. If one asks why, it is because I am Naruto Uzumaki, a ninja of Konohagakure. This impassioned declaration, however, was inadvertently interrupted by others. There always seemed to be those who would stir the pot, such as Inazuka Kiba and Uchiha Shino. At that moment, they chimed in. No wonder Sasuke in the footage still belongs to the ranks of Konoha's genin. Rather than being labeled a rogue ninja, it is because you refuse to abandon your teammates. Itachi endeavored to salvage the situation. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Sasuke interjected. No one can save this situation. You all are witnessing my Sharingan in the footage. I have not defected yet. Hearing Makoto's laughter, Sasuke's previously pale cheeks began to flush. Laughter soon erupted around him. Those ninjas and villagers of Konoha, including many who had previously criticized Kakashi, found themselves reflecting on their past judgments. The earlier discussion had prompted introspection, or perhaps the death of White Fang had already provided them with an opportunity for reflection. And then there was Naruto Uzumaki, the boy they had scorned, rejected, and isolated so harshly, who had now blossomed into such an exceptional ninja. In a nostalgic fragment of urban memory, Shikaku addressed Kakashi, "Let us converse. What have you experienced over these years?" In the footage, the man revered as Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, sat in an outdoor CAF, beckoning his son to join him. Whether it was the Kakashi in the footage or the one currently observing it, he had not seen his father in nearly 2 decades. "Do you know, Dad?" The Kakashi in the footage displayed a hint of childlike affection. reminiscent of the proud yet understanding child who once shared joy and sorrow with his father. Obito Uchiha watched the footage as if the real world was returning. That comical fool, Kakashi, the hero of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake, and Rin, along with Minato-sensei. Upon mentioning the late Minato, whose demise he had indirectly caused, Obito hastily donned his mask once more. He now appeared to be torn between two starkly contrasting personas. Madara's persona urged him to realize the Eye of the Moon plan. Only through this could he reunite with those he cherished. In a world filled with love and peace, war would cease, and he would fulfill his promise to Rin. Conversely, Obito's persona cautioned him that there were too many inconsistencies, that Kaguya and White Zetsu were concealing much, and that Madara was certainly not a man pursuing dreams of peace. In the footage, Tsunade learned of Kakashi's fate through communication devices. That silver-haired ninja, beset by misfortune, lay trapped amidst the ruins, quietly taking his final breath. As the scene unfolded, an eerie silence enveloped the audience, a heavy stillness that nearly suffocated them all. Kakashi-sensei? Sakura's voice shattered the quiet, drawing everyone's gaze towards Kakashi. He was met with a myriad of astonished faces. With a gentle smile, he inquired, but before he could finish his thought, he noticed tears cascading from his left Sharingan. Kakashi lowered his head in contemplation, then turned towards the masked man, who was facing away, engrossed in the imagery, making it impossible for anyone to discern his emotions. Unless, Naruto, your chakra is suffused with sorrow. It seems you are on the verge of tears. Shut up, or I shall end you, came the familiar voice of Uchiha Madara. Naruto sighed, turning to leave while muttering, Do you think I've known Tobirama for so many years without knowing Madara? The masked man offered no reply. In the imagery, Tsunade learned of Kakashi's demise. She forcefully shattered a massive boulder in a display of her grief, then steeled herself to continue formulating their battle strategies. Shikamada returned with an air of composure, reporting to the fifth Hokage about the situation with pain, even when mentioning the death of his father, Choza. Tsunade, immediately return and send your father to the medical team. The implication hung heavily in the air. Father, he. In both the imagery and reality, the 16-year-old Shikamaru and the 13-year-old version of himself stared vacantly at the fifth Hokage. Tsunade provided a reassuring response. Yes. There is still time to save him. The once robust boy could no longer maintain his facade of calmness, tears streaming down his cheeks. When he inquired about Kakashi-sensei, all he received was the agonized turn of the fifth Hokage. In the final moments of the fading imagery, a profound sense of heartbreak emerged. The devastated Konoha lay in ruins, familiar comrades' bodies strewn across the ground. A silver-haired corpse lay crushed beneath the rubble, quietly cooling in the wind. It was Kakashi. Amidst the viewing, Kakashi feigned nonchalance, saying, This scene warrants a few more viewings. I don't particularly look my best, do I? Kakashi-sensei, please take this seriously. Sakura admonished her teacher with irritation. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. Pain. The masked man finally spoke, his voice still echoing Madara's discontent and threat. Are you planning to act on your own accord? Pain responded, according to the content of the imagery. When collecting the tailed beasts, we must stop at nothing. The world must experience pain for people to truly understand the value of peace. Yet, despite these words, an unnamed fire still burned within Obito. At that moment, the chilling, mechanical voice reverberated once more. The group froze, contemplating, after watching Pain kill Kakashi. Shouldn't the next scene depict the masked man slaughtering the Akatsuki's white tiger? Why is there a sudden interruption? Moreover, it appears to be a familiar question-and-answer format. Yet there lingers an unsettling sense of suppression. After all, while the terrifying inquiries present a danger, they often resemble a tempting reward from the other party. Coupled with the previously established resurrection rules, which permit the revival of the deceased within an hour, this has fostered a certain fondness for the terrifying questions among the crowd. Suddenly, this question-and-answer session feels much more amiable, albeit overshadowed by a palpable tension. The question arises, during the Ninetales incident in the 48th year of Konoha, the collapse plan of Konoha in the 60th year, and the Pain attack in the 63rd year. What was the primary objective behind Elder Shimura Danzo's directive that members of Root were not to engage in the rescue efforts? The villagers of Konoha were collectively astounded. No, the entire world was shaken. Is it truly possible to become a village elder in such circumstances? Furthermore, isn't the 60th year of Konoha the present? What exactly is the collapse plan of Konoha? On a related note, why did Lady Tsunade ascend to the position of the 5th Hokage? What became of the 3rd Hokage? As Shimura Danzo's mentor, the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, stood impassively, his inner fury concealed from others. However, the regret of the third Hokage, along with the guilt and anger of the two advisors who consistently supported Danzo, was unmistakable. Chapter 55, The Kamui Space has been unlocked. Lines of text emerged beneath the feet of the assembly. This was not a customary occurrence in the ninja world. For most villages, this form of knowledge inquiry was unique to Konoha, and they were experiencing it for the first time. Senju Tobarama, as a senior figure, swiftly made a universal gesture to silence the assembly of elite ninjas attending the 5 Kage summit. These ninjas had endured numerous A-rank and even S-rank missions, and the instinct for crisis had long been ingrained within them. Upon witnessing the silencing gesture, all immediately fell silent, focusing on the text upon the ground. Rules: 1. Each being has 3 opportunities and is qualified to answer. 2. Those who answer incorrectly will immediately lose all signs of life. 3. Once 3 independent beings lose their life signs, the inquiry concludes, and the domain barrier activates automatically. 4. If answered correctly within the allotted opportunities, the domain barrier opens, and the correct respondent will receive corresponding rewards. They utilized their chakra perception, discovering that their field of vision was limited to 100 meters around the viewing area. Rewards: Reward 1, 6 billion wealth vouchers. Accumulated, they could form a cube nearly 100 meters tall. And full redemption would equate to an enormous sum amounting to tens of millions. Not to mention, the ninjas of Konoha and the ordinary villagers. Even the shadow-level figures from various villages were utterly astonished. As shadows, their narrow experiences were indeed a source of shame. Such a spectacle was unprecedented. 6 billion wealth vouchers? What kind of budget would that require? The mere existence of this reward could save the village a substantial sum. One cannot help but remark on the paradox of Konohagakure, fortunate yet unfortunate. With a figure like Danzo Shimura, who is more adept at causing failure than achieving success, the village is simultaneously graced with an abundance of remarkable young talents. Even the terrifying quiz seems to favor them. It is highly likely that this reward is destined for them, as others remain oblivious to Danzo's true intentions. Surely the third Hokage and the council are not unaware? While ninjas from other villages remain envious, the metallic sound of the quiz reverberates once more. Reward 2. For the respondent's faction, randomly select a deceased ninja to resurrect. Resurrection? Bringing the dead back to life? They gaze upon the second Hokage, not only revived but restored to his peak strength. Even a stalwart like the fourth Raikage finds himself envious. The jealousy is palpable. Is Konohagakure destined for greatness? It seems their focus must now be directed towards deciphering the answer to this conundrum. What are Danzo's true motives? Why has he failed to arrange for assistance during 2 significant crises? Such behavior hardly befits a village elder. He scoffs. The inhabitants of other villages regard Danzo Shimura with equal disdain, not to mention the people of Konohagakure. 12 years prior during the Nine Tails incident, it was Danzo and his cohorts who shifted all blame onto the Uchiha clan. However, through recorded images, they discovered that it was not the Uchiha's unwillingness to assist, but rather Danzo's fear of their ocular techniques, suspecting them to be the masterminds behind the chaos, demanding that the Uchiha clan leader restrict his clan to logistical support and refrain from engaging in battle. Back then, they witnessed the fourth Hokage valiantly confronting the Nine Tails, witnessing the sacrifice of so many comrades. Even the third Hokage and the other 2 elders donned their battle gear. Yet, no one had seen the root ninjas, nor had anyone encountered Danzo. Furthermore, the terror of pain rivaled that of the Nine Tails. Aside from demanding the concealment of the Jinchuriki and contravening the Hokage's will by unlawfully executing the sage of Miyaboku, in the true moment of war, he chose to hide. Numerous ninjas from Konohagakure cast glances at the third Hokage and the other 2 advisors. Their eyes beseech for answers. They may not fully comprehend Danzo's intentions, but surely the 3 advisors must possess some insight. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head, still grappling with the turmoil within. From the moment he encountered the assassination attempt orchestrated by Root to the side of Danzo seated in the position of Hokage upon his return, he understood Danzo's aspirations. Danzo was unfit for the role of Hokage. Had he been suitable, Tobarama-sensei would have bestowed the title upon him long ago, rather than claiming it for himself. Yet, he hesitated to voice these sentiments openly. To others, Danzo was merely an elder of Konoha, the shadowy leader of Root. However, to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo was also a comrade. During the nascent days of Konoha, they had grown together under the guidance of the first and second Hokage. After the departure of the second Hokage, it was these companions who stood by him, aiding him in establishing the foundations of Konoha. The deaths of Kif and Kagami were shared sorrows, and they mourned together. drinking until dawn. In their drunken stupor, they would crawl beneath tables, rummaging through cabinets and lifting tatami mats in search of hidden companions to join them in their revelry. When they found no one, they would run to the Senju estate late at night, indulging in their drunken antics, yearning to see the second Hokage and Tobirama-sensei. Instead, they were met with the forceful punch of Mito, who admonished them, reminding them that Hashirama-sensei was deceased, Tobirama-sensei was gone, Kif had perished, and Kagami was no more. The Hokage class had dwindled to just 4, Saratobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito, and Tsunade. Can't you say it? He asked. Then let me speak. The mocking voice of the masked man echoed. What Danzo desires is the position of Hokage, is it not? Amidst the city's splendor, Uchiha Obito, no. Rather, the nameless man found himself engulfed in utter chaos. Even with some foreknowledge, he never anticipated that 600 billion talismans would come crashing down upon him. Even if they were merely pieces of paper. 600 billion. The sheer quantity was enough to suffocate one. Forget the potential for explosions. Even being struck by them could prove fatal. He desperately wished for the Kamui space to unlock. The Kamui space has been unlocked. As this cold, mechanical voice resonated in his ears, Obito nearly cursed it aloud. Instinctively, he sought to utilize his phasing ability, but as his gaze flickered towards Naruto Uzumaki, the masked Uchiha snorted disdainfully and activated the Kamui space in his right eye. However, absorbing 600 billion talismans was not an instantaneous feat. Their descent was perilously swift. As the masked man braced to be engulfed by the talismans, fearing they might explode, the third Tsuchikage finally took action. Doton, light-heavy rock technique. Almost simultaneously, the light-heavy rock technique took effect on the 600 billion talismans, suspending them in midair and granting the masked man the time needed to absorb them. Hey. The uncut ninja, who had not witnessed the earlier events, was oblivious to the identity of the masked man, yet the sheer number of talismans was sufficient to astonish him. That Tsuchikage simply stood by as he absorbed all 600 billion talismans? Was this man's gaze an endless abyss? Kakashi found himself uncertain whether he was justifying the masked man or exonerating Zabuza. Regardless, he had answered correctly. If the masked man were to detonate even one of the stolen tags, the entirety of Konoha would be obliterated. Zabuza interjected. Are you not concerned that he might employ these cursed tags against Konoha? Do not worry. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, replied, my mutual reversal tag is far superior. Mutual reversal tag? It is a ninjutsu I developed, capable of infinitely summoning more tags from a single one. 1 becomes 4 becomes 16, and squaring that results in 256. Following this pattern, one can summon tags in the trillions, triggering a chain explosion. Tobirama elucidated, this was designed to control the reanimation jutsu. Should the targets of the reanimation spiral out of control, the endless tags will continue to explode without cessation. Mito inquired, Tobirama, have you reported this technique to your elder brother? The second Hokage huffed, it has been sealed in a book by my brother. As the discussion of forbidden techniques continued, the masked man finally completed his reward one. Conan jested, Kakuzu would surely be pleased to see this. The masked man was left at a loss for words. When the final tag was claimed, that eerie mechanical voice echoed once more. Please claim reward 2. Boom. As expected, yet another slot machine materialized. The nameless figure announced. The slot machine begins to spin. The terrifying quiz will declare the rules. Please pull the lever beside the machine to participate in the lottery. You have 30 seconds. Failure to comply will result in forfeiting your reward. The countdown commenced. 30, 29, 28. As the masked man grappled with this absurd scenario, Kakashi kindly explained. 30 seconds is rather tight. There is no time to accurately calculate the resurrected beings with the Sharingan. Perhaps it is better to try your luck? Did you ask me? The masked man retorted in a tone reminiscent of Uchiha Obito. You. Naruto was about to express his frustration, but Kakashi restrained him with a hand. Kakashi, understanding, said, Oh. My apologies. I shall keep my thoughts to myself. Humph. Meddlesome, the masked man muttered. The mechanical voice continued its countdown. 19, 18, 17. The masked man approached the slot machine and, in a fit of frustration, yanked the lever. Images began to slide out from the machine. The Konoha ninjas gasped in astonishment, and other village ninjas sensed something amiss. This was because the majority of the images revealed were of deceased Konoha ninjas. This revelation unequivocally indicated that the masked man had once been a member of Konoha. Minato Namikaze's eyes widened in disbelief. He contemplated numerous possibilities. Suspecting the masked man might be Uchiha Madara, but No, it couldn't possibly be Obito. He reassured himself that Uchiha Madara was once a member of Konoha. And despite his subsequent betrayal, the possibility of him still being recognized as a Konoha ninja lingered. Zabuza, Kisame Hashigaki, Uchiha Itachi, indeed, Kisame Hashigaki. In the swirling images, they beheld the members of the Akatsuki organization. The former Akatsuki member, Kisame Hashigaki, who sacrificed himself to protect Uchiha Itachi during the battle with the fourth Mizukage. Bang! A plume of smoke erupted. The crowd assumed it was a ninja from the Mist Village who had been revived, yet the slot machine did not vanish. With a loud bang, a colorful ball burst, and vibrant ribbons and beautiful confetti slowly descended. The masked man had never encountered such a situation and instinctively turned to inquire, "What is happening?" Kakashi smiled and countered, "Are you asking me this time? You bastard. Useless. Imposter. Foolish Kakashi." Before they could further discuss, Sasuke, glaring with his Sharingan, exclaimed, "That guy also drew a person with a red border." An unnamed man replied, "Red border." Chapter 57. You useless waste. As night descended upon the city, a sudden series of loud thuds resonated within a luxurious apartment, causing the glass windows to vibrate ominously. What is going on? A man clad in a suit, Naruto, cowered behind Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, visibly anxious. Sasuke, with a look of disdain, silently mocked him. "Humph, this guy remains as timid as ever." Sakura furrowed her brows, clenching her fists and biting her lip. "Naruto, what is wrong with you?" In the center of the room, an exquisite wooden box replaced the previous object, emitting unsettling thuds. "Hey, what on earth is happening?" A man dressed in black, Uchiha Obito, couldn't help but question. "Why is there someone inside the coffin? Isn't it supposed to be a resurrection technique? How could a living person be enclosed within?" Yet, if Obito pondered for a moment, he might deduce the answer: the second Hokage's forbidden jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Thud, thud, clank, the sounds of heavy impacts emanated from within the coffin, inciting panic among the onlookers, prompting guards to draw their short blades in precaution. "Hey!" From within the coffin, a furious voice echoed, leaving those around in shock. Immediately following, a roar emerged from inside. "Afe, is that you? Have you been resurrected through impure world reincarnation?" The masked man, Obito, fell silent, while Pain and Konan remained expressionless and Itachi was left bewildered. The Tsuchikage, Inoki, was taken aback. "Ah, could it be that my ultimate art has harmed you?" Inside the coffin, Deidara, resurrected through impure world reincarnation, shouted, "I'm sorry, I couldn't blow up Sasuke. Instead, I mistakenly took you down." The focus shifted to Sasuke, who angrily leaned forward, his blonde head protruding as he rebuked, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why would you want to blow up Sasuke?" The voice from within the coffin hesitated slightly. "That voice seems familiar. Hey, you are the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, aren't you?" This revelation provided answers for Uchiha Itachi and the members of the Akatsuki, as well as former members of the organization. "Deidara?" Obito was incredulous. "When did Deidara die? And he was reanimated? What about Scorpion?" Akatsuki's member inquired, "What about the Scorpion of the Red Sand? Is he also dead?" Upon hearing this, the representative of Sunagakure, Chiyo, gasped in astonishment. "Hey, masked man, do you know Scorpion? My son, little Scorpion, is he all right?" Obito was utterly bewildered by the series of unexpected events. Unable to contain his suppressed feelings, Deidara, lying in the coffin, caught wind of an intriguing topic and decisively exclaimed, "Art is an explosion." Boom. This explosion was more shocking than the second Hokage pushing aside the coffin lid. The wooden plank flew away, and the reanimated Deidara emerged, gazing at a man who resembled Scorpion, leaning closer to ask, "Are you Scorpion's old man?" The Leaf Village ninjas were enraged, questioning the audacity of hosting a family reunion of the Akatsuki in their village. A metallic voice echoed, confirming resurrection of the reanimated Deidara. Tsuchikage Inoki exclaimed, "Is it truly you, Deidara?" The other villagers turned to the Iwagakure ninja, asking, "Who is he? He seems to be a rogue ninja from your village." The Iwagakure ninja explained, "Deidara, a rogue ninja from Iwagakure, was once a disciple of the Tsuchikage and unexpectedly joined the Akatsuki." Uchiha Itachi was the most complex figure in this scenario, as he was the one who had facilitated Deidara's entry into the Akatsuki. After Deidara was resurrected by the immense wood-released chakra of the reanimated Senju Tobarama, Itachi looked at the lively Deidara and inquired, "Deidara, how did you die? What relation does it have with Sasuke?" "Ah, Uchiha Itachi." Upon seeing him, Deidara felt a surge of disdain. If it weren't for Itachi, he could have remained a free artist. As for the cause of his death, he was reluctant to mention it. It would have been fine if he and Sasuke had perished together, but he died without Sasuke comprehending his ultimate art. It was too embarrassing to admit. He would be laughed at by Scorpion and that fool Akatsuki. He evaded Itachi's gaze and turned to Pain, saying, "Oh, the leader is also here? And Konan and Akatsuki. Are we launching a full-scale assault on the Leaf Village?" Deidara was thrilled, preparing to showcase his art. "Wait a moment, Deidara," Pain said in a deep voice. "Huh? Why, leader?" Deidara questioned, sensing that the current situation was amiss. "Hey, Akatsuki, let me ask you, what about the Ninja Alliance? Who won the Fourth Great Ninja War?" Obito. Uchiha Itachi remarked, "Would you believe me if I said the Fourth Great Ninja War hasn't even begun yet?" The mention of the Ninja Alliance and the Fourth Great Ninja War left everyone astonished and bewildered, especially Sasuke, who pondered, what did this guy just say? "Hey, the one over there named Deidara, let me ask you." Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, Deidara instinctively launched 10 pieces of art directly at Sasuke. Sasuke. The current low-ranking Sasuke stood no chance against the Akatsuki's blue dragon, Deidara. Sasuke. The moment the weasel activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Amaterasu. The white clay had scarcely left Deidara's hand before it was engulfed in black flames, the sound of successive explosions deafening. Positioned closer to Deidara, Sasuke remained unscathed, while Deidara unfortunately fell victim to the repercussions of his own art. Deidara seethed with rage. "I truly detest you, Uchiha. By the way." He turned to the masked man. "Obito, how did you manage to escape?" "There is no way one could evade my ultimate art. C0, self-detonation." Are you in a state of rebirth now? Pray tell, how did I come back to life?" Although Pain was unaware of what Deidara had experienced, he could surmise that the latter might hail from the world depicted in the images. His ability was penetration. Any attack would prove futile when he activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Given that the plan had spiraled out of control, the Moon Eye plan seemed less significant than Conan's consolation in Pain's eyes. Thus, revealing the truth to Deidara posed no issues, including the fact that the Obito he mentioned was, in reality, the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization. Deidara's expression was one of astonishment. The kaleidoscope Sharingan? But isn't it true that only the Uchiha clan possesses such eyes? Observing Deidara suddenly adopting the Obito mode, the masked man covered his face and shook his head. "Senior, Obito has never denied not being an Uchiha, yet you always proclaim your disdain for the Uchiha, which saddens Obito greatly." Pain, Kakashi, Konoha, and other ninja villages, Naruto leaned in and inquired of Sasuke, "Is he truly Uchiha Madara?" "He bears no resemblance to you at all." Sasuke retorted angrily, "Do you honestly think you would share even the slightest similarity with the god of shinobi?" "You worthless fool. What did you say?" "You bastard Sasuke, calling me worthless again." "Not satisfied? Do you wish to fight? Fine. Let us do this." Konoha's second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, looked on with an air of awkwardness. "If we were to draw comparisons between you two and my elder brother, there are indeed similarities." What? Naruto suddenly became animated. Sasuke, though not fond of being likened to Uchiha Madara, could not help but feel intrigued, recognizing the formidable strength of the latter. Naruto's clumsiness surpassed that of the elder brother, and Sasuke's tendency to be deceived bore a resemblance to Madara as well. Shikamaru, observing the astonishment on Naruto and Sasuke's faces, mused that while he had encountered sharp-tongued individuals, few could match the bluntness of the second Hokage. This perception completely upended the established images of the first Hokage and his adversary. Deidara, recently resurrected, appeared somewhat bewildered, having yet to ascertain his current situation when the imagery abruptly resumed. What is this?" Deidara exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the suddenly materializing scene. "Oh, you are unaware as well, are you, senpai? How dreadfully uninformed," Akatsuki Zetsu chimed in. "Believe me, I will blow you to smithereens." Deidara threatened. "Enough. Deidara, be silent." Pain interjected, and Deidara complied. He positioned himself at a distance from the Uchiha, standing behind Pain and Konan. As he and a group of old admirers began to observe the unfolding imagery, the scene depicted a pitch-black underground space, with spiraling staircases extending down into the abyss. On a cruciform bridge, an elder knelt before 20 ninjas, each adorned with masks reminiscent of the Umbu. It was Danzo. Indeed, it was he. Danzo felt that such an individual no longer deserved the title of Lord, ultimately swallowing the final syllable of respect. Thus, the location depicted in the imagery must be rude, correct? Yes, it would seem so. This indicated that Tsunade's era was drawing to a close. When Danzo spoke, many were taken aback. In the preceding imagery, Tsunade had existed as the fifth Hokage. The conclusion of Tsunade's reign signified. Jiraiya's expression darkened as he contemplated, what exactly has Danzo done? Or more importantly, what does he intend to do? The thought of his potential involvement in the Nine-Tails incident fueled Jiraiya's simmering anger. After all, the Namikaze family had suffered during that time. Shimura Danzo commanded the ninjas of Root. We shall remain hidden underground until the turmoil above subsides. One of the Root ninjas inquired. Should we not assist them? Even with your leadership, Lord Danzo, if Konoha and the village were to vanish, what would be the purpose of Root? Regardless of the significance of Root's existence. The principle of interdependence is universally understood. Yet, Danzo remains oblivious, or perhaps his narrow perspective precludes him from comprehension. In the footage, Danzo proclaimed, even if Tsunade becomes Hokage, she is merely a woman. Her role is to utilize the slug technique to minimize casualties. Such words incited displeasure among all female ninjas and indeed, among all women and those who fear their wives worldwide. Nara Shikaka quietly remarked to his son, it is precisely because of such sentiments that Danzo remains a bachelor to this day. Shikamaru, gazing at the familiar visage in the footage, found himself at a loss for words. Certainly, there would be further casualties, yet they were inconsequential. These sacrifices were deemed necessary by him. If Danzo's preceding statement incited indignation among the women of Konoha, his subsequent remark chilled the hearts of all Konoha ninjas. The moment arrived to unveil the answer to the previous question. Danzo's words evoked disdain at his narrow, slanted eyes gleamed with a sinister light. The necessity of these sacrifices lies in my ambition to become Hokage. The scene then swiftly zoomed out, revealing the entire environment of Root, reminiscent of Shimura Danzo's insatiable thirst for power. The audacity to aspire to the title of Hokage? When the masked man articulated this revelation, disbelief lingered among the onlookers. Even though the terrifying inquiry had confirmed the masked man's accuracy, many still suspected a misunderstanding. However, upon witnessing the dark underbelly of Root and the fervor for power reflected in Danzo's eyes, Senju Tobarama growled, after the 5 Kage summit, we must eradicate Root completely. Indeed, resounded the voices of 1,000 Konoha ninjas in response. Yet, in reality, for a cunning fox like Danzo, possessing at least one Sharingan, the true adversary capable of confronting him must inevitably be Senju Tobarama himself. The footage momentarily set aside Danzo's affairs, returning to the ground where Konoha faced unprecedented peril from the rampant destruction wrought by colossal summoned beasts. That beast, was it not the 3-headed hound from before? Chapter 58, The Aesthetics of the Moment. What on earth has transpired? Naruto was astonished, for within the recording, the attacking summoned beasts were none other than the very monsters he and Aunt Morikawa had battled in the future. Nagato, with tears in his eyes, gazed at the impassive figure of Pain. In the dim, enclosed space, Nagato whispered, Mother. Naruto roared once more at Pain. Who are you? Nagato. Where is Aunt Morikawa's son? Pain replied, This is of no concern to you, Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, a voice from the crowd shouted towards the recording. Young Master Naruto. Naruto's attention was instantly captivated. In the footage, Naruto Maru did not accompany the other Shinobi Academy students to the shelter. Instead, he stealthily concealed himself to observe Pain's actions. Young Master Naruto, come here quickly. Ebisu shouted, to which Naruto Maru responded from behind. Teacher Ebisu, what are you saying? I'm right here. With an expression of exasperation, Naruto Maru picked his nose while gazing at the elite teacher, Ebisu. The scene then shifted through time and space. In the recording, Naruto Maru hid in the shadows, witnessing the moment when the Hell Path was about to take Ebisu's life. Teacher Ebisu. Naruto Maru stared at the footage, rendered speechless. Watching the scene unfold, Ebisu was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that he was no match for these monsters. His future self seemed to be in dire straits 3 years hence. Damn it, am I to betray the Nine-Tails boy's secrets? How infuriating, as he silently cursed. The figure in the recording did not appear as weak and fearful as he had imagined. Narukuin is my student, he declared in the video. Watching this, Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief. Clearly, he never taught me anything. Moreover, the way he looked at me before was just like everyone else in the village, filled with disdain. Indeed, I once thought that Narukuin was merely an obstacle for young Master Naruto Maru, the very embodiment of the Nine-Tails that had led to the demise of the 4th Hokage. The dissatisfaction and sorrow etched on Naruto's face compelled him to avert his gaze, even prompting him to consider covering his ears. However, Naruto refused to succumb to the shackles of his cursed fate. With his cheerful disposition and unwavering courage, he He triumphed over every obstacle. The watching Hinata Niji whispered in awe. A cursed destiny, is it? Naruto, despite having been Naruto's teacher for merely a few days, I was unable to impart much wisdom. In the footage, Ebisu seems to be either conversing with himself or engaging in dialogue with the Hell Realm that threatens his life. Naruto, you have inherited the will of your master, Jiraiya, and you must continue to forge ahead. Your indomitable spirit has taught much to young Naruto and has also inspired many within the village. This revelation astonished all who were familiar with Ebisu. Remarkably, he concluded with these words, Naruto is an integral part of Konoha, and the entire village stands as his ally. No ninja of Konoha would ever betray their comrades. Naruto was deeply moved, nearly brought to tears. It was truly wonderful that his future self had gained the recognition of everyone, along with so many companions. What a joy it was. Those familiar with Naruto looked at him with expressions of comfort, silently wishing him well for the future. Ebisu-sensei. A sharp cry drew everyone's attention back to the video. The viewing Naruto Maru was still a young student, anxiously shouting. However, the Naruto Maru in the video was quite different. As Ebisu stated in the recording, he had learned much from Naruto. Not only the spirit of resilience and indomitable will, but also the A-rank ninjutsu, Rasengan, of the 4th Hokage. The two Naruto Maris combined their strength to propel a blue chakra sphere towards the Hell Path Pain. No one anticipated that one of the Pains, who had nearly annihilated Konoha, would be sent flying by a mere child who had yet to graduate from the Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto Maru. Naruto shouted excitedly at the video. Others watching the scene with Naruto Maru were equally thrilled, causing the young Naruto Maru to wipe his nose and bashfully scratch the back of his head while grinning. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's support. I, Naruto Maru, will one day fulfill your expectations and become Hokage. No, it is I who will surely become Hokage, Naruto proclaimed, waving his hand. Observing their playful banter was like a delightful seasoning, lightening the mood of the viewers considerably. As they gazed upon the son of the 4th Hokage, they pondered, is this the power to change hearts? Hinata Niji, the power to alter fate. Father, can I truly do it? Change fate. At that moment, someone suddenly noticed the video. Look, Pain has directly found the 5th Hokage. In the recording, Pain calmly stated, it's been a while, Tsunade-sama. I have some things to discuss with you. Pain spoke without malice, his gaze tinged with a hint of sorrow. This immediately reminded Tsunade of the true identity of Pain. Jiraiya. It is him. And that girl with bluish-purple hair. Tsunade first looked at Jiraiya and then abruptly turned towards the Akatsuki member, Konan, who was surrounded by Umbu guards. Is it you? Long time no see, Tsunade-sama, Konan replied. Thank you for the cookies you gave us back then. Konan's face was adorned with blank sheets of paper. The Umbu, thinking she was about to attack, grew tense and prepared to draw their weapons in defense. However, those sheets of paper gracefully folded into beautiful flowers, floating towards Tsunade and Jiraiya. Long time no see, Jiraiya-sensei. It is truly you, Tsunade exclaimed. Indeed, it was them. Tsunade and Jiraiya could hardly fathom that the enemy who sought to destroy Konoha would refer to his students as his masters. What on earth was going on? Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Sarutobi-sensei, strictly speaking, these children are also your disciples. Please be understanding, ha ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming urge to summon the Rui Jingu Bang to smash Jiraiya's head. Senju Tobarama silently cast a glance at the 3rd Hokage. I was pondering earlier. Your disciples are increasingly unreliable. What about the 3rd? It turns out to be Tsunade, spoiled by her elder brother. He shook his head in resignation. Tsunade exclaimed, am I really that unreliable? A deep crimson gaze swept over Tsunade. Well, you are somewhat unreliable. Jiraiya burst into laughter. The ninjas attending the 5 Kage summit from various villages were at a loss on how to evaluate Konoha. Noki remarked, 2nd Hokage, 3rd Hokage, we are here. The organization known as Akatsuki will undoubtedly bring calamity to our ninja villages. If one of Konoha's Sannin is their master, shouldn't you take responsibility? The 4th Raikage concurred. Indeed. 3rd Hokage, the Sannin are your disciples, and you are a student of the 2nd Hokage. That masked man is also from your Uchiha clan. Whether he is Uchiha Obito or a disciple of yours, I will not let anyone who harms my comrades or the village hidden in the clouds go unpunished. The masked man, Deidara, listened to Noki and the Raikage's accusations against Konoha, sensing the situation becoming increasingly delicate. He approached and asked, Obito, what exactly is going on? Isn't the leader a rogue ninja from the Rain Village? How did he become a disciple of the Hokage? Obito, equally perplexed, replied, well, speaking of which, senior. Upon hearing Obito's words, Deidara instinctively felt something amiss, his right hand unable to suppress the impulse to strike him. Senior, could you tell me how you met your end? Deidara asked, grinning and gesturing animatedly. Could it be that you were killed by your own art? Ah. Obito knew that the ultimate art of his senior was, shut your mouth. I'll kill you. It's nothing. Just now, I received 6 trillion rare talismans, so I'm not afraid of you, senior. Deidara, in a split personality, thought, so, it turns out that my senior's art was defeated by me. How pathetic. Deidara hurled a clay creation, crunch. Kakashi interjected. Lightning style. Obito exclaimed, oh, your art has failed, senior. Deidara turned and glared at Kakashi. You bastard. You used lightning style to stop my clay explosion. Kakashi responded with righteous indignation. Well, you are in Konoha now, and as a ninja of Konoha, I must prevent you from causing chaos. I hope you understand. Deidara, I'll say it again, be quiet. The leader Pain's authority remained unassailable, and with a single word, Deidara immediately fell silent. In the imagery, the human path pressed a hand upon the head of a black-haired woman. As Pain observed, the realm of humanity was extracting the memories of that woman in search of the location of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The imagery, or rather that terrifying interrogation, was indeed formidable. Within a brief span, he had publicly unveiled all of his capabilities. Shizen, is that woman Kato Shizen? Jiraiya turned to Tsunade, confirming through her gaze that the woman under the control of the realm of humanity was none other than Tsunade's disciple and attendant, Kato Shizen. Tsunade remarked, if it is Shizen, she must know that Naruto is at Myaboka Mountain. Therefore, Pain, as Tsunade had surmised. The imagery depicted the realm of humanity employing a technique akin to that of the Mountain Clan, locating Naruto Uzumaki at Myaboka Mountain. After which the other 5 Pain bodies became aware of his whereabouts. Are they telepathic twin brothers, or do they possess some extraordinary ninjutsu? Inoki inquired. For how could one individual gather intelligence and instantaneously relay it to the other 5? No. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan had no siblings. They were orphans left in the Land of Rain after the Second Shinobi World War. Inoki, the 3rd Hokage, and the 4th Raikage fell silent. The Second Shinobi World War was initiated by the 5 great nations, and the Land of Rain, a small country, became a battlefield. Thus, the consequences were far more devastating compared to those of the larger nations actively involved in the war. In the imagery, Konoha was reduced to ruins by the bombs of the realm of Azura and the colossal summoned beasts of the realm of hungry ghosts. You great nations, self-proclaimed protagonists, engrossed in a facade of false peace, treat the smaller nations as mere stepping stones. The highest representatives of the 5 great nations gathered at this moment to witness the imagery. At this time, the entire world, including the ninjas, civilians, daimyos of the 5 great nations, and the small nations struggling for survival, were observing the scenes. The malevolent shall ultimately face retribution. The Deva path of Pain calmly unveiled the truth and darkness of the world. The malevolent, the slain, hatred entwines both, as war accompanies the deaths, suffering, and anguish of both sides. Inoki could not help but shout at Pain, we great nations have endured similar suffering. Terumi May added, indeed. Whom have we provoked in the land of water? You manipulated the 4th Mizukage, interfering in the internal affairs of the land of water and Kirigakure, leaving us in chaos. The defector Zabuza remained silent, harboring an abundance of resentment beneath his calm demeanor. If not for those policies, Hozuki Suigetsu would not have become a rogue ninja. He would not have, and neither would have White. There would have been no coup at all. Silence. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the masked man. At that moment, his aura starkly contrasted with that of Akatsuki. Beside him, Deidara jumped in fright, as if he had never truly understood this man. You of the Mist Village have provoked me. The masked man's deep voice resonated with an oppressive weight. You have forced me to exist in hell, and thus none shall escape this hell. However, in that fleeting moment of eruption, he regained control immediately. These matters have become trivial. As long as there is light, there will inevitably be shadows. I have long since lost all hope in this hypocritical world. In times past, he would have referred to the Moon's Eye plan, painting a picture of the splendor of the infinite Tsukuyami. Yet, the influences of Kagaya and the White Zetsu have left him uncertain whether there remains any light at the end of this protracted darkness. The words of the masked man rendered the other ninjas momentarily speechless. The 4th Raikage exclaimed, what on earth has transpired? Tsunade's eyes widened in confusion, unable to comprehend his reference. Only Kakashi suddenly recalled that matter, nearly succumbing to anguish once more. Chapter 59. Embracing pain is echoed by the man suspended atop the skyscraper during the live broadcast. Feel the pain. Contemplate the pain. Embrace the pain. Understand the pain. This moment symbolizes a profound truth. Almost every city dweller could recognize this as the second image broadcasted during the mysterious channel's debut. The commander of the city defense forces, Gaara, proclaimed during the mobilization, "At this very moment, there exists no enemy, for we collectively endure the suffering brought forth by the Akatsuki. Those who cannot fathom pain will never truly grasp the essence of peace." In the footage, Sakura is valiantly striving to uphold the crumbling medical system of the city. She works tirelessly to treat the wounded, yet the influx of casualties overwhelms her efforts. The camera gradually pulls back, revealing platforms crowded with the injured, filling the frame. The Oil Woman clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Nara clan, and the Akimichi clan, all exerting their utmost to defend the city. In the sky, a man stands against the light, arms outstretched as if embodying the harbinger of dawn. "Let the world feel the pain," he declares. Shinra Tensei. A tremor rippled through the crowd. Even upon witnessing this scene once more, they were overwhelmed by a force beyond comprehension. That fear nearly robbed them of breath. Centered upon a single point, the entire city was instantaneously reduced to ruins. Beneath the debris lay countless casualties. The rookie ninjas of Konoha gazed in horror at this dreadful future, rendered speechless. Naruto's gaze was filled with bloodshot intensity. These individuals had come in search of him. If he were present, Konoha would not be in such disarray. How infuriating! Why would they resort to such actions? He roared at the man, demanding to know the reason behind his actions. In stark contrast to Naruto's fury, the man remained eerily calm in the face of the turmoil. "Because my suffering transcends yours." As the remaining two opportunities from the previous question lingered unutilized, an emotionless voice echoed once more in their ears amidst the collective sorrow of home destruction and the loss of loved ones. "We shall now announce an additional special reward. Please select one from the following 10 images for playback." Just like that time with Naruto Uzumaki, 10 cards materialized before the masked man, each displaying only the design on its reverse side. The cards before him revealed a sequence of colors: blue, 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 purple, blue, purple, gold, blue, blue, blue. The masked man could not comprehend the sinister implications of this terrifying quiz game. The citizens of Konoha were a blend of nervousness and excitement, with a hint of schadenfreude. Naruto tilted his head, perplexed by the glimmer in Shikamaru's eyes. "Shikamaru, Shikamaru." He tugged at Shikamaru's clothing, inquiring, "What on earth is happening?" "Ugh, this is such a hassle." Shikamaru replied, casting a sidelong glance at Naruto, "Wait until I'm done before I tell you." Meanwhile, the masked man extended his gloved hand, attempting to flip over a card, only to find that no amount of force could budge it even slightly. What do these represent? Are they extracting images? His fingers glided over the cards one by one. Shouldn't we continue to observe their resurrection? His sharp gaze pierced through the mask, locking onto Nagato. With nearly half of Konoha's populace sacrificed, only the power of the Rinnegan could restore them all. After a moment's contemplation, he articulated a shocking hypothesis, one that left everyone astounded, but caused deep anguish for Fuso. "You utilize the Rinnegan's unique technique to resurrect all those you have slain? I fail to comprehend your motives and the significance of your actions. Yet it is unexpected that the traitor is you, Nagato." Fuso could no longer contain herself and rushed forward. "Nagato." In truth, she had long known that despite his altered appearance, he was indeed her son, Nagato. After all, she was a member of the Uzumaki clan. The chakra sensitivity inherent to the Uzumaki clan was an instinctive gift. How could she forget her son's chakra signature? Even if he inhabited a different body, even if he committed unspeakable acts, Nagato's chakra felt like a gentle drizzle, almost imperceptible in force, yet nurturing the tender sprouts of the earth. "I am pain," Nagato declared, still in Yahiko's body, refusing to acknowledge his mother despite the anguish it caused him. Who was the most enraged? Certainly, it was the envious Naruto, who had never been afforded the opportunity. "Hey!" His furious shout captured everyone's attention. "I don't know what you've been through, you bastard." Naruto glared at Nagato and bellowed, "How can you pretend not to know me?" Naruto recalled the moment he had resurrected his mother and sought out Sasuke by the Uchiha clan's lake. At that time, he had been oblivious. But now it was clear to him. The second Hokage had spoken the truth. Naruto possesses the power to transform hearts. Nearby, Uzumaki Naruto roared, "If you truly are Nagato, then Tsunade Annie must be your mother. Isn't it fortunate that your deceased mother has been resurrected? How enviable that is." when Naruto becomes angry. Even his peculiar catchphrase makes an appearance. Unlike the philosophical musings of Shikamaru and Itachi, Naruto's words are straightforward and unpretentious, yet that sense of empathy evokes contemplation and reflection. Sasuke, Sakura, and other newcomers to Konoha, as well as Gaara, who shares the most similar experiences with Naruto, all comprehend this. Naruto genuinely admires pain. Envious of his mother being resurrected by the terrifying powers of the Rinnegan, he envies Sasuke's mother for the same reason. Yet he himself had a singular opportunity to revive his father, which he unfortunately missed due to various circumstances. Although Naruto harbors no regrets, he has long envied those children who were blessed with the presence of their parents. He is envious of Pain, or Nagato, who experienced loss only to regain what was once lost. This is why he feels such profound anger towards those who have also lost yet fail to cherish what remains. The masked man silently observes Naruto. His hair resembles that of Minato, yet his gaze is reminiscent of Kushina's. The contours of his face mirror those of Kushina as well. In terms of personality, Obito clenches his fists in silence. Naruto's disposition is strikingly reminiscent of the former Uchiha Obito. That woman is the leader's mother. She doesn't quite appear to be. As Obito pondered, Deidara sidled up to share some gossip. Obito was lost in his own thoughts, ensnared by the guilt stemming from Naruto's mysterious curse bestowed upon him at birth. Deidara leaned in too close while speaking, prompting Obito to instinctively recoil. Just at that moment, the card that had previously resisted his attempts to flip it finally budged. A peculiar metallic sound reverberated in the ears of those present, confirmed the imagery of Danzo's conspiracy. Why is it Danzo again? How many clandestine schemes does he possess? As everyone mulled over this perplexing question, a chilling revelation surfaced. Danzo's conspiracy involved manipulating Hanzo to assassinate the Akatsuki leader Yahiko. Pain. Everyone. Shikamaru. Something is amiss. What does this mean? Shikamaru continued to analyze. Naruto, think carefully. When drawing the image cards, the 10 cards are categorized into blue, purple, gold, and red, representing the past, present, future, and surprise. Regardless of which, the imagery is intrinsically linked to you. Thus, when you inquired about our expectations, I mentioned I would disclose it after your draw. For if you drew the blue card representing the past, we could ascertain his true identity. However, the masked man drew the blue card, which revealed Danzo's conspiracy, a most unusual occurrence. Unless he is privy to this conspiracy, or even involved in it. At this moment, chaos ensued globally. Wasn't Pain the leader of the Akatsuki? How did it shift back to Yahiko? No. Wasn't it previously stated that the masked man was the true leader? Could it be that the masked man's true name is Yahiko, but isn't he the masked man from the Uchiha clan? Then does that imply he is Uchiha Yahiko? This feels somewhat off. This is all too convoluted. The Akatsuki comprises so few members. How did it become such a tangled mess? The discourse within the ninja world diverged from that of the common folk. Who, pray tell, is this Hanzo he mentioned? Pain's forehead protector signifies the Rain Village. Thus, does this imply Hanzo refers to the semi-divine Hanzo the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, Hanzo the Salamander? Could it be that Konoha's Danzo is linked to Hanzo of the Rain Village? Yet, aren't you curious about that 211? What exactly did Danzo do? Regardless of his actions, Konoha shall never attain tranquility. Just moments ago, they witnessed the obliteration of Konoha, where all perished. Who has the heart to concern themselves with Danzo or Hanzo? They yearn only to discover what transpires next. Indeed, as the masked man proclaimed, have the assailants resurrected them all? It is simply unimaginable. A cacophony of discussions ensued. At last, someone could no longer contain themselves and shouted at the fading image, "Hey, don't stop here. Can't we finish watching the previous footage?" Yes. I implore you. I am on the verge of anxiety. Indeed, I beseech you. Let us conclude the prior scene. The chorus of voices left Senju Tobarama in an awkward predicament. What is the matter with these young ninjas? Are they all so innocent and naive, pouting at the horrors of the past, even pleading with them? How could the horrors of the past ever respond to you? Hey, you youngsters should understand. Senju Tobarama, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seemed to hear his teacher's thoughts and inquired, "Is something the matter, Tobarama-sensei?" Humph. The third Hokage sighed. Naruto was not wrong. Those with fair skin tend to be more emotional. The first Hokage, Hashirama, would never have reacted this way. At most, he would have been merely melancholic. Among the 9 remaining cards in Obito's possession, only one blue card remained, the one that had just been inadvertently activated, representing the footage of the past. The previous scene reappeared. Konoha lay in ruins. Could this desolation still be recognized as their beloved village? Witnessing this sight, even the villagers could not help but shed tears. This was their home, utterly unrecognizable. Their families, whose remains were nearly impossible to find. The stone statues of the Hokage, illuminating the village. Did you see the scene before you? In the image, the short-haired Sakura Haruno emerged from the protection of a slug. She gazed at the devastated Hidden Leaf village, her eyes wide with shock. What is this? She could not accept the reality before her. Moments later, she choked on her words, speaking to herself in a fragmented manner. How could it have come to this? Her emerald eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Sakura's tears fell one by one onto the stone beneath her as she knelt, weeping uncontrollably. She was engulfed in despair. Such a sight could not leave anyone unscathed. Naruto. In the image, Sakura suddenly called out the name of the boy she had once found most irritating and looked down upon. It was as if in the depths of despair. He represented the last glimmer of hope. Naruto, please come back. The tears streamed down Sakura's face in the image, falling heavily upon the hearts of countless spectators. For the people of Konoha, this pain was more excruciating than a blade's cut. Their current emotions mirrored those of Haruno Sakura in the imagery, kneeling amidst the ruins. Chapter 60. Trust in Naruto. Regardless, let us first watch the replay. As the smoke dissipated on the screen, a vivid crimson cloak came into view, golden hair billowing. Standing atop a colossal toad, always emerging in Konoha's most perilous moments, a silhouette that seemed capable of miracles. The fourth Hokage. Many ninjas who had lived through the era of the fourth Hokage and the third great ninja war whispered in awe. Some in attendance gazed at Naruto's figure, observing the massive scroll behind him, murmuring another name. Uzumaki Mito, the first. Senju Tobarama, brother. The hurried arrival of Senju Banju, elder brother. The scene shifted to that individual. No, it is not the fourth Hokage. It must be Uzumaki Naruto. On the screen, Uzumaki Naruto donned an orange tracksuit, draped with a red cloak reminiscent of the fourth Hokage, arms crossed before his chest. What left them momentarily incredulous were Naruto's eyes and pupils, orange eyeshadow paired with the toad's straight pupils. Jiraiya's proud voice echoed through the crowd. It is the sage of Mount Myaboku. Naruto has mastered sage mode. Observing the patterns on Naruto's face, Jiraiya excitedly added, "This is a sage mode that surpasses me, a more perfected form. It is nearly indistinguishable from his usual self. This is the pinnacle of sage mode." The lower ninjas of Konoha were left in astonishment. That Naruto, the one who always ranked at the bottom, he has actually surpassed Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. Watching Naruto on the screen, Uchiha Sasuke felt a swell of pride for Naruto's growth. Yet he also worried whether he could keep pace with him. For reasons unknown, a sense of vigilance lingered within him. He did not wish to be outdone by Naruto. He craved Naruto's recognition, the validation that he was stronger than Naruto. He had never reflected on this until the second Hokage mentioned he was a reincarnation of someone's chakra, a part of which had influenced his personality and judgment. Consequently, Sasuke had been deep in contemplation lately. What truly transpired between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Indra and Ashura? Lost in introspection, Sasuke was jolted back to reality by the gasps around him. He looked up. On the screen, Naruto, adorned in the divine cloak, stood atop the gigantic toad, which seemed even larger now, standing on the back of an enormous toad leader resembling a mountain. Witnessing such a Naruto, such a grand entrance, the entire ninja world, even the whole world, was left in awe. They found themselves at a loss for words to describe Uzumaki Naruto at this moment. Simply put, he was a paragon of beauty. Center stage. Even the current lower-ranking Naruto was awestruck by the future version of himself on the screen. Grabbing Sasuke's clothing, he inquired, "Is that truly me? That enormous toad I summoned before? The little toad on its head looks quite familiar, almost like the offspring of the great toad? How would I know?" Sasuke, in a state of agitation, chose to ignore Naruto. Meanwhile, there was the astonished figure of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Taken aback by the impressive entrance of his son. Previously, he had stood as a specter beside the second and third Hokage, equally enraged by Pain's malevolence. He harbored concerns for Naruto's safety while simultaneously nurturing hopes for his growth. Like the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, he placed unwavering trust in Naruto. Therefore, rather than being consumed by worries of Naruto's capture, he found himself eagerly anticipating this moment. How splendid! Naruto, and the great toad, the agile toad, the mighty toad. Lord Fukasaku, and for now, I shall refer to it as the orange-hued, Radiant Sage Naruto Toad Technique. Where exactly is this place? Following his grand entrance, Naruto looked around in confusion. Theoretically, he should have returned to Konohagakure, but could it be that the summoning had gone awry? Fukasaku took a step back and inquired of Shima. What happened, childless mother? Why did we not summon directly to Konoha? The spectators felt a pang in their hearts. Answering on behalf of Shima the Toad, a poignant melody began to play as the camera slowly zoomed out, revealing Naruto Uzumaki standing amidst the ruins of Konoha. This is our beloved Konoha. The townsfolk, who had previously held back their emotions, could no longer contain themselves. Gazing at the devastated village and then at the tardy return of Naruto Uzumaki, they were reminded through repeated flashbacks of how deeply this once ostracized boy had cherished his home. Yet, due to Danzo's heinous act of slaying the toads of Mount Maiboku, he had arrived just a moment too late. In viewing areas around the globe, they witnessed snippets from Naruto's childhood leading to glimpses of his future self, cultivating a profound sense of resonance and even a nurturing affection. Thus, when they saw the young hero return, their initial thrill was soon engulfed by a bittersweet sense of regret. Indeed, on the screen, a version of Naruto from an alternate future, reminded by Shima, found it hard to believe, yet was compelled to accept reality upon seeing the 5 colossal stone faces. Shima, it is quite evident who is responsible. Akin to the one who murdered little Jiraiya. The sage mode Naruto fell into a prolonged silence, rendered speechless by shock. To destroy the precious legacies left by our ancestors, to trample upon our dreams, I shall never forgive you. The 5th Hokage emerged from the ruins, her tone indicating that nothing could enrage her more than this moment. Tobirama Senju. Suddenly, a Konoha ninja pointed at the screen. Look, Tsunade's forehead mark has vanished. Uzumaki Mido, witnessing the blow dealt to her granddaughter, felt a pang of anguish in her heart. She explained, that is a sealing technique akin to mine. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan is more abundant than anyone else's. Normally in use, we employ such sealing techniques to store chakra, which can be released in substantial amounts when the seal is undone. In the future, Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, unsealed the unseal, presumably to bestow all her chakra upon the leech of the Wetbone Forest, safeguarding the lives of numerous Leaf Village ninjas. Inside the urban cinema, the audience was left in rapt astonishment, witnessing on screen the miraculous resurgence of the Shura project, which had been obliterated by the combined efforts of Kakashi and the Akimichi father and son duo, now threatening Tsunade without a scratch. At the moment when Shura approached Tsunade, no one could discern how Naruto Uzumaki had moved. They merely saw the boy, who had lost his homeland and friends, appear above Shura in an instant, conjuring the Rasengan without hand seals. It's me, isn't it? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the Shura, which had been vanquished with great effort by Kakashi and the Akimichi family, shattered into fragments. The entire audience was stunned, taking several moments to regain their senses. Clad in the 4th Hokage's ceremonial robe, with the fierce demeanor of a sage and the astonishing power to obliterate Shura, Naruto Uzumaki's fury was uncontainable. Moments later, someone murmured, "How incredibly strong, Naruto." Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, shouted his son's name with excitement. It took Tsunade 2 seconds to register the scene on screen. When she looked up, Naruto's silhouette overlapped with those of the 2 who had sacrificed themselves for the village, Jiraiya and the 4th Hokage, outside the cinema in the Leaf Village. The audience was utterly astonished, whispering among themselves. The son of the 4th Hokage, the disciple of Jiraiya, no wonder their figures bore such striking resemblance. Naruto gazed at the screen, witnessing a future where he stood alongside the revered 4th Hokage, though he still struggled to fully accept the truth of being the 4th's biological son. The notion was wondrous and surreal for someone who had spent 12 years in solitude. In reality, his father, Minato Namikaze, was present in spirit, watching his son grow, mirroring his own silhouette. As a father, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy and pride. Kushina, can you see this? Our son will one day mature, shoulder responsibilities, and become a true hero. Perhaps it was an inopportune moment to inquire, but in his current state, Naruto could sense the chakra of those around him. In his sage mode, he questioned, has Kakashi-sensei gone on a mission? Tsunade's silence answered him. The audience watched as the young boy's shoulders sagged slightly, eliciting a wave of sympathy. Jiraiya and Kakashi were undoubtedly the most significant mentors in Naruto's life. It was truly tragic that they had both fallen to pain. Fortunately, in the previous footage, the character named Iruka was unharmed. Otherwise, there would have been great concern for Naruto's well-being. Indeed, it was difficult to fathom what might have become of him had Iruka also perished. He would likely have crumbled under such despair. At that moment, They remained unaware that the forthcoming revelation would unveil the consequences of Naruto's potential collapse. Beast Path, Summoning Technique. Deep Zaku and Shima proclaimed, Sage Art, Frog Song. Sage Art, Giant Rasen Shuriken. The Naruto on screen manifested two clones, each forming a spiraling sphere of considerable size, nearly causing Jiraiya and the cloaked Minato to topple from their seats. Was this the A-rank ninjutsu, Rasengan, developed by Minato? Well done, Naruto. The ninjas of Konoha were awestruck. The recent scene of despair had underscored Pain's overwhelming power, yet Naruto Uzumaki, in Sage mode, effortlessly sent the destructive summoned beasts flying with a single blow. Inoki expressed his envy, remarking on the promising future of the Konoha youth. The fourth Raikage dismissed it, retorting, only they from Konoha could stir trouble. Nara Shikamaru subtly pointed out, Lord Raikage, let's not underestimate that female ninja from your village who could leave Naruto unable to rise. Nara Shikaku waved apologetically at the fourth Raikage, affectionately ruffling his son's hair and chuckling, You rascal. Recalling a previous awkward moment, Naruto punched his fist and shouted at Shikamaru. Don't bring that up. You fool, keep quiet. Naruto pouted slightly. On the screen, the formidable toads he summoned were nothing to be underestimated, effortlessly overpowering the summoned beasts of the Azura Path. Through the slug left by Tsunade, Naruto gleaned insight into the abilities of the 6 paths of pain. Yet he had devised a countermeasure. A seemingly glancing fist inflicted significant damage upon Pain. Incredible, astonishingly powerful. Naruto. Sage Naruto. So magnificent. The global audience was invigorated by this fierce retaliation. Even those unfamiliar with ninjutsu, including commoners and feudal lords, were left in awe. The feudal lord remarked, This is the first time I have realized how stylish a toad can be. A young girl exclaimed, Ah, what a pity, that boy is only 12. I wonder if he likes older sisters? Another chimed in, Dream on. Didn't he mention having a girlfriend in previous footage? But Sakura rejected him and even hid him in front of his father. Perhaps she was just placating his father? That child has been relentlessly pursuing his traitorous brother, enduring beatings, kneeling, and suffocating struggles, despite his immense strength. Kakashi's team from Konoha had debuted worldwide, lost in the mesmerizing battle scenes of Sage Naruto, with even Naruto himself sparkling with excitement. However, when Pain revealed to Naruto that he too was a disciple of Jiraiya, even claiming to be Naruto's senior, asserting that all his actions were aimed at realizing the peace spoken of by their beloved teacher, Naruto did not grant him the opportunity to finish his sentence. The chakra in his hand coalesced like shurikens, forming a wind technique that surged to life. In Naruto's eyes and mind, haunting images of anguish unfold, loss of homeland, the heartbreaking absence of cherished companions, nearly extinguishing his aspiration of becoming Hokage. Chapter 61, Universal Pull. The chaos enveloping this city is overwhelming. Where is there room for peace? He has made his move. The wind-style Rasen Shuriken is astonishingly hurled like a conventional shuriken. Uchiha Sasuke observes Naruto's unique technique, which seems to be an evolution of the 4th Hokage's Rasengan, and an uncanny sense of familiarity washes over him. Zabuza remarks, What a deeply loyal boy. Uchiha Sasuke is perplexed. Zabuza continues, Isn't that the wind shuriken you two used to rescue Kakashi from my water prison all those years ago? In a moment of shock, Sasuke recalls Naruto's words from the vision, Sasuke and I have complementary attributes. No, that's not what I meant. I meant, only the power of wind can amplify the might of fire. Though Naruto commands the spotlight upon his arrival, Pain, as the leader of Akatsuki, is undeniably formidable. The onlookers fall silent, their attention riveted on the tense and exhilarating combat, leaving no room for distraction, especially when Naruto lands a decisive blow on Pain. A surge of adrenaline courses through the watching ninjas, even those from other villages. You are the first to force me to this extent, Uzumaki Naruto. Pain declares in the vision. This peculiar self-reference hints that Pain is merely a special tool manipulated by a greater force. Fukasaku, Nagato. While Fukasaku worries for his son, the world is consumed with concern for Naruto's predicament. Despite initially gaining the upper hand, the seasoned ninjas of the shinobi world discern that while Pain remains unchanged, Naruto begins to falter. Hey, did you notice? Ever since Pain unleashed the technique that obliterated Konoha, he hasn't employed Universal Pull or Shinra Tensei. What? Jiraiya cast a glance at the surrounded Pain, who is replenishing his chakra, rendering the situation increasingly dire for Naruto. Just as Jiraiya speaks during the viewing, Pain proclaims, I have had enough. Universal Pull. In the vision, Pain ensnares the sage of Mayaboku, Fukasaku, under the astonished gazes of Naruto and Fukasaku. He pierces him with a black chakra rod. The audience gasps in disbelief, yet their reactions pale in comparison to those suffering within the vision. In the imagery, the surviving villagers of Konoha are too distant from Pain and Naruto to grasp the full extent of the situation. However, the viewers outside the vision witness the entire battle unfold with crystal clarity. The phrase Uzumaki Naruto has been defeated is etched into the hearts of all. The resurrected Pain has surpassed everyone's understanding of power. The once awe-inspiring Uzumaki Naruto now finds himself utterly powerless against the overwhelming strength of his opponent. A piercing sound echoes as a black chakra rod impales Naruto's hands, humiliatingly pinning him to the ground. Among the audience, Uchiha Sasuke activates his Sharingan first. While Gaara's stirs restlessly, Nara Shikamaru's forehead veins throb with tension, and a girl with Byakugan unleashes her ocular techniques. Her pink-haired companion tightly clenched her fists. Another piercing sound resonates as yet another chakra rod penetrates Naruto's body. I will kill you. Sasuke, filled with rage, glares at the seemingly indifferent Pain. Pain responds coolly. If you possessed such strength. Sasuke, youthful and brash, finds himself unable to contend with Pain, especially as he has not yet bested Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui, and Hatake Kakashi block Sasuke's path. Yet, the heinous actions of Pain displayed in the footage have ignited the collective fury of the entire village of Konoha. All eyes fixed upon Pain, Conan, and the masked man. However, Pain unexpectedly shifts the conversation, addressing Naruto, whom he has pinned to the ground, recounting his past. The entire world watches as Pain calmly articulates his suffering. In this way, you feel pain just as I do. My comrades, my village, all destroyed by your Konoha. The wars of your great nations have left us in agony, desolate, and struggling to survive. The pain of losing something precious is universal. This is not revenge. It is merely allowing you to experience the same suffering, for only those who understand pain can comprehend the pain of others. Do you hate me? That is correct. This is the chain reaction of hatred, past, present, and future. Hatred will never disappear, for humanity is inherently incapable of understanding one another. A profound silence envelopes the world. Everyone finds themselves rendered speechless by Pain's words. They yearn to argue but cannot muster a counterpoint. Surrounded by Konoha's ninjas, Pain proclaims loudly, "Indeed, this world of ninjas can only be ruled by hatred." His statement mirrors what he will say in the future. Pain continues, "Uzumaki Naruto, tell me, what is your sense of justice? Is it for me to continue in hatred?" Despite some regret, the second Hokage expresses his thoughts with an impassive demeanor, stating, however, "I cannot comprehend your logic." Pain remains silent. Senju Tobarama glances at the masked man and slowly speaks. "You have all witnessed the earlier scenes. Is that monster referred to as the Ten Tails your so-called ultimate weapon? Is your organization truly seeking peace through the annihilation of the world? Or do you wish to ensnare everyone in the endless illusion of Tsukinomi?" A deep sigh escapes as Tobarama Senju, in the calmest of tones, poses a piercing question. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, how do you possess the Rinnegan of the Uchiha? Upon reflection, who imparted the knowledge of the Rinnegan to you, and who instilled this delusional concept of peace, steadfastly urging you to execute this plan? Alas, the words of the young Nara are indeed correct. Wisdom is a precious commodity. Regrettably, not everyone is endowed with it. Even the intellectually superior Tobarama Senju shakes his head at the folly of others. The masked man, speaking in the voice of Uchiha Madara, warns with an intimidating tone, "How much do you truly know?" Growing up under the shadow of Madara's threats, the second-in-command of the Senju clan harbors no fear. After reviewing the footage, I shall elucidate everything during the Kage summit. If Kagaya is indeed deceased, there is no longer a need for concealment. Rather, that peculiar exchange demands heightened vigilance. I hope you adhere to your promises, for I would not hesitate to allow Konoha to repeat the events captured in the footage. Truth be told, Tobarama wishes to delve into the minds of the Uchiha, to ascertain whether prolonged use of their ocular techniques has warped their cognition. What other means do they possess besides threats? With a disdainful snort, Tobarama dismisses the notion of squabbling with a mere child. Uchiha Sasuke, sensing an inexplicable glare from the second Hokage, is left bewildered. At this moment, Sasuke is oblivious to the fact that, in an alternate outcome, he had once declared his intent to obliterate Konoha before the four Hokage. In the footage, upon hearing Pain's words, Naruto Uzumaki's spirit wanes. He finds himself immobilized, chakra suppressed. Naruto-kun, the future Hinata, observes his condition through her Byakugan. her pale eyes brimming with evident concern. Hinata? Naruto tilts his head, puzzled as to why the memory shifts to Hinata. What are you thinking at this moment? Naruto anxiously yearns to know the unfolding events, not reprimanding Hinata. Nevertheless, under Naruto's gaze, Hinata flushes deeply and hurriedly apologizes. There is no need for such apologies. Naruto reassures, as the footage is beyond your control. In the scene, Hinata reminisces about her childhood, recalling the sight of Naruto sitting alone on a swing at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto hung his head, isolated from the world, his frail figure evoking a deep sense of pity. Hey, Hinata, what are you reminiscing about? Naruto exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Can't you recall a moment where I looked more dashing? Like the time I bested Sasuke Uchiha. The chorus of lower-ranked ninjas echoed in unison. There has never been such a moment, Uzumaki Naruto. Humph. Sasuke Uchiha scoffed, lifting his chin defiantly. Perhaps in your next life, you might stand a chance, fool. Amid the awkward smile of Minato Namikaze, Naruto seethed in frustration, gritting his teeth. In the scene, the young Hinata gazed at little Naruto, inexplicably drawn to him. Don't look over there, Hinata, chided a member of the Hyuga clan, responsible for her care. Why? What is wrong with that? It's unbecoming of your status. Now come along. It's time for training. Minato squinted at the man in the image, who bore the Byakugan. As the orphan fourth Hokage, the village of Konoha and his family were his most sacred boundaries. Crossing them would mean death. This fact was well known among the shinobi who had participated in the Third Shinobi World War. Yet, the man in the scene dared to refer to his son as a mere pest, deigning not even a glance at him. Especially given that his voice was far from quiet, Naruto surely heard the insult. The younger Naruto merely bowed his head lower, swinging alone on a swing, pretending not to hear, feigning indifference. This moment pierced the hearts of Minato and all who were watching worldwide. Among the spectators, whispers began to circulate. Isn't that the fourth Hokage's son? Unworthy? Is the Hyuga clan truly that formidable? Those prominent clans are so arrogant. One day, they too will fall like the Uchiha. Hey, stop talking. Regardless of how much the viewers comprehended, the figure in the scene remained oblivious. All they knew was that this orphan was the monster who had slain their fourth Hokage. The scene transitioned, seemingly delving into another recollection of Hinata. Naruto struggled to survive amidst the crevices of the village, bearing the infamous name of the Ninetales, the beast that had caused the demise of the fourth Hokage. Enduring the villagers' isolation and indifference. Listen to me. One day, I shall become Hokage. Just wait and see. Ugh, it's that kid. That boy is the loathed Ninetales. Enough. That is a taboo. In the scene, a young Hinata pondered a question. What is the Ninetales? It was still the Hyuga clan member who cared for Hinata, stating, Miss Hinata does not need to know what the Ninetales is. She simply needs to understand that she must not go near that boy. I'm sorry, Naruto. The fourth Hokage's eyes reflected sorrow for making you bear such a burden at such a young age. Hey, Hinata. Naruto approached her with an unhappy expression. Do you really dislike me? Or are you afraid I might turn into the Ninetales and devour you? Why do you always look at me like that? Naruto expressed his discontent, saying, Look, I appear so miserable in the video, and yet you choose to reminisce about even more distressing moments from my childhood. Do you truly despise me? On one hand, it was Naruto's sudden proximity, and on the other, the piercing nature of his soul's inquiry that left Hinata Hyuga on the brink of embarrassment. In Chapter 62, a toast for the peace of the shinobi world. Amidst the bustling metropolis, even if the surrounding crowd could not hear Hinata's murmurs, who could fail to comprehend her heartfelt sentiments? Of course, aside from Naruto Uzumaki, who mistakenly believed himself to be detested. The fourth Hokage wore an awkward smile, shaking his head at his son's emotional intelligence. Was this trait inherited from him or from Kushina? Fragments of memory belonging to Hinata emerged. Look, those eyes must belong to Niji's cousin, that very Niji Hyuga, whose unpleasant demeanor was enough to evoke disdain. Held himself in high regard merely due to his noble lineage. Through the video, Niji, who had always believed himself to be overshadowed by the main family's eldest daughter Hinata because of his branch family status, was confronted with the truth for the very first time. His cousin was forced to kneel and apologize due to his own atrocious behavior. In the video, 3 boys older than Hinata pressed her head down, compelling her to submit. Hey, apologize. Yes, apologize properly. Faced with such humiliation, Hinata's submissive nature led her to murmur her apologies in succession. This is too much. Niji, do you realize that? He asked, nudging the Niji who was watching the video. Niji remained silent. Of course, he was unaware. He was lost in his own hatred, feeling only jealousy and animosity towards Lady Hinata. Even now, he believed that her perceived weakness was the reason for her plight. Yet he felt an inexplicable guilt, a tangled web of emotions that left him unable to discern his true feelings. Suddenly, in the video, Hinata returned from her reverie, only to witness Pain inserting a chakra rod into Naruto, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Compared to Pain's physical torment of Naruto, his words laden with anguish and hatred inflicted a far greater psychological blow. The recently bereaved Shima cried out, her voice choked with sorrow, "Do not heed his nonsense. Naruto Uzumaki, you are the child of prophecy that Jiraiya and the children believed in with their lives. If you perish, I shall never forgive you. Stand up, Naruto," Pain retorted. Such a noisy frog. Jiraiya could only exclaim in shock. Not only had Lord Fukasaku been slain, but even Shima was sent flying. Enough, Pain directed towards Naruto. It is time to take you away, to extract the nine tails, for the sake of world peace. No one could thwart Pain any longer. As all who watched the video felt their hearts leap into their throats, they had glimpsed a distant future and knew that Naruto would endure, that he would grow stronger and more formidable, yet in this moment, their anxiety remained palpable. In the video, Pain extends his hand towards the fallen Naruto Uzumaki, who is pierced by multiple chakra rods, just as everyone believes there is no escape. Suddenly, a long-haired girl with Byakugan appears on the scene. Hinata. Hinata. Lady Hinata. The spectators from the Hyuga clan in Konoha are taken aback. After all, Pain is a formidable foe that even the 5th Hokage could not contend with. What audacity does this young girl, an average ninja with unremarkable talent, possess to rush forward? If only they could traverse time. They might realize that soon they would hear the words that inspire Hinata Hyuga to bravely confront Pain, disregarding her own life. Hinata. In the video, Hinata's palm is not aimed at Pain. Instead, it targets the ground beside Naruto. Her intention is to drive Pain away from him. Her Byakugan is vividly apparent, as those chakra rods obstruct Naruto's chakra flow, immobilizing him. "I will not allow you to harm Naruto-kun anymore." The words in the video seem to resonate with the current generation of Konoha's genin. Even the observing commoners can discern that this girl harbors feelings for the golden-haired youth pinned to the ground. Yet, only Naruto Uzumaki himself, whether he is pinned in the video or watching alongside everyone now, is left in stunned silence. Hinata? Hinata Hyuga gazes at her own image in the video, her heart brimming with longing. Given the chance, she too wishes to be as brave, strong, and powerful as her video counterpart, standing before Naruto-kun to protect him in critical moments. Rescue? Nonetheless, in the video, the Deva path of Pain pays no heed to this seemingly fragile girl. Naruto anxiously shouted at Hinata, "Why did you come out? Hurry and escape. This is not someone you can contend with." Even the stoic fourth Raikage couldn't help but commend. This young girl possesses remarkable courage. The atmosphere in the video turned somber, instilling an ominous premonition in the viewers. Naruto grew increasingly frantic, exclaiming, "What are you doing in such a perilous place?" Yet, no one anticipated that the frail, timid girl, who would blush and faint at the sight of Naruto, would not retreat. Instead, she resolutely stood before him, declaring, "It is my will to protect you, Naruto-kun. This time, it is my turn to safeguard you." Naruto, bewildered, could only utter her name, Hinata? In the footage, the 16-year-old Uzumaki Naruto had endured much suffering, never imagining that beyond Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and Sasuke, there would be someone willing to risk their life for him. He had known only tears, having surrendered from the start, repeatedly straying from the right path. Hinata, in the video, articulated not only her own feelings but also echoed the sentiments of many viewers at that moment. This included the current genin Hinata, as well as Haruno Sakura, who could only weep for Naruto and Sasuke, pleading for help and seeking Kakashi-sensei's rescue. It encompassed Akimichi Choji, who constantly feared hurting others and was reluctant to showcase his true strength. In the bustling city, there were leaders who, due to friendship and mentor-student bonds, allowed others to lose themselves and drift further away. This also included urban dwellers ensnared by life's trivialities, finding various excuses to evade responsibility. Yet, it was always Naruto who pulled me back onto the right path. I have been tirelessly chasing after him, yearning to walk alongside him. I have always dreamed of advancing together with Naruto. These heartfelt words, spoken by the delicate girl from the footage, tugged at the heartstrings. I wish to remain by Naruto's side. This gentle declaration was her most resolute confession. Hyuga Niji called out, "Hinata-sama," while Hyuga Hayashi referred to her as Hinata-dano. Hinata proclaimed, "It is Naruto who has transformed me. In the scene, the short-haired Hinata often secretly observed the solitary struggle of Uzumaki Naruto. His smile was a source of salvation for her. The Naruto in Hinata's memories was always vibrant, optimistic, and radiant, in stark contrast to her own demeanor. When Naruto was mentioned, Hinata's gaze became tender as water. She gently closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, her resolve was unwavering. If it is to protect Naruto, I fear nothing, even in the face of death. Hinata? As Naruto gazed at the screen, he found it hard to believe that the resolute girl with white eyes was none other than his familiar Hinata Hyuga. This poignant confession before her impending sacrifice introduced the world to this girl with alabaster eyes. Her fragility, her timidity, her courage, her resilience, and her tenderness. After her resolute declaration, the image of the white-eyed maiden returned to that gentle demeanor reminiscent of flowing water. Naruto, I have always watched over you. Such a Naruto is the one I cherish most. I adore Naruto. I cherish him. The entire world seemed to come to a standstill. Even the winds of the battlefield softened. In the frame, Naruto Uzumaki's azure eyes gazed steadfastly ahead. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, pondering why Hinata, who seemingly harbored disdain for him, would act in such a manner. Yet, this scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a recent mission in the Land of Waves, where he and Sasuke had forged an unbreakable bond amidst the trials of Haku's bloodline limit. At that moment, the 12-year-old Genin was so moved that he was on the verge of tears. His innocence blinded him to the fact that Pain's prowess vastly eclipsed Hinata's. Should they truly engage in combat, her fate could be dire. At this juncture, Naruto had only witnessed the demise of Haku and Zabuza. Sasuke had not yet betrayed their village, and Jiraiya was still alive. In his naivety, he struggled to grasp the profound concept of death, thus failing to foresee the despair he would feel upon witnessing Hinata willingly sacrifice herself, only to be sent flying by Pain. Unbeknownst to him, there was someone who had likely anticipated this very scenario, eagerly awaiting the moment he would crumble under the weight of his choices. That individual was the masked man, or rather, Obito Uchiha, who had relinquished his dreams of becoming Hokage. I have been watching you all along, so do not be reckless, Obito. The echoes of similar sentiments, coupled with the gentleness of a familiar voice, resonated in the mind of the unnamed man before the screen, intertwining the voices of two girls. Rin,